The Perfect Supreme Chapter 3855 to Chapter 3937. The Legend of Immortality. Upon seeing the members of the Wood God tribe, a ball of fury ignited in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Ling, his heaven-crushing alliance would have long since devoured the Wood God tribe. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with you. Fire God King, although our Water God clan is at loggerheads with your clan, we hope that you won't interfere in this matter. After all, that brat killed our princess. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. The pride of our Water God clan cannot be trampled on. After recovering from their shock, the people from the Gold God clan and the Water God clan spoke up. The 5 major clans lived in the Kaiyuan River. Although their relationship was weak, they believed that the 3 major clans would give them face. After all, helping them was better than helping humans. Brat, I don't know how you summoned them, but you are underestimating the history of our 5 races. We are all descendants of a god. How can someone of your filthy bloodline drive a wedge between us? An elder from the Golden God tribe pointed at Lin Ling and bellowed furiously. These words also made the people of the Duan clan's alliance feel relieved. That's right, they were too nervous before. It turned out that these people might not help Lin Ling. They might even join the camp to kill Lin Ling. When they thought of this, the corners of their mouths curled into sneers. Moreover, this laughter was like a plague that drifted further and further away, causing many people to roar with laughter. They were obviously watching a good show. He also believed that the Golden God clan would be able to convince the other 3 clans. However, in the crowd, only Wanyan Shiji had an ugly expression. He felt as if he had eaten shit. Because only he knew that this was impossible. It was unknown what kind of bewitching drug Lin Ling had used, but he had already bewitched the 3 great clans. Lord Envoy. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen finally approached Lin Ling. When she arrived before Lin Ling, she bowed and saluted him. She no longer had the majesty of a queen. She was more like a servant. What the hell? What happened? Seeing Her Majesty's obedient appearance, the Gold God Elder rubbed his eyes fiercely as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he was all too familiar with the Wood Gods. This group of fellows had their eyes on the top of their heads and were boundlessly arrogant. Not to mention humans, they even looked down on the Gold Gods. And it was said that this atmosphere came from Her Majesty the Queen. Because Her Majesty the Queen possessed the purest and most flawless Wood Spirit Chi, it led to her arrogance. But now, the Queen, who was full of disdain for the Golden God tribe, was actually bowing to Lin Ling. Could it be that the beauty likes Lin Ling? The humans were also shocked. Following that, many handsome men were so jealous that their eyes were spitting fire. Such a beautiful Her Majesty actually belonged to Lin Ling? Damn it, this guy must have used some kind of beauty trap. Her Majesty the Queen has obviously been charmed by him. The Duan clan's experts also spoke up one after another. Even though they were already in their 50s, they were still extremely jealous at this moment. There was even a white-bearded old monster who was unconvinced and said angrily, "The heavens are blind. I'm so handsome, but Her Majesty the Queen doesn't like me." Of course, others also glared at him fiercely, but in the end, they all shook their heads, although they were also jealous that Lin Ling had gained the Queen's favor. At least Lin Ling was indeed a little handsome. He was not something that the old man could compare to. King of the Wood Gods, you're an insult to the status of our 5 clans. Among the Water Gods, a blue-haired woman shouted. She was so angry that her body trembled, and she was the Queen of the Water God Lord. She also did not expect the Queen of the Wood Gods to be so cheap and humiliate them. However, at this moment, the Dwarf of the Stone Gods also arrived. He ran wildly towards Lin Ling, causing everyone to frown. This dwarf, could it be that he also liked Lin Ling? However, this was obviously impossible. They immediately shook their heads again. It was normal for Her Majesty the Queen to like Lin Ling. However, the bad-tempered king of the dwarves was a stubborn old man who loved drinking. How could he like a man? Lord Totem. However, when the king of the dwarves arrived in front of Lin Ling, he also bowed. Moreover, he was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would be snatched away by the Wood Gods, so he also imitated Her Majesty the Queen's bow. However, Her Majesty the Queen's slender waist was very feminine when she bowed. As for him, a short old man, bowing like this was a little disgusting. However, this still frightened everyone. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that the Dwarf King also liked Lin Ling? they were instantly dumbfounded and almost vomited blood from disgust. Where does this guy's charm come from? Even the short old man is charmed by him? Duan Wuhan felt as if he had eaten a fly. This was because he had been secretly competing with Lin Ling all this time. However, in terms of talent, he had lost. In terms of strength, he had lost again. And now, in terms of charm, he had lost again. Lin Ling was simply a beauty killer. No, even the system was charmed by him. Moreover, even the beautiful girl beside him was staring at Lin Ling curiously at this moment. This pissed him off. Lord Totem. However, the shock didn't end there. The patriarch of the fire god tribe also came and saluted Lin Ling. 3. F***ck, what kind of bewitching potion did Lin Ling use? Moreover, as far as I know, the old man from the fire god clan doesn't seem to get close to women. The water god clan was too familiar with the fire god clan, so everyone was shocked. Isn't this nonsense? Lin Ling is a man. The fire god clan leader doesn't get close to women, but that doesn't mean he doesn't get close to men. However, someone from the golden god clan immediately retorted. At this moment, the two clans looked at each other as if they had been slapped 3 times. Their faces were full of confusion. Lin Ling ignored them and immediately released a large number of dragons and evil spirits. In this way, Lin Ling's army arrived and fought against those who wanted to kill him from afar. Lin Ling didn't speak, but his eyes were cold. However, everyone knew what Lin Ling meant. It was still the same sentence. Although Lin Ling couldn't escape death, he would definitely drag a few of them down with him. Everyone hurriedly looked at the 3 clans, then looked at the dragon demon and other monsters. One by one, they gritted their teeth. This was because they knew that if they really wanted to kill Lin Ling, they would definitely lose a lot of people. This anger and powerlessness was the most intense for the people from the Duan clan because this was actually the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, things were always changing, which made them so angry that their teeth itched. The 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance, the son of the devil, Lin Ling, was known as an immortal legend in Jiuzhou. They now had a deep understanding of it. Feng City was undoubtedly a little quiet at this moment. The two sides faced each other from afar. Interesting. I have so many pasts. Why should I be afraid of the future? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He wanted a person. Sir Yuan Venerate, this person is very despicable. A lady beside him said fiercely. He. Although this person is very interesting, an ant is still an ant. Little Tian, if you want him, I will give him to you. That person nodded. He was actually the Yuan Venerate martial god who was about to leave. He had originally been about to leave, but the scene in Plentiful City had piqued his curiosity. Most importantly, the lady beside him actually knew that person and had a great enmity with him. Therefore, he had decided to help this lady along the way. Thank you, senior. The lady immediately smiled. Although her smile seemed innocent, it was filled with resentment, and she was none other than the Heaven Princess. Her backer was Miaoshen's true inheritance. Although Yuan Venerate martial gods were very powerful, they weren't proficient in the path of boundaries. Therefore, he had helped Princess Tian in an attempt to get Miaoshen's true inheritance to help him set up a martial god boundary on the continent. Lin Ling, your undying legend is going to be destroyed in my hands. Princess Tian muttered to herself. At the moment, no one in Plentiful City wanted to go all out, so they didn't make a move for the time being. They could only glare furiously at Lin Ling. However, at that moment, a chuckle was heard. Unrestrained sword martial god, can I ask you for a person? This voice stunned the unrestrained sword martial god, who immediately became curious. However, the Yuan Venerate martial god chuckled. I want that little fellow. The unrestrained sword martial god frowned when he heard this. Everyone in Plentiful City also shuddered. The Yuan Venerate martial god wanted Lin Ling? Because he offended my friend, so he wants to vent his anger on my friend's behalf. The Yuan Venerate martial god didn't hide anything. Vent his anger, everyone's eyes lit up. They instantly guessed that this wasn't as simple as just venting his anger. Perhaps the Yuan Venerate martial god would kill Lin Ling. At the moment, even Lin Ling frowned. He had never imagined that after all these twists and turns, the Yuan Venerate martial god would want to harm him. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had met a Yuan Venerate martial god. Why was the latter targeting him? Little brat, there are many choices in a person's life. Some choices may seem carefree, but they can inadvertently kill you. Humans are not easy. If you want to rise up from the ordinary, then you have to face hardships at every step, and not do whatever you want. The Yuan venerate martial god stood at the edge of the massive continent in the sky and spoke to Lin Ling calmly. That sentence seemed calm, but it was actually a reprimand and a pointer. He was clearly saying that although Lin Ling was immortal, he was unruly and unruly. He had taken the wrong path and should have been like a Yuan venerate martial god. He should have kept a low profile and bided his time. Only then would he have been able to rise abruptly. Lin Ling was silent. He looked up and saw a figure on the edge of the huge continent. It was Princess Tian. He instantly understood. Although he didn't know why a Yuan venerate martial god was targeting him, it was obvious that this had something to do with Princess Tian. You seem to have something to say. Say it. I, a Yuan venerate, don't like to pressure others. The Yuan venerate martial god smiled faintly. His words finally caused Lin Ling to look him in the eye. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "There are 3,000 paths of martial arts, and no one can say for sure which path is right and which path is wrong. Senior martial god, for you to jump to conclusions like this, your vision is too narrow." Fengdu was shocked when he heard this. No one had expected that Lin Ling would actually dare to refute a Yuan venerate martial god. The Yuan venerate martial god was also stunned. Then, he laughed even louder. "Although I don't know everything, I can be sure that the path you have taken is wrong. An unruly person will eventually kick an iron plate. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, I will walk the path that belongs to me. I will not regret the choice that I have made." However, Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. His words made the laughter of the Yuan venerate martial god become softer. However, Lin Ling spoke once again. "Senior Yuan venerate, you don't have to lecture me like a senior. I know that you have evolved from a mortal to a deity, so you must have boundless pride in your heart. You seem to want to tell the world that mortals can also become deities. However, although this seems like guidance, in reality, your words and actions are just to satisfy your own sense of accomplishment. I also know that the path you have chosen is to conceal your strength, bide your time, and consolidate at every step. However, because of this, you have suffered countless grievances in your life. Therefore, on the day you succeed, you want to tell the world that you are right. You also want to make all those who have looked down on you, humiliated you, and trampled on you regret and be shocked by your accomplishments. You are trying to express this." When Lin Ling's voice floated out, Fengdu exploded once again. The Yuan venerate martial god trembled. Even though he didn't admit it, deep down, he knew that Lin Ling had touched on his innermost feelings. This kid was actually so sharp-tongued. "However, I can also understand the path you have chosen. After all, this martial path is indeed safer. However, let me tell you something. Although the path I have chosen isn't as safe as yours and I have provoked more people than you, I am open and aboveboard. If I'm unhappy, I will do it. Life is fleeting. Why do you have to suffer so much? 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute." As Lin Ling's last sentence was spoken, countless ripples appeared in everyone's hearts. 10,000 years was too long. Seize every minute, this was the path Lin Ling had chosen. Even if he had provoked too many people, he would not shirk his duty. The Yuan venerate martial god who had reprimanded Lin Ling could only endure the humiliation and be trampled on by countless people. This was his martial path. "You are right, but you also have to face a life and death calamity," the Yuan venerate martial god said icily. It was obvious that he was furious. When have martialists ever been safe? If you want to be safe, you might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. As for a life and death calamity, hee. Only cowards would not dare face it. Lin Ling said icily as he looked into the distance. Only cowards would not dare face it. These words were like thunder that struck the Yuan venerate martial god's heart. Indeed, the martial path he had chosen was safer. He had avoided great winds and waves, not caused any disasters, and finally made a name for himself. However, from another perspective, wasn't this saying that he was afraid of the winds and waves and was a coward? The Yuan venerate martial god's body trembled uncontrollably. However, Lin Ling didn't stop speaking. As a martial god, you shouldn't be teaching others how to take refuge or endure silently. Instead, you should be teaching people how to face difficulties and how to shoulder them. This is great fearlessness, great perseverance, and a perfect heart of the martial path. However, you are angry and ashamed because of my words. Your heart of the martial path is clearly not perfect. This sentence was a direct reprimand, the people of Plentiful City gasped. They all thought that Lin Ling had gone crazy. At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura quietly spread down from the sky. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Find someone. This fellow is indeed extraordinarily courageous. Everything is as he said. Great perseverance and fearlessness. This must be his martial path. Many people started to admire him. If Lin Ling had relied on his mouth, then Lin Ling had used his actions to prove himself. He wasn't afraid even when facing a Yuan venerate martial god. This was Lin Ling's martial path. Are you trying to say that your martial path is correct and mine is wrong? After a moment of silence, the Yuan venerate martial god suddenly spoke up. There are 3,000 martial paths, and everyone has their own way of thinking. I won't change anyone's way of thinking, and no one can change me either. I can only say that there is no common ground between people with different paths. Lin Ling spoke indifferently, neither haughty nor humble. These words represented Lin Ling's lofty pride. Even though a Yuan venerate martial god could kill him with a single finger, Lin Ling believed that a Yuan venerate martial god was just SOSO. Lin Ling's status wasn't any lower than his. Unfettered sword martial god, can you give this sharp-tongued brat to me? After all, this is your territory. The Yuan venerate martial god smiled and looked into the distance. If he had previously attacked Lin Ling because of Princess Tian, then he wanted to attack him now. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold when he heard this. What was a deity transformation? What a joke! How could a Yuan venerate martial god represent mortals? He was just a hypocrite who was afraid of death. He had only managed to become a peak martial god by luck. On the other side, the unfettered sword martial god smiled faintly as he looked at Lin Ling. This also made Fengdu fall silent. After all, this was the unfettered sword martial god's territory. Therefore, Lin Ling's life depended on the unfettered sword martial god. The unfettered sword martial god was a god-grade swordsman. Swordsmen were the most arrogant. Perhaps Lin Ling's martial path was the same as his, so the unfettered sword martial god might help him. Unrestrained sword martial god, you mustn't agree. He definitely won't agree. After all, they have only met by chance. Even if the freedom sword martial deity appreciates talent, he should know that Lin Ling has offended many people. Therefore, the freedom sword martial deity will definitely not help him. That's hard to say. Do you still remember the first disciple of the unrestrained sword martial god? That's the city lord of the Heaven Sword City. It said that the unrestrained sword martial god saved him from the hands of the many enemies of the city lord and took him in as a disciple. Many people began to discuss this matter spiritedly. They all thought that Lin Ling had once again become the focus of attention. Even the two top martial gods had moved for him. However, they did not believe that Undying Demon's son Lin Ling would not die. The Duan clan couldn't kill him, the Golden God race couldn't kill him, and Wan Yenshishir couldn't kill him. Could it be that even Yuan venerates and martial gods couldn't kill him? Speaking of which, this kid really suits my taste. The unfettered sword martial god finally spoke. His words made everyone's hearts pound. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling sighed and cursed the heavens for being unfair. After all, Lin Ling had once again escaped a calamity. There was no justice in this world. Huh? The Yuan venerate martial god frowned. He was a little unhappy, but if the unfettered sword martial god refused to hand Luo Yunyang over, he would have no other choice for the time being. I have always believed that courage is a symbol of strength, and luck is also a part of strength. Being able to get someone to help you also represents a person's strength. After all, this person has at least convinced the person who wants to help him. This is his ability. The unfettered sword martial god said. This meant that the unfettered sword martial god had already agreed to help Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's martial path was the same as the unfettered sword martial god's martial path. Being able to get the unfettered sword martial god to help him was also Lin Ling's ability and strength. However, I have a principle. That is, the other party has to ask me for help. However, the words that came out of the sword martial god peak stunned everyone. The unfettered sword martial god was also looking at Lin Ling. This caused everyone to look at Lin Ling as well. This included the Yuan venerate martial god. After all, if Lin Ling asked the unfettered sword martial god for help, the unfettered sword martial god would also help him. Lin Ling also looked at the smiling unfettered sword martial god in the sky and suddenly said, "Senior unfettered sword, have you ever asked anyone for help in your life?" "No, this is different from my martial path. I would rather die than ask anyone for help." The unfettered sword martial god was stunned for a moment before he replied. "In that case, I will do the same." Lin Ling immediately enunciated each word clearly. His words were earth-shattering, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Lin Ling actually didn't ask the unfettered sword martial god for help, for the sake of his so-called backbone, not asking anyone for help in his entire life. At that instant, the crowd could not help but admire Lin Ling. As expected of a fearless and courageous man, that being said, those who were hostile toward Lin Ling could not help but burst out laughing. Lin Ling was too stupid. How could there be such a stupid person? Meanwhile, the unfettered sword martial god stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not expect Lin Ling to reject his request. "You can treat me as stupid or stubborn. However, you have your own principles, and I have mine too." As if he was aware of the unfettered sword martial god's confusion, Lin Ling spoke in a calm tone. "Such an interesting little brat." The unfettered sword martial god burst out laughing after hearing the words. His laughter was filled with admiration, but he did not plan to interfere. As a swordsman, he understood Lin Ling's thoughts. If he were to interfere, it would mean that Lin Ling was begging him, therefore, he could not afford to humiliate Lin Ling. In other words, he would not help Lin Ling. "I'll catch him." In Plentiful City, many people immediately became excited. Xianxia even shouted loudly. Rolling corpse aura surged toward Lin Ling. "Everyone, prepare for the battle." Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with madness. The strong were afraid of the unreasonable were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the crazy. The current Lin Ling was a madman. If he dared to kill, he would dare to risk his life. In Plentiful City, the interrupted battle was about to erupt again. The legend of immortality was about to be broken. "Sorry to disturb you. I'm here to look for someone." However, at that moment, another change occurred. It could be said that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. It was like a basin of cold water that poured down on the hot-blooded people. A woman in plain clothes tore open the void and slowly walked out. She appeared in front of Lin Ling. "Are you looking for death?" "I'm looking for your whole family. Die." At that moment, Xianxia's terrifying corpse aura surged. He had been holding back for a long time. Now, Lin Ling was right in front of him. Suddenly, a person ran out and said that she was looking for someone. "Looking for your sister." However, compared to the anger of the people, the two top martial gods in the sky frowned. Apparently, they felt that something was wrong. "You're Lin Ling, right? I want to ask you for someone." "Yes." The person did not care about the anger of the crowd. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling with a smile. She did not even look behind her and clapped her hands. Rumble. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What a mysterious woman. As for Xianxia, he was crushed to the ground. Even his million-year-old corpse almost collapsed. "This!" Exclamation point. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Lin Ling furrowed his brows. This plainclothed lady was so powerful, but why is she here? Why is she helping me? I'm here for her! Exclamation point. At this moment, the woman seemed to know that Lin Ling was confused. She smiled and pointed at the golden white evil spirit. "Him?" Exclamation point. Lin Ling was even more suspicious. "No, it's the girl behind him. In fact, we've been looking for her for a long time." The woman smiled. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Xiaoluan, behind the golden white evil spirit, Xiaoluan's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with panic. "Don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm." The woman saw Xiaoluan's expression and immediately waved her hand. She was dressed in plain clothes and had a harmless smile. From any angle, this woman looked very ordinary. She was just like an ordinary village woman. This caused everyone to be stunned. However, at this moment, the ground exploded. Xianxia, who was previously suppressed, jumped up again. The rotten flesh on his body continued to fall as he pounced towards the woman. "Who are you?" to his mother. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had finally found Lin Ling's weakness and no one could help him. In the end, this woman came to cause trouble. However, the woman was still smiling as she spoke to Lin Ling. She stretched out her right hand and mercury poured out from her palm. It was like a silver shadow flowing along the ground. Next, it bound Xianxia's legs. Boom. Boom, boom. Under countless shocked gazes, Xianxia was like a sandbag. He was smashed back and forth by the mercury. What's her name? What was terrifying was that the woman acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled and asked Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart roared. This woman's strength was too terrifying. Even he could not see through her strength. However, he guessed that this woman had a treasure that could hide her aura. Judging from its grade, it was definitely not low. Her name is Xiaoluan. Lin Ling quickly said. Xiaoluan, can you follow me? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The woman immediately squatted down and placed her hands on her knees. She bent her waist and smiled at Xiaoluan. Bang! Bang! However, behind her, Xianxia was still being smashed. He simply had no way to retaliate. This allowed everyone to instantly realize that this seemingly harmless woman was actually an extremely terrifying existence. In the sky, the two top martial gods narrowed their eyes and did not say anything. This. Xiaoluan could not help but look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry. Because of her childhood habits, she's a little afraid of strangers, so she won't go with you. What a joke. If Xiaoluan was willing to stay, Lin Ling would have left her at the mountain stronghold. Why would she follow Lin Ling to the ends of the world? Lin Ling, on the other hand, had clearly refused. Everyone was once again shocked by Lin Ling's lawlessness because everyone could tell that the woman's background was not to be underestimated. I see. However, the woman was not aggressive. Instead, she looked embarrassed. She looked at Lin Ling enviously. It was as if she was jealous of Xiaoluan listening to Lin Ling. Big sister, if I go with you, can you promise me 2 things? At this time, Xiaoluan suddenly said. The woman immediately smiled and nodded. She suddenly became happy and said, Speak, I can promise you anything. It was obvious that although the woman was powerful, she was very polite to Xiaoluan. Lin Ling frowned. He was still wondering why the woman was looking for Lin Ling. However, he suddenly remembered what the headhunters had told him. Someone was looking for Xiaoluan. At that time, he thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed that someone was looking for Xiaoluan. However, Xiaoluan had no strength. Why was the mysterious woman looking for her? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. It was the world's will. Xiaoluan had the world's will. Could it be because of this? Xiaoluan, you can't. Lin Ling immediately refused. However, Xiaoluan smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with excitement. My lord, you are the person who has treated me the best in my life. You are also the first person who gave me a name. Xiaoluan also wants to do something for my lord. Let Xiaoluan help you, okay? As she spoke, Xiaoluan's eyes became moist. Previously, she had watched as Lin Ling was surrounded and attacked by wave after wave of powerhouses. She had been worried to death. At that moment, she had wanted nothing more than to rush in front of Lin Ling and block those ferocious attacks for Lin Ling. However, she knew that with her weak body, she would not be of much help. Now, she had a chance to help Lin Ling. How could she miss this opportunity? Don't worry, Lin Ling. I promise you that I will not hurt her. If anyone wants to attack her, they will have to do it over my dead body. At this moment, the woman seemed to understand Lin Ling's worries. She could not help but feel touched. However, she still spoke to Lin Ling seriously. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Lin Ling could feel the sincerity of the woman. Sister, if you take the Lord away from here, I will agree to go with you. At this moment, Xiaoluan also made a condition. No problem. The woman smiled and nodded. No. At this moment, the people in the distance were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. So many of their people had died and they had come here to kill Lin Ling. Were they going to fail again, in their dreams? However, the woman did not even look at them. She stomped her foot and silver mercury flowed out, instantly binding those who had spoken. Then, they were smashed to the ground like sandbags. This scene was extremely shocking. From afar, the ground looked like a mercury tree. Countless silver vines grew out and bound people before smashing them to the ground. However, no one could resist it, not even the martial god realm powerhouses. Mercury? What a powerful talent. She has probably reached the pinnacle of the ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's heart thumped. Even if Li Xiaoyao was present, he had never seen such a mysterious technique. Even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would probably not be the woman's match. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. As he became stronger, he also entered the god's era. He had seen the strength of experts from all sides. He could only say that the ultimate world was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was known as a genius in the 9 prefectures. However, he was only a tyrant in the 9 prefectures. His palm could not reach the ultimate world. Lin Ling, no one is against it. Come with me. As for the woman, she smiled at Lin Ling. These words made the onlookers behind them speechless. No one objected. Those who objected were probably smashed to death by you. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He looked at the 3 major races and asked them to leave first. The 3 major races immediately nodded. They knew that it was useless for them to stay. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Heavenly Voice of the Gods. When the word kill was uttered, it carried with it a sense of decisiveness. That slender body actually carried with it a boundless domineering aura. What? Seeing Shaluan's finger, everyone started to panic. Shaluan, you can't kill the members of the Golden God tribe and the Water God tribe. That's because it's against the heavens. As for the others, it's not good to kill too many of them. Moreover, they're your lord's enemies. I don't think he wants to take revenge through the hands of others. However, the woman clearly had some misgivings. Thus, she looked at Shaluan warmly and said, he can be killed. All right. Shaluan finally nodded. Whoosh, seeing Shaluan nod, the smile on the woman's face also disappeared. In its place, there was a hint of solemnity and coldness. She was like an iceberg that had been frozen for millions of years, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. As for Wanyan Shiji, his entire body was enveloped by mercury. It was as if his strength had been corroded. This also allowed him to know that the woman was extremely talented. Moreover, her cultivation level was also at the martial god realm. After all, only a heaven-defying power could freeze a million-year-old corpse like him. The mercury continued to spread upward and enveloped Wanyan Shiji. This also caused a gigantic mercury statue to appear on the street. At this moment, Wanyan Shiji's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Lin Ling. Today, he had failed to kill Lin Ling again. He couldn't understand why this had happened. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept this. Every time, he had almost killed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still managed to escape from his hands. In the end, he had even died because of Lin Ling. Wanyan Shiji. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. I know you can't accept this. However, in this world, the winner takes all. You should know this principle. I know very well. Wanyan Shiji seemed to know that he was definitely going to die. He sighed and said, Lin Ling, when I found out that my son and the heaven-crushing alliance were killed by you, I hated you. I wanted to cut you into pieces, and I even wanted to poison you. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but interject. At that time, you'd already have half a foot in the netherworld. That's right. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose to kill you now. I overestimated myself. A hint of regret finally appeared in Wanyan Shiji's eyes, because if he had killed Lin Ling a little later, he would have had a lot of opportunities. However, he was blinded by the hatred of his son's death, which led to the current situation. If you had killed me a little later, perhaps you wouldn't have wanted to kill me. However, Lin Ling shook his head and said, because at that time, you'll realize that you won't be able to kill me. If you really want to kill me, it'll be your death. As for your son and your heaven-crushing alliance, I can see that you're a man, so I'll be frank with you. If they don't kill me or provoke me, I might not necessarily lay a finger on them. Sigh. My son Bupo, he made a wrong move in chess. Xianxia sighed deeply. He knew that if his son had not killed Lin Ling, it was very likely that Lin Ling would have walked away from the demonic essence forest and ignored the heaven-crushing alliance. However, there were no ifs in this world. If everything could be predicted, then this would not be life anymore. The mercury finally submerged Xianxia's head. He had also transformed into a gigantic mercury statue. Although he was a corpse king, he also possessed a hint of vicissitude and domineering aura. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at him calmly. However, he suddenly sighed softly in his mind. Xianxia was an elite who had cultivated for countless years. However, in the end, he had died here. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable, and this was the life of a cultivator. At the same time, the expressions of the surrounding people were also grave. The most powerful big shot who wanted to kill Lin Ling had died just like that. This made them feel a sense of sympathy for him. They involuntarily looked toward Lin Ling, and their expressions became even more grave. Even now, no one had been able to break the legend of immortality. Let's go. At that moment, the woman walked over to Xiaoluan and held his hand. Xiaoluan resisted at first, but the woman was very sincere, so Xiaoluan did not resist as much. After holding Xiaoluan's hand, the woman looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling immediately nodded and recalled all the dragon demons. Then, he followed the woman into the sky. Xiaoluan, we have been looking for you for a long time. In midair, the woman and Xiaoluan were chatting non-stop. It was as if they were shopping. This also made the people on the ground speechless. Speaking of which, how long was that mysterious woman going to ignore them? Your Excellency. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly drifted over from the huge continent. There was actually a hint of anger in this voice. The person who had spoken was obviously a Yuan Venerate. Martial God, he was naturally the last person to stop Lin Ling from leaving. Xiaoluan, what do you like to eat? However, what made everyone speechless was that the woman in plain clothes had also ignored the Yuan Venerate martial god. Speaking of which, who in the entire Jiuzhou would be so bold as to ignore a martial god? Only this woman would dare do that. Your Excellency. The Yuan Venerate martial god could not help but shout again. If he had not seen the mysterious origin of this woman, he would have already made a move. So noisy. Are you a mute just because you don't speak? At that moment, the woman was finally annoyed. She pointed at the Yuan Venerate martial god and scolded him. You. The Yuan Venerate martial god immediately gritted his teeth, his face turning red with anger. I don't know who you are, but I will take them away today. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead and try. The woman spoke again. However, her tone and attitude were like that of a village woman. She was very ordinary, so ordinary that it felt unreal. However, these words made the Yuan Venerate martial god not dare speak again. After all, his martial path was to consolidate at every step. He did not dare act rashly in a situation where he could not see through everything. Just like that, the woman led Lin Ling away. The sight of her departing back undoubtedly infuriated everyone. However, at that moment, a token floated out of the sky. The token was about the size of a palm and a pleasant voice drifted out, making the two-peak martial gods squint. Following that, the token also disappeared. The eyes of the two-peak martial gods trembled. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew that this was the token of the divine voice. They finally knew the identity of that woman. It was the divine voice. This was an identity that was above the sacred knights of the gods. Moreover, these divine heavenly voices were usually directed at only one person, and that person was a god. Most importantly, heavenly voice of God had another identity. She was a trial of God. Could it be him? The Yuan Venerate martial god's face turned pale. He no longer looked as dignified as before. As for the unrestrained sword martial god, he burst out laughing all of a sudden. Interesting. I've always thought that luck is a part of one's strength. That kid didn't use his luck on me, but it's still with him. This laughter spread across the entire prairie, making everyone even more confused. However, they all had a feeling that the woman's background was definitely not simple based on the shocked expressions of the two martial gods. An ordinary little forest. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the woman and walked forward. His heart was also very confused, however, a void tunnel appeared in front of him. The woman smiled at Lin Ling and led Lin Ling into the void tunnel. On the other hand, Lin Ling relaxed because he knew that if this woman really wanted to harm him, then he wouldn't be able to stop her. After passing through the void passage, a small forest appeared in front of him. Green smoke floated up from the forest, and there seemed to be a few small wooden houses. However, they looked extremely ordinary, and Lin Ling couldn't sense any spiritual energy. He felt as if he had arrived at a small village in the mortal world. Suihua, you're back. Moreover, there were people walking past the small forest from time to time, greeting them with a smile. These people carried firewood on their backs and were dressed like woodcutters. Their temperament was similar to the woman's, and they were very ordinary. So her name is Suihua, this name. Lin Ling was a little speechless. This plain-clothed woman looked ordinary, and even her name was ordinary. Follow me. While Lin Ling was still in shock, the woman led Lin Ling through the small forest and arrived in front of the small wooden house. This small wooden house was also very ordinary. It was surrounded by sparse branches that formed a small fence. Inside, there were chickens and a big yellow dog. An old woman was hugging corn. She kept pinching it off and then throwing it on the ground. The chickens immediately clucked and excitedly ate the corn seeds on the ground. On the other side, a woodcutter was cooking. At the main entrance of the small courtyard, an old man was smoking a pipe. He was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, smoking calmly. In the eyes of others, it was just a very ordinary courtyard. The corners of Lin Ling's eyes twitched. Even though he had traveled extensively over the years, this was the first time he had seen such a miraculous scene. Most importantly, whether it was his soul power or his 10,000 mammoth magic eyes, these people were mortals. Of course, if it wasn't for the scene with Suihua, he would definitely think that they were very ordinary people. Coming. At this time, the old man also saw Lin Ling and the others. He immediately sat up straight and tapped his opium pipe on the soles of his shoes. Looking somewhat excited, he smiled, revealing a few sparse yellow front teeth. However, he looked at Xiaoluan with excitement. Old woman, hurry up and pour me some water. Dan, there are guests coming tonight. Kill that Luhua chicken and add more dishes tonight. Next, the old man chuckled. Damn old man, I think you're just greedy. You want to eat spicy Luhua chicken. The auntie came over with a few bowls of water and handed one to Lin Ling and Xiaoluan. Suihua was very obedient. She picked up the corn and went to feed the chicken. Lin Ling was speechless. He was even more confused now. Come, little girl, let Grandpa have a look. The old man kept staring at Xiaoluan with a smile on his face. But to Lin Ling, the old man looked a little wretched. Grandpa, may I know who you are? However, Lin Ling saw that Xiaoluan was afraid, so he spoke up for Xiaoluan. However, when the old man saw Lin Ling, his attitude changed and his face darkened. This made Lin Ling speechless, but he was too lazy to care about his attitude. Old man, look at yourself. I think you're just jealous of old Lei. At this time, the auntie laughed and scolded him. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and said, little boy, he's called Old Black. We all call him Old Black. Little boy? Lin Ling was speechless. But seeing that Lin Ling was still confused, the auntie continued, but outside, people call him Kurishin. This sentence seemed to be said casually, but to Lin Ling, it was like a bolt from the blue. Kurishin, one of the 4 gods. All the mysteries in Lin Ling's mind were solved in an instant. No wonder the Yuan venerates and martial gods hadn't dared say anything. It turned out that Suihua was from the Kurishin. She was also a powerhouse who could directly meet the Kurishin. This also meant that Lin Ling had been able to survive all those powerhouses because of Xiaoluan. He had never imagined that he would end up like this after helping this girl out of pity for Xiaoluan. It seemed like the queen had been right. Although Lin Ling had killed many people, he had also helped many more people. Suihua is a trial taker of the divine trial and has the divine voice. Speaking of which, Xiaolin, you are also a trial taker of the divine trial and one of old Lei's men. We all know this. However, you probably didn't know that out of the 10 divine trial, only those who complete 7 missions can obtain the divine voice. However, you haven't even completed 5 of the divine trial, so it's no wonder that you can't meet old Lei. Old Lei is full of praise for you though. The auntie was easy to talk to, but her words were like thunder that rumbled in Lin Ling's mind. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a god directly. However, you are also worthy of being one of old Lei's men. You have done well, because you are the first person to meet Old Black without any fear. You have to know that this damned old man treats his own people well but is very fierce to outsiders. He is especially strict with old Lei's men. The auntie said with a smile before she went to slaughter the chicken. The people in the courtyard were all busy. Only Kirishin was left smoking, while Lin Ling and Xiao Luan stood there in a daze. After standing there for a while, Lin Ling's stubbornness flared up. This old man looked down on him so much, so why should he give him any face? After all, he was one of Lei Gong's men, therefore, he took a few steps forward and pulled out 2 chairs for Xiao Luan to sit down. Then, he sat down calmly. At this moment, Sui Hua and the rest who were working in the distance secretly laughed. Kirishin seemed to be smoking, but his slightly closed eyes clearly twitched. This old Lei's men were really arrogant. Their stubbornness was exactly the same as old Lei's. Stop pretending to be asleep. Tell me, what do you want Xiao Luan to do? Lin Ling spoke up at this moment. However, Kirishin did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued smoking with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Ling chuckled in his heart. He thought that gods were dignified and divine, but it turned out that they were just old geezers. However, this also showed how formidable gods were because they possessed the laws of the Grand Tao that returned to its original simplicity. Don't think that I don't know that Xiao Luan has a world will on him. Gods like you are most afraid of this power and can't wait to destroy it. Therefore, if you want to harm Xiao Luan, don't blame me for being impolite. Perhaps I am not your opponent, but if you want to harm Xiao Luan, I, Lin Ling, will definitely draw my sword and meet you. Lin Ling said again, but this time, his voice was cold. With his personality, Xiao Luan was already his family and friend. Therefore, no matter who the other party was, as long as they dared to harm his family and friends, he was not afraid of gods. Protecting those close to him was also one of Lin Ling's personalities. This time, after Lin Ling's words floated out, the Kirishin finally slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, a terrifying ancient power began to spread out. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Darkness Invasion. Endless darkness suddenly came like a tide. Heaven and earth were drowned in darkness, and it was lonely. In Lin Ling's ears, an emotionless voice floated over. You don't have to know what you shouldn't know. If you know too much, you might be a dead man. Horrifying, Lin Ling felt that he was cut off from everything. It was like he was sealed. He couldn't even sense the giant ghost that had been drifting around him. She is my family, and I brought her out. Her life and death are related to me. I have to know. Yes, but being drowned in the endless darkness, Lin Ling also shouted coldly, but he realized that the ground seemed to have cracked open, and a dark abyss appeared. The endless darkness was like tentacles that drowned him and pulled him into the abyss. Lin Ling could clearly see his arms and legs. The endless darkness was like a tide that drowned him. It gradually reached his chest and cheeks. Finally, it drowned his eyes. Obviously, because Lin Ling knew some secrets, the Kirishin wanted to harm him, unless Lin Ling gave up on prying into the secrets of the gods. But was that possible? In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling had protected all his family and friends. He had never taken a step back. Now, Lin Ling treated Xiao Luan as his family and friend. How could he give up? If he gave up, it would not be in line with Lin Ling's principles. Lin Ling's heart was screaming and resisting. The world-swallowing beast's talent was also crazily swallowing the darkness. Compared to the evil ghost jellyfish, the world-swallowing beast swallowed the darkness faster. Of course, compared to the endless darkness around him, the world-swallowing beast's swallowing power was still very weak. It did not have much effect. This made Lin Ling feel that he might die here. The gods came from the era of the gods. They had seen countless deaths. To the gods, Lin Ling was just an ant. Even Li Xiaoyao was a junior in front of the gods. If he didn't want to die, all he had to do was take a step back and compromise with the gods. But Lin Ling did not compromise. If he did not know what God wanted to do with Xiao Luan, he would not hand him over. Now that he was on the brink of death, the will to live in his heart was frantically fighting against it, a calamity of life and death. Lin Ling didn't know how many times he had experienced this in his life. Every time he faced it, he felt as if he was carrying a mountain of 1,000 caddies on his back. It made him tired and made him want to give up completely. However, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and withstood it every time. He didn't know if he could survive this life or death calamity, but he knew that he couldn't die here, because he had too many unfinished business. 3 years later, that fateful battle would take place. Yu, Xianxia and the others, grandfather, mother, and the others, there were too many, because Lin Ling had too many ties in his heart. He didn't want to give up on anyone. Thus, he wouldn't give up on little Luan either, and he would continue to fight. Rumble. At that moment, in the endless darkness, a candlelight flashed. The Buddha dragon's Sanskrit spread out, and the candlelight grew brighter and brighter. It kept blooming in Lin Ling's body like a flower. The light even made Lin Ling unable to look at himself. The light seemed to come from the universe. No, it was the calamity-destroying sun bow. When all the darkness met the light, it melted like snow. When all the darkness was expelled, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He found that he was still sitting on the chair, and beside him was little Luan. The old man was still sitting with his legs crossed, smoking calmly. It was as if everything that had happened before was a dream, but Lin Ling knew that it was not a dream. The gods' methods were indeed terrifying. Without anyone knowing, they had let him walk around in the hands of the king of hell, but then, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He felt that his realm-swallowing beast talent had broken through and reached the 5th grade. It had also given birth to the ears of chaos. This was because the realm-swallowing beast's ultimate goal was chaos, one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the universe. So, in the process of continuous growth, it was evolving toward chaos, and now, Lin Ling had awakened the eyes of chaos and the ears of chaos. The eye of chaos was a skill that could affect a martial artist's heart of martial arts. However, Lin Ling rarely spent time researching this skill. Just like what Wanyan Bupo had said before, Lin Ling had many talents, but he had never been able to unleash their true power. The reason for this was that Lin Ling had too many talents. He did not have the time to study just one talent. Now, the ears of chaos could hear everything in the universe. Its power was stronger than the 6 ears of heaven. Here, Lin Ling could even hear the sound of 10,000 worlds. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's soul power was strong and could cover his surroundings. Sometimes, it was more convenient than the ears of chaos. So, what made Lin Ling happy was that the realm-swallowing beast talent had increased by 1 grade. This had undoubtedly increased his strength again. Not only that, Lin Ling also discovered that his cultivation had improved by 2 levels in a row, reaching the 6th layer martial progenitor realm, the peak of the mid-stage martial progenitor realm. Moreover, this breakthrough did not consume any treasures, which surprised Lin Ling. Of course, although he had broken through, the other 5 Dantians had not broken through. Only the first Dantian had broken through, but overall, Lin Ling had taken advantage of this time. He couldn't help but look at the calm black god. That old man was blowing out smoke rings. He really looked like a big boss. Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. Although he was not happy with the old man's arrogance, he would still be polite on the surface. "Thank you, senior," Lin Ling said calmly. "Humph." The old man snorted coldly, which made Sui Hua and the others laugh secretly. Only they knew that the Kirishan rarely helped outsiders, especially Lei Gong's people. Not to mention helping them, the Kirishan would pull a long face. It was the first time that the Kirishan had helped Lin Ling improve his strength. "Senior, if I had not persevered, I would have died." However, Lin Ling sneered. "That's right. If you had given up halfway, you would have died. Some secrets should not be known by too many people," the old man said indifferently. Previously, if Lin Ling had not stubbornly persisted and resisted, the darkness would have completely engulfed him. Fortunately, Lin Ling had never given up resisting and had never thought of compromising. This also showed that Lin Ling was not using Xiaoluan, but treating Xiaoluan as a true friend. Based on this, the Kirishan would not kill Lin Ling. What a black-hearted old man. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but curse. Of course, although he was cursing, he still had a feeling that the Kirishan would not kill him at the most critical moment. After all, he was Lei Gong's man. "Little brat, who are you cursing? Be rude." Translator, Transin editor, Transin World will host. He didn't look like a god at all. He looked more like an old man. Haha, stop putting on airs. Tell me, what do you want to do to little Luan? However, Lin Ling became unperturbed again. He sat back down, crossed his legs, and said calmly, "Don't worry." Old Man He narrowed his eyes. Although he was angry on the surface, his heart was full of admiration. In the 9 prefectures, other than the gods, only this mortal dared to be so unafraid of him. However, this fearlessness wasn't an act. He knew that some people wanted to attract his attention and purposely pretended to be fearless. However, he could see through such people with a single glance. Lin Ling wasn't acting. He felt that if he really did harm to little Luan, this kid would really fight with his life on the line. I know that you were Li Xiaoyao in your past life. You have a great enmity with Lu Li. However, let me tell you, no matter if it's you or Li Xiaoyao, in front of me, you're just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. At best, you can only be considered as good seedlings. The Curishan's words undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. It wasn't difficult for someone from the era of gods to see through his past life. After all, even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would still have to call this old man senior. Of course, you're also very strange. You can't see through Li Xiaoyao's past life. No wonder, no wonder. Old Man He smiled meaningfully. His words caused Sui Hua and the others who were working not far away to have a flash in their eyes, because they knew that when a Curishan said these words, it meant that the Curishan really couldn't see through him. In the 9 prefectures, there were very, very few people that the Curishan couldn't see through. They couldn't help but secretly mutter. It was said that those who could become trial takers of the divine trials were all extraordinary. Could it be that Lin Ling's past life was also an existence with a great background? This sword, this evil spirit, and that treasure god Nanwufingyu. Even God Emperor Zhonggang and that guy who gave up his god seat. No wonder they all know you. Old Man He continued, however, this is also an unimportant matter. However, Lin Ling felt that this was not irrelevant. He knew that the sword Old Man He was talking about was the tyrannical Song sword. As for the evil ghost, it was the giant ghost. Then there was Nanwufingyu treasure god and the steel slayer god emperor. These were all existences from the era of the gods, but they all appeared in Lin Ling's world. As for the guy who gave up his divine throne, Lin Ling was confused. Of course, he also instantly thought of the person who had introduced him to the martial god realm. The mysterious blue-robed young man who took Venerable Si Kongming as his disciple. These mysteries made Lin Ling feel that the world ahead was filled with clouds and mist. However, he did not think too much about it and asked, "What do you plan to do with Xiaoluan?" "Take her as a disciple." Old Man He looked at Lin Ling seriously. "I don't lie. I will not harm her. Instead, I plan to take her as a disciple and teach her the great Tao. Moreover, let me tell you this. She is one of the world wills. In the future, the god of the world wills will very likely use her body to resurrect. Therefore, such an existence must be killed. However, there is another way, and that is to train her so that she has a strong consciousness and can resist the god of the world wills. This is also fate. In the entire universe, and even in the realm of the gods, there are only a few such hosts." Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Although he did not know what the world wills were, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying existence. To be honest, the world wills represented the entire universe. It was also a powerful law, and its existence was to protect the entire void of the universe. However, human martial artists were greedy and shameless. They killed mercilessly, causing the world wills to want to destroy the world. The entire void of the universe wanted to get rid of the parasites in its body. As for the 4 gods, including all the trial of gods, they only had one goal and mission, and that was to stop the world wills. This was Lin Ling's understanding of the world wills. "Can you guarantee that you won't hurt her?" Lin Ling asked. "I can. She will also become the 3rd disciple in my life." Old Man He looked at Lin Ling indifferently as he said this. Generally speaking, with his status, he would not bother to explain such things. However, he could sense that Lin Ling was protecting Xiaoluan. That kind of protection came from the bottom of his heart, and he was not even afraid of death. Therefore, he explained all of this. It was as if Lin Ling was Xiaoluan's brother, and if he wanted to take Xiaoluan away, then he had to get Lin Ling's permission. Xiaoluan, what do you think? Lin Ling also knew that if Kirishin could say all this, then his promise was most likely true. However, he still looked at Xiaoluan and said this. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling, then looked at Kirishin. Her big eyes kept flashing, and she suddenly asked, if I follow you, can I become stronger? Ha ha ha. Kirishin laughed and said kindly, yes, you can become stronger than all of them here. Xiaoluan's eyes suddenly flashed, and she asked, I have been a jinx since I was young. Grandpa, aren't you afraid that I will implicate you? Ha ha ha. Kirishin could not help but laugh louder. He said word by word, if you become my disciple, you will be my granddaughter. If there is any disaster, Grandpa will bear it. When he said the last sentence, he did not sound like a high and mighty god, but more like a kind grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoluan's eyes suddenly moistened. Xiaoluan, quickly greet your master. Lin Ling immediately felt happy for Xiaoluan. He could also sense that this Kirishin was very fierce to outsiders, but very kind to his own people. If Xiaoluan became his disciple, it would be a good ending. Old woman, you have a strange granddaughter today. Is the food ready yet? Coming. Then. The few of them began to eat in the small courtyard, looking very happy. Lin Ling also realized that other than the old woman, the only people who could eat together with the Kirishin were Hua, the woodcutter, and a simple and honest man. These three people were obviously trial of gods, and their identities were at the level of God's voice. Xiaoluan, every god only has 10 trial of gods. You are Lei Gong's subordinate, and one of the last trial of gods to become a trial of gods. You have to work hard. The old woman was very courteous. As she spoke, she picked up some food for Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately thanked her. Then he remembered that he was still in the middle of his second mission. If he wanted to complete 5 missions and meet Lei Gong, it would not be easy. As for Sister Hua and the others, completing 7 missions must have taken a lot of time. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt a little strange. He had never thought that he would meet a Kirishin for the first time, even though he had never met Lei Gong. However, he quickly asked, Senior Kirishin, do you know about the dragon race? Dragon race? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 months of fishing. After a short conversation, the Kirishin was no longer as fierce towards Lin Ling. Of course, he knew that this kid was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Hence, he was too lazy to put on airs. Hee hee. Lin Ling smiled and took out the wine he brought. He respectfully poured a cup for the Kirishin and said, Senior Kirishin, I don't have any treasures to show my filial piety to you. I only have a pot of coarse wine. Although my wine can't be compared to the wine here, it's strong enough. Senior Kirishin, it's not bad to change your taste occasionally. He was such a person. Even if others didn't look down on him, he would still treat them as someone important. You little brat. The Kirishin laughed and scolded him. However, when he smelled the wine, he was immediately tempted, although he had drunk a lot of alcohol in his life, and it wasn't like he had never drunk Lin Ling's wine before. He had been living here most of the time, and the wine he brewed was mainly light and mellow. He rarely drank hard liquor, just like what Lin Ling said, it's not bad to change your taste occasionally. Then, he narrowed his eyes and tasted the strong wine. He was extremely satisfied. At the same time, he was jealous because most of his trial takers were well behaved. None of them were as cunning and manipulative as Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was old Lei's man. He was so envious. If he had found Lin Ling earlier, then Lin Ling would have been his man. The dragon tribe is a bunch of stubborn old men. If you follow the ancient dragon wasteland, then you can cross the Kaiyuan River and find them. The Kirishin said calmly. Well, which way should I go? Lin Ling asked curiously. Hee hee, I can't say. Moreover, old Lei will definitely scold me. Anyway, if your luck is not bad, you can also meet them in the ancient dragon wasteland. If your luck is bad, then you can only keep walking. Delivering letters is such a tough job. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Ha ha ha. Kirishin laughed out loud. He seemed to be in a good mood when he saw Lin Ling's depressed face. It's not impossible to tell you the direction. Don't you have old Lei's guide? Just follow it. However, even if you want to see the dragons, sometimes they may not want to see you. After laughing, the Kirishin said again. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Ling hurriedly asked as many questions as he could. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. No problem. Senior, go ahead. Release your dragon chi. When the time comes, the dragon clan will meet you. After the conversation, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation. Next, he would ask the Kirishin to let him enter the ancient dragon wasteland. After all, this place had been sealed off, and those without a quota couldn't enter at all. The Kirishin did not care about this at all and nodded immediately. Lin Ling was curious and asked what the shops in the ancient dragon wasteland had and how to buy treasures. After all, Lin Ling was only short of a fruit. If he could buy the fruit of fortune, Lin Ling's path of fire would have another powerful technique. Unfortunately, the Kirishin smiled mysteriously, which made Lin Ling speechless. Next, Lin Ling kept trying to please the old man, but the old man was tight-lipped and refused to give him a single cent. In the end, Lin Ling had to give up. This meal was very enjoyable. Lin Ling was relieved to leave Shaluan to the Kirishin and was about to leave. However, at this time, the Kirishin said lightly, You said before that you have to promise me one thing. Now, I'll tell you this. I'll fish here for 3 months. What? Fish? Lin Ling was tongue-tied and couldn't believe it. One had to know that the 3 years agreement was getting closer and closer. Therefore, Lin Ling had to find an Yuer immediately and complete the task of delivering the letter. How could he have time to fish here? Taking a step back, if he cultivated here, Lin Ling would still be interested in fishing. Senior Kirishin, can you change this? I'm a person who likes to fry fish. If it's fishing, I really can't do it. Lin Ling begged. He had agreed too quickly. If he knew that it was fishing, he wouldn't have agreed even if he was beaten to death. What? You want to go back on your words? The Kirishin narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling could only nod helplessly. He only hoped that an Yuer would not leave the ancient dragon wasteland in these 3 months. Next, Lin Ling lived in the small forest. He went out at sunrise and went to rest at sunset. As for the day, he would occasionally feed the chickens with Sister Tsui Hua and chop firewood with the woodcutter. Although it was boring, he still enjoyed it, especially fishing. He fished in a small pond beside the small forest. The fish there were fresh and fat. At first, Lin Ling fished for a day but he didn't catch a single fish. However, as the days passed, his heart calmed down. Slowly, he caught more and more fish. The Kirishin praised him because he had delicious fish soup to drink every day. Lin Ling also realized that those fat fish were also extraordinary. After eating them every day, his physical strength also slowly increased. Gradually, it reached 13,000 worlds power. His speed also reached 1300 worlds speed. It increased by 3000 worlds power. If he fused with his talent, he could reach 18,000 worlds power, close to 20,000 worlds power. It had to be said that sometimes, cultivation was not always about seclusion. Ordinary days like these could also bring about good results, and Lin Ling had a deep understanding of this, because in these years, he was decisive in killing and his personality was also magnanimous. His heart was still a little impetuous. However, under the peaceful fishing, his heart also calmed down, especially the resistance to killing intent and demonic chi. It was undoubtedly stronger. Haha, little Lin, this kid seems unruly but he also values principles. He said he was fishing and he really did it for 3 months. When Lin Ling went fishing, in the courtyard, the aunt said while feeding the chickens. This kid is not simple. The Kirishin smoked, crossed his legs and said, The evil spirit beside me is a god, but he has lost his memory. If the 8 gods return, I'm afraid he won't be weaker than me, or even stronger. Moreover, he has the god sword and several divine embryos. TSK, if they can all grow up, he will definitely become a god in the future. In addition, he has 6 dantians, which is really amazing. Legend has it that if one has 9 dantians, he will be the king of gods. Unfortunately, he is still a little bit away from the 9 divine body, but it is enough to be proud of. Apart from that, I can't see through his past and present life. I guess he's also a fallen god. However, such a guy was snatched away by old lightning. How enviable. Hearing Kirishin's words, the aunt stopped feeding the chickens. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Alas, too many gods have fallen in that war. My old friends have gone to the west. How many gods are still alive in this part of the universe? I'm afraid there are only a handful of them left. Yes. In the past, the intermediate gods were kings, but now, the lower gods are kings. All the intermediate gods have fallen. Translator, trans and editor, trans and shredded smoke. At this moment, at the edge of the ancient lake, the water was calm. A fishing rod was like a heavenly pillar, motionless. At the edge of the ancient lake, a young man was wearing a bamboo hat, motionless like a statue. From afar, this young man looked like a villager who had escaped from the slaughter, and he was Lin Ling. Beside him was Xiaoluan, who was also fishing with Lin Ling. The two of them formed a beautiful scene at the edge of the ancient lake. Of course, the giant ghost would interrupt from time to time, breaking the silence. Of course, it talked more about the roasted fish. Junior brother Lin, you've caught quite a lot today. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Sister Tsuehua was walking over from afar. Moreover, she was leading a cow behind her. Her feet were also covered in yellow mud. Those who did not know her would definitely think that she was a village girl. Sister Tsuehua. Lin Ling smiled faintly and greeted her. Sister Tsuehua walked over with the cow. She looked at the wooden bucket beside Lin Ling and saw a dozen fat fish. She couldn't help but smile. In this period of time, Lin Ling's fishing skills had improved. The murderous aura on his body had gradually subsided, and even disappeared. He had completely transformed into a mortal. At some point, she also thought that Lin Ling was a villager, just like them, but for them to have this kind of aura, it was after 10,000 years. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had just become a trial taker of the divine. No wonder Lei Gong was full of praise for Lin Ling. The Curishan said that you don't have to fish tomorrow. The 3 months are up. Sitting beside Lin Ling, Tsuehua said with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. 3 months have passed without me noticing. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. He didn't reveal a happy expression, and his mood was calm. He even fell in love with fishing. Fishing might seem dull and tedious, but it was extremely good for tempering one's state of mind. When one was motionless, one would be like a rock, but when one moved, one would be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In fact, Lin Ling did not have an easy time in the beginning during these 3 months. That was because he was a martial artist. In this life, he was decisive in killing. How could he stay still? Many times, he had almost used his sword to kill fish. However, with Xiaoluan's help, he managed to endure it in the end. After enduring for the first time, it gradually improved. In the end, he discovered that because of his calm heart, the ancestral power of the tyrannical singing sword had quietly reached 100% ancestral power. Moreover, he had achieved it unknowingly. This meant that Lin Ling could easily unleash this power. Looking back, Lin Ling discovered that in these peaceful days, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. According to the evaluation, if he was on the divine list, he would probably be ranked in the top 300. Lin Ling was confident that he could easily defeat a half-step martial god, even if it was an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. Junior brother Lin, I heard that you're going to the ancient dragon desolate land, right? At this moment, Sister Tsuehua suddenly whispered. Lin Ling blinked and immediately nodded his head. Hee, take this. Sister Tsuehua immediately stuffed a small bag into Lin Ling's hand. Furthermore, she acted sneakily, as if she was afraid of being discovered. The small bag that was stuffed into Lin Ling's hand was wrapped in lotus leaves. Lin Ling opened it and saw that it was filled with tobacco. This made Lin Ling confused. Could it be that Sister Tsuehua had invited him to smoke? This is Lord Curishan's tobacco. Sister Tsuehua giggled and said, currently, the ancient dragon desolate land is a training ground for a few junior brothers. If you encounter them, junior brother Lin only needs to take out some tobacco. They will definitely take care of you. You can do that? Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, and when you go to the store to buy things, you can buy them at a 50% discount. Sister Tsuehua opened her mouth again. 50% discount? Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he still did not believe it. Is this really possible? Of course. Sister Tsuehua nodded her head and said proudly, the store is opened by my family. Would those guys who look after the store dare to disobey? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but chuckle. This could be considered as going through the back door. Following that, Lin Ling packed up the fishing equipment, took the wooden bucket and walked towards the small forest. Tonight, the courtyard was undoubtedly very lively. The Kirishin took the opportunity to kill a few more chickens and ate happily. However, the ant did not object because tonight's meal was obviously to send Lin Ling off. Of course, when Xiaoluan knew that Lin Ling was going to leave, her eyes were red the entire night. In her heart, Lin Ling was her only family. She could not bear for Lin Ling to leave. Lin Ling was a little worried about this at first. However, in these 3 months, Lin Ling had secretly observed that the Kirishin treated Xiaoluan very well. Xiaoluan had completely accepted them, so Lin Ling could completely leave. Early the next morning, Lin Ling left the small forest. In the courtyard, Xiaoluan bit her lip and watched Lin Ling leave. "Sir, in the future, I will look for you," Xiaoluan yelled loudly. "Okay, when Xiaoluan becomes stronger, I will protect you." Lin Ling waved his hand with his back facing her and finally disappeared into the forest. "Sir," Xiaoluan muttered to herself. However, her eyes quietly turned pitch black and there was a hint of determination in them. She knew very well that if it were not for Lin Ling, she would still be hiding in the cold and damp mine. Perhaps no one would even know if she died. It was Lin Ling who brought her out of this new world. She would never forget this kindness. "This bun, Xiaoluan will always keep it." A dry bun appeared in Xiaoluan's hand. This bun was also given to Xiaoluan by Lin Ling in the mine. She obviously could not bear to eat it and had kept it until now. She planned to keep it for the future. After Lin Ling left the small forest, a tall figure was already standing outside. It was the Platinum Evil Ghost. The Platinum Evil Ghost had been waiting for him here for 3 months. "Finally left that guy," the giant ghost said coldly. "You hate him?" Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and could not help but ask. "I can't say that I hate him. However, I know that he has been watching me," the giant ghost said and immediately floated forward. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He then looked at the void passage in front of him and there was a hint of light in his eyes. Although the 3 months of boring fishing had wasted a lot of Lin Ling's time, the harvest was also great. That silence would forever remain in Lin Ling's heart. "It's time to go to the ancient dragon wasteland. I wonder how it is over there. Moreover, I have to quickly find the old man's shop and see if there are any suitable treasures to buy." Lin Ling also stepped into the void passage. However, he could not help but scold, "That old man is so stingy. I am so close to him but he did not give me any treasures. Instead, he eats the fish I catch every day and is stingy. Moreover, he opened a shop in the wasteland. Is he crazy?" He still looked down on the Kirishin. He hoped that Lei Gong would not be as stingy as the Kirishin. Achoo. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Heading towards the ancient dragon wasteland, these curses also caused the people in the courtyard to laugh quietly. They subconsciously looked into the distance. They knew that it wouldn't be long before they would also be able to see Lin Ling at Lei Gong's place. After Lin Ling entered the spatial passageway, he reappeared at the ancient Yuan mountain range. 3 months had passed, and peace had also returned to the great grassland. The various large mines continued to operate. However, the great battle 3 months ago had also left behind countless legends. A great battle between martial gods, the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, especially the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling. This was even more shocking. This was because Lin Ling had once again survived at the hands of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. Moreover, he had even killed the second leader of the place of eternal rest, Wanyan Shijing. Such news had already spread throughout the various large mines. Everyone was shocked, and no one was unconvinced. Even the minds of the God Slayer Alliance had received this news. Sakura and the others were undoubtedly extremely excited. This was because they had all been to the depths of the ancient Yuan mountain range. However, there, they could only keep a low profile like passers-by. In fact, they had even thought that Lin Ling would also keep a low profile like passers-by. However, who knew that this guy would also kill the leader of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? This undoubtedly caused the reputation of the God Slayer Alliance to soar. In reality, this was indeed a single wave that caused 1,000 ripples. This was because the nearby mines had all given Lin Ling face. This was especially true for the Red Alliance. Not only did this group of people not dare to cause trouble, they even took the initiative to apologize to him. Moreover, the various leaders were all rejoicing. Fortunately, they hadn't provoked Lin Ling, otherwise, the consequences would definitely be the eradication of the Red Alliance. Without a doubt, the God Slayer Alliance's foundation in the Great Grassland had also been firmly established. Lin Ling obviously didn't know about this. At this moment, he was walking in the direction of the ancient dragon wasteland. His current location was also very close to the ancient dragon wasteland. Finally, when a gigantic abandoned mine appeared in front of him, Lin Ling looked at the map. He finally knew that this was the entrance to the ancient dragon wasteland. That abandoned mine was very, very big, and it was endless. It was like a huge city wall, and there was a gap in it. That gap was the entrance to the ancient dragon wasteland. Furthermore, because of the appearance of the Curation store, many experts attempted to enter the ancient dragon wasteland. These experts didn't seem to have come from the Guyuan mountain range. Among them were students of the academy, the major alliances, and the major powers. However, unlike the ancient Yuan mountain range, these experts came from the final world. Clearly, if one wanted to enter the ancient dragon wasteland, the most basic requirement was to be a martial artist of the final world. What a huge city! At the edge of the huge gap, a prosperous ancient city was built there. It could be seen that this ancient city used to be one of the mines, but it was abandoned. If one wanted to enter the ancient dragon wasteland, this city was the only supply station, so the business in the ancient city had always been good. Lin Ling immediately led the golden white demon towards the ancient city. This was because he currently wanted to enter the ancient dragon desolate land, but he did not know where to enter. After all, if he forcefully barged in, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules. As for the consequences of breaking the rules, Lin Ling did not know, but he guessed that it was definitely not good. On the road leading to the ancient city, a large number of young people walked forward. If one looked carefully, there were actually many half-step martial god experts. On the contrary, there were fewer old monsters. Even if there were, they were mysterious, making people feel very strange. This ancient dragon wasteland has already been open for 3 months. We are considered the third batch to enter. Luckily, I got a spot. Hehe, tomorrow is the day when it opens, so I managed to catch up. Your luck is not bad, but have you joined an alliance? Yes. Yes, I'm from the Guangfeng Union. Our leader is the 372nd canon god on the gods list. I've also joined the Purple Cloud Union. You've really thought it through thoroughly, you bastard. There was no lack of chatterbox people on the road. This seemed to be an extremely common thing in any city, therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to find out the information he needed. First, the ancient dragon wasteland had already been open for 3 months. Second, tomorrow was the day when it opened. This meant that Lin Ling did not miss this opportunity. As for alliances, Lin Ling was not surprised because there were many alliances in the ancient Yuan mountain range. This atmosphere also came from the final world. Lin Ling also opened the chaos ear to listen to the voice of all things and collect information. However, there was not much valuable information. Lin Ling only knew that the 9 prefectures 10 vicious who had entered the ancient dragon wasteland. Other than the immortal temple, there were other forces. This made Lin Ling somewhat expectant. He didn't know if he would encounter the Creation Alliance. After all, he had not met the 9 lantern fish senior Lu Chen for a long time. After a moment, when Lin Ling entered the ancient city, he immediately heard a few familiar voices, causing him to smile. Snow Wind Academy also got a spot. Then, he put away the chaos ear and walked along the street. Not long after, 4 figures appeared in front of him. They were all wearing the robes of the Snow Wind Academy and were talking excitedly. Hehe, my mother finally got a spot. I heard that this ancient dragon wasteland was opened by the gods. I wonder what kind of treasures we can buy. Tianao, your mother is the dean. She is indeed powerful. But how can the treasures in the god shop be weak? Anyway, I am so excited. I just spent 5 billion Emperor crystals to take the teleportation array here. Although it was painful to spend, it was worth it. Luo Wu Chang, you originally wanted to go through the ancient Yuan mountain range and the ancient Yuan forest. Fortunately, I didn't listen to you. Otherwise, we would have missed this opening and can only enter next month. Hehe, I'm just worried about that little bit of money. We have already got a spot for you and you still want to save money? These 4 figures were all acquaintances of Lin Ling. The leader was Zhong Jin, the second strongest person in the Divine Third Hall of the Snow Wind Academy. He had also gone to the E-Garden with Lin Ling in the past. The other 3 were the Dean's son, Tianao, Luo Wucheng and Xuan Yanming. Obviously, the Snow Wind Academy had found 4 spots for them. And these 4 people were either very strong or had good backers. So, they came to represent the Snow Wind Academy. Of course, compared to other academies, the Snow Wind Academy spots were actually very few. Moreover, they were different from Lin Ling. They came by the god's teleportation array. This kind of array was set up by the god Miao's true disciples and the fee was expensive. Usually, it was not available because the god Miao's true disciples knew that many people wanted to go directly to this place. So, 2 months ago, they worked overnight and finally set it up completely. From this god's teleportation array, one could reach the final world and quickly reach here from there. Everyone, be careful. This is not the final world. Killing people is not a problem. As a senior, Zhong Jin was obviously cautious, so he could not help but remind them. Hehe, what are you afraid of? Translator, Transin editor, Transin Tian Ao again. You guys, sigh. Zhong Jin sighed, do you know? Many of those who went to the ancient dragon wasteland are big shots. There are the 9 states 10 vicious, there are huge forces in the final world, like the Duan family, Miao Shen's true disciple, they all have people who entered. As for the students of the academy, they have formed an alliance. We have not joined any alliance, Wind Snow Academy also has no alliance. If we provoke others, we will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Tian Ao and the rest finally restrained themselves, but they were still not very afraid and laughed. As long as we don't provoke others, isn't that enough? Senior Zhong, I think you're just a bird that's startled by the twang of a bough. But can you guarantee that others will not provoke you? Zhong Jin carefully looked ahead, as if he was afraid of being targeted by some old monster. However, his words made Tian Ao and the rest curled their lips and did not refute, because Zhong Jin's words made sense. Zhong Jin was still cautiously staring into the distance, but at this moment, a palm suddenly patted his shoulder, and there was a faint laughter. This pat undoubtedly made Zhong Jin's body tremble and he immediately sat on the ground. His face was pale as he begged, Senior, we are just young students of the academy, don't kill me, don't kill me. Tian Ao and the rest's faces changed because they also knew that this was not the Wind Snow Academy. Killing and robbing on the street was not impossible, but why were they so unlucky? Someone had to provoke them, they could not help but turn their heads to look and were stunned. Then, their mouths were wide open, because, this is Lin Ling? Hehe, long time no see. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. Of course, he was also surprised by Zhong Jin's appearance. What happened to this guy? He was so scared that he became a turtle. Zhong Jin almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Although he was not weak, his character was a little timid. Otherwise, the first place of the Shinsan Hall would have been him, and not Kagura. Lin Ling. Then, he looked up and suddenly laughed. What the hell are you doing? Lin Ling looked at him strangely. His words made Zhong Jin extremely embarrassed, while Tian Ao and the rest laughed. Let's not talk about it anymore. I don't want to embarrass Senior Zhong. But you, why are you here? Then, Tianao punched Lin Ling in the chest and laughed. His voice was a little excited, clearly, he was also very surprised by Lin Ling's appearance here. Could it be that you also want to go to the ancient dragon desolate land? Speaking of which, the dean had already fought for a spot for you, but he didn't see you for a long time. In the end, he could only let the 4 of us come. Luo Wucheng added. Don't worry, I already have a spot. Lin Ling shrugged and said. What a joke, he had just come back from fishing with the mastermind, how could he not be qualified to enter? Wow, you're amazing. By the way, where have you been all this time? Why haven't I seen you around? Zhuang Yanming also spoke. Obviously, they had come here by teleportation array, so they did not know about the Guyuan mountain range. If they knew, they would probably follow Zhong Jin's example and fall to the ground in shock. Also, are you going to fight Martial God when Tian's disciple? Everyone in the final world is talking about you right now. Next, they began to chatter among themselves. Lin Ling helplessly slapped his forehead and said, "This is a long story. Let's talk about it as we walk." "All right." Tianao and the rest nodded excitedly. The few of them walked forward and finally found a restaurant to sit down and reminisce about the past while waiting for the opening of the ancient Dragon Desolate Land tomorrow. This restaurant was called Elegant Monarch Restaurant. Compared to the restaurants in Plentiful City, it was undoubtedly more elegant. After all, one was an Orvain and the other was an abandoned Orvain. Relying on martial artists to drive income, how could the restaurant's decoration be bad? After entering the restaurant, it was packed with people. Most of them were actually students from the academy. There were experts from the third Divine Hall and the second Divine Hall who were happily chatting with each other. Obviously, they were very excited about entering the ancient Dragon Desolate Land tomorrow. For them to appear here, it meant that their background was not small. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get a spot. The hall on the first floor was full, so Lin Ling and the rest went directly to the second floor. However, the second floor was also bustling with noise. Fortunately, there was an empty table. Then, Lin Ling and the rest sat down. Lin Ling called for the waiter to serve wine and dishes. Currently, Lin Ling had a large amount of royal crystals, so he wanted to treat these seniors and juniors to a meal. It had to be said that the Elegant Monarch restaurant's food was indeed good. The wine was also very tasty. Always drinking strong wine, occasionally drinking this pure wine is also very good. Lin Ling drank 3 cups in a row and nodded. Tianao and the rest were the same. After clinking their cups with Lin Ling, they ate heartily. Then, they asked Lin Ling about the arranged battle. However, just as Lin Ling was about to speak, the restaurant was filled with discussions. Moreover, the voices were not soft. "Have you heard? Ting Yu Qiu Feng from the royal restaurant, he took first place in the competition between the 5 academies. Moreover, he is the newest student of the 36 academies. However, he rushed into the third hall in 10 years and became one of the new kings of the 36 academies. He is ranked 9th. The person who spoke, his voice was filled with pride. The Royal Academy was a mid-ranked academy among the 36 academies. Most importantly, this person was also a member of the Royal Academy. Lin Ling and the rest shook their heads. This person was flattering their own academy. However, they were too lazy to care. However, at this moment, more discussions were heard. The 9th king of the newcomers? Isn't that more powerful than Lin Ling from before? It's said that Lin Ling is also one of the newcomer kings. He also came out of nowhere during this period of time. Especially after the battle at Yi Garden, some people say that he already has 1 foot in the strongest circle of Xianxia Hall. Lin Ling is also considered the king of the newcomers. However, he is still not as good as Ting Yu Qiu Feng because it is said that the latter has entered the top 300 of the divine list and his talent is 8th grade. When Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhen, he was barely in the top 400 of the divine list. The top 10 king of the newcomers, the rankings have finally changed. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. At Lin Ling's table, Tianao suddenly stood up. This ranking was too decisive. It actually said that Lin Ling was weaker than Ting Yu Qiu Feng. This made him very unhappy. Of course, even the timid Zhong Jin was very unhappy. After all, he was a student of the Snow Wind Academy. "Let's eat." However, Lin Ling stopped them. This made them very angry, but in the end, they sat down. Following that, Lin Ling gently shook his head. Ting Yu Qiu Feng? The name was quite elegant. He had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body and was ranked in the 300th place on the divine ranking. His strength was not bad either. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already defeated a few 8th grade ultimate desolate body experts. Furthermore, he had already entered the 300th place. Ting Yu Autumn Wind. Say, do you think Ting Feng Autumn Rain will become the 8th rookie king? From what I know, to become the rookie king, all of them have stepped into the strongest circle of the divine 3 halls. That's possible. Currently, other than the number 1 rookie king, Longyang, everyone else can be defeated by Ting Feng Autumn Rain. That's right. However, we are still guessing based on our evaluation. After all, no one has seen whether Ting Feng Chuyu can defeat Lin Ling. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Lin Ling's battle at Garden was witnessed by everyone. He was not a match for an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, while brother Ting Feng Autumn Rain has an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. That's right. When Lin Ling meets Ting Feng Autumn Rain, he is as weak as a dog. That's right. I heard that this Lin Ling even dared to challenge Long Yang. That's just a joke. That guy knows nothing about strength. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Tian Ao and company became angrier the more they heard. These people were too good at bullshit. Ting. They spoke based on their own opinions. Of course, if this matter had nothing to do with them, they would treat it as a joke. However, the Lin Ling they spoke of was Snow Wind Academy's #1 expert. Bullshit. T, are you done talking? Tian Ao finally stood up and said coldly. The second floor hall suddenly became silent as everyone looked at Tian Ao. Suddenly, someone sneered, no wonder you don't know etiquette. So you are from Snow Wind Academy. You must have mentioned Lin Ling, so you are angry. No, it's your mouths that are full of shit. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I really can't take it anymore. If you want to say it, please lower your voice. Don't disturb others from eating. Tian Ao said word by word. Also, let me remind you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak whatever you want. How dare you? At this moment, someone suddenly slammed the table and stood up angrily. From the looks of it, he was about to attack Tian Ao, but at this moment, a table near the window suddenly shouted, Look, isn't that Ting Yu Autumn Wind, the #1 of the 5 academies exchange competition? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion on the second floor. Many people looked through the windows and saw a young man with golden hair fluttering in the wind. He was dressed in a gorgeous robe and was slowly walking over with several experts of the academy. He had a sword hanging from his waist and his eyes were half closed. His expression was extremely proud and aloof. However, he had obtained such a reputation at such a young age. It was inevitable that he would be proud and aloof. After all, there were so many people in the 36 academies. It wasn't easy to become one of the top 10 newcomers. When the students who passed by saw him, they all greeted him politely. Obviously, these people also knew that in the final world, unless you had absolute strength, there was nothing wrong with making friends with more powerhouses. Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp. Naturally, he could sense that an expert had appeared below the restaurant. However, when he sensed the arrogance of this person, he shook his head and lowered his evaluation of Ting Feng Qiuyu, because if this person came from the ancient Yuan mountain range, then he would definitely know that there was always someone better than him. At this moment, Ting Yu Qiufeng suddenly stopped and seemed to have taken a fancy to the elegant monarch restaurant. He brought his juniors and walked in. The first floor's hall was obviously full. These people all greeted Ting Yu Qiufeng and the latter nodded lightly. There's no more seats. I have some here. Someone took the initiative to give up their seats. No need. Senior Ting Feng likes higher places. Let's go to the second floor. The juniors behind Ting Yu Qiufeng said indifferently. Following their seniors, their attitudes also became arrogant. Then, the few of them went up to the second floor. On the second floor, everyone was excited. It's Senior Ting Feng. I didn't expect him to come too. TSK, is this the newcomer king? I didn't expect that I would have the fate to meet him. Sure enough, I didn't come to the ancient dragon desolate land in vain. That's for sure. There are so many people in the 36 academies. It's your fortune to be able to meet Senior Ting Feng here. Their voices were not soft. On the stairs, Ting Feng Qiuyu revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't expect that in a place like Kaiyuan River, so many people would know his name. Then, he went up to the second floor. Everyone on the second floor immediately stood up and smiled. Ting Feng Qiuyu nodded lightly. Suddenly, his gaze swept around and found that a person sitting at a table by the window was ignoring him. This made him frown imperceptibly. Everyone, because I don't like noise when I eat, I'll have to trouble you to go to the first floor. I'll take care of all your food and drinks. How about it? At this moment, a bag of emperor crystals appeared in Ting Feng Qiuyu's hand and he threw it to the first floor. Immediately, a shopkeeper ran up with a face full of joy. Thank you for coming, young master. It's the restaurant's greatest honor. young master wants to book the entire second floor. That's not a problem. But what about them? At this point, the shopkeeper looked at the people on the second floor. His meaning was to see if they agreed or not. This shopkeeper was obviously a smart person. In this way, he wouldn't offend either side. You have any objections? Ting Fengqiu looked at the crowd again. No objections. It's our honor. Senior Ting Feng, we don't need you to pay for our food. How embarrassing. Yes, yes. Everyone said with a smile. Hee, I don't care about this little bit of money. Ting Fengqiu smiled for the first time, but it was a generous smile. Go, I'll take care of all your expenses. The last sentence was even more domineering. Thank you, Senior Ting Feng. Everyone was overjoyed and left the second floor one after another. However, there was still a person sitting at a table on the second floor who didn't leave. This made Ting Fengqiu frown. Speaking of which, were those people idiots? Or did they not understand human language? The shopkeeper was also a smart person. He immediately understood and walked to the table with a smile. Dear guests, what do you think? This table belonged to Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest were still eating and drinking. However, at this time, a money bag appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He gently placed it on the table and said, "We'll book this restaurant today. Everyone's food and expenses will be on me, including the people on the first floor." When these words were said, the second floor fell silent. Those who were walking down the stairs stopped in their tracks. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. However, Lin Ling wasn't done. He said again, "As for those who didn't order food, tell them to scram." When the word scram was said, everyone knew who he was talking about, because up until now, there was no one else who hadn't ordered food and drinks other than Ting Fengqiu and the rest. Ting Fengqiu was also stunned. Then, he laughed. It was a cold laugh. He didn't know why that person was so bold, but to be so bold in front of him, he really didn't know how to behave. Remember, it's scram. 10 million royal crystals was not a problem for him to buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures, let alone food. Therefore, he did not believe that those pretentious guys would be more generous than him. Hearing his words, the shopkeeper was also deeply afraid of being cheated. He quickly poured out the money bag in his hand. However, it didn't matter if he didn't pour it out. After pouring it out, he also gasped. What? 100 million. Monarch crystals? His heart was pounding. 100 million emperor crystals for a meal? Tycoon, 100% tycoon. As for those people on the stairs, they were all trembling at this moment. Those who were panicking almost lost their balance and fell to the first floor. Speaking of which, 100 million monarch crystals for a meal was more than enough for dragon meat. Speaking of which, Senior Tingfeng's 10 million royal crystals was like a beggar compared to the other party. This slap was undoubtedly very satisfying. Senior Tingfeng must be very embarrassed right now. Where did these guys from the Snow Wind Academy come from? How could they be so rich? Isn't Snow Wind Academy at the bottom? Who cares if he's at the bottom? If he can treat us to a meal, then he's our big brother. Not only the second floor, even the first floor was filled with discussions. This was because Lin Ling had invited the entire restaurant, including them. On the other hand, Ting Fengqiu had only invited the second floor, so they naturally sided with Lin Ling. Senior, these people are too arrogant. Should we? Behind Ting Fengqiu, the faces of the juniors turned ugly. They were originally enjoying the respect and admiration of the crowd, but who knew that those people would pour cold water on them and deliberately embarrass them? However, Ting Fengqiu waved his hand casually. He looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "I don't know which school you are from, but have you thought about the consequences of doing this?" Consequences? Lin Ling couldn't help but take a sip of wine. They were eating their own food, yet Ting Feng and Qiuyu chased them away as if they were rich. Now, they were asking for the consequences? What a joke. In terms of money, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. "I don't know what the consequences are." "Why don't you tell me?" Lin Ling played with the wine cup in his hand and said. Hearing this, Ting Fengqiu's face instantly darkened. It had been a long time since he met such an arrogant person. Seeing that things were not going well, the shopkeeper quickly tried to smooth things over. "Heroes, young masters, it doesn't matter where we eat. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? Shake hands? Before Lin Ling could speak, Tian Ao had already spoken. Shopkeeper, do you want 100 million royal crystals? Feng Chouyu's? Feng Choyu. The shopkeeper immediately smiled apologetically. Was there even a need to choose? Feng Choyu. Then did you hear what we said? Feng Choyu. Tian Ao shouted. The shopkeeper looked at Ting Feng Choyu when he said that. Feng Choyu. Feng. Ting Feng Choyu and the others were trembling with anger. They had walked proudly in the various academies, and this was the first time they met someone who used money to throw it at them. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ting Feng Choyu's voice became low. What do you mean by being rude? Lin Ling asked. If you don't get out, I'll make you get out. I'll break your legs and make you get out of the restaurant. Ting Feng Choyu said. Lin Ling shook his head. He took a sip of wine and said slowly, hee, I'm so scared. Please do it. You're asking for it. Behind Ting Feng Choyu, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. His boundary chi shook in the air and turned into a claw that grabbed towards Lin Ling. He sneered and said, you should thank Senior Ting Feng for being merciful because he only crippled your legs. If this happened outside the city, you would have been killed already. Before Lin Ling could do anything, Tian Ao attacked first. His boundary essence surged and he threw out a palm. His palm clenched into a fist in midair. Since they were in the city, both sides did not dare to be too arrogant. They only clashed with each other's boundary essence. Boom, a dull sound was heard. Ting Feng Choyu's junior was sent flying. He staggered backward and was caught by Ting Feng Choyu. The junior kept spitting out blood. Tian Ao was the son of the dean. His strength had increased greatly during this period of time. He easily defeated the expert from the third hall. This meant that Tian Ao had also stepped into the ranks of the Divine Three Halls. Lin Ling nodded. Tian Ao's talent was not weak. He was willing to work hard and learn. It was normal for his strength to increase. Peak martial ancestor. No wonder he's so confident. As for Ting Feng Choyu, he was somewhat surprised because he had already seen that these people were from the Snow Wind Academy. However, he did not expect that the people from the Snow Wind Academy would be so powerful. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. He wasn't afraid at all. Go. He said coldly. Behind him, the three juniors attacked at the same time. Although they were not very talented, they were at the peak martial ancestor realm. Although Tian Ao was stronger, fighting against three people at the same time was beyond his ability. He was at a disadvantage. Break their legs and destroy their elixir fields. Let them know that I, Ting Feng Choyu, am a man of my words. Seeing this, Ting Feng Choyu said coldly. However, at this moment, the huge bodyguard who had been standing behind Lin Ling finally made his move. He reached out his palm and broke the opponent's boundary energy. He easily grabbed the opponent's arm and twisted it. The person immediately screamed like a pig being butchered and rolled on the ground. The other people were also easily defeated by the bodyguard. They were lying on the ground and screaming like pigs being slaughtered. If one looked carefully, one would see that their arms were all broken. As for Ting Feng Choyu, he frowned. He immediately realized that the strength of the bodyguard was extraordinary. He had probably reached the martial god realm. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not expect that after being humiliated, he would not be able to take revenge. He had lost all his face. Bringing a martial god realm bodyguard. So he's rich. No wonder he has so many imperial crystals. However, the green mountain will not change and the green water will continue to flow. We'll meet again. Ting Feng Choyu did not want to stay there. He ordered his men to carry the crippled people on the ground and planned to leave the restaurant. The people on the first floor finally heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. The innkeeper, in particular, was so excited that he laughed. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was over, a calm voice suddenly said, "Wait, did I say that you can leave?" His words silenced the restaurant. Ting Feng Choyu had already turned around. When he heard that sentence, he frowned. He had already lost so much face. Was this guy still not going to let it go? He sneered and said, "What are you trying to do?" However, Lin Ling ignored him. He slowly tasted the wine in his hand. After swallowing it, he said calmly, "Attack." Hearing this, the crowd stared with their eyes open wide. Although the young man's bodyguard was quite powerful, Ting Feng Qiuyu was the newcomer king, who was said to be ranked 300 on the heavenly stairway. How could he cripple his legs and ask him to leave? Was the young man out of his mind? After all, the royal school would not let him go if he dared to attack the newcomer king. "I've already decided to settle the matter peacefully, but you're asking me to stay, and even ask me to leave?" Ting Feng Qiuyu slowly turned around and stared at Lin Ling with a hideous grin. However, Lin Ling remained calm. "I'm not going to say the same thing twice. If you don't cripple your legs, I'll do it myself. You're just relying on your bodyguard. Without him, you're nothing. How dare you ask me to do it myself?" Hearing this, Ting Feng Qiuyu burst out laughing, but his eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. "Don't tell me you're going to cripple me." As a matter of fact, he had heard this from Feng Qiuyu before, but now, Lin Ling had returned it to him. Although Ting Feng Qiuyu was smiling on the surface, he was laughing in his heart too. It had been a long time since he had met such an arrogant student. Besides, the Wind Snow Academy, wasn't that trashy place ranked at the bottom? Although Ting Feng Qiuyu seemed to be laughing, he was actually laughing out of anger. "That's what I was going to say." However, Lin Ling nodded his head honestly. His words caused Ting Feng Qiuyu to be stunned, as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. "Kid, I'll teach you how to behave." Without wasting any more time, he immediately attacked with the strength of the peak martial progenitor realm and his 8th grade talent. That being said, since the city was filled with experts, he did not dare to act recklessly, thus he gathered his strength into a single point. However, in his opinion, it was enough to cripple the kid. Tianao and the others immediately rose from their seats and were about to attack, but Lin Ling waved his hand to stop them. It was obvious that Ting Feng Qiuyu was leaving him to Lin Ling. Following this, Lin Ling reached out his hand facing Ting Feng Qiuyu, as the realm qi in his body rumbled. "Huh? 6th level martial ancestor?" Ting Feng Qiuyu was stunned. He had thought that the guy was a peak martial progenitor, or even a half-step martial god. However, he was only an intermediate martial progenitor. He had even defeated a half-martial god realm cultivator before, let alone a mid-martial progenitor realm cultivator. The auras of the two sides were clear at a glance. On the stairs of the restaurant, everyone's jaws dropped. Then, they all covered their mouths and laughed. If the blue-robed kid relied on his bodyguards, then Ting Feng Qiuyu could only leave with his tail between his legs. Relying on himself? Speaking of which, was this young master stupid? Look. Listen to the wind and autumn rain's innate talent, the 8th grade worldly heavenly wind eagle. Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock as he looked at the second floor. His eyes were filled with envy and shock. This was because behind Ting Feng Qiuyu, an awe-inspiring ancient eagle appeared. It was arrogant and untamable with a white head. At this moment, it spread its wings and stirred up a terrifying astral wind. However, this astral wind only appeared within half a meter of Autumn Rain's body. It did not affect the restaurant at all. This showed Ting Feng Qiuyu's ability to control his boundary qi. Meanwhile, in the air, Ting Feng Qiuyu turned his palm into a claw and tore the rift in front of him apart, forming 5 streams of wind as he grabbed at Qin Nan. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he was planning to tear the kid into pieces. No, he was planning to shatter the kid's legs. Bang! Under the crowd's gaze, the claw and the palm collided. The rift at the center of the collision exploded as a storm was formed. If it were to explode, it would surely destroy the place. That young master must be out of his mind. At that instant, even the owner could tell that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage. The fact that he was able to open a restaurant here was proof of his strength and insight. He could clearly sense that the talent of the godly eagle was 8th grade. Its speed had most likely reached the speed of 1,000 worlds, while its cultivation was at the peak martial progenitor realm. On the other hand, the rich kid was too weak. He had yet to see his talent. It was most likely that his cultivation was too low, thus he was overwhelmed by the godly eagle. As for his cultivation, the owner could not bear to watch any longer. He rubbed his eyes. In fact, everyone had seen the battle clearly. Their expressions were the same as the shopkeepers. Even the more timid ones covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch anymore because they knew that what was about to happen would be a bloody scene. Even Tianao and the rest frowned slightly. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, they were still in the garden, so they couldn't help but worry. However, under the crowd's gaze, Lin Ling's palm gently touched the godly eagle's claw. Suddenly, his palm turned into a claw and grabbed Ting Fengqiuyu's claw. Furthermore, the claw had caused Ting Fengqiuyu's previous strength to vanish. What? Ting Fengqiuyu's eyes narrowed. He had guessed that his claw would be able to destroy all of Lin Ling's boundary qi. However, he suddenly felt that Qi Nan's strength was unfathomable. It was as if the kid before him was not a mid-stage martial progenitor. His boundary qi was not much weaker than his. Impossible. Ting Fengqiuyu snapped as he channeled all of his boundary qi into his arm. However, before his eyes, Lin Ling grabbed with one hand while a large number of monarch crystals appeared in his other hand. Following this, he began to refine them. Is he recovering his boundary qi? It seems like it. After all, his boundary qi is nowhere close to Senior Ting Feng's. It's normal for him to recover his boundary qi with monarch crystals. However, how could his recovery speed match the rate of consumption? The crowd burst into an uproar. The battle was simply too strange. Bang. However, a powerful boundary qi exploded all of a sudden. Furthermore, it felt like the sign of a breakthrough. The person who had unleashed the boundary qi was none other than Lin Ling. The crowd was dumbfounded. He was not recovering his boundary qi, but breaking through. They were all martial progenitor experts, thus they were well aware of the aura of a breakthrough. However, the young man's breakthrough was simply too strange. Even though the young man had broken through, he still looked like a sixth-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, there was no martial progenitor's tribulation. Most importantly, the young man had broken through during the battle against Ting Fengqiuyu. Speaking of which, wasn't he worried that his cultivation would go berserk? It was obvious that Lin Ling's unique style had greatly exceeded the crowd's understanding. Little did they know that Lin Ling had already broken through in the woods. Even the tribulation of the progenitor realm had been blocked when he was devoured by the darkness. Even though it seemed like he was breaking through, he was only breaking through his other dantians. On top of that, as he continued to refine the monarch crystals, his second dantian had successfully reached the sixth-layer martial progenitor realm. The overwhelming boundary qi suppressed Ting Fengqiuyu until his face turned pale. In his eyes, the young man before him was a monster. Even though his cultivation was only at the sixth-layer martial progenitor realm, his boundary qi was comparable to the peak martial progenitor realm. My name is Lin Ling. However, the shock did not end there. His third dantian broke through. Fengqiuyu muttered to himself, this realm essence has probably reached the peak of its peak. However, the fourth, fifth, and sixth broke through again. Every time his dantian broke through, the terrifying aura was like an avalanche. Could this be a half-step martial god realm Jiayuan? Lin Ling still grabbed Autumn Rain Listener's hand, but he was already powerless to kneel down. This was because Lin Ling didn't even use his innate talent. Just the waves of boundary essence had already shocked him to the point that he was completely powerless. The 6 dantians were equivalent to the boundary essences of 6 mid-stage martial progenitors. In terms of boundary essences, Lin Ling was a few times stronger than Ting Fengqiuyu. As for talent, there was no need to talk about it. Everyone's jaws dropped. They had imagined Lin Ling's right arm being torn apart by Ting Fengqiuyu's claw, and they had imagined his legs being broken, and they had even imagined him being beaten to his knees. However, they had never imagined such an outcome. Ouch ouch ouch. As for Ting Fengqiuyu, whose hand was grabbed by Lin Ling, he constantly shouted out. He could sense that not only was this youth's boundary essence terrifying, but his fleshly body strength was also terrifying. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Although he was fishing in the Kurishin territory and calmed his heart, it did not mean that Lin Ling would be soft-hearted. When fishing, one is as immovable as a mountain. When the fish is hooked, the moment it moves, it will be as powerful as thunder. Crack crack, Lin Ling exerted a bit of force with his right hand, and Autumn Rain's palm immediately twisted like a fried dough twist. His 5 fingers turned outwards, and he cried out in pain. Tears even flowed out. The second floor was silent. Countless people on the first floor peeked their heads up to see who was screaming. But when they saw who was screaming, all of them had their mouths agape. Was this the newcomer king? Ting Fengqiuyu didn't have time to curse because the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Moreover, his talent was displayed on the palm. Now that his 5 fingers were crippled, he almost fainted from the pain. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and his left hand also slapped Ting Fengqiuyu's dantian. Today, if the golden white evil spirit wasn't here, and if he wasn't strong enough, this guy would definitely cripple him. Therefore, Lin Ling would never show mercy to those who wanted to cripple him, even teaching Ting Fengqiuyu how to behave. You know nothing about power. After the palm hit, countless evil ghost jellyfish surged out from the palm and rushed into Autumn Rain Ting's body. Then, they started to devour him. Ting Fengqiuyu's body trembled as he screamed even louder. He could feel that his dantian was collapsing because a mysterious force was rushing in and devouring everything. He was instantly shocked. His 8th grade ultimate desolate body could not withstand this person's attack. However, Lin Ling also quickly retracted his palm, but also turned it into a hand blade, fiercely chopping out. Blood gushed out. Ting Fengqiuyu's legs were forcefully severed, and he was sent flying. He crashed onto the ground and rolled around in pain. This scene caused everyone to tremble. They had clearly seen through something. Ting Fengqiuyu had been crippled, his legs had also been severed, 5 of his fingers had been twisted off. Could it be that the blue-robed youth was from one of the strongest circles in the 3rd hall? At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Kill him! Kill him! Kill! Ting Fengqiuyu, who was on the ground, no longer had Ting Feng's elegance. He roared at Lin Ling like a hooligan. This was because he had been crippled. Although his talent still existed, it would probably take him a few hundred years to return to his current realm. He might even need to undergo tribulations again. If he wasn't careful, he might be crippled for life. This. Kill. The legs of Ting Fengqiuyu's juniors were trembling. How could they dare to move? The blue-robed youth's methods were too ruthless. Kill him. If not, how are you going to answer to the dean when you return? Kill. Upon seeing this, Ting Fengqiuyu roared again. That's right. The juniors thought of the dignified dean. At this moment, they released their boundary force and glared at Lin Ling. Even if they were no match for Lin Ling, they should at least demand an explanation from Lin Ling. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against this group of idiots. Soon, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed gently. Let's think about this when we return to the academy. Slash. With this slash, the juniors' legs were all severed. Fresh blood dyed the floor of the 2nd floor red. One should know that these juniors were all late-stage and peak-stage martial ancestors. However, they could not block this slash. Moreover, he slashed wherever he wanted. His control over his strength was 10 times more ferocious than Ting Fengqiuyu's. The crowd's eyes continued to tremble. This slash was too powerful. Then, they looked at the people who were rolling on the ground and shuddered. They could not wait to leave this place immediately. This was especially so for those who had bickered with Tianao earlier. They were so frightened that they almost knelt down. This was because they had told Tianao and the others how powerful Ting Fengqiuyu was. However, the people they had said were powerful had their elixir fields destroyed and their legs broken. They had become disabled. The difference between their imagination and reality was too great. Shopkeeper. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and looked at the shopkeeper calmly. Young hero, please speak, please speak. Yes. The shopkeeper immediately nodded and bowed. He did not dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. He did not expect that after meeting so many customers in his life, there would be one that he did not dare to look directly at. I'm sorry for destroying your restaurant. I'll give you another 100 million royal crystals. Is that enough? Yes. Lin Ling tidied up and said with a smile. It's enough, it's enough. Actually, I don't need that much. In total, I don't even need 100 royal crystals. These things are not worth much. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand and said. It's okay. 100 million royal crystals are not worth much to me. All right. Lin Ling nodded at Tianao and the others and strode up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The shopkeeper's heart trembled when he heard this. 100 million royal crystals wasn't worth much. Moreover, his opponent had said that he wanted to cripple him, so he had acted decisively and crippled him in return. This was a cultivator who could travel the world freely. Seeing that Lin Ling and the others were about to leave, Ting Feng Qiuyu and the others on the ground were shocked and quickly crawled away. Hee, I forgot. I told you to get lost but you didn't. You wanted us to do it. Alright. Suddenly, Tian Ao stopped. Then, he took a step forward and kicked everyone on the ground like sandbags. Rumble. One of the walls of the restaurant was kicked open and a large number of people fell from the second floor. It was extremely embarrassing. They've all been kicked out. Alright. This caused the hearts of all the powerhouses on the first floor to tremble. However, at this time, Lin Ling and the others also walked down the stairs from the second floor. Wherever they passed, everyone subconsciously made way for them. Those who had cursed at Tianao before, under Tianao's fierce glare, did not dare to raise their heads and look at him. After Lin Ling and the others left the restaurant, they also walked down the street. However, Lin Ling also noticed the resentful eyes of Ting Feng Qiuyu on the ground. Enter the ancient dragon desolate land. As soon as these words were spoken, the street fell silent. Ting Feng Qiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He naturally knew who Lin Ling was, but he never imagined that Lin Ling's strength would be so powerful. He was several times stronger than him. He believed that he was the 9th best newcomer, but Lin Ling was probably in the top 3 newcomers. He was even more certain that Lin Ling was one of the strongest people in the Shinsan Hall. As for those people in the restaurant who had previously evaluated Lin Ling, they were all scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Heavens, they actually dared to speak nonsense in front of Lin Ling? Not to mention that Lin Ling was inferior to Ting Feng Qiuyu. When they thought of this, their legs went weak and they almost fainted. Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling, the expert who defeated Duan Wuhen. He's really powerful. His strength is clearly stronger than when he was in the E-Garden because he defeated an 8th grade talent effortlessly. Yeah, I can also see that he hasn't used his true strength at all. After a while, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. I heard that he's going to fight with Longyang. Although he's not as good as Longyang, his strength isn't just for show. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the entire street to become even more silent. At the very least, the people from the various academies knew that Lin Ling had entered the top 300 of the Heavenly Stairway. Regarding this, other than jealousy, what was left was reverence. Moreover, they were very curious about Lin Ling's ultimate strength. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest had already found another restaurant. They stayed there that night and quietly waited for the opening of the ancient dragon wasteland the next day. On the same night, Lin Ling sat with his legs crossed. Currently, his 6 stanchions had all reached the 6th-layer martial progenitor realm, thus he was able to enter the dragon ancient desolate land at his peak, and the experts gathered in the dragon ancient wasteland were probably not weak. There should be a lot of experts ranked in the top 300 of the divine list, including some old monsters. These experts were not on the divine list, but their strength should not be underestimated. In addition, the experts from the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the Duan clan, Miaoshen's true disciples, and the heaven-seeking alliance were not to be underestimated either. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was nothing to be proud of in the dragon ancient wasteland. However, what Lin Ling cared about the most was still the immortal temple. I don't know what kind of treasures are in the Kyushin shop of God, or how to buy them. If I can find the treasures I need, then my strength will be greatly improved. However, I'm already late by 3 months. Some of the warriors who arrived first have obviously taken advantage of me. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The next day, the ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. All the martial artists had woken up early and were walking towards a huge plaza. Behind the plaza was a gap, which was obviously the entrance to the ancient dragon wasteland. The huge gap was about 200 meters wide, with colorful lights on its surface. It looked sacred, but it also prevented anyone from getting close. Looking at the people walking around, most of them were experts from the academy. They were in groups of 3 to 5, forming an alliance. Lin Ling, why don't we form an alliance too? Zhong Jin suddenly said as he followed Lin Ling Tianao, and the rest nodded their heads immediately. If they were to join other alliances and be bullied, they would not be able to take it. Therefore, they might as well form an alliance with Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not care about alliances. However, since it was mentioned, he nodded his head and said, "In that case, why don't we call it the God Slayer Alliance?" Alright. Tianao and the rest had no objections. They did not care about the name of the alliance, as long as they could form an alliance. Then, they looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with passionate voices. They were all alliances. These people were very excited about the upcoming trip to the ancient dragon wasteland. This was because they had come for the god shop. If they were lucky, they would be able to obtain a great opportunity and rise to the top. Tianao and the rest were affected by the atmosphere and clenched their fists. Rise to the top, they were looking forward to it. Today is the opening day of the ancient dragon wasteland. It is also the only day of this month. The next time it opens will be next month. This opening will last for 6 months. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out. At the edge of the gap, on top of a huge rock, an old man in plain clothes stood there quietly and said with contempt. So it lasts for 6 months. Thank you, Senior, for telling me. Senior, where can I get a place? I want to bring my junior to the wasteland next month. Senior, you should be a rank 10 divine paladin. Immediately, the plaza was filled with chatter. Noisy. But at this moment, the old man shouted angrily. Everyone was so scared that they did not dare to open their mouths. You bunch of ants. If I tell you to go in, then go in. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think this experience is for you? Remember, this is for the participants under the God's veil. You are just here to make up the numbers. Now, all of you, get in. Of course, don't think that going in is a game. It is very dangerous inside. It is more dangerous than you can imagine. That is the end of the Kaiyuan River. You will reach the other side of the Kaiyuan River after walking through the wasteland. At least 80% of you will die there. Those who are timid, you better go home and take care of your children. His words were like thunder. Everyone did not dare to speak, but they were also afraid of the ancient dragon wasteland. This senior is so fierce. Tianao and the rest were whispering. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled. In his heart, he thought, that senior is fierce, but if I, Lin Ling, take out some tobacco, would that senior kneel down immediately? Rumble. At this moment, the multicolored lights in the huge gap in front of them flowed like water and reached the ground. Then, a dense vitality filled the air, causing everyone's minds to be shaken. Next, everyone entered one after another. The gap in the abandoned lode was hundreds of meters wide. Searching in the gap was like walking in a canyon, but at this moment, no one spoke. The canyon was very quiet. Everyone looked into the distance, incomparably excited. Finally, they walked out of the canyon. Up ahead, an ancient forest appeared before everyone's eyes. This forest was not lush, and the ground was a withered yellow color. Ancient trees grew sparsely, and these trees were of all kinds of strange shapes. Some people even saw willow trees. This made many people dumbfounded. But then again, how could willow trees grow in this place? However, they did not think too much about it. They quickly took out their voice transmission talismans and began to inform others. Obviously, they were informing the seniors who had entered the wasteland earlier than them. Salt pans, seeing the alliance members leave one after another, Tianao and the others wanted to say something but stopped. Because they weren't familiar with this place and wanted to ask those people. Let's go. However, Lin Ling knew that even if he asked, those people wouldn't say anything, and this was the advantage of being in a big alliance. Someone had already entered this place and had a rough understanding of this place. They could then inform the people who entered later. A small alliance didn't have such an advantage, especially for a 4 or 5 person alliance like Lin Ling's. It was even more difficult. Everything had to depend on oneself. Tianao and the others immediately followed Lin Ling. However, Zhuang Yanming also asked, Lin Ling, where are we going now? Let's go find the shop of God. Once we get there, the truth will be revealed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Everyone came here for the shop of God. As long as they found the shop of God, they would be able to familiarize themselves with all the rules here. For example, how to purchase treasures. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that the immortal temple must be there as well since all the overlords were gathered at the shop of God. Lin Ling would be able to find an Yuer. Alright. Tianao and the rest obviously regarded Lin Ling as their leader and nodded. Walking along the ancient land, after a long time, more and more people began to appear in front of them. Clearly, there were many people like Lin Ling and the others in the small alliance. These people either had ordinary backgrounds or were arrogant and didn't want to join the big alliance. Therefore, they chose to cooperate with a few people and headed towards their destination. As for the names of the alliances, they were also extremely pleasing to the ear, such as the Domination Alliance, the Invincible Alliance, the Renwa Alliance, and so on. Furthermore, some of these alliances came earlier than Lin Ling and the others, so they were somewhat familiar with the ancient dragon wasteland. After suffering some losses, they also roped in other alliances, formed allies, and advanced forward. This way, it would be much safer. Lin Ling and the rest were very careful along the way, but they also encountered danger on the way. When they passed by an ancient lake, endless poisonous fog suddenly spread out. If Lin Ling did not discover it early, Tianao and the rest would definitely be injured. They ran madly all the way and finally escaped the poisonous fog of the ancient lake. After that, Tianao and the others felt like they had been given a new lease of life. They even asked Lin Ling what those things were, because they also noticed that the poison was extremely terrifying, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could resist. Among them, Luo Wucheng breathed in a small mouthful of the poisonous mist, and his whole body was immediately paralyzed, unable to move. I can't say for sure either. I feel like it's released by a huge flower at the bottom of the ancient lake. Lin Ling was also puzzled because this was the first time he had seen such a strange plant. As for the poisonous fog, his soul force detected that it was pollen. Therefore, he estimated that the pollen could paralyze people. Next, the flowers hidden in the ancient lake would devour the paralyzed people, because at the bottom of the ancient lake, Lin Ling's soul force also detected many white bones. This place is not simple. Everyone, be careful. After experiencing this unforeseen event, Lin Ling and the others were no doubt more cautious. However, after they crossed a large area, there were even more scattered alliances around. Moreover, these alliances were gathered in front of a salt pan in twos and threes, as if they were waiting for something. Looking at the side of the salt pan, there were quite a number of people. However, Lin Ling and the others could also see that these people were from the small alliance, and they seemed to be preparing to go to God's shop. Looking at the endless salt pan in front of them, it seemed to be desolate and uninhabited. Only ancient plants could be vaguely seen, and in the haze, they looked like devils baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. 6 people? However, when Lin Ling and the others approached the salt pan, someone took the initiative to greet them. Looking around, there were a total of 4 people, and they seemed to be from the same small alliance. Moreover, looking at their clothes, they seemed to be from different schools. It's like this. We are planning to go to God's shop in the middle of the wasteland. So, we would like to ask if you would like to go with us, and we can be allies. The leader was very tall, and he had a thick beard. After walking over, he laughed heartily. God's shop, Tianao and the others suddenly brightened up, because this was also their goal. Moreover, until now, they did not know the direction, so if they followed these people, it would be much more convenient. I can see that you have just arrived not long ago, so you don't know the direction of God's shop. Speaking of which, we also spent a month to find out. Moreover, we know that if you want to explore the ancient dragon wasteland, you must first report to God's shop. The bearded man said again, and told them everything he knew. Report to God's shop? Lin Ling was suddenly puzzled. Yes, although I don't know the reason, the people from the other alliances said so. But I guess, it seems that only by recording your name in God's shop, you can start to buy treasures, and record the things you need to buy the treasures. The bearded man continued. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that they could only go to God's shop first. Then, Lin Ling asked politely, do you know what dangers there are in the salt pan ahead? Haha, I'm not too sure about this, but I heard that the salt pan is very dangerous. After all, we only arrived a month earlier than you. Most importantly, we have been lost for a month, and have been walking around blindly. Speaking of this, the bearded man said with an embarrassed face, scratching the back of his head. Brother, it's all your fault for being stupid. At this time, a petite and somewhat cute girl beside him laughed. Brother? The corners of Tianao and the other's eyes twitched. The girl in front of them was petite and cute, and the bearded man was burly like a bear, with iron-like chest muscles and a face full of beard. Are they siblings? As if she had guessed everyone's surprise, the girl said with a smile, "My name is Chen Ting, and this is my brother, Chen Wu. We are indeed siblings, and we are both from Flying Feather College. By the way, do you want to form an alliance with us?" She seemed to be quite generous. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. It was better to have someone he knew to lead the way. Seeing Lin Ling nodding his head, the girl smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples. She was so charming that she attracted Tianao's attention, and Tianao's face turned red. "My sister and I are both half-step to martial gods. In fact, my sister is more powerful than me, and we are forming an alliance. By the way, where are you from? So what if you are powerful? After all, we are allies, and we will walk out of this salt pan together." Chen Wu spoke, and he went straight to the point, half-step to martial god realm. Tianao and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They had not expected the 2 of them to be so powerful. Tianao had wanted to show off his strength in front of Chen Ting, but it seemed that he had better not embarrass himself. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations God's Descendants, these people should be ranked in the top 400 on the Heaven Stairway. Then, Lin Ling looked at the others who were attacking the alliance. "My name is Wu Jiang, Tianlai Academy, Peak Martial Ancestor." Seeing Lin Ling and the others looking at him, one of the young men smiled and spoke. He looked dignified and his words were sincere. He gave people a good impression. It was the turn of the last person. This person was not tall, with a pair of moonbeam eyes that flickered from time to time, and a slightly thin face like a zombie's face. However, he was not polite when he spoke. "Tianlai Academy? Haha, a very weak academy. Anyway, it's really not easy to get a place." Wu Jiang immediately frowned because he knew that the latter was talking about him. However, he endured it. After all, they were in the same alliance. He had to give face to Chen Wu. The thin young man smiled and said proudly, "My name is Xianxia." After speaking, he dragged his voice and said arrogantly, "Half-step martial god, from E-Garden." E-Garden was ranked 4th among the 36 academies. No wonder he was so proud. Compared to him, the other people's origins were indeed very dim. "We are all from Snowwind Academy. He is Tian Ao, Zhongjin, Luo Wuchang, Peak Martial Ancestor, and I am Lin Ling, Mid Martial Ancestor. We are from the God-Slaying Alliance." After the introduction, Lin Ling said lightly. As for the platinum evil spirit behind him, Lin Ling did not explain anything. Chen Ting and the others were stunned. There was no half-step martial god expert, and Snowwind Academy? This academy seemed to be ranked at the bottom. Are you kidding me? Snowwind Academy sent you here to die. To be honest, I don't think these people can help us. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he immediately spoke. It turned out that they were from Snowwind Academy. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling seemed to have defeated many of their juniors in the exchange meeting of the 8 academies. Of course, in his eyes, this was all because he was from the E-Generation. The E-Generation strength and status in E-Garden were higher than Shinsan Hall's. In other words, he was equivalent to Lin Ling's senior. "Xianxia, don't talk nonsense." Meanwhile, Chen Wu spoke indifferently. "Humph." However, Xianxia did not give him any face at all. "If you're so powerful, then leave by yourself." However, Chen Ting also opened her mouth to say something, which made Xianxia finally fall silent. However, her pair of beady eyes quietly looked at Chen Ting's chest, as if she was thinking about something. "There's no time to waste. Let's set off, everyone." Then, Chen Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Although the cultivation levels of Lin Ling and the others weren't high, there were still quite a number of them. Moreover, they had spent a lot of time here, so they wanted to hurry on their way. After a while, they also entered the salt pan. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling and the others found that the salt pan was very big. The ground was dry, and there were only strange withered trees on the ground, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very creepy. However, they didn't dare to underestimate this place because Chen Ting and the others had heard that there were many hidden dangers in the salt pan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cooperated with the other alliances. Indeed, after they had traveled for half a day, the ground quietly cracked open. Then, a toad as big as a calf crawled out. the toad was white and looked ferocious. It seemed to be a species from the era of the deities. White liquid kept dripping from its body and dripping onto the ground. The salt pan was also corroded. Everyone, be careful. Seeing this, everyone prepared themselves for battle. Croak, the toad stared at them coldly. It seemed that there was very little food in the salt pan, so Lin Ling and the others were food that it couldn't afford to lose. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out white liquid. Its speed had reached the speed of 1,000 realms speed. This time, everyone's expression changed greatly. Fortunately, they were still far away, so they dispersed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a strange light. He stretched out his hand and dodged with Shuang Yanming. Thank you. After dodging the liquid, Shuang Yanming said gratefully. He was the weakest in their alliance. Previously, he was afraid that he couldn't dodge the strange poison. Then, everyone turned around to look, and their expressions changed drastically. After the white liquid mist, it all fell onto the ground. The salt pan was corroded, and a poisonous gas quietly spread. One should know that the salt pan had been there for thousands of years. It was harder than divine artifacts, but it was still corroded. This showed how powerful the poison was. Lin Ling also found that everything in the ancient dragon wasteland was very ancient and seemed to be related to poison. Croak. At this time, the white toad let out a deafening cry. Then, the lumps on its body exploded, and a large amount of white poison gushed out like a volcano. Then, it pounced on everyone. This toad is too cunning. Chen Wu cursed angrily. The poison was terrifying, but the toad had pounced on them. Didn't it mean that they had nowhere to run? I'll do it. However, at this moment, the taciturn Wu Jiang dashed forward. A majestic glaive appeared in his hand. The glaive was filled with extremely powerful progenitor force. Lin Ling sensed that the glaive was filled with 80% of progenitor force. It was a very impressive strength. Wu Jiang, watch out. However, Chen Ting and the others shouted. After all, Wu Jiang was only at the peak of the martial progenitor realm. However, even Chen Ting and the other half-martial gods had to avoid the toad. Wouldn't Wu Jiang be courting death? Seeing Wu Jiang leaping into the air and slashing down with his glaive, the toad spat out even more poison. The poison was like sulfuric acid that could corrode everything. Wu Jiang, come back quickly. At that instant, Chen Wu yelled too. Chen Ting could not bear to watch it any longer, as she was afraid that Wu Jiang would be corroded into a pile of bones. As for Xianxia, he wore a disdainful grin. Even a half-martial god did not dare to interfere, but this kid was trying to be a hero. Was he an idiot? Lin Ling, look. Meanwhile, Tianao and the others immediately glanced at Lin Ling, implying that they were hoping for Lin Ling to lend them a hand. After all, even though Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, they could sense that Lin Ling was the strongest among the two alliances. It's fine. However, Lin Ling shook his head and said. He had no intention of interfering. Instead, he stared at the ground behind the toad with flickering eyes. He was not worried about Wu Jiang at all, the reason being that he had discovered a mysterious aura from Wu Jiang's body. The aura did not originate from his talent, but from a bracelet. As expected, as the poison was about to reach Wu Jiang's body, four mysterious words suddenly appeared around him. Xuanwu sect, bang. Almost at the same time, a blinding glow exploded as a set of imperious white armor appeared on Wu Jiang's body. The mysterious willow tree, the overwhelming amount of venom gushed over, but was completely blocked. Instead, Wu Jiang slashed out with his saber, and the saber landed heavily on the toad's head, forcibly splitting the poisonous toad apart. Gua gua. The huge toad fell down like a small mountain. The venom on its body also lost its luster and gradually dimmed. Chen Ting and the others were delighted when they saw this. Never had they imagined that Wu Jiang actually possessed such a treasure. However, at this moment, a figure flashed past and reached Wu Jiang's side, knocking him aside. Then, a water-splitting thorn stabbed down, aiming for the poisonous toad that was about to die. Crackle. After the water-splitting thorns landed, a series of firecracker-like noises rang out. The poisonous toad immediately exploded. It was deader than dead, and the person who attacked also used the water-splitting thorn to constantly search for something in the rotten flesh. In the end, he cursed, "Damn it, this kind of god's descendant actually has nothing, not even a treasure." After he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. And he was Xianxia. this guy actually took advantage of the fact that the venomous toad was half dead to suddenly steal it, as if he wanted to obtain some kind of treasure. Of course, generally speaking, the descendants of gods would definitely leave behind precious things after death, such as monster cores or something. However, this toad did not have any, causing Xianyi's efforts to be in vain. Wu Jiang, you're still not calm enough. A centipede dies but never falls down. A poisonous creature like this can only be killed. If it's half dead, it can counterattack at any time. Sigh, if I didn't make a move, you would have been in deep trouble. Next, Xianyi reprimanded Wu Jiang as if he was the one who had killed the poisonous creature. In reality, he was just kill-stealing. Xianyi, you have gone too far. However, Chen Ting and the others were not fools. They immediately reprimanded him. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Xianyi snorted coldly, but he didn't waste any more time. He said, let's go. Chen Ting and the others became even more furious when they saw him act like a senior. However, Wu Jiang waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Seeing this, Xianyi narrowed his eyes and stared at the bracelet on Wu Jiang's wrist. He knew that the bracelet was extremely powerful. If it belonged to him, hee. Then, he put away his smile and strode forward, as if he was the leader, leading the way. This guy. Chen Wu and the others were still furious. Just as they were about to move forward, Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped them. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Chen Ting asked curiously as she turned to look at Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling explained with a smile, I just feel that there's still some danger ahead, so I want to be careful. Hee, it's fine. That archaic toad is already dead. What other dangers can there be? You have to know that the poisonous creature from before was already considered a demon king. With how powerful it is, there are definitely no other archaic demonic beasts in the nearby territories. Hearing this, Chen Wu comforted him. He saw that Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest, so he thought that Lin Ling was just afraid. As for Xianyi, who was walking in front, he laughed disdainfully and said, what a coward. I think that the few of you should leave the ancient dragon wasteland. This is a place for experts, so it's not suitable for children like you. Also, let me tell you, martial artists should move forward bravely. If you take a step back, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? You're just a coward. Look at me, I've never taken a step back in my life. Xianyi's words were filled with sarcasm. Chen Ting and the others immediately turned pale. When the poisonous toad appeared, Xianyi did not take any action. He was just hiding. Now, he was speaking so righteously. How shameless. Is that so? Then I hope that you'll never be a coward. Xianyi said. However, at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. He had been paying attention to the front, and now, he realized that something strange had finally happened. Rumble. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the ground exploded. Then, countless tentacles spread out, and their speed reached the speed of 1,000 worlds. The poison left behind by the poisonous toad on the ground was sucked clean by the tentacles. Moreover, a large number of tentacles stretched out from the ground and grabbed the poisonous toad's corpse before devouring it in a frenzy. Just as they finished devouring, on the other side, the ground suddenly exploded again, as if it had awakened a monster. Then, the salt pan rumbled, and a pure white toad rushed out. It was the same poisonous creature from before, and it was even bigger than the previous one. This gave everyone a shock. There were two of those terrifying creatures from before. However, before they could react, the toad let out a strange cry. Its cry was filled with panic and fear. Then, it ran away at the speed of 1,000 worlds. Obviously, it had encountered a terrifying creature, and the terrifying creature had already attacked it. Just as the poisonous creature ran halfway, endless vines suddenly appeared and wrapped around the toad. Then, the toad was sucked clean. This caused a wave of terror to spread silently. Although everyone knew that the salt pan was not easy to walk through, they did not expect to encounter so many terrifying creatures in just half a day. Oh my god! As for Xianyi, he let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled and crawled as he ran back in a sorry state. He was not as arrogant as he had said before. Is this an expert from the E-Garden? Chen Wu did not care about the danger ahead and laughed mockingly. He also said that his martial path was only to move forward bravely. but now, he has turned around and is running away. Chen Ting could not help but laugh. Even the quiet Wu Jiang showed a look of disdain. Perhaps, he is the coward. As for Xianxia, who was rushing over, his face was filled with fear. In a fluster, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then, he glided over like a dead dog, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. However, with his pathetic speed, it was hard to tell where he would end up, therefore, Wu Jiang also took action. He stretched out his foot and blocked Xianxi's ferocious momentum. However, this foot blocked Xianxi's cheek. From the side, it looked as if Wu Jiang had kicked Xianxi's face. Bang, Xianxi's voice was carefree, and he managed to stop Xianxi's momentum. Haha. Seeing Xianxi's funny look, Chen Ting and the others could not help but laugh. As for Xianxia, he quickly got up. When he saw everyone laughing, he was obviously angry, but he could not vent his anger. Remove the footprint on your face. You look a little pitiful. At this time, Tian Ao suddenly reminded Xianxia. His words stunned Xianxia. Then, his forehead was full of green veins. Footprint on my face? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Wild Willow. Just as Xianxia was about to explode, Lin Ling spoke. Coward, if you don't want to die, then scream. I have a feeling that the monster in front of us will kill you first. Xianxi's face turned pale instantly and he dared not speak again. With his strength, he could naturally sense that the terrifying existence in front of them was extremely powerful. The others gradually calmed down and looked ahead. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Ling, that is Wild Willow, a deity's remnant of the same level as Realm Scorpion. Beside him, the silent giant ghost suddenly spoke. Wild Willow? Lin Ling was shocked and asked quietly, what level of strength is it? Middle stage martial god realm, more powerful than the platinum evil spirit. The giant ghost spoke again. His words made Lin Ling's face turn solemn as he looked ahead. In front of them was a hazy poisonous fog. A huge figure was like a ghost, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Countless vines were scattered on the ground like thick strands of hair. Moreover, as the poisonous fog dispersed, an ancient tree finally appeared. Upon closer inspection, this tree was about 5 people encircling it. The tree was covered in rough bark, and under the tree, many weeping willows hung down, looking like black whips. What is that? Chen Ting and the rest stared at the ancient tree and licked their lips. Wild Willow. In fact, it is the real monster king nearby. All the toads are just its prey. Lin Ling continued to stare ahead and said slowly, moreover, this tree has yet to grow. It is only comparable to a middle-stage martial god. It has yet to grow and it is already a middle-stage martial god? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, the scariest thing in the ancient dragon wilderness is not the remnant monsters, but the plants. Lin Ling said again. He had learned this from the giant ghost. What do we do now? How about we run away? Tian Ao immediately asked. However, Chen Ting shook her head and said, we can't run away. I can sense that there are willows under the ground within 1,000 miles. That's right, we are surrounded. Lin Ling naturally sensed the change as well. The countenances of everyone turned ghastly pale when they heard this. But in next to no time, a spiked club that emanated dazzling golden light appeared in Chen Wu's hand, and he said solemnly, since we can't flee, then let's fight. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed over. In midair, golden light soared into the sky, as if it had expelled all the haze, 90% of the ancestral power. Moreover, behind him, a golden war chariot appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. War drums sounded, shaking heaven and earth. This was clearly his innate talent. Brother, let me help you. When Chen Ting saw this, she clapped her hand, and then an ancient white bow appeared. The cry of a phoenix resounded, and it was like a phoenix was dancing in the 9 heavens. She drew her bow and fired, also erupting with 90% of her ancestral power, the arrow shooting towards the desolate willow with 1,500 world speed. This was the phoenix bow. She clearly possessed the bloodline of the divine phoenix, and it was extremely pure. When the others saw this, they also unleashed their unique skills. However, the desolate willow in front of them remained motionless, and when the blossoming attacks arrived, the willow branches finally moved. The terrifying thing was that the willow branches moved extremely quickly, and they actually formed a barrier. Moreover, although the willow branches didn't seem thick, they were even harder than divine artifacts. Clang. Clang, everyone's attacks were blocked. Only Xianxia's arrow passed through the willow branches and landed on the desolate willow. In the end, half of the arrow shot into the willow, and then it dimmed down. At this moment, everyone's faces were ashen. If they used their full strength, they would probably be able to defeat an early-stage martial god, but it was completely ineffective against the desolate willow. Moreover, this was when the desolate willow didn't attack. If it attacked, would they still have a chance to survive? It's over, it's over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. Who led the way? Salt pans, it's really a dead end. Damn it, I shouldn't have joined these small alliances, I should have followed the Great Alliance. When he saw that his attacks were ineffective, Xianxia couldn't help but shout in panic. He paced back and forth, and his eyes were wet. He was an expert of the E generation, and his future was bright. He didn't want to die here. However, no one laughed at him, because Xianxia and the others had collapsed to the ground, and their faces were full of dispiritedness. Even Lin Ling's face was solemn. Because of the giant ghost's explanation, he finally understood how terrifying the desolate willow was. It was said that if this willow appeared in the 10,000 realms, any realm would be cut apart by it. It was terrifying. However, Lin Ling secretly used his chaos eye and chaos ears, and gradually heard some strange sounds. He even saw a golden light flickering on the body of the desolate willow, but Lin Ling couldn't see what it was. Immediately, he asked the giant ghost, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. What should we do? What should we do? At this moment, Xianxia and the others were still shaking their heads, and their hearts were filled with regret. Tian'ao gritted his teeth and said to Xianxia, maybe we'll all die later, but Miss Xianxia, when I first saw you, I was already attracted to you. I know this is rude, but I also know that if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to say it. He wasn't joking, because even Lin Ling noticed that Tian'ao looked at Xianxia differently. He had this feeling from the first time he saw her. Xianxia blushed a little. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke, you don't have to die yet. His words made everyone look up, and Xianxia said in disbelief, you're not lying to us, right? Coward, get lost, you're not qualified to be lied to by me. Lin Ling didn't treat Xianxia well, and he said calmly, the desolate willow seems to be refining something, so it didn't attack us. This is the best time for us to escape. Previously, it appeared because the poisonous toads disturbed it. Really? Everyone's mouths were wide open. It seems like you don't have much of a choice, so it doesn't matter. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then let's escape. Xianxia and the others stood up, and their spirits were lifted. This was because none of them wanted to die here. Then, they immediately decided to escape into the distance, and even leave the salt pan. They didn't even want to stay in the shop of God. Although the shop of God was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one must know one's limits. Just as they turned around, Xianxia realized that Lin Ling hadn't left, but was looking ahead coldly, which shocked her. All along, she hadn't taken Lin Ling seriously. After all, Lin Ling was only at the middle-stage martial ancestor realm. However, she now realized that when the desolate willow appeared, the most calm person was the young man with the lowest cultivation level. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations A Ray of Golden Light. I reckon that desolate willow is a rank 4 martial god. Speaking of which, I have never killed a martial god before. Lin Ling said calmly as he drew his sword from his back. Boom, everyone was shocked. Tian'ao said in disbelief, Lin Ling, you can't be. Yes. That's right. It's rare to see it refining something. If I don't kill it, I'll miss the chance. Yes. Lin Ling turned to look at Tian'ao and nodded. He was curious as to what the ray of golden light that desolate willow was refining was. He had a feeling that the ray of golden light was related to God's store. However, after receiving Lin Ling's affirmation, Tian'ao and the rest almost fainted. They had finally seen desolate willow refining something and could not escape in time. However, Lin Ling wanted to kill desolate willow? Tian'ao, isn't he your junior? You should persuade him. Chen Wu was so shocked that he started to stutter. Hearing this, Tian Ao smiled wryly. I would like to persuade him too. Unfortunately, he is the leader of our alliance. Chen Ting and the rest's eyes twitched when they heard this. A middle-stage martial ancestor challenging Desolate Willow, a middle-stage martial god, was he tired of living? Or did he think that life was too boring and wanted to find some excitement? Idiot. The corners of Xianyi's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Ignoring these idiots, he immediately fled into the distance. Lin Ling, the gap between you and Desolate Willow is too big. Unless Desolate Willow is sleeping, it's impossible for you. Chen Ting did not want Lin Ling to die, so she tried to persuade him again. However, the moment she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. It seemed like the Desolate Willow was sleeping right now. At this moment, Lin Ling gently smiled and slowly said, "Don't worry. Are you willing to give up on God's store? You should know that if you turn back, you won't be able to reach God's store. Think about it. When you were still at grade 6 and grade 7 with the ultimate desolate body, your junior had already reached grade 8. When you meet him again, how would you feel? Moreover, the path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing." Lin Ling's voice was like a needle. It didn't seem loud, but it pierced deeply into everyone's hearts. To be able to become the masters of the third hall, they must have encountered a life and death battle in their lifetime. However, when the martial god Desolate Willow appeared, they felt that it was impossible to fight, so they had the thought of running away. "Lin Ling, I'll help you." As if he had thought it through, the glaive appeared in Wu Zhang's hand once more. As for Chen Wu and Chen Ting, they looked at each other before a wolf-tooth club and phoenix bow appeared in their hands. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and nodded heavily. "Lin Ling, we'll help you too." Heavenly Pride and the others did not plan to escape. To be honest, they were reluctant to give up on God's shop. Moreover, if they escaped this time, it would leave an insurmountable shadow in their hearts. If they were to encounter any danger in the future, their first thought would be to escape. If this cycle continued, it would be difficult for them to reach a higher realm in their lives. Sensing Heavenly Pride and the others' fighting spirit, Lin Ling could not help but smile and nod his head in praise. To be able to quietly awaken from fear and become fearless was not something that just anyone could do. After all, fear was one of the greatest enemies of humans. Those who could overcome fear were dragons among men. As for Xianyi, who had escaped, he was incomparable. He was as dirty as a toilet stone. Now, the Desolate Willow is refining that thing. Hence, we have very little time left. We have to kill it before it is completely refined. Following that, Lin Ling stared ahead and said, "All right." Chen Ting and the others looked at each other and immediately nodded their heads. In my opinion, the Desolate Willow's fatal point should be the tree trunk. However, there are many willow branches around it and they are very strong. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Hence, if we want to kill the Desolate Willow, the best way is to attack the tree trunk. The willow branches will ignore us. That's good. After all, there are too many willow branches. If we were to clear them one by one, not only would it be troublesome, it would also be dangerous. However, Lin Ling, when I shot the tree trunk earlier, the effect was not great. I estimate that in order to destroy the tree trunk, we would need to use 100% of our ancestors' power. That's a little difficult. Of course, although we do not have 100% of our ancestors' power, if we join forces, we should be able to achieve the same result. Everyone split up and rushed towards the Desolate Willow from all directions like dragonflies. At the same time, they shouted to each other. At this moment, the huge Desolate Willow in front of them was still motionless. It seemed that it was indeed in the process of refining. Only when the enemy reached a certain distance would it attack. Everyone had prepared all their unique skills. The moment they got close to the Desolate Willow, the willow branches waved and formed an ancient divine realm. Attack! Everyone was excited and filled with anticipation. They were excited because the Desolate Willow was indeed refining the treasure. If they did not approach it, the Desolate Willow would not attack. However, they were filled with anticipation because they had a chance to kill the Desolate Willow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a spatial barrier appeared. It was formed by countless Desolate Willow branches, which intertwined with one another and sliced through everything. Everyone's attacks were immediately blocked. Chen Wu was in the most miserable state. as the desolate willow branches almost wrapped around his mace. Meanwhile, Tianao and the others attacked with all their might. However, after knocking away the desolate willow branches in front of them, more desolate willow branches appeared from all directions. Their speed had reached 1,500 boundary speed, seal. The desolate willow branches had completely sealed off their surroundings, preventing them from approaching it. Furthermore, the desolate willow branches were not attacking them. If they had attacked, they would have been dead by now. What are these desolate willow branches? Why are they so tough? Zhong Jin yelled in disbelief. Beside him, Lin Ling waved his sword casually while his eyes flickered continuously. Although he was only attacking casually, Chen Ting and the others were used to it. In their opinion, the strength of a mid-stage martial progenitor realm cultivator was more than enough. Allow me. At that instant, the cry of a phoenix could be heard as Chen Ting floated in the air. Her robe danced in the wind, giving her a sacred appearance instead of a cute appearance. A pair of phoenix wings spread out from her back. The arrow penetrated through the vines and landed on the desolate willow's trunk. This time, the effect was quite obvious, as the desolate willow began to sway slightly. That being said, that was all. The reason being that the arrow did not have any effect after that. Chen Ting was startled, before a dispirited look appeared on her face. Sister, that old desolate willow is a martial god realm demonic tree. Of course the arrow would not have any effect on it. That being said, Chen Wu comforted her too. Meanwhile, he glanced at the crowd with a worried look. I feel like something is wrong with the desolate willow. It feels like it's watching us. Could it be that it has woken up? Luo Wucheng suddenly said in a nervous tone. Lin Ling made his move. I think it's not too late to leave now. As the weakest among them, Zhuang Yanming was obviously thinking of retreating. There's still one more chance. I'll stop the willow branch. You guys attack with all your might. However, right at this moment, Wu Jiang suddenly roared loudly, and it shocked everyone. Among the crowd, Wu Jiang's strength could only be considered average. Who would have thought that he actually had the strength to block the willow branch? Wu Jiang, be careful. However, at this point, everyone immediately placed their hopes on Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang activated his armor once again. White light soared into the sky, and the huge words Black Tortoise Sect appeared. Then, this guy was like a huge divine turtle, and he actually pressed forward. Around his body, the phantom of a giant turtle appeared. Its four limbs slowly moved forward, approaching the wild willow step by step. Boom. Boom. With every step he took, the salt pan shook, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Even Lin Ling took a second look at it and smiled. The power of 10,000 worlds. He sensed that Wu Jiang's set of armor increased his physical strength greatly. The power of 10,000 worlds. Of course, this was only secondary. The truly terrifying part was still that defensive power. With the armor, Wu Jiang, who was only a peak martial progenitor, was able to block the attack of a martial god. Clang. Clang, the willow branches wrapped around the divine turtle's body, but they were unable to stop it from moving forward. Furthermore, the hard shell of the divine turtle also blocked the willow branches from cutting it. This turtle is too powerful. Tianao and the rest were tongue-tied. You guys, stop admiring me. I won't be able to hold on for long. Wu Jiang noticed that Tianao and the rest were actually admiring him, and he was instantly furious. Were those fellows deliberately trying to exhaust him to death? Everyone came to their senses and immediately unleashed all of their power. Rumble. The void split open in an instant, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone's attacks passed through the black tortoise and headed straight for the willow tree, and with Wu Jiang's godly armor, all the willow branches were attracted, causing all the attacks to explode on the ancient tree. Rumble. Their combined attacks could probably kill a martial god. When it landed on the huge willow tree, the effect was extremely obvious. The hard bark was blown apart, and then a large amount of blood began to flow out. The entire tree also shook violently. This time's attack clearly brought damage to the wild willow. As for Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, his eyes finally lit up. This was because he saw that Chen Ting's phoenix arrow didn't bring about any fatal injuries. Instead, Chen Wu's spiked club was thrown over, and it actually made the desolate willow tremble violently a few times. Most importantly, the place where the mace struck was where the golden light was emitting from time to time. Is he dead? After a short moment, someone finally spoke. It was Chen Wu. However, everyone was not too sure. On the contrary, Wu Jiang shouted, "Hurry up and run, that demon tree has woken up." What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Their attacks were ineffective? Following that, they looked over and immediately saw the wild willow baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Clearly, it had completely awakened and was in a state of rage. "Run now. We've already done our best, but some things are already predestined." Chen Ting and Chen Wu uttered a roar as they began to feel the urge to retreat. However, at that instant, Lin Ling finally made his move. With a kick, he dashed forward with his blue robe fluttering in the wind and a huge sword in his hand. This caused Chen Ting and the others to be dumbfounded. Chen Wu said in disbelief, "Isn't that guy just doing nothing? Why is he attacking when we're planning to run away?" He had witnessed Lin Ling's previous attack. To be honest, the attack was extremely weak. It was as if he was just trying to deal with the situation. That being said, he was aware that Lin Ling's cultivation was not too high, thus it was normal for him to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. However, Lin Ling was no longer trying to deal with the situation, but risking his life instead. Amid martial progenitor risking his life, Chen Wu almost covered his eyes with his hands, as he could not bear to watch this any longer. Indeed, although Lin Ling was just trying to deal with the situation, he was also observing the wild willow, trying to find a way to deal the fatal blow. Furthermore, although the wild willow had woken up, it had only just woken up. This meant that Lin Ling still had a chance, albeit a short one. "Look, heavens, his speed is so fast!" Suddenly, Wu Jiang exclaimed. In his eyes, Lin Ling's speed had surpassed 1,000 boundaries. Furthermore, he managed to avoid the willow branches. Chen Ting also said while covering her mouth. The willow branches intertwined with one another like an ancient heaven-earth formation. No one below the half-martial god realm could get close to it. Those who entered the formation would die. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's figure was like a deity. Not only did he avoid the willow branches, he was also getting closer to the willow. Could it be that he's a boundary master? Chen Wu said nervously. Even if he's a boundary master, it's impossible for him to know the heaven-earth formation of the wild willow, unless. Wu Jiang said in a serious tone. He could not utter the word unless for a long time. "Say it." Chen Wu could not hold it in any longer and almost kicked Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang did not try to hide the truth. His expression became even more serious as he said, "Unless, he's the one who saw through the heaven-earth formation." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Through their previous confrontation, he saw through the willow branches' trajectories? Could that guy be a monster? While they were exclaiming, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the wild willow. He placed one hand behind his back and looked at the willow calmly. The wild willow had just awakened, but it was also looking at Lin Ling at that moment. The man and the tree seemed to have frozen time in the world. Oh no, his cultivation level is too low. Even if he has reached the heaven-earth formation, he can't inflict any fatal injuries. The silent scene made Chen Ting suddenly think of something and she shouted anxiously. "That's not necessarily true. Chen Ting, Lin Ling is our leader. He's definitely the most powerful person in our small alliance." However, Tian Ao also spoke. His words made Chen Ting and the others frown instantly. They doubted Tian Ao's words. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling drew his sword. The huge sword looked thick but it was as light as lightning. A ray of sword radiance appeared and shot toward the wild willow. The sword radiance was as if the era of the gods had arrived. At that instant, the ground trembled as a murderous aura and demonic aura soared into the sky. In the distance, Chen Ting and the others covered their mouths. In their eyes, the young man was like a sword demon. The progenitor's force of the sword was increasing rapidly, 80%. 90%, 100%. 100% progenitor's force. Tian Ao, your junior brother is too monstrous. It's my first time seeing a middle-stage martial progenitor with 100% progenitor's force. Chen Wu could no longer hold it in and exclaimed. In fact, Tian Ao and the others were also shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They remembered that during the martial arts exchange at the E-Villa, Lin Ling did not have 100% progenitor's force. However, 100% progenitor's force was easier said than done. Unbridled, unless it was those old monsters who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and had reached the limit of their talent, chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's sword landed on the willow tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, that was the spot where the golden light had previously bloomed. After the sword stabbed into the willow tree, the entire willow tree shook violently. Countless willow branches slashed indiscriminately, tearing space apart. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned and immediately floated back. Moreover, he also realized that the tyrannical song sword was only halfway in, and it would be difficult for it to go any further, as expected of a martial god realm demonic tree. If he hadn't just woken up, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to stab that sword. Buzz buzz buzz, blood gushed out from the willow tree's body, but gradually, a pair of eyes appeared. As soon as this eye appeared, the faces of Chen Ting and the others in the distance instantly turned pale. What a terrifying eye! Heavens! Even a sword strike with 100% of ancestral force couldn't kill him? He's too invincible. Look, the sword is only halfway in. Lin Ling, retreat quickly. Lin Ling is in danger. Next, Tian Ao and the rest shouted in shock. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he walked towards the willow again. Countless willow branches danced as the blue-robed figure walked forward, ignoring the cutting willow branches around him. I'm very curious. What is that golden light? Why did your willpower become even stronger after swallowing it? A calm voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. When they heard this, the eyes of Chen Ting and the others became hazy. At this moment, they felt as if Lin Ling was from a completely different world than them. Everything about Lin Ling was very mysterious, making them want to tear open that layer of screen and see everything to the end. However, at this moment, countless willow branches shot towards Lin Ling like swords. The desolate willow finally made its move. The power of these willow branches was probably enough to kill a martial god, but at this moment, Lin Ling also drew his sword. Behind him, 18 true inheritance nether swords floated out. Then, they passed through countless willow branches and shot forward. They were neat and tidy, pleasing to the eye. From afar, it looked like an immortal sword piercing through the world. The most terrifying thing was that these swords didn't shoot in all directions. They only had a single target, and that was the tyrannical song sword. Clang! After the first sword landed on the hilt of the tyrannical song sword, it caused the tyrannical song sword to penetrate even deeper. The wild willow let out a terrifying cry for the first time, but the second, the third, the fourth, finally, the tyrant song sword was pushed into the wild willow's body. The wild willow's body began to swell, and in the next moment, it exploded. Those willow branches that were shooting towards Lin Ling all fell to the ground. The sky was filled with willow branches, and one had to admit that it was extremely beautiful. Chen Ting and the others looked at the scene in front of them, and the expressions on their faces did not calm down for a long time. This is a miracle. This was especially true for Chen Ting. She recalled the time when she had pulled Lin Ling into the alliance. At that time, Lin Ling had smiled and said to her, God Slayer Alliance's Lin Ling. At that time, she didn't take this name to heart. But now, she knew how terrifying this God Slayer Alliance's Lin Ling was. His strength was definitely ranked in the top 300 on the divine list. Don't be in a daze. These willow branches are extremely rare treasures. If they are used to forge weapons, they will definitely be at the level of acquired divine artifacts. Come and collect them. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Then, Chen Ting and the others rushed over and saw Lin Ling standing there quietly. His blue robe fluttered lightly, and a strange golden object appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, that object looked like a ginseng. Moreover, it had 4 limbs and looked like a child. There were also many golden roots on its head. This is? Chen Ting was instantly curious. I don't know what it is either. It was left behind from the wild willow. It seemed to have been refining this thing before. Moreover, I checked it and found that this thing doesn't have any spiritual energy. Moreover, it looks more like a fleece flower. Lin Ling waved the object in his hand and smiled. Golden fleece flower? Everyone gathered around with curious looks on their faces. Hee, I didn't expect you guys from a small academy to be so capable. This wild willow was actually killed by you guys. Just as everyone was staring at the treasure in Lin Ling's hand, a disdainful voice suddenly drifted over from afar. This made Chen Ting and the others turn around. They saw Xianxia, who had fled like a rabbit, walking back. He had his hands behind his back and a smug look on his face. Xianxia, you still have the nerve to come back? Do you have any shame? We, the Impact Alliance, announce that you are eliminated. Seeing Xianxia, Chen Wu was furious. This guy was good at stealing kills, but he was completely useless in other aspects. Hee, with your trash alliance, do you really think that you can invite me? I just lost contact with the Impact Alliance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me. However, my luck is not bad. I finally found the Impact Alliance just now. Xianxia slowly walked over. His pair of mung-bean eyes seemed to be wary of Chen Ting. Especially when his gaze landed on the towering peaks, he couldn't help but lick his lips. This made Chen Ting so angry that she clenched her teeth. However, just as she was about to speak, Xianxia once again said indifferently, although I'm leaving the alliance, I'm still considered a member of your alliance. According to the rules, I also have a share of the treasures you obtained. Bullshit, do you still have any shame? Hearing this, everyone was burning with anger. I forgot to say, when I said that I have a share, it means that all the treasures in your hands belong to me. Even that stupid kid from the Wind Snow Academy, your golden fleece flower is also mine. However, Xianxia wasn't angry. Instead, he said leisurely. You're dreaming. Not to mention treasures, we won't even give a single strand of hair to a rat like you. Chen Wu was so angry that he started laughing, and he'd never seen such a shameless person. Ha ha ha. Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud. With his hands behind his back, as if he was the master of everything, he said, not only do I want the golden fleece flower, I also want your sister. I've been interested in her for a long time, especially those two lumps. TSK, I'll definitely have fun with them. His gaze was even more unscrupulous as he stared at Chen Ting. The Chen siblings were so angry that they immediately gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. However, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of the scum, this person was very timid. So, where did he get his courage from? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was because his chaotic ears heard a familiar sound. This was the sound that he heard when he came to the ancient dragon wasteland. That's right, it was that poison lake. He remembered that when they passed by the poison lake, a cloud of pollen had spread out and paralyzed everyone's bodies. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's quick reaction, everyone would have been in trouble, and the source of the pollen was a poisonous flower at the bottom of the ancient lake. Now, the sound was exactly the same as the poisonous flower. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Poison. The evil ghost jellyfish has swallowed all the pollen that entered my body. Damn. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. Otherwise, if he had been paralyzed as well, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The pollen was obviously brought by Xianxia. He did not know how Xianxia was able to use the pollen to paralyze everyone. However, it was clear that Xianxia had come prepared. At this moment, Xianxia chuckled. Instead of leaving, he strode towards Chen Ting. Chen Ting and the others were filled with murderous intent. They had not attacked Xianxia previously because they had given him a chance. After all, they were once in the same alliance. However, who would have thought that Xianxia had gone too far? You should stop before you go too far. Tian Ao immediately stepped forward. Behind him, Wu Jiang did the same. Just as they were about to activate their boundary essence, they suddenly felt that they had lost control of their bodies. What's going on? Both of them were surprised at the same time. Chen Ting and the others' faces changed. When they activated their boundary essence, they immediately felt that something was wrong with their bodies. They also felt that the more they activated their boundary essence, the stronger the feeling of losing control of their bodies. You used poison? Chen Wu suddenly thought of something and looked at Xianxia furiously. Ha, that's right. I used poison. What can you do about it? Xianxia enjoyed everyone's surprised expressions. He stared at Wu Jiang and said, I like your armor very much. It will belong to me later. After he finished speaking, he punched Xianxi's stomach. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down like a shrimp. As for you? Trash from Snowwind Academy. After that punch, Xianxia punched Tian Ao and the others. They fell down one by one, unable to move. They could only stare at Xianxia with hatred. This guy was despicable and shameless. Their faces were filled with anger. They did not expect that they would be killed by Xianxia instead of dying in the wild willow's mouth. However, Xianxia didn't kill them immediately because he was already looking at Chen. Of course, when he walked over, he knocked Chen Wu down and said, "You guys are lucky because you won't die for the time being. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want you guys to watch me toy with Chen. Xianxia, you pervert. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Chen, run." Chen Wu and the others who were lying on the ground immediately roared. "Ha ha ha, scream, scream. You'll be able to feast your eyes later." However, the more they cursed, the happier Xianxia was. Moreover, he began to walk towards Chen. Chen was so angry that her face had turned red and she was trembling. Especially the two lumps on her chest, they were bouncing violently. A despicable person like you should kneel down obediently and destroy your own words. Then, you might still have a chance to live. But at this moment, a cold voice broke the silence and quietly floated out. This also caused Xianxia to stop in his tracks. His face suddenly darkened. He slowly turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. "Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling, you were able to teach my junior a lesson in the garden. But now, you're just like a dog. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Chen and the others, I would have taught you a lesson already." Although Lin Ling had killed the wild willow, in his opinion, that did not represent any strength. It could only be said that Lin Ling's courage was commendable and he was not afraid of death. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling's strength was not bad, now that he was poisoned, he was just like a dog. Xianxia temporarily gave up on Chen and began to walk towards Lin Ling. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he seemed to be looking down at Lin Ling. The light in his eyes was obviously different. On the ground, Tianao and the others shouted because they also noticed that Xianxia's attitude towards Lin Ling was different. He seemed to want to kill Lin Ling first, but the truth was that Xianxia wanted to kill Lin Ling first because Lin Ling's attitude was too calm. From the beginning to the end, there was not the slightest bit of panic, and when he looked at Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia felt that there was a trace of pity in them. "It seems that you've finally chosen to die." Lin Ling finally spoke. Although his words were calm, there was a strong murderous intent mixed in. "Die?" Xianxia laughed contemptuously, as if he had heard the best joke in his life. This brat was too ignorant of the situation. Didn't he see that Tianao and the others were rolling on the ground like dogs? After laughing, Xianxia's eyes became ferocious, revealing a trace of hatred. "Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? Do you know where you are right now? This is the ancient dragon wasteland. There are countless people stronger than you. In our garden, there are countless experts of the E-generation. My seniors, Yu Quan and the others are in this area, and you've already been crippled by me. You still want to kill me? Are you crazy? Immediately show me a panicked expression, immediately beg for mercy." It seemed that Lin Ling was too calm, causing Xianxia to go a little crazy. A water-splitting thorn appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed towards Lin Ling's legs. He wanted to see Lin Ling begging for mercy, and he wanted to see Lin Ling cry even more. This slash caused Chen and the others' eyes to widen. Chen almost shouted that she could fulfill Xianxia's wish, but Xianxia had to let Lin Ling go. But, would Lin Ling's legs be cut off by a mere Xianxia? What a joke! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand and slapped the water-splitting thorn away, then punched out with his right fist. Bang! This punch broke Xianxia's right leg. Bang! Another punch broke Xianxia's left leg. Chen and the others stared at Lin Ling in disbelief, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Looking at Xianxia again, he was lying on the ground, his hands clutching his legs as he screamed in pain. His face was also filled with disbelief and fear. "How is this possible? You've clearly been poisoned by the heavenly flax flower. Could it be that you have the dupu leaves on you?" Xianxia roared in shock. "The poison you're talking about should be this, right?" Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. Suddenly, a large number of jellyfish rushed out from behind him, and a few of them even spat out a large amount of pollen. This was the pollen of the poisonous flower. After spitting it out, all the jellyfish looked at Xianxia with bared fangs and brandished claws. In Xianxia's eyes, the Lin Ling in front of him was not a human, but a demon that had escaped from the underworld. You can't kill me. Xianxi's hands pressed against the ground as he staggered backwards. I'm from the Yi Garden, and my senior is Yu Quan. If you dare to kill me, everyone in Snow Wind Academy Shinsan Hall will die. Let me tell you, Yu Quan is an expert, more powerful than any of you. He even knows the Gold God Tribe's priest and the Water God Tribe's princess. You bunch of lowly commoners are no match for him. Soulless Swamp. Right? Lin Ling frowned. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered, it was in the ancient lake mine. At that time, Genie and Princess Shui Wan were accompanied by several experts from the Yi Garden. One of them seemed to be called Yu Quan. That guy was actually a senior from Xian Class 1? Are you scared? Come and help me up. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Mystic One thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Thus, he roared hysterically. However, Lin Ling's sword cut off Xianyi's arms. Right? In front of me, he is nothing but trash. If you have the chance, you can ask him if he dares to speak to me, Lin Ling. As for Princess Shui Wan and Priest Jin Shen, I'm sorry, but I killed them. Lin Ling laughed coldly. His words caused Mystic One to open her mouth wide in shock. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Ling's sword had already been raised high in the air. A cold light shone from the sword. You dare? Don't kill me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. With a swing of the sword, Mystic One was also smashed into a meat patty. Lin Ling found a few pieces of strange tree bark on her body. They seemed to be dupu leaves. However, although they looked like leaves, they were actually more like tree bark. After tearing them apart, Lin Ling could see that they were connected by spider silk. After that, he distributed the tree barks to Chen Ting and the others, and once they obtained the tree barks, the numbness they felt gradually vanished. After they stood up, they looked at Lin Ling gratefully, because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have definitely died here. It was even to the extent that Chen Ting could imagine that if it wasn't for Lin Ling, not only would she have died here, she would have been tainted by that bastard. Thank you, the two siblings said gratefully. Big brother Lin Ling, thank you. Of course, no one was more grateful than Tiano. He rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. He almost kissed Lin Ling. This caused a look of disgust to appear on Lin Ling's face. At the same time, he also realized that this fellow should be thanking him on behalf of Chen Ting. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly kick Tianao and said, she has just gone through a life and death tribulation. Her heart is at its weakest right now, so why don't you seize this opportunity? Ah. Tianao immediately reacted. He looked at Lin Ling gratefully and ran to Chen Ting's side. However, Chen Ting didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she walked towards Lin Ling and said worriedly, Lin Ling, you killed Xianyi. He's from the Yi Garden, and I've heard of the Yu Quan he mentioned. He's stronger than us. Now. Lin Ling knew what Chen Ting was worried about. He interrupted her and shrugged. Don't worry. It's fine if Yu Quan doesn't come looking for you, but if he does, he'll definitely regret it. Then, he looked at the golden fleece flower in his hand and looked into the distance. Finally, he led the group forward again. After this incident, the group unknowingly regarded Lin Ling as their leader. The Qin siblings even discussed and cancelled the attack alliance. They joined the God Slayer alliance directly, although they didn't like to be controlled by others. After being with Lin Ling and the rest, they realized that Lin Ling and the rest weren't arrogant and were easy to talk to. In addition, Lin Ling had saved them, so they joined the God Slayer alliance. Lin Ling naturally welcomed them. Currently, the God Slayer alliance didn't have many people and needed experts to oversee it. A half-step martial god was one of the top experts in the entire God Slayer alliance. The salt pan was huge and full of dangers. Other than the poisonous trees, there were also poisonous duckweeds and other poisonous plants. These poisonous plants were no small matter. Fortunately, Lin Ling had encountered them several times, so he was able to avoid these poisonous plants in advance. Moreover, Lin Ling noticed that these poisonous plants were more or less glowing with a golden light. They seemed to be the golden fleece flower. This made Lin Ling even more curious. In the vast salt pan, other than Lin Ling's small alliance, there were other alliances moving forward. Some of them knew the taboo of the salt pan, so they managed to cross it. Some of then were like Lin Ling and the rest, advancing step by step. Of course, there were many deaths in the process. Moving forward like this, all the small alliances were getting closer and closer to the god shop. In fact, to get close to the god shop was a trial of blood and killing. Only those with great courage, perseverance, and fighting spirit could enter the god shop. It's the soulless swamp again. Let's take a break. After we recover, we'll rush through this place. In front of a magnificent swamp, Lin Ling stared ahead. There, bubbles constantly emerged from the swamp and then burst, emitting a mysterious miasma. It was colorful and extremely beautiful. Looking into the distance, the land seemed to be endless, and this was the soulless swamp. To be honest, Lin Ling and the rest had encountered such a swamp several times before. It was just that it was not as big as the one in front of them. However, they all knew that the terrifying thing about this swamp was that it was soulless. This meant that any martial artist who entered this swamp would use up their realm essence. In the end, their combat strength would be reduced by as much as 90%. Lin Ling and the rest had passed through the soulless swamp several times before. Nothing major happened. However, when they passed through, they clearly saw many experts dying in the swamp. There were even people who were half swallowed by the swamp and were asking for help from Lin Ling and the rest. However, Lin Ling refused, because he discovered that the lower half of the person's body had been swallowed. He was just struggling on the verge of death. If they got close, something unexpected might happen, and that was just a small swamp. The big swamp in front of them was likely to be filled with danger. This god shop is really difficult to walk through. Tianao and the rest sat at the edge of the swamp and could not help but sigh. They did not know if they could continue on like this. Once we pass through this swamp, we will arrive at the god shop. Lin Ling looked at the group and then said with a smile, boosting their fighting spirit. Is this the last part of the journey? Alright, since we have come this far, we will continue even if we die. Wu Jiang immediately stood up, looking a little high-spirited. Then, he looked at Luo Wucheng and said with a smile, everyone, get up. This is the last part of the journey. Once we pass through it, we will succeed. Let's go. We have made it this far. Damn it, I don't believe that this swamp can stop us. Tianao and the rest also stood up. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and immediately led the way. After entering the soulless swamp, a mysterious force permeated the air. Everyone noticed that their realm essence was being drained rapidly. This was the effect of the miasma. Speed up, let's leave this place before our realm essence runs out. Following behind Lin Ling, Chen Wu immediately shouted. Everyone could not help but speed up. They stepped lightly on the ground and then leaped across the swamp. Lin Ling took the lead, but he immediately noticed that the miasma in front of him had quietly changed color. It had turned orange. This made him realize that the miasma was even more powerful and could accelerate the depletion of a martial artist's realm essence. Go around here, go that way. Lin Ling made a decision and ran in another direction. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Canon Deity Alliance. However, after walking in another direction, Lin Ling and the rest saw a group of people attacking a huge vine. The huge vine was rolling around in the swamp like a snake. From time to time, it would release duckweed that was as thick as a finger. What was terrifying was that the duckweed was impervious to water and fire. It was floating in all directions. Looking at the ground of the swamp, there were a few people sitting there. They were obviously injured. From this, it could be seen that this group of people was attacking the huge vine. Under their attacks, the vine seemed to be heavily injured. This also meant that this group of people was not weak. Moreover, there were many of them. There were many half-step martial god realm experts in this group. One of them was the strongest and had an 8th grade talent. His wrists were as huge as an ape's arms. With a punch, he could release a godly cannon-like attack. Under his attacks, the giant vine began to crack apart. This person's combat power was terrifying. It was almost comparable to an ordinary martial god realm expert. 90% of ancestors' power. Moreover, his talent is not weak. Lin Ling was shocked. This was the strongest 8th grade ultimate Desala body he had ever seen. It was even stronger than Wanyan Bupo. He was definitely one of the top 300 on the divine list stairway. Who are you? The other party was obviously from the Alliance. After seeing Lin Ling and the rest, he immediately shouted angrily. Chen Wu and his sister frowned. Their alliance barely had 10 people while the other party had almost 100 people. If there was a conflict, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, when they looked around, they did not see anyone familiar from the academy. This meant that the other party would not give them any face. Kill them. That was indeed the case. Suddenly, someone from the alliance yelled out. In a place like the ancient dragon desolate land, when an alliance met another alliance, it would often be a double cross, forcing others to join their alliance. If the other party refused, they would be directly destroyed. Looking at Lin Ling's alliance, there were only a few people and their cultivation did not seem high. Therefore, they did not bother to absorb them and directly killed them. Most importantly, the desolate vine they killed was about to die, and they didn't want to cause more trouble. Everyone, I'm Lin Ling from the Godslayer Alliance. We're just passing by and don't intend to cause any trouble. I hope you can let us through. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke up. It was because the surrounding miasma was still drifting about, everyone's realm essence still flowing out. If they could avoid a battle, that was naturally better. Looking at the other party, they seemed to have treasures that could block the miasma, so they were in a better state. If the two alliances were to fight, Lin Ling could guarantee that they would be fine, but he could not guarantee that Tianao and the others would be fine. Godslayer Alliance? Never heard of it. Destroy it. A thin and weak young man spoke again. Sir, must you fight to the death? Hearing this, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. Although he did not want to fight, if the other party was overbearing, he would not allow himself to be trampled on. Haha. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the group of people from the alliance couldn't help but laugh out loud. Firstly, Lin Ling's alliance was small in number and weak in strength. Secondly, Lin Ling's alliance's realm essence was flowing out, but they had treasures that could block the miasma. The difference between the two sides was obvious. That guy actually said that they would fight to the death. That was a joke. Kill. Then, the group of people did not waste any more time and immediately prepared to attack. It was obvious that they were not newbies like the Godslayer Alliance. They seemed to have stayed in the ancient dragon wasteland for a long time. Newbies, although God's store is good, the great world over there is not something you can get close to. Someone sneered. However, just as they were about to attack, a loud voice suddenly rang out, Fei Ying, you kill the desolate vine. I'll take a look at them. The leader had already looked at Lin Ling and the others. Then, he said indifferently, Godslayer Alliance, I'm the leader, Godslayer Li Feishan. Are you guys interested in joining our alliance? What? Once this was said, everyone was in disbelief. This was because a small alliance like Lin Ling's was nothing in their eyes, unless the other party was a fierce talent. However, when they took a closer look, other than Chen Ting and her sister who looked familiar, the others were unfamiliar. Obviously, they were not in the strongest circle of the Godslayer Alliance and were not worth their attention. Boss, this. Someone looked at the leader and asked curiously. However, the leader waved his hand and smiled at Lin Ling. What do you think? This not only surprised the Godslayer Alliance, but also Chen Ting and the others. Glancing at everyone, Lin Ling smiled and said, Join you and work under you? That's right. In the ancient dragon wasteland, it's normal for alliances to devour each other. If you don't join us, you will be forced to join others. However, the Godslayer Alliance is not a small alliance. You won't lose out if you join us. The man called Godslayer continued to smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he said calmly, I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining other alliances. This guy. Lin Ling's words shocked the people of the Godslayer Alliance. This was because they had no intention of letting Lin Ling and the others join them. Now that their leader had given them a chance, this trashy alliance had rejected it. What a small alliance that had overestimated itself. Hee, rejecting is tantamount to provoking us. The outcome may be the destruction of the entire alliance. However, Godslayer was not angry and spoke slowly. Our alliance may be small, but if they want to destroy us, we'll have to see if they have any teeth. Lin Ling immediately retorted. How dare you? Damn it, we gave you a chance. It's fine if you reject it, but you're still so arrogant. Boss, destroy them. Lin Ling's attitude infuriated the people of the Godslayer Alliance. However, Lin Ling did not care about these small fries. Instead, he looked at Godslayer calmly. Godslayer also looked at Lin Ling calmly. Their gazes were like invisible flames that bloomed continuously in the air. The God's shop has opened and there are already 100 alliances there. Weak alliances will be destroyed. This is the style of the ancient dragon wasteland. Godslayer spoke again. His words left his subordinates speechless. Why was their leader so easy to talk to? Why was he tolerating them again and again? They remembered that there was once a small alliance that wanted to join, but their leader was unhappy and destroyed it. The reason was simple. The other party was an alliance formed by a group of old monsters. If the old monsters joined, it would be like the prestige of the Godslayer alliance. Now, not only did Godslayer not attack, he was even explaining, did the dozen people on the other side have the right to do so? Moreover, you've all been poisoned and your boundary essence is being depleted. Soon, your combat power will be reduced to 0. So, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no turning back. Divine Cannon. Sorry, I refuse. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even consider it and directly shook his head. Very good. The cannon god narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything else. His arms shook and rumbled. It was as if his arms had turned into 2 godly cannons. Looking at his legs, they had actually turned into divine cannons as well. With a bang, waves of air rolled out, and with the help of his tremendous speed, he charged forward. Speed, 1500 world speed, rumble, cannons flew across the sky, shocking everyone. Everyone disperse. Lin Ling squinted his eyes, and immediately shouted, while the surrounding Tianao and the others quickly dispersed. Currently, their boundary essence was getting lesser and lesser, so they naturally knew that they were no match for him. As for Lin Ling, they knew that when they were walking through the swamp, Lin Ling had used some unknown method to consume his boundary essence the slowest, therefore, it was all up to Lin Ling now. In reality, they did not know that the reason why Lin Ling lost his realm essence so slowly was because he had 6 stanchions. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he held it horizontally in front of him. Then, Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and the space-time divine steel came crashing down from the sky. Rumble. However, the cannonball was truly terrifying. It shot straight towards the space-time divine steel, and even the divine steel in the sky was sent flying. At almost the same time, Lin Ling's Eye of Chaos also appeared, affecting his opponent's Heart of Martial Arts. However, it was still useless. The other party was like a cannonball, charging forward bravely, as if his Heart of Martial Arts was flawless. Seeing this, Lin Ling also increased his speed and retreated madly. But at this time, the cannonball suddenly increased its speed again and reached 1600 world speed. This was clearly beyond Lin Ling's current speed, unless he had fused his talent, expert. This was a real expert. Go. Lin Ling was not willing to take a direct hit and not retaliate, so when the cannonball came crashing down, countless true inheritance nether swords flew out, intersecting with each other, forming a sword net, cutting through the cannonball. This guy actually has so much boundary essence. The people from the Cannon God Alliance sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling was the weakest, but from the looks of it, Lin Ling probably also had a treasure to prevent the boundary essence from leaking out. Ding ding dang dang. However, the sword net formed by the true inheritance dark sword was still unable to stop the giant cannon. Boom. Finally, the huge cannon arrived in front of Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a huge fist. God Valor Cannon. With a roar, the cannon exploded. The thick tyrannical song sword was actually bent by that punch. Following that, a terrifying explosion occurred. Rumble. The sky seemed to be blooming with the most gorgeous fireworks. The entire swamp rumbled incessantly. Then, a figure flew out from the huge fireworks and glided along the swamp before finally shooting into the swamp. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Tianao and the others shouted. Their hearts were heavy. That person's strength was so terrifying. He was not a human, but a cannon. In the sky, explosions continued. However, a burly figure stood there and looked at his hands calmly. The gloves that I bought from the Shop of Gods are indeed amazing. He was the cannon god. He was ranked 347th on the divine list, an expert who was even more terrifying than Wanyan Bupo. Seeing that their leader had killed his opponent with a single punch, the people from the Cannon God Alliance were elated. Boss, you're awesome. Tisk tsk, killing with one shot is so satisfying. Every time I see boss's shot, my blood will boil. However, that guy is quite powerful. He has many tricks up his sleeves. In our alliance, he can be considered a mid-level expert. After all, he is only a mid-level martial ancestor. On the other hand, Jinting and the others' faces turned ugly. They had never thought that the depths of the ancient dragon wasteland would be like this. The 100 Alliance competition, the Alliance would fight each other and the weak would be eliminated. Only a truly powerful alliance could stand out and become a dragon. Looking at the God-Slayer Alliance, they had few people and were weak. They were simply cannon fodder. Rumble, however, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the swamp. The explosion caused everyone to stop laughing and the cannon god's eyes narrowed, the sludge exploded, and a gorgeous figure slowly floated up. This person was dressed in black and had swampy skin. However, his limbs were like dragon claws, and behind him were a large number of gorgeous tentacles that were swaying slightly. Around his body was a snake-like vine. This was the Desolate Vine. It was obvious that this person had been entangled by the Desolate Vine when he had fallen into the swamp. Bang! However, under everyone's gaze, the Desolate Vine that was comparable to a martial god was torn into two by the person. Ah! Everyone's jaws dropped and they were extremely shocked. It's not over yet. On the contrary, that person strode forward in the sky, step by step, and an invisible pressure spread out in all directions. It's you. The cannon god stared at the person's face and immediately recognized him. It was the young man from before. His heart thumped again. Who is this person? How is he still alive after being hit by my shot? One should know that he was ranked 340th on the Stairway of the Divine Board. Even if he did not know the experts on the Stairway of the Divine Board, he had heard of them. However, this was the first time he had seen such an expert. What an interesting talent. With the help of the Divine Cannon, as a token of my gratitude, I should show you my strength. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at him calmly. He knew how strong the cannon god was. In fact, if he had not gone to the Kurishin, he would have had to use all his trump cards to defeat the cannon god. However, he had absolute confidence now and he did not even need to use his trump cards. Bang! The tentacles behind Lin Ling suddenly danced and spun wildly. They formed a powerful force and brought Lin Ling forward. His speed was 1,800 boundary speed. This. The cannon god's eyes widened and he shook his head. Impossible. You should have used up all your boundary essence. Where did you get this strength from? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him and threw a punch at him. Divine Valor Cannon. Seeing this, the cannon god also roared furiously. His boundary essence surged, causing his arm to become even thicker. His cannon-like arm also shot out. Rumble, the two fists collided and flames shot up into the sky. Everyone's eardrums started to hurt. The people from the Cannon God Alliance opened their mouths wide. They did not expect the collision to be so intense. Boss, you can definitely win. Someone suddenly roared out in anger. Boom! However, in the next moment, a figure retreated from the explosion. He took 10 steps back and the sky cracked. The swamp under his feet continued to explode, revealing many footprints. This person was the Cannon God. Oh my god! The people from the Cannon God Alliance shouted. To be able to force their boss to retreat and from a small alliance, was this a dream? 10,000 boundary essence? As for the Cannon God, he looked at his fist and his expression changed drastically. Wrong, it's 18,000 boundary essence. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 100 Leagues Alliance. Shining Cannon, Double Cannon Explosion. Seeing this, Cannon God punched out with his fists like two cannons. Light gathered around his fists, getting brighter and brighter. Rumble, the fists of the two sides approached from afar and collided. This caused a huge shockwave to appear in midair, reaching tens of thousands of miles away. Endless heat waves and astral winds swept in all directions. Everyone was lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. Then, they all looked up, smoke billowed in the sky. After it dispersed, two figures appeared. They were like overlords. Their fists collided, and the space around them cracked. These were dazzling overlords. Of course, Cannon God was an overlord, so this was normal. what shocked everyone was the mysterious young man. Alright, let's not fight anymore. At this time, Canon God suddenly retreated. He looked at Lin Ling with fear. From the beginning, he felt that Lin Ling was not simple. That was why he tried to recruit him. However, Lin Ling was also arrogant. He would rather die than submit. Then, the two of them collided violently. Only after he collided with Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. 18,000 worlds of power, and his talent was unknown. However, he was definitely of a higher level than him. Most importantly, Lin Ling was in a state of dissipation. What if he was at his peak? Canon God estimated that he would only be able to compete with Lin Ling if he unleashed his full power. So, can we go now? On the other side, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The darkness on his body had quietly retreated. The short confrontation earlier allowed him to have a deeper understanding of his own strength. The realm-swallowing beast's talent had increased and the plump fish soup in the forest had greatly improved Lin Ling's physical strength. He was no longer the same as when he had just entered the Kaiyuan River. Yes. Canon God looked at Lin Ling seriously and then nodded. Of course, he also looked at his own alliance. However, at this moment, no one said anything. No one objected. This was because although the God Slayer alliance had few people, their leader was a true dragon overlord. This should be your first time here, right? This way. Canon God suddenly pointed in a direction and said, originally, I thought that you weren't qualified to go to God's shop. However, after the previous battle, I know that you are qualified to enter the top 100 alliance. However, your alliance is still lacking in numbers because you are the strongest. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Tianao and the others. He waved his hand and said, let's go. Alright. Tianao and the others were scared out of their wits. They nodded their heads numbly and followed Lin Ling. What a terrifying junior. The ancient dragon wasteland opens once a month for half a year. I hope there won't be any more experts coming. Canon God said solemnly as he looked at Lin Ling's back. That's right. But this month's new alliances will definitely have a lot of underdogs eating each other. And there's no need to absorb the weak alliances. The only outcome is death. I'm afraid that there are very few alliances that can do such a thing. The God Slayer Alliance has finally crossed the salt pans. The people from the Canon God Alliance said one after another. They knew that after the opening of the ancient dragon wasteland every month, there would be a large number of alliances entering. However, at least half of them would be able to reach God's shop. Once they reached God's shop, they would be eaten by other alliances. There were very few alliances that could stay in God's shop. However, if they could stay, they would be part of the top 100 alliance. This was the elimination rule of God's shop. Lin Ling, how are you so strong? No wonder you could kill those monsters when you were walking through the swamp. You didn't even need to use your boundary essence. Haha, I didn't expect you to be the strongest among us. Chen Ting and the others were very happy to follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Then, he looked into the distance. He could vaguely see a huge tower. After entering the ancient dragon wasteland, they had seen either poisonous lakes or swamps. This was the first time they saw a human building. Obviously, that was God's shop. We're here. Lin Ling finally smiled. Chen Ting and the others also looked into the distance. Instantly, they all laughed excitedly. God's shop was said to be a shop left behind by the gods. One could buy treasures from the era of the gods there, allowing one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Because of this, the experts of the final world flooded in. Everything was for God's shop. Chen Ting and the others had been training for this period of time for God's shop. Now, they had finally reached the end. Let's speed up. It won't be long before we can walk out of the swamp. Lin Ling was in a good mood. This was because God's shop was his hope to become stronger. After all, in the battle with Longyang 3 years later, without any background, he would not be able to compete with martial God when Tian's disciple. Therefore, he would definitely not miss out on God's shop. Moreover, he could find Longyang here. He believed that Longyang was also here for God's shop. After a long time, the group finally walked out of the swamp. The ground and air in front of them were much drier. Stepping on the hard ground, everyone was in a good mood. Looking around, other alliances were also walking out of the swamp. When they saw the high tower in the distance, they all smiled, just like Lin Ling and the others. This was because after a long journey, they had finally reached the end. Of course, this did not mean the end. In fact, just arriving at God's shop meant that the battle had just begun. Lin Ling had a deep understanding of this. After all, not long ago, Canon God was not the strongest in the 100 Leagues. However, he had almost forced Lin Ling to use all his strength. What about the 100 Leagues? At this moment, many excited voices came from behind. So many people. TSK, they are all experts. It seems like everyone wants to use God's shop to become stronger. I heard that there's 100 Leagues here. It was formed 3 months ago when the experts arrived. Hee, we want to join the 100 Leagues too. The so-called 100 Leagues depends on the number of people. Many people were walking along the dry land, chatting passionately. Hey, I'm Fan Hongyan, an expert from Miaoshan College's Shinsan Hall. Are you interested in joining our fan league? I'll give you money. Just name your price. A well-dressed young master suddenly said to the passers-by. At the same time, royal crystals were spilled out. It was obvious that he had a powerful background. He did not care about royal crystals at all. However, his strength was a little embarrassing. He was only on par with Xuan Yanming. A person like him would not be able to become a leader if he did not rely on money. Moreover, although his alliance had many members, if they encountered a big storm, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. I already have an alliance. I'm not joining. Someone immediately refused. Beat them. Beat them until they join us. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The 10 Overlords. Hey, did you see those who were beaten up? Are you joining the alliance? Yes. The group of people continued to move forward and soon caught up with Lin Ling and the others. The young master in the lead laughed again. Lin Ling and the others stopped in their tracks. They looked back and shook their heads. Lin Ling said calmly, the so-called 100 Alliance does not rely on numbers. It relies on elites. If you want us to join, you have to defeat him. Yes. After saying that, Lin Ling led Tianao and the rest forward again. They did not want to waste any more time. The one who stayed behind was the Platinum Evil Spirit. Oh, I gave you face and you became arrogant. Not bad, not bad. I, Fan Hongyan, like to fight against people who think they are outstanding. Men, take care of that stupid bodyguard. Yes. Fan Hongyan waved his fan confidently. However, they wanted to defeat the Platinum Evil Spirit with just a group of people. That was obviously impossible. In the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, everyone was smashed to the ground, and they all cried out in fear. No, don't catch me. I will not be a spicy strip. Yes. What the hell is this? Eating people? Yes. Everyone was scared out of their wits, especially Fan Hongyan. At this moment, he even threw away his folding fan. With snot and tears running down his face, he shouted, Masters, take him away. I agree to join your alliance, okay? Yes. Now, he finally understood that numbers were useless. In the end, he still had to rely on strength. 1,000 people alliance could not stop one person from the other alliance. How could such an alliance enter the 100 Alliance? In front of the main road, Lin Ling and the rest smiled and continued to move forward. There were many people in front of them. These people looked cold and arrogant. Obviously, they were the masters of the 100 Alliance. They did not care about Fan Hongyan's trash alliance that relied on numbers. Because they knew that such an alliance would definitely be eliminated. That person from the alliance should be from the Shinsan Hall. He doesn't belong to the strongest circle. Those who have been in the strongest circle know that there are always people who are stronger than them. Only the strong cultivators from the Shinsan Hall who are still in the college would think that they are stronger than them. Chen Wu suddenly said with a smile. There were 2 circles in Shinsan Hall. One circle was like Zhong Jin's group, who only cultivated in the academy. The other circle was outside all year round to gain experience. Their strength had long surpassed the limits of the academy. Only Huanyu was their sky, just like the Snow Wind Academy. All of the Shin 3 halls belonged to the former. Therefore, although Lin Ling was famous in the Shin 3 halls of the various academies, He was only SOSO in the strongest circle. One had to know that within the 36 academies, experts were as common as clouds. People like Lin Ling who had appeared out of nowhere were not few in number, but if he wanted to shake the strongest circle, his current strength was clearly not enough. Lin Ling, you should be the one who fought with Longyang, right? I heard that you're one of the newcomer kings. At this moment, Chen Ting also looked at Lin Ling and said. During this period of time, she had been constantly searching through her memories and finally remembered the name Lin Ling. Oh? You've heard of me? Lin Ling couldn't help but be curious. This was because he had only just stepped into the strongest circle, which was why he was called one of the newcomer kings. Hehe, I suddenly remembered your name because of Longyang. Longyang is also a celebrity who appeared out of nowhere. Of course, the one who truly let us know of her is Wendian martial god. After all, the latter is one of the top 10 martial gods. Chen Ting immediately nodded. She was also one of the experts in the strongest circle. In their circle, although the name Longyang was unfamiliar, it was like a firework that bloomed brilliantly. In an instant, many people knew of it. Hehe, I didn't expect that I would take advantage of Longyang's glory. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately shook his head and smiled. It seemed that Wendian martial god had put in a lot of effort for Longyang. Otherwise, based on the current Longyang, she definitely wouldn't be so famous. Longyang, the #1 newcomer king, has long been recognized by the experts in the strongest circle. Not long ago, in the Academy's martial arts competition, and now that she has entered One World Mountain, her strength and fame have increased by leaps and bounds. I heard that she seemed to have caught the eye of a god and that god wants her to be a trial taker. Chen Ting said again, however, this is only a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. Trial taker? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Could it be that Wendian martial god's recommendation of his disciple with great fanfare was also for the trial taker? What's One World Mountain? Lin Ling then asked again. It's the same as the Kaiyuan River. It's also a place where the experts in the strongest circle like to explore. It's also a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. There's a heritage crystal there and it's said that it can inherit the position of a god. Chen Ting suddenly said. Her eyes were burning with passion. She seemed to be looking forward to One World Mountain. It could be seen that she had also been to One World Mountain. However, because of her strength, she might not have gone very far. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. He was constantly getting stronger and Longyang was also getting stronger. The two of them were like a race to see who could run faster and who could rush out of the sky. As for Longyang, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate her. Over the years, he had seen countless monstrous geniuses. However, there were very few people like Longyang who grew by leaps and bounds. As Lin Ling and the others got closer and closer to the tower, Tian'ao and the others' faces became dignified. Experts, because the whole mountain was filled with experts, they should be the top experts in the Shinsan Hall among the major academies. Such an expert, to the Snow Wind Academy, was undoubtedly extremely rare. These experts should only be a part of it. Yes. Lin Ling also said indifferently. He had already discovered a few existences that were not weaker than Canon God. For example, Wan Yanbupa from the Demon Forest was just an ordinary existence here. Lin Ling even discovered that there were a few people who were not weaker than him. Their talent had probably reached the 10th grade. Those experts stood quietly on the mountain peak. A powerful pressure filled the air, making people not dare to approach. The scary thing was that they were all very young but their strength was so strong that even the old monsters were in awe. That person's strength is probably not weaker than mine. His ancestral power should have reached 100% and he is half a step into the martial god realm. Although his talent is not as high as mine, his realm makes up for the gap. Yes. And that person has the aura of an innate divine weapon. I'm afraid that he has reached the 3rd grade. If my tyrannical song sword is fully activated, then I still have a chance to compete with him. Otherwise, with the current tyrannical song sword, it is obviously still weak. Yes. There is a martial god realm expert there. TSK, such a young martial god realm expert is really rare. Lin Ling kept muttering to himself. He fully understood what it meant to have experts as many as the clouds. Of course, not only him, even those who came here for the first time sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. The 100 Great Alliance is led by the 10 overlords. The situation in the ancient dragon wasteland. What is the 100 Alliance? What are the 10 overlords? A curious voice immediately came. After all, they were late by 3 months, so there were many things they did not understand. The 100 Great Alliance is the strongest 100 alliances in the ancient dragon wasteland. The other smaller alliances have all been absorbed by them. The 100 Great Alliance is the leader, and within the 100 Great Alliance, the 10 overlords are the strongest. That person said word by word. The 10 overlords are like the 10 tallest mountains, dominating the god's shop. Other than the trial of gods, no one dares to provoke them. If you meet them outside the god's shop, then not only will all your gains be robbed, you will even be swallowed, and then join their alliance. If you refuse, then you will die. The 10 overlords are so powerful, but do they have the strength? No strength? What a joke. The person who spoke swept his gaze across the crowd. Seeing everyone's serious expression, his mouth raised into a contemptuous smile. The 10 overlords are the Heaven Alliance. The Heaven Alliance is currently the strongest among the 10 overlords. It is the combination of the Duan Alliance and the Heaven-Seeking Alliance. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Miao Continent's #1 family and the new Heavenly Court's Elite Alliance? No wonder they are so powerful. In the crowd, Lin Ling also frowned. He never thought that these two enemies would actually form an alliance. If he, Lin Ling, encountered them, then the trouble would not be small. The second is the Immortal Devil Alliance. This is the alliance of the 9 continents' 10 ferocious immortal temple and the Great Devil sect. That person spoke again. 9 continents 10 ferocious. Everyone's expression changed again. Although they already knew that they would encounter the 9 continents 10 ferocious, they did not expect these two ancient beasts to form an alliance. Immortal Temple. Lin Ling suddenly became excited. Sure enough, the Immortal Temple was here. The third is the Death Alliance, the land of eternal slumber of heroic spirits. The most important thing is that the first leader came out this time. Therefore, although the land of eternal slumber of heroic spirits did not form an alliance with the other alliance, the first leader came out personally. One had to know that although the other alliances were powerful, the strongest experts of their respective forces had not come. For example, the Duan Clan Alliance, their Duan lineage martial god had not come. If the land of eternal slumber wanted to go against the Duan Clan's alliance, they would definitely need to send out their leader. It seems that these alliances are at odds with each other, which is to my advantage. Lin Ling said secretly. Since Wanyan Bupo was killed by him, the place where the heroic spirit rested would definitely seek him for revenge. Furthermore, the Duan clan was also eyeing him covetously. Fortunately, these people were not on the same side, and they were also opponents, and this was beneficial to Lin Ling. The fourth is the Creation Alliance. Speaking of which, this alliance is very mysterious. Currently, no one knows what kind of power created it, but all the people who encountered this alliance were killed. The fifth is the Alliance of True Disciples. According to legend, it is an alliance formed by the true disciples of Miao God and the Miao God dynasty. And these are all famous alliances, formed by old monsters, seniors, and others. That person spoke without stopping. Everyone was digesting his words, and their hearts became more and more solemn. It seemed that the opening of the god's shop had indeed attracted the strongest forces in the 9 regions. However, the 10 overlords are not only old monsters and seniors. In fact, in the ancient dragon wasteland, there are even more experts from the 36 academies, so there are 5 new overlords. That person quietly waited for a moment, and when the newcomers had digested most of the information, he spoke lightly. These 5 new overlords are all from the younger generation. The first is the 7th Emperor Alliance. This alliance only recruits people of the Emperor's generation. There are many experts, and the Emperor's aura surges to the sky. Unless you are a subordinate of an emperor, you are not qualified to join. The second is the Fengyun Tower. This is also an extremely powerful alliance. It is said that currently, they have gathered more than 30,000 experts. Hearing this, someone immediately shouted, 30,000, that's too exaggerated. It's not exaggerated. Moreover, 30,000 experts, none of them are weak. The weak will be eliminated. The third is the Freedom Sword Alliance. The masters of this alliance are the 10 martial gods. Because the mine is very close to here, the alliance is very powerful. The fourth is the Northern Dragon Ice Alliance. This is an extremely mysterious alliance. It is said that there are many beauties inside. Of course, there are many beauties, but their strength is also very strong. The fifth is the Tiandi Alliance. This is an extremely mysterious alliance. The overall strength, the strength of the leader, is currently a mystery. A soft voice, like the wind, floated out. The surrounding mountains were very quiet. The people of each alliance were digesting this information. After all, they are the newcomers. Unless their strength is heaven-defying, they still have to follow the rules of the ancient dragon wasteland. And these 10 overlords are the kings of the 100 Alliance. However, in the next 3 months, it is said that many people will come. The number of people will probably reach 1 million, and all of them are experts. Therefore, the 100 Alliance will only become stronger and stronger. The position of the 10 overlords will never be surpassed. To be honest, I said so much because I am a member of the Fengyun Tower. This time, I am also recruiting you. That person finally said his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to represent the Fengyun Tower to swallow these newcomers' alliances. Upon seeing this, everyone frowned slightly. I know that you are all experts and proud and do not want to be under others. However, I also want to tell you that this is the general trend. A small alliance is not possible because a small alliance cannot challenge the 100 Alliance. If you want to survive, you have to join. Since you want to join the 100 Alliance, why not join the Fengyun Tower? We are after all one of the 10 overlords. This is my advice to you. Of course, whether you want to join or not is up to you. However, there is only one chance. Don't miss it. That person had his hands behind his back, showing his strength. He is a half-step martial god expert. I'll join. I'll join too. However, many people spoke up. They all came from the final world and knew the rules there. Unless you have absolute strength, if you have a strong background or connections, then the pressure to survive will be greatly reduced. Of course, there were also many people who remained silent. These people were more cautious and planned to make a decision after they understood everything. Moreover, there were some confident people among these people. They did not plan to join any alliance. Fengyun Tower, Skyfire, are you bewitching the newcomers again? For the past 3 months, Fengyun Tower has been madly recruiting newcomers. Are you relying on this kind of brainwashing method? However, at that moment, a mocking laugh suddenly came from afar. Then, a large number of young men in dragon robes appeared on a mountain peak. Imperial Qi surged as if they were the emperor. This was the 7th Imperial Alliance. Looking at those experts, the man named Skyfire frowned and became silent. He seemed to be somewhat fearful, however, he did not dare to speak. This did not mean that the Fengyun Tower he was in did not dare to speak. God Store. 7th Emperor Alliance, scram. Stop acting all high and mighty. You're just a bunch of country bumpkins. A bunch of trash that only knows how to talk and not do anything. These people were obviously the leaders of Fengyun Tower. They were not afraid of the 7th Emperor Alliance. Haha, do you think Fengyun Tower only knows how to use such despicable methods? Gathering people from all the academies and then doing things for you. The golden fleece flower is so pitiful. Do you really think others are idiots? However, if you continue to be unjust, you will be doomed. Just wait, when this matter is exposed, your alliance will automatically collapse. A young man from the 7th Emperor Alliance said calmly. 9 dragons of different colors were circling around him. Most importantly, this person was a martial god expert. With such strength, he could be ranked in the top 200 on the heavenly stairway. Haha, just wait and see. The experts from Fengyun Tower didn't care about the 7th Emperor Alliance's warning. In fact, they were very angry, but they suppressed it because they noticed that another monstrous overlord had appeared on the other side. They didn't want to be the bystander and reap the spoils later. That was why they remained silent, and that was the Northern Dragon Ice Kingdom Alliance. In addition, the unrestrained Sword Alliance had also appeared. Compared to Fengyun Tower, these two alliances would also devour other smaller alliances. However, they would only accept the elites. On the other hand, Fengyun Tower devoured both the strong and the weak. This was the difference. Fengyun Tower had the worst reputation among the 100 alliances. There were even rumors that if this continued, the 100 alliances would be eliminated and devoured. In the end, only the 10 overlords would be left. Outside of the Tiandi League, the other 4 overlords have appeared. It seems like they are all going against each other. In the crowd, Tian Ao saw these experts fighting and couldn't help but say in a serious tone. Haha, if the sky falls down, these tall people will block it. We should just keep quiet and make a fortune. Lin Ling didn't care and smiled. There are many experts in the ancient dragon desolate ground. Small alliances like us won't be a thorn in their side. Thus, the more powerful alliances appear, the better. Lin Ling is right. When those great gods fight, us mortals should focus on increasing our strength. Chen Ting immediately agreed. However, there were quite a few people who had the same thoughts as Lin Ling and the others. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. On the surface, they were led by the 10 overlords, but in reality, if they had the chance to exchange for treasures from the shop of gods, they could also soar into the sky. After all, the 100 Realms Alliance had entered 3 months earlier than them. They had an innate advantage. It was not the right time for them to fight head-on. Ancient Dragon Wasteland, 20,000 people came in the first month, 50,000 people came in the second month, 80,000 people came in the third month. I'm afraid there will be around 150,000 people this month, and in the following days, there will be even more people. At this moment, an aged voice suddenly resounded, causing the surrounding mountains to go silent. All the overlords were silent. In the distant tower, the clouds finally dispersed, revealing a huge palace. The palace was mysterious and had no doors or windows, only a huge platform. And on the platform, a white-haired old man stood there with a smile, his eyes looking at the dense crowd. When they saw the old man, everyone's face turned serious, especially those from the 100 Realms Alliance. They clearly knew that this person was the 10th grade divine paladin, one of the 4 great gods, the Kirishin. He was also the caretaker of the shop of gods. All the treasures were exchanged through that person. As for the palace behind the old man, it should be the shop of gods. However, although there were countless treasures in the palace, it was obvious that no one dared to snatch them. Everyone was doing things according to the rules. You guys have come from far away, all for the divine treasure. Now that you have come here after so many twists and turns, I'm sure you newcomers are very curious about what the shop of gods has. The old man smiled faintly, his voice spreading to the surrounding mountains. Everyone licked their lips and looked at the old man. Their expressions were like children waiting to be given candy. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll get straight to the point. There are countless treasures in God's shop, and they are divided into 5 categories. The first category is God's inheritance treasures, which were collected by Lord Black God. They were left behind by the gods of the old gods era, and they were the treasures of their entire lives. There are 4 of them in total, and if you want to exchange for them, you need a lot of things. The old man smiled and pointed to the sky, as if an immortal was guiding the way. Suddenly, 4 big words appeared in the sky: wind, forest, fire, mountain. These were the 4 lower gods of the old gods era. They had fallen, so their treasures were left behind. It was like a treasure house, and one only needed to exchange for the corresponding treasures. Divine treasure. Everyone trembled, and they were so excited that they almost fell to the ground. That feeling was as if those treasures belonged to them. Of course, although some of the calmer people were excited, they clearly knew that obtaining one of the 4 treasures was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. The second type is the divine embryo inheritance. There are a total of 6 of them. Those who obtain the divine embryo will surpass the ultimate desolate body, becoming a god in one step. As for what divine embryo they are, I can only say that they are lower god divine embryos. If you can obtain them, you will benefit greatly. The old man said again. Divine embryo inheritance? Heavens! Many people held their breaths. The limit of the ultimate desolate body was to transform into a divine embryo. Therefore, the divine embryo inheritance also represented the complete transformation from a mortal to a god. those who had divine embryos were true gods, and 6 divine embryos meant that 6 people could become gods. The third type is the wondrous treasures. It records all kinds of rare treasures, a total of 8,432 kinds. I will not introduce them one by one. I will give you 3 incense sticks worth of time to take a look. Light bloomed in the sky, as if flowers were sprinkling in every corner. A large number of treasure phantoms appeared. As treasure light soared into the sky, everyone held their breaths as they stared intently at the sky. Even Lin Ling and company were the same. They were all looking for treasures that were suitable for them. Fruit of fortune, fruit of good, fruit of fate, all of them are available. Soon, Lin Ling's body trembled. He had found the treasure he needed. There were all 3 kinds of fruits. This gave Lin Ling a shock. This shop of God was indeed rich. This also meant that his trip to the ancient dragon desolate land was not in vain. Dragon Ball? Murder cloves? Following that, Lin Ling saw a rare treasure that could increase his talent. Dragon Ball was clearly an item that could increase the dragon god's talent. As for the murder cloves? Translator, trans and editor, trans in the use of the golden fleece flower. As for the great ominous person, it represented an ominous aura. Naturally, it did not fear the divine ominous clothing. The ominous clothing was suitable for increasing the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. Other than that, Lin Ling also saw many rare treasures. Some could increase one's physical strength, some could increase one's realm essence, ancestral power, and other fruits. Lin Ling also saw flowers that could increase one's dantian. Of course, one could only consume 1 flower to increase one's dantian. It was much worse than the chaos deity formula. Other than increasing one's dantian, there were also many inheritances of ultimate desolate physiques. Some had limits similar to the time and space divine steel, while others had limits that exceeded the time and space divine steel. As for the most basic treasures that could increase one's cultivation level, they were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. They were also divided into different types, such as fire, wind, and so on. You have seen enough. Now, let's move on to the 4th type, the divine type. As time passed, the old man smiled again and waved his right hand. This time, martial arts and divine abilities appeared. These martial arts and divine abilities were all left behind from the era of gods. They were extremely powerful. Lin Ling even saw an incomplete version of the calamity-destroying Sun Bao. Furthermore, he saw the illusionary god world. It could be said that more than half of the divine abilities and martial arts that had appeared in the 9 prefectures had appeared here. There were also many martial arts and divine abilities that had never appeared in the 9 prefectures before. As for the 5th category, it was the various divine artifacts. There were acquired divine artifacts, innate divine artifacts, and some of them were even apocalyptic treasures that could kill martial gods. Of course, although these treasures were terrifying, they had corresponding side effects. Therefore, although they seemed to be powerful, they were also ranked last in the divine artifacts category. Divine inheritance treasures, divine embryos, mystical treasures, divine arts, and divine weapons. The 5 types of treasures were displayed one after another, especially the 1st and 2nd types. These were undoubtedly rare treasures that could not be bought even if one had the money. This was because these were all necessary to become a god. Everyone's eyes continued to flicker, and all of them revealed the same expression. It was a desire to possess, and it was as if they wanted to take all the treasures for themselves. Their hearts were also pounding non-stop. When he saw their expressions, the old man on the platform just smiled without saying a word. It was as if he knew what they were thinking. The elders of the Great 100 Alliance were also smiling, but they weren't mocking him. This was because they had the same expression when they first saw God's shop. This silence lasted for an entire hour. The people's excited gazes gradually calmed down. Lin Ling was the same. He clenched his fists and gradually calmed down because he knew that although the treasure was tempting, he had to be able to obtain it. Therefore, the most important thing was how to exchange for it. There is no lack of smart people among you. From your eyes, I can see that you want to know how to exchange for treasures. Then, I'll tell you, golden fleece flower, everything can be exchanged with golden fleece flower. The old man looked at the crowd mysteriously. A golden light appeared in his hand. Then, the light gradually dimmed and turned into a golden knotweed. What is this? As for the golden fleece flower, many people were obviously confused. Is it that thing? On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others' expressions changed, especially Tianao and the others. They looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. This was because Lin Ling had a golden fleece flower in his hand. This golden fleece flower was taken from Huang Lu. At that time, they had expended all their efforts to get it. When they thought of how the Canon Gods Alliance attacked Huang Ting, the mystery in their hearts was suddenly solved. It was all because of the golden fleece flower. No wonder. Lin Ling also had a golden fleece flower in his hand. He smiled. Not long ago, he felt that this golden light was the key. Now, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Of course, other than Lin Ling, many people in the surrounding hills also had golden fleece flower. At this moment, they were looking at the treasures in their hands in shock. Hee, some of you are very careful and have already collected some golden fleece flower. This shows that you are very curious about the treasures of heaven and earth. However, I can tell you that these golden fleece flower are of no use to you. If you want, you can exchange them for treasures in God's shop. And for those who have golden fleece flower, you can immediately open God's shop. The old man's voice floated out like the wind, causing those who had golden fleece flower to smile excitedly. They had put in so much effort to get the golden fleece flower, which gave them extraordinary privileges. Is it useless? Compared to the others, Lin Ling did not express his opinion. This was because he faintly felt that the golden fleece flower had an effect, which was to train one's willpower. Willpower was something that martial artists could do without, but it was also something that they could not do without. Most of the time, willpower could not be easily displayed, so most martial artists did not care much about it. Moreover, Lin Ling suddenly remembered that the Kirishin had once told him that Xiaoluan was the host of the will of the world. The will of the world was very likely to use Xiaoluan's body to revive in this world. What Xiaoluan could do was to use his willpower to resist. Could it be that all of this had happened because of Xiaoluan? Thinking of this, Lin Ling gasped. The Kirishin was too generous. Of course, this was only Lin Ling's conjecture. Lin Ling, hand over the golden fleece flower. At this time, Chen Ting nudged Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to react. He looked over and saw that those who had golden fleece flower had already handed over their golden fleece flower. In exchange, those people also had a jade token in their hands. Immediately, Lin Ling followed suit, causing many people to be envious. After all, they did not have golden fleece flower, so they could only watch as Lin Ling's group familiarized themselves with God's shop, and those who had a jade token in their hands immediately checked it. They immediately realized that the jade token had a blood-binding effect. It was like a Qianquan bag that could be used to store items. Moreover, it could be used to purchase items. This meant that even if they were not on the platform, they could directly exchange for treasures. However, there was a rule. They could only exchange for the last 2 treasures. The first 3 treasures had to be exchanged on the platform. In addition to this, there was another benefit. That was, the prices of the 5th type of divine weapon treasures had all appeared. Flying boots, increased speed by 500 worlds, 10 golden fleece flower. Sky treading boots, increased speed by 800 worlds, 50 golden fleece flower. Divine sky boots, increased speed by 1000 worlds, 100 golden fleece flower. Yuwang sword, increased power by 50%, 50 golden fleece flower. Yuwang divine sword, increased power by 80%, 100 golden fleece flower. The giant ghost reminder, ranked 2nd, was the curse of the gods. It had a mysterious power and could seal a martial god. There were a total of 5 curses, and the price was 50,000 golden fleece flower. Of course, although these most expensive divine weapons were powerful, they were all consumables. However, to kill a martial god, everyone who had a jade pendant sucked in a breath of cold air. If they had such a taboo treasure in their hands, why would the martial god fear them? However, 100,000 golden fleece flower, it was so scary. After all, they had only obtained a single golden fleece flower after battling the desolate tree and other poisonous creatures. 100,000? He didn't know how many he would have to kill. Even if he died in the mouth of the poisonous tree, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. Looking at the other treasures, the lowest starting price was 10 golden fleece flower. Expensive, too expensive. Lin Ling was also looking at the jade token. His gaze finally landed on the great heaven world destruction flag, and his breathing instantly became heavy. He had killed the martial god. He immediately thought of martial god Wen Tian. With the treasures left behind by the deities and his familiarity with Wen Tian martial god, it would not be a problem to kill him. Lin Ling's eyes lit up in an instant. He was extremely excited. He knew it was not difficult to kill Wentian martial god, but it would take some time, and he didn't want to wait that long. Therefore, if he had these treasures, he would be able to shorten the time by half. Remember, there is only one treasure. If you buy it, it's gone. So, if you see something you like, buy it as soon as possible, especially the 6 divine embryos. Haha, if you miss it, it's gone. Also, if you have a jade token, you can only see the price of the 4th divine artifact if you buy the 5th divine artifact, and only then can you see the price of the 3rd divine artifact, and so on. At this moment, the old man's smiling voice drifted out once more. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people in the surrounding mountains became excited, their eyes were filled with madness. Boom. Boom, there was a roar in his heart. They had obviously gone mad for these treasures. Go, open your path to becoming stronger. The 100 Great Alliance, after the gods, heroes will rise together. Who can stand against you? When the old man's last words drifted out, the people in the various mountain ranges began to disperse. That was because even though there seemed to be a lot of treasures, they could still be bought up. Especially treasures that one had taken a fancy to. If it was bought by someone else, then it would be gone. Therefore, people wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. Moreover, in order to obtain a jade plate, one must obtain the first golden fleece flower to exchange for a jade plate. This was the first step everyone had to take. They are very excited, but when they realize the danger of the wasteland, their excitement will slowly be suppressed. The powerhouses of the Great 100 Alliance smiled faintly as they watched the newcomers leave. Because the treasures were rare, the competition was fierce. Only a true dragon could rise to prominence. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had also left the tower area and were rushing outside. TSK, what a crazy treasure. Even the giant ghost, who was beside Lin Ling, said, I actually saw the immortal fruit. According to legend, those who have this fruit will not die even when they are at the martial god realm. They will not die even once. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion, but he calmed down and said, there are many treasures and they are all very rare. However, if we want to obtain them, we will need more golden fleece flower. Currently, it seems that it will be difficult for us to obtain even one golden fleece flower, let alone hundreds or thousands. Lin Ling could not help but think of the desolate willow. That monster was at the martial god realm and it was killed in the process of refining it. What if they wanted to kill the desolate willow in their prime? It would be difficult. Moreover, the golden fleece flower was rare. Therefore, if the other alliances encountered the desolate willow, they would not miss it. If you don't kill it, they will. It would be like robbing a treasure. Lin Ling, this golden fleece flower is unique to the Kaiyuan River. According to legend, it is also one of the world wills. However, this is only the world will of the Kaiyuan River and it is produced continuously. The golden fleece flower that you encountered before was devoured by the monster. In fact, there are many golden fleece flower that have not been discovered by the monster. At this time, the giant ghost spoke again. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The giant ghost seems to be very familiar with the golden fleece flower. Giant ghost, do you know where those golden fleece flower are? Lin Ling stopped and asked excitedly. This also made Tian Ao and the others curious, but they did not stop Lin Ling. The giant ghost used a voice that only Lin Ling could hear and said faintly, I can only find the general direction, and this is only a general direction. However, if your evil ghost jellyfish enters the ground, in addition to the small kunlun, then the search for the golden fleece flower will be clearer. This can also work. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not think of this method. Moreover, if this method could work, then why didn't the others use it? The underground of the ancient dragon desolate land is extremely ancient. It can also block many detection methods. Even for those experts who are proficient in water and earth element, their methods would be like stones sinking into the sea after entering the ground. The reason is that this desolate land can only allow the monster tree to grow. However, the small kunlun is also a tree. Therefore, it is not afraid of the law of the ground. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling immediately looked at the small kunlun. The small kunlun's consciousness followed Lin Ling's arm and swam towards the ground. It looked like a desolate vine. Moreover, it swam deeper and deeper, like a fish in water. Seeing this, Tianao and the others were stunned. What was Lin Ling doing, suddenly releasing a plant and then standing there like a fool? This Lin Ling, we have not obtained a jade token. We must immediately obtain a golden fleece flower to exchange for a jade token. Do you think we should hurry? Chen Ting whispered. Boom, however, just as she finished speaking, the soil on the ground began to churn. A black vine was growing. When it reached the height of a human, the leaves on the vine shone with golden light. When the leaves opened, a golden fleece flower the size of a small stone appeared. Damn, isn't that the golden fleece flower? What's going on? What the hell is this vine? Tianao and the others were stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to find the golden fleece flower so quickly. There were many people who were passing by. When they saw this, they were jealous and almost wanted to snatch it. However, after hesitating for a while, they quickly left. Perhaps they thought that since Lin Ling and the others could find the golden fleece flower so easily, there should be many outside. However, only the people from the Great 100 Alliance knew that there were many golden fleece flower outside. However, the prerequisite was that you could find it and obtain it. Compared to Tianao and the others who were overjoyed, Lin Ling was almost going crazy. This was because when the small kunlun entered the ground, it began to take root and germinate. It began to produce branches and leaves. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was under its control. This meant that if there were many golden fleece flower underground, the small kunlun could immediately find it and dig it out. If it went to a place where there were many golden fleece flower, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the golden fleece flower? Boom. Boom. This was shocking news. Treasure. He would be able to buy all the treasures he wanted. Let's go, let's get out of here. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he hurriedly led everyone away. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. They were surprised that Lin Ling was so excited, but they quickly followed after Lin Ling. On the ancient wasteland, Lin Ling sprinted all the way as if he had gone mad. Beside him was the giant ghost, and behind him was the golden white evil ghost. Wherever they passed, the passers-by were stunned, and then many people from the Great 100 Alliance laughed mockingly. Hee hee, this must be a newbie. Do you think that golden fleece flower is everywhere? He's treating the golden fleece flower as a radish. In a while, he will know what a golden fleece flower is. When he walks out of the wasteland, he won't even see a single hair of the golden fleece flower, let alone a golden fleece flower. It's not easy to find one, but it was refined by those poisonous creatures. Don't bother about him. A newbie is a newbie. He doesn't know any better. Those people said disdainfully and headed in another direction, and beside them, Tianao and the others also quickly passed by. After hearing those words, their faces turned ugly. In fact, they already knew that the golden fleece flower was not easy to get. They didn't need those people to tell them what to do, but what surprised them was why Lin Ling was so excited. No, it shouldn't be that he was excited, but that he had gone mad, as if he had seen an endless amount of treasure. Lin Ling, haven't you always been very calm? Chen Ting blinked and asked. Chen Wu instantly shook his head helplessly. Perhaps Lin Ling was bewildered by those treasures as well. Alas, even though the treasures are tempting, what's the point of being unable to obtain them? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow Lin Ling. Tianao and the rest said as they ran. They had been running for 6 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's route was not dangerous, they would have given up halfway. Not long after, the group arrived at a red earth ruin. Looking around, it could be said that this was a desolate place. Not to mention plants, there were not even many rocks. Moreover, the ground was hard, comparable to a salt pan. This. Chen Ting and the others were speechless. Lin Ling had been running like crazy, and then came to this place? No matter how he looked at it, there didn't seem to be any golden fleece flower here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile. That smile made everyone's hair stand on end. They almost thought that Lin Ling had gone crazy. After all, how could Lin Ling smile in such a stingy place? Do you guys think I'm crazy? As if he knew what everyone was thinking, Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. However, this smile made Tianao and the others think that Lin Ling was crazy. In the end, Wu Jiang nodded. They don't dare to say it, so I'll say it. I really think so. After all, even though the god store is rare, it requires the golden fleece flower to exchange for it. Moreover, the golden fleece flower is extremely difficult to obtain. Leader, you should have seen it for yourself. In the end, he still didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling's position too much, so he also called him leader in the end. Of course, his words also represented everyone's thoughts. Everyone looked at Lin Ling eagerly. Lin Ling shrugged and said calmly, "The reason why I'm so excited is because I've already found more than 100 golden fleece flower. Moreover, they're right under our feet." The giant ghost knew the general direction of the golden fleece flower, and Lil Kunlun could find the exact location. Therefore, Lin Ling was extremely confident. What? More than 100? Leader, you're not joking, right? Yeah, we were almost swallowed by the wild willow for a golden fleece flower. Now, you're saying that there are more than 100? Big brother, tell me. Tell me, is this a lie? Everyone said at the same time. Their eyes were burning, and smoke was coming out of their nostrils. That was because they couldn't ignore the god store. They just didn't have the confidence to obtain the treasures inside. However, Lin Ling said that he could obtain more than 100 golden fleece flower. How could they not be tempted? Immediately, Lin Ling didn't hide anything. He roughly explained Lil Kunlun's abilities. The more he spoke, the faster Tianao and the rest's hearts beat. That was because they knew that the wastelands underground was very mysterious. It was as if it was a world of its own. Only those poisonous creatures could survive here. That was why those poisonous creatures were extremely powerful. However, Lin Ling's vines could also work? Lin Ling, are you sure? Tianao's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. Lin Ling, don't lie to me. Don't give me hope and then kill it. Shen Ting and her sister were also shouting in shock. Looking at their faces, they were all going crazy. They were as excited as Lin Ling was previously. In fact, they were even more excited than him. Lil Kunlun, it's up to you. Lin Ling nodded at everyone. The vines on his left arm extended out and then entered the ground. The wasteland didn't seem to hinder the growth of plants. After Lil Kunlun entered the ground, it immediately grew up crazily. Those roots and vines were like a spider web, spreading in all directions. Moreover, they went deeper and deeper, as if they were about to break through the limits of the wasteland. Tianao and the rest looked at Lin Ling anxiously. At the same time, they were on high alert so that no one would disturb Lin Ling. Evil ghost jellyfish, go. Lin Ling immediately summoned the evil ghost jellyfish. Instantly, the jellyfish followed the vines and started to search in all directions. 1 golden fleece flower. 2, 3, Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. The corners of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. There's a chance. Look at the smile on our leader's face. There must be a chance. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Zhuang Yanming was even drooling. If it weren't for the fact that they had to be on high alert, they would have held hands and danced. After a while, Lin Ling finally raised his head and looked at everyone solemnly. Leader, how many are there? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. 323. Lin Ling said in a low voice. F***CK. Tianao roared angrily. So many? Shen Ting and her brother's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their jaws almost hit the ground. We're rich. We're going to be rich. Luo Wucheng circled around Lin Ling excitedly. The corners of his mouth were trembling. 320. How many treasures could they buy with that? Indeed, we're going to be rich. This is only a small part of the golden fleece flower in the wasteland. There are countless golden fleece flower in the entire wasteland. If we collect all of them, we might even be able to buy the god's legacy treasure. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He was obviously very excited. You guys stay here and guard this place. I'll ask the evil ghost jellyfish and Lil Kunlun to bring all the golden fleece flower here. Lin Ling instructed solemnly. Alright, Lin Ling, go ahead. Even if the god comes, I'll block him for you. Tianao roared immediately. Shen Ting, who was beside him, kicked him. Why are you shouting so loudly? Aren't you afraid that others will hear you? Then, everyone dispersed and looked around vigilantly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations dig. Lin Ling controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and swam along the vines. When it found a golden fleece flower, it immediately absorbed it. Then, with little Kunlun's help, it continuously brought the golden fleece flowers up, 1, 2, 10, 100. Lin Ling could sense the increasing number of golden fleece flowers. He licked his lips excitedly. Of course, these golden fleece flowers were hidden very well. Therefore, even if they knew the location, it would take a lot of time to dig them up. Little Kunlun alone couldn't do this. Its roots could only sense the location of the golden fleece flowers, but it couldn't dig them up. That was because little Kunlun couldn't take care of everything. Therefore, Lin Ling's soul power came into play. He let the evil ghost jellyfish collect them. Looks like it's not easy to dig up the golden fleece flowers. Chen Ting and the rest were on guard. When they sensed that time had passed, they started to speak. Of course, because even the demonic trees here can only devour one golden fleece flower. Moreover, the ground of this barren land is very hard. I'm afraid it's even harder underground. Finding a golden fleece flower is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even Lin Ling has to spend so much time. What about the people from the other alliances? No wonder the alliances are fighting each other. It's impossible to gather the golden fleece flowers alone. Most importantly, they can only fight the demonic trees and other things. In the end, they only get one golden fleece flower. What we are gathering are the golden fleece flowers that even the demonic trees can't find. Talking about this makes me happy. Moreover, even if the alliances have the means to find the golden fleece flowers, they can't grow as fast as little Kunlun. The more Tianao and the rest chatted, the happier they were. Rumble. After a long time, the ground trembled slightly. Then, little Kunlun appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder. Lin Ling looked at little Kunlun gratefully. Little guy, it's been hard on you. Don't worry, I'll buy the treasures you need for you. Hearing this, little Kunlun immediately shook its head happily and told Lin Ling that it didn't need any treasures. It only needed the 10,000 spirits water. Lin Ling immediately patted its buds. Of course, he wouldn't just give it the 10,000 spirit water. If he had enough golden fleece flower, he would also let little Kunlun transform again. But now, little Kunlun had been tempered by the myriad spirit water. Its regenerative ability and vitality had become even stronger. Even if the entire vine forest was destroyed, the main sapling would be fine. Everything could be restored. Lin Ling, how much have you found? At this moment, Tian Ao and the rest all ran over, their faces full of anticipation. There are number 323 trees. Seeing their excited looks, Lin Ling also smiled. His words made Tian Ao and the others stunned. Could it be that there was a mistake midway? It's 357. That's more than a dozen. Lin Ling's smile didn't change. Then, he took out the blood-binding jade token and flung it lightly. Golden light shone resplendently, and precious light rushed into the heavens. The ground was covered with golden fleece flowers. Wow, we're rich. Tian Ao and the rest stared at the golden fleece flowers in front of them. Then, they all shouted. Zhuang Yanming even fell to his knees in an exaggerated manner. Take your share. Lin Ling also looked at them excitedly and said. Lin Ling, we're just in charge of guarding. You're the one who's digging. How about this? You take the biggest share, and we only take 1/5. How about that? At this moment, Tian Ao calmed down and suggested, of course, if you think it's too much, we can take 1/10 as well. 1/10. So far, there were 3 golden fleece flowers. Moreover, it had only been a few hours. Therefore, this was a profit for them. After all, other people might not be able to find even one golden fleece flower in a day, unless it was those big alliances. That's right. The rest immediately nodded their heads. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to get a single golden fleece flower. This was something they knew very well. This won't do. After all, you're part of the God-Slayer Alliance. I'm never stingy with my own people. How about this? You take 1/3. How about that? Lin Ling immediately shook his head. This was because he knew that digging for golden fleece flowers was not like digging for carrots. It would be difficult for him to do it alone. He needed everyone's help. This. Xianxia and the rest were suddenly put in a difficult position. Alright, I'm the leader. I have the final say. Moreover, let's not dwell on this issue because we don't have much time left. In another month, there might be 1 million experts coming here. It's even possible that there might be 2 million. Therefore, we have to get as many golden fleece flowers as possible before they arrive. Also, go and exchange for jade plates immediately. After that, we'll dig again. When we reach 500 golden fleece flowers, immediately buy the heavenly boots. That's a 3rd grade innate divine weapon. It can increase the speed of 1000 boundaries. This way, our digging speed will be even faster. Lin Ling continued. Alright. Xianxia and the rest followed Lin Ling's lead blindly. Following that, Lin Ling continued to move forward under the lead of the giant ghost. However, less than 10,000 miles later, the giant ghost found a large number of golden fleece flowers again. This time, there were even more of them. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling and the rest laughed loudly. This time, the golden fleece flowers were dug out. They could buy. They also wanted to arm themselves to the teeth with divine weapons. This was because they knew that they would definitely encounter enemies in the process of digging. If they were not strong enough, they would not be able to defend themselves no matter how many golden fleece flowers they had. To the east, 297 trees, 121 trees in the west. South, 205. Oh my god, there are 400 in the north. Lin Ling continued to collect as he roared in his heart. This was because the harvest this time was close to 1000 golden fleece flowers. Although it was still far from the divine weapon Great Heaven Destroyer flag, which required 100,000 golden fleece flowers. Lin Ling was only digging for the 2nd time. Moreover, this was only a small area of golden fleece flowers. What if it was a medium area or a large area? Lin Ling, I can sense a strong willpower in that direction. There should be more golden fleece flowers. Do you want to go? At this time, the giant ghost reminded him. Lin Ling immediately told them the news. At this moment, Tian Ao and the rest seemed to have fallen into the trap of money and nodded their heads. However, Xianxia was a woman after all. She was more meticulous and said cautiously, "It doesn't seem right to go there now." Lin Ling nodded his head in approval. This was because he felt the same way. He explained, "I think there are 100 alliances in that place. If they find out that we have such power, they will definitely capture us and control us. Although we are not afraid of them, it will be a waste of time. Therefore, it is better for us to go to a small area for now. When we are stronger, we will look for a medium area or a large area." That's right. We have to take it one bite at a time. Anyway, we are growing faster than them. That is enough. Bye. Let's go. After Lin Ling exchanged for the divine heaven boots, he distributed them to everyone, greatly increasing their speed. As for Lin Ling, after obtaining this divine weapon, his speed had reached 2000 world speed. His strength had increased by half. No wonder so many people went crazy over the god store. Increasing one's strength was as easy as drinking water. Here, 572. 456. Lin Ling and the others also specially looked for places where there were no people and dug up small areas of golden fleece flower. Then, they used the jade plates on their bodies to buy. Along the way, it wasn't that no one saw Lin Ling and the others. However, when they saw that Lin Ling and the others weren't fighting with the tree demon, but were still laughing happily, their gazes immediately turned mocking. Those people must be crazy. It's very normal. Seeing a treasure right in front of your eyes, but not being able to get it, the stimulation is definitely not small. Poor guys, they're all martial progenitors, but there are only 2 half-step martial gods. With such weak strength, I'm afraid they won't even be able to touch the hair of the golden fleece flower. Maybe they'll be able to dig up a radish. Let's go, don't waste time on these ants. Let's go to the east, there's a wild grape there. As long as our alliance goes all out, we'll get a golden fleece flower. Those people laughed mischievously and swaggered over. They even shouted the last sentence very loudly, "A golden fleece flower is mine." In their eyes, Lin Ling's group couldn't even touch a single hair of the fleece flower. so they wanted to make Lin Ling's group jealous. However, Lin Ling and the others didn't care about those people at all. After those people left, they laughed even louder. A single tree, they didn't like it at all. Even Lin Ling ate the golden fleece flower to test the taste. Even little Kunlun had eaten quite a lot. Right now, without over 100 golden fleece flower, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't even look at them. They're gone. Dig. Following that, Lin Ling and the others laughed heartily. As for the Shop of God, some of the alliances that came earlier than Lin Ling had finally gathered enough golden fleece flower and went to exchange them for their own treasures. Haha, I've long had my eyes on that 4th grade innate divine weapon, the Heaven Divining Shield. But I've finally collected enough golden fleece flower. I also have a Heaven Extermination painted halberd that I've been preparing for 3 months. This innate divine weapon can unleash 90% of the ancestral power, and it's the ancestral power of the killing element. It's very suitable for me. Those people looked at the jade plates in their hands excitedly and then chose to exchange. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. What? Nothing else? Who could be so fast? Heavens! Even my heavenly extermination painted halberd has been exchanged. Those people stared blankly at the jade tokens in their hands. They were so angry that they smashed the jade tokens to the ground. This was because although there were many divine weapons, they had to be suitable for their own use. As for the expensive ones, they could not afford them. It was not easy to find a divine weapon with the highest cost-performance ratio, but it had been snatched away by someone else. My water and fire poisonous dragon drill. Who bought it? Come out, I promise I won't kill you. Brother, your treasure has been snatched away too? Yeah, I don't know who went crazy during this period, crazily snatching divine weapons. Damn it. This kind of thing also happened in other places of the ancient dragon wasteland. Moreover, they all agreed that it was a newcomer alliance that bought it. After all, the experts of the 100 Great Alliance mostly stored golden fleece flower and used it to buy later treasures. After all, although divine weapons were powerful, they were still external objects. Having 1 or 2 of them was enough. They could not be compared to rare treasures and divine weapons, so they were curious which newcomer alliance was so rich that they were overflowing with oil, and the people who bought these treasures were Lin Ling and the others, because they had to be armed to the teeth and dig out more golden fleece flower. Increasing their strength was inevitable. They even began to complain that there were not enough people and almost used golden fleece flower to invite people. After all, Lin Ling would only dare to dig out large areas of golden fleece flower land when the alliance had more people and become stronger. Haha, a 4th grade innate divine weapon, this flying glaive is a perfect match for me. Wu Jiang bought a powerful glaive and his spirits were lifted. The others also bought the divine weapons they needed and felt a lot stronger in an instant. Even Lin Ling spent 10,000 golden fleece flower to buy a blue armor. It was a 5th grade innate divine weapon, the Azure Divine Armor. It had a strong defense and could reduce the attack of a half-step martial god by 50%. It could even stimulate all its potential and could block 3 full-strength attacks of an early-stage martial god. Its power was comparable to Wu Zhong's armor. Moreover, Lin Ling also studied the armor and was confident that he could forge it, but he would need the corresponding treasures. Apart from these 2 items, Lin Ling did not buy anything else as he needed to save money to buy the best treasures in the divine weapons category. Of course, he also reminded Tianao and the others that although the divine weapons were convenient, they were just worldly possessions. The real treasures were the rare treasures and divine weapons. Tianao and the others nodded in agreement. The divine weapons were indeed powerful. However, if their strength increased, the effects of the divine weapons would weaken and they would become completely useless. On the other hand, the rare treasures and divine weapons would be useful for the rest of their lives. We have dug out most of the golden fleece flower in the remote area. Next, we should go to the crowded area. Next, Lin Ling had a new plan. After all, digging up a small area of golden fleece flower, only 1 or 2,000 at a time, was too slow. In addition, it wouldn't be long before more and more people arrived here, so he had to seize the time. Alright, let's go to the crowded area. Chen Ting and the others had bought treasures and their confidence was greatly boosted. Let's go this way. Just like the giant ghost, he had also bought something that he liked, so he was in high spirits. Lin Ling was speechless because the item that the giant ghost had bought was just an incense burner. it did not have any attack power and could only be used to burn incense. It was extremely strange, however, as long as the giant ghost was happy. Under the giant ghost's guidance, Lin Ling and the others rushed to the new area. There, the poisonous fog was hazy and the poisonous fog had a paralyzing effect. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the others had bought defensive divine weapons and did not care about it at all. I remember when we first entered the ancient dragon wasteland, we could only take a detour in the face of this poisonous fog. Now, we are not afraid at all. Chen Wu suddenly exclaimed. Yes. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Ling because they did not expect this day to come. After all, they had seen others work so hard and only get one golden fleece flower. However, they had found hundreds of them in a day. The difference was huge, and all of this was brought about by Lin Ling, therefore, they were not jealous of Lin Ling for taking the biggest share. Instead, they were grateful to Lin Ling. Everyone, work harder. The wild lotus is about to die. At this time, an excited voice came from the swamp in front. All right. Humiliating, this caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the rest to light up. Looks like there was someone harvesting the golden fleece flower up ahead. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice stopped, pointing at a spot not far ahead. Go. Lin Ling and the others didn't stop either. They immediately jumped down and stopped on top of a hill. Below the hill was a swamp, and a large number of experts were attacking a huge lotus flower. That lotus flower was also in a mess, and was about to explode at any time. These people had treasures that could avoid the paralysis. They must be the Du Puyi, compared to Lin Ling and the others' divine artifacts to avoid the poison fog. This was definitely much worse. Lin Ling and the others were not in a hurry. They smiled and looked at the group of people. Leader, someone's here. The number of people in the swamp was not small. There were more than 100 of them, and many of them were experts. Of course, these experts were nothing to Lin Ling. Even before he exchanged for the treasures, he was not afraid of them, let alone now. You want to snatch the treasure? Hee, there are only a few of us. I don't think they would dare. When Lin Ling and the others smiled, the person from the alliance was first shocked, then he said with disdain. They clearly didn't fear Lin Ling and the others at all. They were even waiting for Lin Ling and the others to snatch the kill so that they could deal the fatal blow. Therefore, they slowly killed the desolate lotus flower. However, even after they slowly tortured the desolate lotus flower to death and even obtained the golden fleece flower, the group of people still remained indifferent. The leader even waved the golden fleece flower in his hand in an attempt to entice the group of people and make them act foolishly. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. On the contrary, the group of people were chatting and laughing, and their eyes more or less revealed a trace of disdain. Leader, what are they doing? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask the leader. In truth, the leader was frowning as well, and his face was filled with suspicion. We are from the Black Wind Alliance. What alliance are you from? What were they doing here? The doubts in his heart grew stronger and stronger as the leader opened his mouth to ask. We're from the Godslayer Alliance. Don't worry, we won't steal the golden fleece flower from you. We're only here to try our luck. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly when he saw the puzzled faces of the people in the swamp. Naturally, they didn't come here to try their luck. Instead, it was because there was a considerable amount of golden fleece flower in the swamp, and Lin Ling came here for that. However, Lin Ling also wanted to wait for this group of people to leave before digging. Although Lin Ling was not afraid of this group of people, it would be best if he did not cause any trouble. Right now, his main priority was to get rich. Try my luck? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the leader couldn't help but sneer. These 5 people must be stupid. How could the golden fleece flower be obtained by luck? So it's a bunch of idiots. Let's go. The others also cast disdainful gazes over. They were too lazy to waste any more time here. Leader, something's wrong. But at this time, a skinny young man pulled the leader and revealed an unfathomable look, which made the leader frown and immediately looked at him suspiciously. Although the strength of this young man in front of him was not very good, but he was quite clever and had made many unexpected discoveries. First, I've never heard of the Godslayer Alliance. This means that they're not from the 100 Men Alliance. However, they're too calm. They didn't panic at all when they met the 100 Men Alliance. Second, try your luck? It's more like cheating a child. They've been waiting on the hill for so long. I'm afraid they have other plans. Perhaps they've found some treasure here. The skinny young man said seriously. He looked at Lin Ling and the others with an expression that said, I've seen through you. Hearing you say that, something is indeed wrong. Damn, I was almost fooled. The leader slapped his forehead as if he had suddenly realized something. At this moment, everyone's gazes also turned to Lin Ling and the others. Why are you here? The leader enunciated each and every word clearly. On the hill, Lin Ling and the others saw that the group was about to leave. However, they suddenly turned around and walked back. This made them unhappy. What we do is none of your business. Let's mind our own business. Lin Ling smiled and said politely, as usual. Hee, look at you. You seem to be waiting for something. At this moment, the skinny young man suddenly shrugged his shoulders and said with a smirk, suddenly, we don't want to leave anymore. Obviously, the Black Wind Alliance deliberately went against the God-Slayer Alliance. Whatever the God-Slayer Alliance wanted to do, they would not allow it. Sit. Come, let's drink. Following that, the people of the Black Wind Alliance all sat down and began to drink and eat in a carefree manner. They even started to play drinking games. Under such circumstances, Tianao and the others were all furious. Those guys were definitely doing it on purpose. They had given them enough face and waited for the Black Wind Alliance to hunt down the wild lotus before they planned to dig it up. However, the other party did not give them any face. Leader. Chen Wu and Wu Jiang immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling curled his lips and walked down from the hill. Since they don't want to leave, let's beat them until they leave. Good. Tianao and the others were shocked. After exchanging for treasures, they had always wanted to test the power of divine artifacts. Now, they had the chance. Tianao, don't kill all of them. Leave a few for me. Damn, I wanted to attack them before, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Luo Wucheng also smiled. The divine artifact in his hand was also ready. Seeing Lin Ling and the others walk down, the people on the swamp were stunned. Then, they all laughed. The other party only had 10 people. How dare they be so arrogant with such little strength? Leader, they said they want to beat us up. Someone said to the leader with a smile. Then, the people of the Black Wind Alliance laughed. The leader even stood up and said indifferently, Hee, you want to use force because you can't reason with us? Let me say this. We won't leave today. Let's see what you can do to us. There were 120 people in the alliance, and 30 of them were at the half-step martial god realm. They would definitely win if they let half of them go. Ha. The laughter became louder and louder. The Black Wind Alliance wanted to give the God Slayer Alliance a chance to absorb them. However, they were too lazy to absorb them now. However, how could they destroy them just because they wanted to? That was obviously impossible. Lin Ling and the others walked down slowly. However, they gradually quickened their pace. Then, they started to jog and finally, they started to run. In just a short moment, the speed of 1,000 boundaries realm erupted. Everyone had disappeared. Lin Ling and the others were not slow. In addition to the 1,000 boundaries realm speed enhanced by the innate divine artifact, their speed was close to 2,000 boundaries realm speed. Take this money to see a doctor. Bang bang bang. Immediately, a large number of people on the left were sent flying. Next, in the center, a large number of people were sent flying. Lin Ling and the rest's speed was simply too fast. The people from the Black Wind Alliance couldn't catch up to him at all. They couldn't even sense him. For a moment, the situation was one-sided. The leader was disdainful at first, but his expression gradually turned serious. His pupils constricted. Almost 10 people had actually messed up their 100-man alliance. Boss, not good. They all bought the Divine Heaven boots. Suddenly, someone shouted in a panic. Everyone reacted because they were all storing golden fleece flour and were preparing to buy the treasures they wanted. Therefore, they were very familiar with the treasures of the heavenly weapon category. Among them was the Divine Heaven boots, which could increase the speed of 1,000 worlds. However, the price was also very expensive, requiring 100 golden fleece flour. This price was definitely not simple. This was because even if an ordinary person had 100 golden fleece flowers, they would never use them to buy the divine heaven boots. This was because it was not worth it. They might as well leave the golden fleece flowers to buy divine arts or even cheap treasures. Moreover, there are a total of 16 pairs of divine heaven boots. Now that all of them have been bought, they have taken up more than half of them. Another person roared. He was angry and furious. He was angry because these guys were too rich. They actually bought a pair each. Moreover, where did these guys get the golden fleece flower? They were angry because they couldn't catch up to the other party's speed with the divine sky boots. At this moment, they realized that speed was the key. How did this small alliance get so many golden fleece flower? The leader was so angry that he was trembling on the spot. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the figure was slowly walking over. The figure was wearing dazzling blue armor. When he saw the exquisite godly armor, the leader was so angry that his face turned black. If he remembered correctly, that was the azure godly armor. It needed 10,000 golden fleece flowers to buy it, 10,000. This was an astronomical figure. He even suspected that in the past 3 months, other than the 10 overlords, there was no one else in the 100 Realms Alliance who could gather such a number. You, why do you have so many golden fleece flower? The leader finally pointed at Lin Ling and roared as he was bombarded with all kinds of wealth until he found it hard to breathe. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and walked towards the leader step by step. Die. When the leader saw how arrogant Lin Ling was, he immediately gathered his realm essence and unleashed it with all his might. Rumble, the half-martial god realm punch landed squarely on Lin Ling's stomach. Even a first-layer martial god would not dare to receive the punch, therefore, the leader even thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him because he had hit the target too easily. Speaking of which, didn't this guy have divine boots? Can't speed be increased? Ha ha ha. The leader instantly thought that the brat in front of him had been too complacent, so he had easily defeated him. Done? The other members of the Black Wind Alliance were also stunned. Gradually, a smile appeared on their furious faces. Their leader won? Crash! At this moment, a terrifying storm swept out. Soon after, people saw that the young man was still standing in front of the leader. Not only was he fine after taking a direct hit, he didn't even take a step back. What the F***? The leader was less than half a meter away from Lin Ling. His jaw dropped as he stared at the tall figure in front of him. Don't you know that this armor can weaken the half-martial god realm's attack by 50%? Lin Ling calmly glanced at him. His defense was already outstanding, and with the help of the armor, the leader's attack was like an itch to him. I'm giving you face, yet you're shameless. Following this, Lin Ling spoke in a cold tone as he threw a punch at the leader's stomach. Puff, the leader spat out a mouthful of blood, including the food he had eaten last night. He bent over like a prawn and slowly fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling did not waste any time. He continued to punch and kick the leader on the ground until he begged for mercy. Humiliate? Lin Ling wore a cold grin. He had given them time to leave, but they insisted on humiliating him. He would not be satisfied if he did not beat them up. The leader on the ground was howling in pain. However, he lived up to his name as the leader of the 100 People Alliance. He did not beg for mercy. Instead, he glared angrily at Lin Ling. His eyes were implying that if it were not for the fact that they were wearing sacred artifacts, they would not be a match for the 100 People Alliance. Lin Ling sensed his gaze. He shook his head and said calmly, "Are you not convinced?" The leader did not speak. He continued to stare at Lin Ling. His gaze spoke volumes. It was obvious that he was furious and unwilling to accept this. However, without the sacred artifact, he could not do anything to Lin Ling. Thus, he could only suppress his anger. Very good. I like this kind of gaze of yours the most. It's filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Lin Ling also smiled. His words angered the leader so much that his body trembled. Arrogant, too arrogant, one had to know that he was one of the top 10 experts in the 36 academies. He was also famous in the divine ranking, Stairway Heaven, and Shinsan Hall's strongest circle. Because of this, he could lead the Black Wind Alliance to roam the ancient dragon wasteland without being betrayed. However, he was now being trampled on by a small alliance of 10 people. This humiliation was too great. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about his anger and grievance. He continued to trample on him and beat him up. Tianao and the rest laughed and beat up the people of the Black Wind Alliance in a frenzy. After a long time, Lin Ling looked down at the leader on the ground. A bag appeared in his hand. He slowly took out the royal crystals and threw them one by one at the leader's face. Take this money to see a doctor. Scram. Humiliation. This was a direct insult to one's self-esteem. After being hit in the face by the royal crystals and hearing Lin Ling's words, the leader was so angry that his teeth were chattering. Take it to see a doctor. Was he pitying him? Let's go. The leader finally roared. With a trembling heart, he supported his heavily injured body and turned to leave. The members of the Black Wind Alliance didn't dare to say anything. They stroked their chests and left dejectedly. They didn't expect that this matter could have been resolved. They were the ones who looked for trouble and refused to leave. That was why they were humiliated. What kind of alliance is this? It's too strong. We have defeated many alliances, including the Tiantai Alliance, the 9th Godai Alliance, and escaped from the 100 Grade Alliance many times. But those alliances are not as terrifying as this one. Yes. It seems that we are stupid. We all want to save up golden fleece flowers to buy precious treasures, but we forgot that we have to eat one bite at a time. Sometimes it's not good to look too far ahead. Yes. We should learn from them and buy cheap treasures. The main thing is to increase our strength. This way, we can collect golden fleece flowers faster. Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Intimidating. Wait. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, causing all of the Black Wind Alliance to stop. You said the 9th God's Eye? The one who spoke was Lin Ling. The leader suddenly clenched his teeth. This God Slayer alliance was too much. They actually wanted to humiliate them. Where is the 9th God's Eye? However, Lin Ling spoke again. However, as the saying goes, a warrior prefers death to humiliation, therefore, the Black Wind Alliance remained silent. The leader looked at Lin Ling furiously without saying a word. Kill us if you have the ability. Otherwise, don't think we'll listen to you. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to turn even colder. The 9th God's Eye. This was a senior that Lin Ling knew in the Yan province. Lin Ling had also helped him in the Starry Sky Forest. He was also one of the 6 great God Eyes. He didn't expect that the 9th God's Eye would appear here. Lin Ling had always treated this senior as a good friend. Now that he knew that the Black Wind Alliance was going to teach him a lesson, how could Lin Ling not be anxious? Not going to say it? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He knew that the Black Wind Alliance seemed to want to waste time with him. Therefore, he wanted to see who would be the one to waste more time and be more ruthless than Lin Ling. Next, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. When the leader saw this, he sneered without the slightest fear. If Lin Ling had the ability, then kill him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to lower his head. Seeing how arrogant the leader was, everyone also puffed out their chests without any fear. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. However, he didn't walk toward the leader. Instead, he stopped in front of a skinny youth and looked down at him. This youth was the mischievous fellow from before. Now that he was being stared at by Lin Ling, he immediately glared back, unwilling to be outdone. No matter what, he was still a genius of the academy. If he were to lose, he could accept it, but if he were to lower his head, it was absolutely impossible. However, Lin Ling just looked at him like this. His eyes were like an ancient well without ripples, as if he had seen countless storms and waves. This made the youth feel that his showing off was simply the stubbornness of a child in front of Lin Ling. Of course, this was what the thin and weak young man was thinking. The other members of the Black Wind Alliance were laughing and praising the young man's backbone. Not bad, he didn't weaken the Black Wind Alliance's prestige. They were all geniuses and experts. It was possible to defeat them, but to make them submit was very, very difficult. The leader's lips curled into a confident smile. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and slapped him. Paw. The sound of the slap was crisp and clear, but the skinny young man still stubbornly stared at Lin Ling. His gaze was fearless, Pa. Lin Ling didn't say much and slapped him again. That slap was not powerful, nor was it fast. It only produced a crisp sound, pa pa pa. Time passed quietly just like that. What was shocking was that Lin Ling was still slapping the young man's face. He didn't say anything, nor did he kill the other party. In the beginning, the members of the Black Wind Alliance were full of arrogance, but gradually, that spirit was restrained. When they looked at the young man again, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his cheeks were swollen. He was still looking up at Lin Ling, however, his gaze had lost its sharpness. There was a feeling of not daring to look at Lin Ling. The main thing was that the person in front of them was too quiet. Seeing that they didn't submit, he didn't get angry at all. He just kept slapping their faces as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. Indeed, Lin Ling was very calm. This calmness made the members of the Black Wind Alliance panic. There was a very true saying, the more unfathomable an enemy was, the more terrifying it was. Right now, they couldn't see through Lin Ling, and they didn't know what Lin Ling was going to do next. Tianao and the others were standing behind Lin Ling. They were also silent, but they could feel a strange atmosphere. That was power. No matter how arrogant and unyielding these people were, under Lin Ling's silent actions, their arrogance quietly collapsed. Compared to the Black Wind Alliance, Lin Ling was like a true god of martial arts who had experienced great storms and waves. What's the matter with the ninth god eye? At this moment, the leader couldn't help but ask the person next to him when he saw his underling being slapped. The ninth god eye is an old monster in the Yen state. He formed an alliance with a dozen old monsters. Last time, we stole the golden fleece flower, and we also took care of it. Seeing that their alliance was old, we didn't take them in, but drove them away. Someone immediately replied. Do you know their whereabouts? The leader asked anxiously. This, I don't know, the person hurriedly replied. After getting all the information, the leader couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and say, Sir, the ninth god eye has had some friction with us, but we didn't kill them. They're still alive. It was clear that he had been frightened by Lin Ling's strange actions and had completely surrendered. Slap. Slap, slap. But Lin Ling said nothing. He continued to slap the youth's face as if he was killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. The voice was crisp and clear, but it was also heavy, like thunder in everyone's hearts. On the other hand, the leader cursed furiously in his heart when he saw this. Looks like that blue-robed young man is slightly younger than me, but isn't he a little too mature? Who knows where the ninth god eye is? He immediately said to the people of the Black Wind Alliance. At this moment, all the arrogance in his heart had disappeared. He knew that if he continued to be arrogant, the blue-robed youth would continue to slap him until the end of time. Madman. This was another evaluation he had of the blue-robed youth. Boss, I think I saw them at the seismic mountain range, someone said as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Hearing that, the leader quickly shouted, at the seismic mountain range. After saying that, he was afraid that Lin Ling didn't know the place, so he pointed to the distance and said, in that direction, it's only half a day's walk. You have the divine boots, so you can reach there in 6 hours. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling anxiously. However, Lin Ling was still slapping the skinny youth's face. He was extremely majestic, however, he finally stopped. The skinny youth had already been slapped until he looked like a little fatty. It could be said that he had slapped his face until it was swollen to look fat. Seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The heavy burden in their hearts had finally been lifted. When they came to their senses, they realized that they were all sweating profusely. They had never expected that their stubbornness and arrogance would crumble under Lin Ling's actions. Let's go. Lin Ling ignored them and led Tianao and the others to the seismic mountain range, because Lin Ling wanted to know whether the ninth god eye was dead or alive. If they were late and the ninth god eye met with misfortune, Lin Ling would regret it. They're finally gone. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The whereabouts of the ninth god's eye. That pressure was formless and colorless, but it was as powerful as a martial god's aura. On the other hand, even if a martial god didn't kill them, just looking at them was enough to make them feel a huge amount of pressure. He looks so young, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He subdued us without a fight. Our strength is just child's play in his eyes. The leader sighed and the bitter smile on his face deepened. He still had not digested the terror brought by the young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading toward the seismic mountain range. Lin Ling decided not to dig up the golden fleece flower for the time being because he suddenly realized that it would take too long to harvest the golden fleece flower with the current manpower. If the previous incident were to happen again, it would take a lot more time. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to recruit more people. The 9th gods, I was one of them. Lin Ling told Tianao and the others about his idea, and they immediately nodded. Chen Ting and Chen Wu said, "We know some experts. If we use the golden fleece flowers as a reward, they will join our alliance. Can we rely on them?" Lin Ling asked. "Their temperaments are not bad. We can rely on them." Chen Ting and Chen Wu nodded. They knew that the Black Wind Alliance was just a small alliance. If they encountered the 100 Worlds Alliance, they would not be a match for them. Even if they could win, the God Slayer Alliance would waste a lot of time. Therefore, it was indeed an urgent matter to recruit people. The seismic mountain range. This was one of the miraculous places in the ancient dragon wasteland. Its gravity was extremely terrifying and had the weight of 1,000 worlds. This meant that when they walked into the mountain range, they would have to bear the weight of 1,000 worlds. The mountain range that Lin Ling was heading toward only had the weight of 2,000 worlds. Therefore, they could barely withstand it. It was said that there were even more terrifying mountains with the weight of 10,000 worlds. That was where it was truly difficult to move. Not long after, Lin Ling separated from Chen Ting and the others. He rushed into the seismic mountain range alone, while Chen Ting and the others went to look for their friends. At this moment, at a corner of the mountain range, a battle was still going on. More than 10 experts were attacking a desolate tree and many of them were injured. Luckily, they were half-martial god realm experts, thus they did not inflict any fatal injuries to Qin Nan. On the contrary, the desolate tree began to sway under the attacks of the crowd. I'm old. I can't compare to those young people," someone said with a sigh. Because, if these old monsters were placed in the 9 provinces, every one of them would be an indomitable existence. However, in the ancient dragon desolate land, experts were as common as clouds. Many of the rising stars were not weaker than them. They could only watch helplessly. Now, they had only obtained a total of 20 golden fleece flowers, but it had taken them a lot of time. Moreover, in the process of collecting the golden fleece flower, they had to be on guard against others snatching their spoils of war. Some alliances were extremely cunning. They did not devour them, nor did they destroy them. Instead, they let them fight to the death, and then reap the benefits. In that case, he wouldn't even have to pay him, and right now, there was an alliance called Purple Wolf eyeing them covetously. This alliance had 200 people and 3 leaders. They were all half-step martial gods, but they all possessed 8th grade ultimate desolate bodies, and in the alliance, there were 80 half-step martial gods. They could not be underestimated. Hee, those old bastards are about to succeed. Let's prepare to attack. However, they are really useless trash. Working together to kill a desolate tree, they actually took so long. Sigh. The leader stared ahead and said indifferently. At this moment, a rumble finally came from ahead. The huge desolate tree finally collapsed, and a ray of golden light bloomed. This caused the eyes of all the members of the Violet Wolf Alliance to light up. They were just about to attack when the ground suddenly started to rumble. After that, an enormous toad crawled out from the ground. This toad was like a mountain, and its mouth was 100 meters wide. At the instant it appeared, the entire mountain range started to shake. Oh no, it's the devil toad. Sigh. The expressions of the Purple Wolf Alliance members changed drastically. None of them dared to attack, because they knew that the devil toad was not a demon, but a plant. No, it should be said that it was a combination of a plant and a demon. However, the devil toad was extremely terrifying. Its strength was estimated to be in the 3rd level of the martial god realm. It was much stronger than an ordinary desolate tree. Generally speaking, other than the 100 Alliance, which had absolute numbers and strength, the other alliances were not qualified to fight against it. They might even be wiped out. Moreover, the Purple Wolf Alliance already knew that powerful alliances like the Xingyun Alliance and the Alliance had been devoured by the devil toad. Those alliances were half a step into the 100 Alliance. They had more than 500 experts, but they were all useless. Let's go. Let's go. Fortunately, those old bastards are attracting the devil toad's attention. Otherwise, we would all be wiped out. Let's go. Boss, don't you want that golden fleece flower? Idiot. Idiot, life is more important. Of course, if those old geezers can snatch the golden fleece flower from the mouth of the devil Xianxia, then we'll snatch it from outside. But if they all die here, hee, then we don't want that golden fleece flower. Let's go. The members of the Purple Wolf Alliance retreated. As for the old monsters, their faces all turned pale. Obviously, they recognized the terrifying existence before them. They immediately laughed bitterly. The gravity of the seismic mountain range was already terrifying. They had used up all their strength to kill that desolate tree. Now, an even more terrifying existence had appeared. They did not even have the strength to escape, let alone kill the devil toad. I didn't expect that we would all die here. One of the old men shook his head regretfully. He was the ninth god. Ninth old bastard, although we are all going to die here, it is my honor to know you. Another old man said. These people did not know each other. They had met on the way and formed an alliance. However, after being in the alliance for a long time, they had become like-minded, so their relationship became better and better. Sigh. The ninth god sighed. Clearly, he was still unwilling to accept this. Croak. At this moment, the giant devil toad finally opened its mouth and tried to swallow them. Everyone's faces turned ashen. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure shot over from afar like a cannonball. It passed through the crowd and shot into the devil ghost toad's mouth. The devil ghost toad felt that it was delicious and actually closed its mouth, stirring it up and down. This. The ninth god and the others were all dumbfounded. The members of the Purple Wolf Alliance in the distance also stopped in their tracks. They were all confused. Previously, someone seemed to have rushed out of the toad's mouth. Was there such a stupid person in the world? Dual sword style. However, at this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, this voice came from the devil toad's mouth. Join the god-slaying alliance. The gigantic devil toad trembled. Then, its entire body was torn apart. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered in all directions like rain. Amidst the stinking flesh and blood, a monster-like figure holding two swords walked out step by step. Everyone was stunned. A third-level martial god-like desolate tree had been killed in a single blow. Thump, thump, everyone's hearts violently pounded, unable to believe what had just happened. Your Excellency, you're amazing. The ninth god and the others also spoke. After all, this person had saved them. Old brother ninth, after not seeing you for so long, have you forgotten about me? But at this moment, the monster slowly walked out and put away the two swords in his hands. His aura quietly receded, and he gradually took the appearance of a young man. His right hand sucked behind him, and a golden fleece flower on the ground flew over. The young man grabbed it and immediately threw it to the ninth god. However, the ninth god ignored the golden fleece flower. Instead, he looked in disbelief at the newcomer. It's you, Lin Ling? This must be fake. How could I, Lin Ling, be fake? Seeing this, Lin Ling faintly smiled and walked forward. The ninth god fiercely rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. This was because last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling was like a junior to him. But in these last few years, Lin Ling had already grown to this level. One blow had killed a third-level martial god like desolate tree. Heavens, this little monster. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to the Yan province's arena. At that time, Lin Ling had accidentally saved him, so he felt somewhat grateful to this junior Lin Ling for helping him many times, but he hadn't expected that in the end, Lin Ling would actually help him. Old Ghost Ninth, you know him? Too amazing. He doesn't seem very old, and his cultivation isn't very high, but his fighting power is heaven-defying. As expected of the Changjiang River, each new generation surpasses the previous. The old ghosts behind the ninth god all sighed. I also didn't know that he would grow so quickly. The ninth god helplessly shook his head and looked at the golden fleece flower in his hand. But at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and explained why he had come. As they listened, the ninth god's group frowned, and in the end, they asked, "Join you?" That's right. If you join us, the golden fleece flower will come faster. You won't have to risk your lives to fight the desolate tree. I see. The ninth god couldn't help but look at his old companions, who immediately smiled. If you say join, we'll join. They had seen Lin Ling's strength before, and it could be said to be heaven-defying. With such a leader, they were convinced. Moreover, Lin Ling had saved their lives before. Alright, then I will also risk my life to accompany you. Seeing that his old friend had agreed, the ninth god I nodded, and then he bitterly smiled. I didn't think that in this lifetime, these old bones of mine would have to call you chief. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Haha, if you want to be the leader, I'll let you be. Lin Ling heartily laughed. Don't. If I'm the leader, these old fellows won't accept me. You should be the leader. The ninth god I waved his hand. Lin Ling chatted with him for a while, and then he looked into the distance and indifferently said, Everyone, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you tired? With these words, the members of the Purple Wolf Alliance hidden in the distance walked out, their numbers vast and imposing. Sir, your strength is truly incredible. However, I wonder if you have any complaints about us. One of the leaders of the Purple Wolf Alliance indifferently said. He was filled with fear of Lin Ling, because the latter had been able to kill a martial god. His strength was unfathomable. How could he know that Lin Ling had already fused his talents and activated the tyrannical Song Sword and the Direct Inheritance Nether Sword to the peak? Especially the Direct Inheritance Nether General, a wisp of divine power rippled. He had relied on this sword to kill the demonic Baron Toad. Lin Ling cut to the chase as he stared at the Purple Wolf Alliance, who looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. It's nothing. It's just that I don't like it when others take advantage of others. So, you have to hand over all the golden fleece flower. Otherwise, I don't mind annihilating you. Arrogant, the Purple Wolf Alliance had many people, but Lin Ling had threatened to annihilate them. This time, the members of the Purple Wolf Alliance had ugly expressions. However, they had to admit that this young man was indeed very strong. I believe you can do it alone, but can you guarantee that the old fogey behind you won't die? At this time, another more cunning leader sneered. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say anything. A jade token appeared in his hand, and he began to buy, divine boots, divine armor, divine weapons. Then, the light of treasures soared into the sky. A large pile of treasures was thrown on the ground by him, emitting dense divine power. Innate divine weapons? This also shocked the members of the Purple Wolf Alliance, and their eyes turned red. That guy actually had so many golden fleece flower. One had to know that this pile of treasures was absolutely impossible to buy without 2,000 golden fleece flower. Brother Digio, these divine weapons all belong to you. Ignoring their shock, Lin Ling looked at the ninth god eye and said. The number of golden fleece flower he had now reached tens of thousands. He didn't care about this little bit of money, moreover, only with effort could there be gains. He understood this principle. Leader, this is so embarrassing. The ninth god eye didn't say anything, but the old monsters behind him all gasped. They actually wanted those innate divine weapons, but they were embarrassed. This made them look a little funny. The leader gave it to us. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take it. However, the ninth god eye had been with Lin Ling for a long time and knew Lin Ling's personality. He immediately laughed loudly, picked up the divine weapons on the ground, and put them on. He poured his realm essence into them, and his strength instantly increased. Now that they had a divine artifact, they were no longer people who could be trampled on. Sensing the great increase in strength of the ninth god eye and the others, Lin Ling also looked at the Purple Wolf Alliance. The three leaders of the Purple Wolf Alliance had ugly expressions. Those old bastards could be said to be armed to the teeth now. In addition, there was that fierce young man. How were they going to fight now? Aggrieved. Hand over all the golden fleece flower, roared one of the leaders. After speaking, he took out his golden fleece flower and threw them all on the ground. Let's go. Then, he was the first to leave, but from his appearance, it was clear that he was so angry that he was cursing the heavens and earth. The others were the same. They vomited blood as they handed over their precious golden fleece flower and then angrily left. More than 100 golden fleece flower had appeared on the ground. This harvest was clearly not enough to catch Lin Ling's eye, but it made the ninth god eye and the others incredibly excited. They were rich. Brother Digio, follow me and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to get rich. Crazy growth. 2 hours later, all of them stopped at an ancient hill. Lin Ling gazed into the distance. It wasn't long before Chen Ting and the others returned, and they brought quite a few people with them. Chen Ting and the others were all experts in the strongest circle. They had been training outside for many years, so they naturally knew some experts. At this moment, they were pulling all these experts into the God-slaying alliance. These people were all gathered at the foot of the hill. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with puzzlement in their eyes. This was the leader of the God-Slayer alliance. Were they all going to listen to Lin Ling now? Clearly, they were somewhat resistant to this. After all, if Chen Ting and the others were the leaders, they would still be somewhat convinced. But Lin Ling, this was a new face. Not only had they never seen him in the strongest circle, they had never even heard of him. Lin Ling had also guessed what they were thinking. He did not say much, and directly used the jade token to purchase the treasures, and then scattered them all over the ground. Holy shit, 9 heavens bow? Divine astral sword, that's the divine astral sword. Everyone stared at the divine artifacts on the ground. Even their breathing stopped. Some of them even had greedy looks in their eyes. If it weren't for Chen Ting and the others, they would have snatched the treasures and run away. Seeing their appearance, Lin Ling immediately laughed disdainfully. Look at you guys. You're moved by this little bit of treasure? He's really someone who can't achieve great things. This sentence was a direct reprimand. However, no one dared to retort because they could see that Lin Ling's reprimand was not an act. It was truly a magnanimity that was not pleasing to his eyes. Moreover, even if it was an act, as long as they were given these god tools, so what if they were scolded a little? Let me tell you, if you follow me, you might be able to buy as much as 70% of the divine weapons. Lin Ling continued, furthermore, you guys can buy divine and mystical treasures faster than others. How about it? Do you want to join us? Join. Everyone roared. Unless they were idiots, there was no reason for them not to join. These deafening noises caused Lin Ling to smile faintly. The God-Slayer alliance had started to expand, and their numbers had reached over 100. To these people, Lin Ling did not intend to make them loyal and devoted. They only had a relationship of mutual benefit. And that was enough. Set off. Next, Lin Ling began to crazily harvest the golden fleece flower. This was because his goal was different from these people. His goal was the number 1 and number 2 treasures in the divine weapon category. In total, it was probably more than 1,000,000 golden fleece flower. This was also the reason why Lin Ling needed to strengthen the God-Slayer alliance. Over here, 562. Over here, 733. 800. With the protection of a large number of experts, Lin Ling's digging speed became much faster. In fact, they were even brazenly digging. Sir, this is the God-Slayer Alliance's territory. We've reserved the entire place. Every time they went to a new place, the 100 experts of the God-Slayer Alliance would explode with powerful strength, intimidating the other alliances, and then dominate that place. Unknowingly, most of the treasures in the divine weapon category shops were bought by the God-Slayer Alliance. God damn it, who is so excessive to buy more than half of the divine weapons? The rest are all expensive items. How are we going to buy them? In the various alliances, there were countless complaints, but they did not know who had snatched those treasures. As time passed, the God-Slayer Alliance gradually became famous in the ancient dragon wasteland. It could be said that they were half a step into the 100 great alliances. TSK, 500,000 golden fleece flower. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited as he looked at his harvest. Currently, he was also full of treasures. His attack, defense, and speed had all increased greatly. Next, he only needed to buy the first and second treasures in the divine weapon category. Then, he could enter the divine weapon category. As for the divine weapon category, Lin Ling was not interested. His goal was the divine weapon category, especially the fruit of fortune and the fruit of immortality. He was even going to buy treasures that could help him break through to the next realm. Of course, his greatest interest was still the first divine legacy. He had already planned to save up and buy a divine legacy. However, while Lin Ling was crazily plundering, Lin Ling also knew that the 10 overlords were also crazily plundering. Because they had more people, their speed of harvesting golden fleece flower was only slightly slower than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling also knew that as the God-Slayer Alliance became more and more famous, it would not be long before the 100 alliances would be eyeing them like flies. Therefore, Lin Ling had to make use of this time to harvest more golden fleece flower and strengthen the God Slayer alliance at the same time. Here at the Poison Lake, 1,200 stalks. There are 2,779 stalks in the salt pans. After the alliance became stronger, Lin Ling also began to march toward the middle area of the golden fleece flower. As for the ancient dragon wasteland, all kinds of news were floating out like a rolling snowball. This was because in this short month, various alliances had suddenly emerged. Among the 100 alliances, a few alliances had been replaced, and there were also new alliances that had emerged. Of course, among the new alliances, the most dazzling was the God Slayer alliance. The growth of this alliance could be said to be like a virus. After its development, it was simply unstoppable. Currently, it had completely entered the eyes of the 100 alliances. However, what surprised them was that the God Slayer alliance had a large number of members. It had already developed into a 1,000-member alliance. Moreover, there were also many leaders. There were more than 50 of them, and each of them was very powerful. Moreover, they did not kill steal, but they dominated the territory. This was very suspicious. God Slayer alliance sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it in the 9 prefectures. That's right. It has indeed appeared in the 9 prefectures. However, I reckon that the God Slayer alliance in the 9 prefectures is not the same as the God Slayer alliance here. After all, the strongest members in the God Slayer alliance in the 9 prefectures are only 4 or 5. They are completely incomparable to the God Slayer alliance here. It seems like they have the same name. However, there are more than 50 leaders. TSK, they can be considered as the 100 alliances. According to the rumors, there is actually a leader behind the scenes in the God Slayer alliance. However, no one knows who it is. This is because when there is trouble, it is always the 50 leaders who take action. Their strength is already outstanding among the half-step martial gods. I heard that there are also many martial gods among them. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. It's time to attack the God Slayer alliance. Our alliance will become even more powerful after devouring them. Voices rang out in the ancient dragon wasteland. The small alliances were afraid of the God Slayer alliance, but the 100 alliances were eyeing the God Slayer alliance covetously. Of course, the news had also spread to the 10 overlords. God Slayer alliance? Could it be Lin Ling's alliance? Many people were puzzled about the Heaven alliance formed by the Duan family and the new heavenly court. The domineering God Slayer alliance. Haha, how could a mere Lin Ling create such a huge alliance? It's just a matter of having the same name. Think about it. Young Demon Lord and the others have worked hard for so many years, but the God Slayer alliance is still as weak as a dog. Therefore, a mere Lin Ling alone doesn't have such strength. In the Sky Alliance, Duan Wuhan said confidently. The crowd analyzed the situation and nodded in agreement. It was indeed impossible. Lin Ling was not even a half-step martial god. How could he gather so many people? They were obviously overthinking. Don't worry. This God Slayer alliance will soon be swallowed up. Many people in the 100 alliances are eyeing them covetously. Duan Wuhan said again. The pitiful God Slayer alliance. They've just made a name for themselves, but now they're just going to benefit others. Many people in the Sky Alliance agreed with this. They were not blindly confident in their guess. It was because the Heavenly Alliance was so powerful that they had occupied 60% of the barren trees on the land. That was how they had grown to their current state. On the other hand, the God Slayer Alliance only had 1,000 people. At most, they would be given 10 to 20,000 golden fleece flowers. Perhaps, this was still too much. It was a pity that they didn't know that Lin Ling had already reached 1 million golden fleece flower, and he had exchanged them for the 2 most powerful treasures in the divine weapon category. With this exchange, the entire ancient dragon wasteland was shocked. Everyone was guessing who was so rich and overbearing. After all, even though the 2 treasures could kill martial gods, they were one-time use treasures. Since he had the golden fleece flower, why didn't he exchange them for more practical treasures, for example, a talent exchange or a treasure that could increase one's talent? No one could figure it out. Moreover, they began to imagine who had bought those treasures. However, most of them believed that only the 10 overlords had such wealth. however, no one expected it to be Lin Ling. We've returned to the time before liberation in one night. Moreover, the day of the opening of the ancient dragon wasteland is getting closer and closer. Once it opens, no one can guarantee how many people will enter. Will it be 500,000 or 1 million? After Lin Ling exchanged the treasures, he was overjoyed, but he also knew that time waits for no one, because he still had a lot of things to exchange for. Therefore, he was also racing against time, trying his best to seize the treasures. When the time came, he would be able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Ling, over here. The giant ghost continued to point out directions. At the moment, Lin Ling was no longer interested in the small areas of the golden fleece flower. His ambition had already fallen to the middle area, or even the larger area. Moreover, during this period of time, the God Slayer Alliance had already reached a membership of 2,000. Most importantly, each of them had a god weapon with them. They were extremely awesome. They were absolutely confident that they could fight against the Great 100 Alliance. A long time later, under the giant ghost's guidance, the 2,000 experts appeared in a desert. There were also many small alliances in the desert. However, when they saw the God-slaying alliance, their expressions changed and they immediately retreated. Of course, there were a few alliances that didn't want to retreat. They were the Cannon God Alliance and the Lone Star Alliance. The leaders of these alliances were the real experts on the divine ladder. Their alliances were half a step into the 100 great alliances. However, when these alliances came face to face with the God-slaying alliance, the Cannon God Alliance and the other powerful alliances immediately retreated. This was because in their eyes, the God-slaying alliance was well-equipped, armed to the teeth, and full of energy. Each of them was an expert who could fight against 100 people. Are you going to scram or not? On a sand dune, an old man from the God-slaying alliance said coldly. It was the 9th god Eye. He had already stepped into the martial god realm and was awe-inspiring. Although I admit that you are very powerful, you want us to scram? Dream on. The experts from the Cannon God Alliance looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Although they had always been afraid of being devoured by powerful alliances, they didn't expect this day to come. Destroy them. The members of the God-slaying alliance all knew their leader's character. He didn't want to waste time. Therefore, once someone refused to comply, he would destroy them without a second word. He wouldn't even bother to devour them. When the word destroy came out, a terrifying aura surged out. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. Cannon God Alliance, Lone Star Alliance, and the other powerful alliances finally realized that each of them had a divine weapon. No, some of the tycoons had 2 or 3 god weapons, boots, armor, and broadswords. They were armed to the teeth. Looking at their leaders, they were all at the peak of the ancestor realm and had powerful armor. Even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to harm a single strand of their hair. Being rich was just that awesome. We were a little impulsive just now. Can you let us leave? With such a huge gap, the Cannon God Alliance had no choice but to surrender. If they continued to fight, it would be a waste of effort. It's too late. Because you have wasted our time. You should know that our leader is worth tens of thousands of golden fleeceflower flowers. You can't afford it. Tian Ao said coldly. In the past, he wouldn't have been a match for them. But now, he was an expert ranked 300th on the God ranking. Without a doubt, the opening of the God store had caused a huge shuffle in the God ranking. Some weak ones soared to the sky, while some strong ones fell from heaven to hell and were surpassed by others. This was the specialty of the God store. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 500,000 or even 1,000,000 experts trying to enter. Hearing the God Slayer Alliance's order to kill, the Cannon God Alliance's members turned ashen. They had never expected that they wouldn't be given any face even though they had begged for mercy. Wait. However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly drifted out from the God Slayer Alliance's crowd. Although the voice was soft, it carried an unparalleled majesty that silenced the entire God Slayer Alliance. No one dared to say a word. From this perspective, it also showed that the God Slayer Alliance's discipline was strict. Then, the crowd parted, and a young man in an ordinary blue robe walked out slowly. He smiled at the Cannon God Alliance's leader. It's you. The Cannon God Alliance's leader was stunned. He immediately recognized the blue-robed young man because he had fought with that young man in the salt pan. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you interested in joining the God Slayer Alliance? The person who had come was Lin Ling. He had also seen the Canon God Alliance's leader, so he wasted some time to talk to him. The latter's talent was extremely good. He could turn his hands into cannons. Obviously, he was also a fierce general. The God Slayer Alliance lacked such experts. Yes, of course. But they don't want us anymore. Sigh, I regret it. The Canon God Alliance's leader sighed softly. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He said anxiously, why don't you plead for mercy for me? Help me put in a few good words in front of these leaders. Obviously, although the Canon God Alliance was arrogant, it depended on who they were facing. In front of a colossus like the God Slayer Alliance, their arrogance didn't exist, but now, they didn't want them anymore. Okay, I agree. You guys can join the God Slayer Alliance. Translator, trans and editor, trans and frantically gathering. You agreed? We're joining? The leader of the Canon Gods Alliance was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people in front of him, he would have cursed the blue-robed youth. Do you think the God Slayer Alliance is yours? You're just a worker. Do you think it's enough just because you agreed? Don't get us killed. After all, he also saw that those powerful leaders didn't say anything. This blue-robed youth didn't even have a godly armor. What right did he have to speak? Why? You don't believe me? Lin Ling saw the leader's expression and smiled faintly. Well, I'm grateful that you stood up for us. However, you'd better find someone who can speak. The leader of the Canon Gods Alliance immediately said with a smile. However, he almost shouted, I don't believe you. However, Lin Ling was here to help. Therefore, he was still very polite on the surface. Someone who can speak? I am. In the God Slayer Alliance, no one will dare to say no to me. Lin Ling smiled and said again. His words shocked the leader. Don't be too arrogant, don't offend those leaders. I don't care if they get you killed, but don't get us killed. It was no wonder that he looked down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't even a martial god. In addition, he didn't have any treasures on him. Therefore, he naturally believed that those leaders with high cultivation levels and treasures would be the ones to speak. In the God Slayer Alliance, no one will dare to walk on the right if I walk on the left. However, when the leader kept blinking to signal Lin Ling to stop talking nonsense, Lin Ling spoke again as if it had nothing to do with him. Plop, the leader sat on the ground powerlessly and almost cried. It's over, it's over. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone he knew. He wanted to build a relationship with him, but he turned out to be a lunatic. No, he was a disaster. Don't you think so? However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again and looked at the 2,000 people behind him. That's right, leader. Yes, everyone smiled faintly, but their voices rang out in unison like thunder, shocking the desert and causing it to explode, rumble, endless sand rained down like thunder, causing everyone in the Canon Deity Alliance to tremble. Leader, could it be that the pauper youth who didn't seem to have any divine weapons was the most mysterious leader of the God Slayer Alliance? Obviously, they had also heard the rumors. There were countless leaders in the God Slayer Alliance. However, there was a truly mysterious leader who ruled over all of them. It was just that this leader was rarely seen. Of course, these were only rumors, and not many people were sure, and now, the Canon Deity Alliance was certain. Everyone in the God Slayer Alliance was shouting loudly. Even that martial god realm old monster who was covered in treasures was shouting loudly. If this wasn't real, then what was? Will you? At this moment, Lin Ling's laughter was heard once again. Yes, sir. How could the Canon Deity Alliance not agree? One by one, they knelt down on one knee. They were so excited that they almost couldn't take care of themselves. This was because they had also heard that the God Slayer Alliance was also a rich alliance. Their leader was very generous to his subordinates and gave them divine weapons as if they didn't cost anything. However, not everyone could join the God Slayer Alliance. Alright, Chen Ting, accept them and tell them the rules. Then, give them some treasures. Lin Ling turned to look at Chen Ting and the others. Well, sir, we have 3 alliances and we have 1,000 people, the Canon Deity Alliance leader said nervously. The leader of the Canon Gods Union said nervously. With so many people, he was afraid that Lin Ling would abandon them. Canon deity, are you reliable? Lin Ling looked at them from the corner of his eyes and asked. Canon deity? The Canon deity alliance leader was stunned. He immediately nodded and said, yes, definitely. The leaders of the other two alliances quickly nodded and said, although we aren't good people, we know the rules of the alliance. We can't do things like betrayal and betrayal. Great, that's great. Chen Ting, buy equipment for everyone. Buy whatever you like. Lin Ling laughed loudly. His voice made the people of the three alliances tremble. Buy equipment for everyone? How many golden fleece flowers would he need? They had long heard that the God Slayer alliance was bold and unrestrained. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it was truly extraordinary. Greetings, sir. Everyone knelt down on one knee. This time, they were sincerely acknowledging Su Ke as their leader. Lin Ling nodded calmly. Currently, the God Slayer alliance had 3,000 people. It was time to do some big business. Your mission is to protect me and not let anyone disturb me. If anyone disturbs me, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling said again. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded and felt their blood boil. Lin Ling then left to collect the golden fleece flowers in the area. He was very curious about how many golden fleece flowers there were in the middle of the area. Canon deity, do you have anyone you can rely on? Pull them all over. Don't be afraid of money. Sir has already said that we will devour as many people as we can. However, they must be at least at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Most importantly, they must be reliable. If they betray the God Slayer alliance, you will have to take responsibility. At this moment, Tian Ao walked over and said to the people of the three alliances. Of course. When we were wandering in the ancient dragon desolate land, we came into contact with some small alliances. Their strength is not bad, but there are not many of them. As for their character, we have crossed swords a few times. They should be trustworthy. We know them too. They are all reliable. After all, we do not want to be chased away by the God Slayer alliance. The people of the three alliances said hastily. Great. Pull them all over. Tian Ao nodded with a smile. They knew that the 100 Alliance had begun to target the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, the God Slayer Alliance had to grow stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked forward. Behind them was the golden white evil ghost. The golden white evil ghost was also covered in treasures. Moreover, most of them were defensive treasures. It could withstand the attack of a level 3 martial god. Moreover, the demonic dragon in the Dragon Ball was strong enough to fight against a half-step martial god with a divine weapon in his hand. This was only the beginning. Once Lin Ling opened the unique treasure shop, Lin Ling would make sure that all of them reached the half-step martial god realm. The more people there are, the more golden fleece flowers will be consumed. I have to collect more. Lin Ling finally came to a stop. The vines in his left hand dripped down to the ground like black water. Then, he started to dig wildly, although the expenses had increased, and the golden fleece flowers were used like running water, the harvest would definitely be greater. TSK. We have just entered the ground and we have already found 1,000 golden fleece flowers. This is a land of great treasures. 2 to 11 golden fleece flowers to the east, 560 golden fleece flowers to the west. Eh? So few, only 800 golden fleece flowers to the west. The God Slayer Alliance had occupied the area within 100 miles. This allowed Lin Ling to collect the golden fleece flowers without any scruples. Consecutive breakthroughs. Scram. However, just as they approached within 100 miles, countless angry shouts sounded. It's you, Cannon God? Someone recognized the leader of the Cannon God Alliance. I'm now a member of the God Slayer Alliance. Scram. The leader of the Cannon God Alliance laughed heartily. He knew that the alliance that had stumbled into this area was one of the strongest alliances under the Great 100 Alliance. They were half a step into the Great 100 Alliance. The number of people on the other side also reached 3,000, and they were called the Great Dynasty Alliance. You want us to scram? Therefore, the other party didn't seem to be afraid of the God Slayer Alliance. Leader Tian Ao, someone is here. In the past, the Canon Deity Alliance could only flee with their tails between their legs when facing the Grand Dynasty Alliance. However, they were no longer the Canon Deity Alliance but the God Slayer Alliance with a powerful backing, boom, in the distant sky. Thousands of people had also arrived. Their aura surged into the sky, shocking everyone. So many people? The expressions of the members of the Grand Court Alliance changed violently. Moreover, they sensed that not only were their opponents numerous in number, their strengths were extremely strong. All of them actually possessed a combat strength at the half-step martial god realm. When did this God Slayer Alliance become so powerful? Their leader was a tall and sturdy man. At this moment, his brows were tightly knitted. In the distance, many alliances were also watching this scene. To them, this was the strongest confrontation between the Nova Alliance and the Great Hundred Alliance. Most importantly, everyone knew that the leader of the Great Dynasty Alliance was one of the newcomer kings. His strength was ranked 6th, and his name was the Great Dynasty King, and now, the two new alliances were clashing. Who knew what kind of intense sparks would fly from the collision? Retreat. However, just as everyone had this thought, the Great Dynasty Alliance retreated, not daring to fight at all. This meant that the God Slayer Alliance was now the strongest alliance under the 100 Leagues. It's a little too late to think of leaving now. According to the rules of our God-slaying alliance, you must leave behind all the golden fleece flowers on you. However, the Great Dynasty Alliance had already retreated, yet the God Slayer Alliance was unwilling to leave the matter at that. Because this was also the rule that Lin Ling had set. Hee, we already said to retreat, yet you insist on being overbearing. Could it be that you want both sides to suffer? The Great Dynasty Emperor was so angry that he started laughing. Did the God Slayer Alliance think that they were the 100 Leagues Alliance? However, the members of the God Slayer Alliance didn't say anything, but more and more people arrived from the distance. 3,000 elites had gathered, and all of them had divine weapons on them. They coldly looked at the Great Court Alliance. That's right. We want to fight until both sides suffer. Do you dare? Someone finally spoke, the 9th God Eye. Play with us. Let's see if you can afford to play with us. Let me tell you, we don't have much, but we have a lot of money. If we get injured, we can buy treasures to recover. Do you have any? Tian Ao chimed in. Hearing this, everyone from the Great Dynasty Alliance was gnashing their teeth. The God Slayer Alliance was too domineering. It was practically a gathering place for a bunch of lunatics. Everyone, leave the golden fleece flower and leave immediately. The Great Dynasty King pondered for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left behind 100 golden fleece flower before striding away. It wasn't that he wanted to swallow his anger, but he had no choice. Because if he were to go head-on against them, then there would only be a single outcome for his Grand Dynasty Alliance, and that was to be devoured. Now, they had only lost a bit of face and some golden fleece flower, but the Great Court Alliance was still alive. They could barely accept this result. Get lost. Seeing the Great Dynasty Alliance retreat, everyone from the God Slayer Alliance shouted angrily, not giving them any face at all. In the distance, the small alliances were pale with fright. The God Slayer Alliance was truly frightening. They had already become a major alliance. This area has been sealed off by them. I saw that the God Slayer Alliance was able to dispatch 10 people to deal with the Desolate Tree and other demons. This style and dominance is exactly the same as the Great Hundred Alliance. They will definitely become part of the Great Hundred Alliance. I just don't know who will be eliminated from the Great Hundred Alliance. Following this, everyone was discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was at the center, had no idea what was happening outside. In fact, the reason he had expanded the alliance was so that there would be people to deal with these unexpected events. To the north, wow, 20,000 golden fleece flower. When Lin Ling reached the north, he was shocked. Dig, dig, dig. Dig. Lin Ling was also a bit crazy. He had collected more than 20,000 golden fleece flower in one go. This area was truly terrifying. 6 hours later, Lin Ling walked out. The 50 or so leaders had been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. They had impatient looks on their faces, but no one dared to ask. Leader, how many? Only the 9th God I had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he asked on behalf of the others. More than 20,000 golden fleece flower. Lin Ling smiled and immediately replied. Wow, what the hell, it's only been 3 hours. The Canon God and the other leaders who had just joined were undoubtedly shocked. They then counted on their fingers and said, according to the rules, if we take a third, that's close to 7,000 to 8,000 golden fleece flower. If we divide it among everyone, apart from the 50 leaders who take more, everyone will get 10. Ancestor, I kneel to you. Thinking of this, the leaders were so excited that they almost knelt down. That was because they had worked so hard and only obtained a few golden fleece flower in a day. However, they had only spent 6 hours here and obtained 10 golden fleece flower. Moreover, this was only the harvest of the small soldiers. The leader's harvest was undoubtedly much greater. Don't worry, there will be more in the future. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but he was actually even happier than them. That was because this was only one of the areas in the middle area. There were probably more places than this. Let's go. Go. After that, Lin Ling waved his hand and led the God Slayer Alliance away from this place. Under the giant ghost's guidance, they moved on to the next location. At the same time, the people the Canon God Alliance had summoned also joined them one after another. The number of people had reached 5,000. They had completely entered the ranks of the 100 great alliances. Lin Ling naturally spent a large amount of golden fleece flower to buy divine weapons for them. He had almost bought all the divine weapons. Moreover, Lin Ling had tobacco on him. He could have bought it at half price, but the god store was too far away. To avoid wasting time, Lin Ling bought it with jade tokens. The first 3 types of treasures in the god store could not be bought with jade tokens. At that time, he would have to go to the god store personally. This area, 50,000 golden fleece flower. This area, 30,000. Tisk. TSK, 80,000. Tisk. After the number of people increased, Lin Ling's harvesting area also became wider. His harvest was bountiful. Lin Ling did not buy many divine arts from the god store. After all, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. The only thing that caught his eye was the 4th-ranked divine martial art divine ability. The news of 3 million people entering, this martial art came from the era of gods, and it is only an incomplete copy. Most importantly, there is a condition to cultivate this martial art. One must possess the power of Buddha God. Lin Ling's great son calamity-destroying Bao cultivates the power of Buddha God, so he has barely met the requirement. The power of this martial art is also extremely terrifying. It cultivates the power of God. The power of God is even more vigorous than the power of ancestor. Currently, even martial god realm experts rarely possess this mysterious power. Even Lin Ling's true inheritance dark sword has a strand of the power of God. Of course, tyrannical song sword also has the power of God, but Lin Ling did not activate it. Of course, this Bodhi testimony divine art also has a power that Lin Ling values, that is, it can continuously increase the power of soul, although the increase is very slow. Only 1 step in a quarter of an hour, but it is a continuous increase. The longer the time, the greater the harvest. Currently, Lin Ling's soul is at 23,000 steps. It won't be long before it reaches 30,000 steps, and with the increase of soul, Lin Ling's step of wisdom will also be stronger, and the number of evil ghost jellyfish he can control will also increase. Bodhi testimony divine art, 500,000 golden fleece flowers. Unfortunately, it is an incomplete copy. Divided into red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi, black Bodhi. These are the current cultivation realm. While Lin Ling is mining, he is also cultivating this powerful martial art with the power of God. Frankly speaking, this martial art is also the upgraded version of Great Sun Calamity destroying Bao, but its power is even more powerful than the true inheritance dark sword. 500,000 golden fleece flowers, it is worth it, hee. If this martial art is not an incomplete copy, and only those who possess the power of Buddha God can cultivate it, I am afraid it would have been bought long ago, and by the time they want to buy it, I will have already gathered enough golden fleece flowers before them. Hee. Lin Ling smiled. Next, he is going to store the golden fleece flowers, preparing to buy rare treasures. Of course, he also helped Yu, big brother, and the others find suitable martial arts and mystical abilities and bought them together. While Lin Ling was continuously digging for golden fleece flowers, the ancient dragon wasteland was also in an uproar. In this vast wasteland, everyone knew that the god-slaying alliance had risen. This was because while Lin Ling was mining, the God Slayer Alliance's ninth God Eye and the others had been furiously attacking. Unknowingly, they had already defeated one of the Great 100 Alliances and completely entered the Great 100 Alliances. It was said that the battle was extremely intense. The leaders of the God Slayer Alliance were all mobilized, and there were more than 100 experts. After that, the 5,000 troops clashed with one of the 100 Great Alliance. The 100 Great Alliance was defeated in an instant and was even devoured by the God Slayer Alliance. As a result, the God Slayer Alliance had more than 8,000 members. As for the 100 Great Alliance that had been eliminated, it was called the Supreme Alliance. It was formed by a group of old monsters, and each of them had monstrous strength. After being swallowed up by the God Slayer Alliance, the overall strength of the God Slayer Alliance had undoubtedly increased by another level. Other than that, there was also a rumor in the ancient dragon wasteland that the God Slaying Alliance had a set of methods to harvest golden fleece flowers. If one joined the God Slaying Alliance, the harvest of golden fleece flowers would be much higher than other alliances. This also led to many experts wanting to join the God Slayer Alliance. Unfortunately, without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to join. Most importantly, one's character was the key. As for the rumor circulating outside, Lin Ling, as the leader behind the scenes, had no idea at all. During this period of time, his strength had greatly increased, and his cultivation level had continuously broken through. He had reached level 8 Martial Ancestor Realm. This was the result of him purchasing rare treasures to forcibly raise his strength. Furthermore, the fruits that could raise one's cultivation level did not have any side effects. However, one could only consume 2 of them, and the price was 100,000 golden fleece flowers. Of course, Lin Ling had also asked Tianao to help him purchase them. Currently, he did not have the time to visit the godly store. This increase in strength was undoubtedly effortless. Even the ancestor's tribulation was much weaker, and the success rate was very high. After raising his cultivation level, Lin Ling also set his sights on the fruit of fortune. However, this fruit was extremely rare, so it was also very expensive. It actually cost 3 million golden fleece flowers. To an ordinary person, 3 million golden fleece flowers was simply unattainable. However, to Lin Ling, it was only a matter of time. After the God-Slaying Alliance had become stronger, Lin Ling had also begun to do whatever he wanted in the ancient dragon wasteland. He had plundered large areas of golden fleece flowers. Of course, on this day, the 9th God's Eye also brought a piece of news that Lin Ling could not afford to underestimate. Leader, the 5th month is about to begin. I heard that the number of people who want to enter has reached 3 million people. This was undoubtedly a huge piece of news, and it was extremely unfavorable for the God-Slaying Alliance. After all, although the God-Slaying Alliance was very powerful, it was only one of the 100 alliances. It was still not strong enough to fight against the 10 overlords, let alone 3 million people. Why are there suddenly so many quotas? Lin Ling also knew that the situation had become somewhat troublesome. If there were too many people, it would be troublesome to harvest. If they were targeted by the 10 overlords, it would be inconvenient for the God-Slaying Alliance to do anything, let alone harvest. I heard that a god had appeared and discussed with the Kirishin. In the end, the Kirishin gave face to the god and relaxed the quota. The 9th God's Eye immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. So it was a god who appeared. Moreover, there are rumors that the ancient dragon wasteland is going to be reshuffled. The 100 alliances will also be devoured, leaving only the 10 overlords. After all, the 3 million people were summoned by the 10 overlords. The 9th God's Eye spoke again. The 10 overlords had begun to purge the 100 alliances. The God-Slaying Alliance would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. They would only survive if they joined one of the overlords. Currently, our leaders are discussing whether to find a suitable overlord to join them. It is up to you now. The 9th God's Eye spoke again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Finally, he raised his head and said, no need. We will become an overlord ourselves. Hearing this, the 9th God's Eye's heart trembled. Lin Ling, what a bold tone. One must know that the 10 overlords were formed by the 9 prefectures and the final world's apex giants. If the God-Slaying Alliance wanted to become an overlord, it meant that the God-Slaying Alliance would become a giant that the final world could not underestimate. Rather than seeking help from others, why not seek help from ourselves? Lin Ling's eyes were resolute. Currently, he had stored up a large amount of golden fleece flowers and was preparing to buy treasures in one go. However, he did not know how many golden fleece flowers were needed for the most expensive inheritance of the four great gods. Therefore, he had to collect as many golden fleece flowers as he could. If he joined the other overlords, then he would no longer be the master, but a guest. All the golden fleece flowers would be taken away by the overlords, and Lin Ling would only be able to take a small portion. Even the golden fleece flowers he had on him might be taken away. Of course, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. All of you, do your best to recruit people. No matter how strong they are, bring them in. Furthermore, I want all of you to occupy a region in the ancient dragon wasteland. Lin Ling spoke again. These words caused the ninth god's eye's expression to turn grave. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Encountering the 10 Overlords. Also, when will the 3 million people arrive? Lin Ling asked again. This news was just released. I estimate that they will arrive in about 10 days. The fastest is 7 days. That group of people should reach the ancient Yuan mountain range and enter this place. The ninth god's eye hurriedly said. Only 7 days? I hope that they come in slowly. Lin Ling's expression became more and more serious. This meant that he had to gather golden fleece flowers in 10 days at most and strengthen the god-slaying alliance. Only then would he not be afraid of the 3 million people and the 10 overlords. Of course, if he failed, Lin Ling would be exposed. At that time, even the 10 overlords would want to snatch the golden fleece flowers from Lin Ling. As for the result, Lin Ling would naturally not be able to resist the 10 overlords and could only obediently hand over the golden fleece flowers. Time waits for no one. You guys are in charge of gathering martial artists. Leave half of you to protect me. Lin Ling stood up and said. Then, he led the giant ghost to gather the golden fleece flowers. At present, Lin Ling's strength was like a scholar who had been away for 3 days. However, Lin Ling knew that the ancient dragon wasteland was no longer a battle between individuals. It was a clash between major forces. Unless one's strength was heaven-defying, it would be impossible to change the situation. Dig, dig, dig. Lin Ling, there are 80,000 golden fleece flowers here. There are 120,000 here. In the following period of time, Lin Ling went crazy. The number of golden fleece flowers was also increasing. Currently, he had accumulated 10 million golden fleece flowers. This did not include the golden fleece flowers that he had distributed. Otherwise, he would have close to 20 million golden fleece flowers. While Lin Ling was crazily gathering, the God-slaying alliance was also crazily absorbing martial artists. Of course, this craziness made many people in the 100 Alliance unhappy. After all, they had always been curious about how the God-slaying alliance could grow so quickly. Therefore, they guessed that the God-slaying alliance must have a lot of golden fleece flowers. Otherwise, how could they convince the public? Therefore, among the 100 alliances, a few alliances had decided to form an alliance to attack the God-Slayer alliance and plunder everything they had. They obviously knew that 3 million people from the outside world were about to enter the ancient dragon wasteland. At that time, their alliance would no longer exist. Therefore, they wanted to use this period of time to crazily collect golden fleece flower. Of course, it wasn't just them. In fact, many people in the top 100 alliance thought the same. Everyone was fighting for the final push. Lin Ling didn't know what was going on in the outside world. His goal was still to dig out the golden fleece flower. On this day, he walked into a new region. This was a vast expanse of lush green grass, and it was extremely peaceful. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that there were no alliances in this area. Something was wrong. Rumble. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the ground suddenly split open. Subsequently, a giant ancient snake slithered out. It was at least 1,000 miles long, and its giant head was raised high. Its eyes were icily staring at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. This was because before he came here, the God-Slayer Alliance had already cleared the area. Now, there was still a terrifying demonic beast here. This meant that this demonic beast had hidden from the God-Slayer Alliance's eyes. The ancient snake was huge and its entire body was white. It gave off a demonic feeling. A pair of strange green eyes stared at Lin Ling, and its giant mouth was constantly moving. However, Lin Ling could vaguely see that those were desolate vines, and there were a lot of them. These desolate vines were all martial gods. Usually, the Alliance would only be able to kill these desolate vines by using the human wave tactic. However, this ancient snake had swallowed them easily. This showed how terrifying this ancient snake was. It had probably reached the middle stage of the martial god realm. No wonder it could hide from the God-Slayer Alliance. You are the mastermind behind the God-Slayer Alliance. Suddenly, the giant white snake spoke in human language, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble violently. On top of the giant white snake's head, a figure in white clothes slowly floated out. This person was connected with the white snake, and his long white hair was scattered. This kind of white did not have any luster, as if it was a sickly white. Moreover, this person looked like a man. His face was also very pale, the kind of sickly pale. At this moment, he was smiling at Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly guessed that this man was actually the white snake. It is said that in the ancient dragon wasteland, the God-Slayer Alliance is the most prosperous. The speed of their growth is monstrous. However, there is always a mastermind behind the God-Slayer Alliance. Even martial god realm old monsters are extremely respectful to this mastermind. This caused everyone to be curious as to who this God-Slayer Alliance's mastermind was. However, I never expected that it would be a martial ancestor realm junior. The man smiled. May I know who Senior is? You are actually so curious about our God-Slayer Alliance. Lin Ling suppressed his surprise and smiled in a relaxed manner. However, in the depths of his heart, he had already prepared various powerful methods. He had even prepared the 5 flags to kill martial gods. If the other party wanted to harm him, he would fight to the death. I heard that the first and second treasures of the divine treasure category had been exchanged by someone. The entire ancient dragon wasteland has been curious as to who bought these treasures. However, I reckon that it should be you. Little guy, you are really amazing. You dare to book the entire god store. Even among the 10 overlords, not many can do that. The white-haired man seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled again. Lin Ling's heart thumped violently, but he still smiled and said, "Everything is just your guess. Instead of guessing, why don't we test it with action?" The white-haired man immediately replied, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It seemed that he was not at the middle stage of the martial god realm, but more like a late stage of the martial god realm. Lin Ling sensed the terrifying pressure coming at him, and he found it difficult to breathe. However, he was now full of treasures and had many trump cards. He dared to take a gamble and see how powerful this late-stage martial god realm expert was. However, very quickly, the white-haired man's aura suddenly disappeared again. He said helplessly, "In the end, I still didn't dare to gamble. Because the first and second treasures in the divine weapon category, not to mention killing me, even the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures have a chance of killing them. Therefore, I lost." Hearing this, Lin Ling felt relieved. However, he still smiled and said, "In fact, I also did not want to take the gamble. Because even if I could kill you, you could also kill me before you died. Therefore, this is just a situation where both sides suffer. Haha, as expected of someone who can become a leader. You have foresight." The white-haired man suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of admiration. Then, he looked at Lin Ling from head to toe and said, "Are you interested in joining us?" "You?" Lin Ling asked. "One of the 10 overlords, the founding alliance. I am one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the serpent tribe." The white-haired man laughed proudly and said boldly. Senior Lu Chen, as of now, Lin Ling knew quite a few of the 9 continents' vicious 10, Immortal Temple, Creation Alliance, Tomb Guardian Race, Resting Place of Heroic Spirits, Ancient Demon Race, Great Devil Sect, and Tin Ghost Race. Who would have thought that another one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils would surface? As for the strength of the Serpent Clan, Lin Ling had no doubt about it. However, if Lin Ling joined, wouldn't he be controlled by others? This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. "Senior, what if I refuse?" Thinking of this, Lin Ling relaxed and smiled. The white-haired man sized up Lin Ling and immediately rubbed his nose and said, "This joke isn't funny. If you refuse, you'll be forcing us into a dead end. That's not good. How about this, we'll form an alliance and split the loot 50-50. This is my last concession. He obviously knew that Lin Ling had a special method to harvest the golden fleece flower. In fact, he knew what the method was because he had just swam out from the depths of the earth and possessed the ability to walk freely on the earth. However, compared to Lin Ling's little Kunlun, he was still incomparable. After all, little Kunlun was a plant. It could take root and sprout, quickly occupying this region. Its speed of collection was 100 times faster than the white-haired man. That's impossible. We can only split it 30 to 70. Moreover, this 30 is split with my subordinates. Lin Ling stubbornly shook his head. Little guy, you're really greedy. Do you want money but not your life? 46. This is my final concession. Hearing Lin Ling's stingy words, the white-haired man was angered to death. He had never seen such a stingy brat. One had to know that he was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. If it was in the past, he would have slapped anyone who dared to bargain with him to death. 370, that's my bottom line. Moreover, it won't be long before 3 million people enter this place. I think most of those people aren't from your alliance, so you want to use this period of time to collect golden fleece flower like crazy, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and said with a faint smile. The 9 Prefectures 10 Evils was an extremely mysterious organization in the universal void. Naturally, the gods would not give them many slots. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that most of the slots would be taken by the strongest of the final world. Although I know that you are not afraid of them in terms of strength, this is a competition of harvesting golden fleece flowers. Having more people will definitely give you an advantage. So, if you don't agree to my request now, you might get less in the future. Lin Ling saw the corners of the white-haired man's eyes twitching. He immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he said again. You're too cunning. The white-haired man immediately gnashed his teeth when he heard this, but he laughed coldly as well. Presently, besides us, the other overlords amongst the 10 overlords haven't paid attention to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to keep the gold helm fleece flower no matter how many you have. Moreover, I heard that someone amongst those 3 million people has found a similar method as you. So, if you still refuse to cooperate, then you probably won't be able to obtain a gold helm fleece flower once those 3 million people enter. Lin Ling's heart shuddered when he heard this. Someone has found out about his method. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. However, he felt that it was normal. There were countless old monsters here, so it was only natural that they would find a solution. That's true, but I still have a few days. It's enough time for me to harvest the gold helm fleece flower I need. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled at the white-haired man. Son of AB****, have you even cultivated for 10,000 years? I've cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm your senior, can't you give me some face? What a cunning kid. 40 and 60, you take 40 and I take 60. Isn't that enough? Since you're eating meat, you should at least give me some soup. The white-haired man was furious. If it weren't for the treasures in Lin Ling's hands, he would have tortured Lin Ling into confessing. Then, he realized why Lin Ling had bought the divine weapons instead of the rare treasures. This kid clearly had foresight. He was guarding himself against the martial god realm experts who could threaten him. I'm telling you, 40 and 60, you can't go back. If you don't agree, we'll go our separate ways. Finally, the white-haired man shouted angrily, moreover, don't think that you can keep your gold helm fleece flower by dragging me to the grave with you. I'm telling you, the founding alliance is not only composed of the Serpent clan. We have a leader. If I die, you can give all your gold helm fleece flower to him. I don't want any of them. Hee, you're so kind? Lin Ling sneered at the white-haired man. Then you can have a try. Let's fight. Rumble, the huge ancient snake grew like a vine, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. It surged toward Lin Ling with a strong murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes became serious. He held the flags tightly in his hands. Obviously, he didn't expect that the white-haired man would really risk his life. If he died together with him, his gold helm fleece flower would be taken by the other leader. I know you don't believe me. Then I'll show you again. Come out, old Lu. The ancient serpent spoke in human language. Its voice was earth-shattering. Obviously, it was going to risk its life. It didn't believe that an old monster like it would be afraid of a young boy. Rumble. In a faraway place, a huge evil fish with 9 lanterns appeared. It swam in the heaven and earth as if it was swimming in the sea. This evil fish was as big as an island. There were 9 ancient lanterns hanging in front of the fish's head. They were dazzling, and the huge fish's sharp teeth were flashing, causing others to tremble in fear. As for the enormous vicious fish, a carefree and unruly man stood there with his hands behind his back, and beside him was a woman that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Do you believe me now? Do you think I'm lying to you? Come on, fight with your life. If you and I die, your gold-helm fleeceflower will belong to that leader. Seeing the newcomer, the ancient serpent roared and sneered. Was he afraid? He wanted to ask the kid if he was afraid. Was he going to fight with him? When he came out to roam the 9 states, that kid was still drinking milk. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Senior Liu? The newcomer was the 9 lanterns fish, Liu Chen, leader of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling? The newcomer was stunned. The woman beside him smiled excitedly. Little benefactor? She was Liu Chen's wife, White Fox. In the past, she was saved by Lin Ling. Because of that, Liu Chen had been helping Lin Ling. However, it wasn't just Liu Chen who was stunned. Even the ancient serpent was stunned. Both of them were shocked. The white serpent was shocked that Lin Ling knew Liu Chen. Liu Chen was shocked that Lin Ling would appear here. Then, he frowned and looked at the white serpent. Old Gu, what do you mean? Are you going to attack my friend? Old Liu, he's your friend. You must be joking. 2 alliances. You think I'm joking? When we formed the alliance, we already said that we can't touch our friends. Now, aren't you violating the alliance agreement? Liu Chen immediately said with a cold expression. F*CK, I've been wronged. How would I know that he's your friend? Also, do you know who he is? The white-haired man immediately shouted, feeling extremely aggrieved. Hearing this, Liu Chen was puzzled because he had always been curious as to why Lin Ling would appear here. He's the leader behind the scenes of the God Slayer Alliance that you keep praising. Seeing that Liu Chen was also confused, the white-haired man screamed again. What? This time, it was Liu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Lin Ling was the mastermind behind the gods of destruction? Then, he led a group of experts to rise in the ancient dragon wasteland. Heavens, when did this little guy grow to such a level? Lin Ling, tell me this isn't true. I really don't believe it. Then, Liu Chen looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. Ah, you really are. Liu Chen slapped his forehead. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's good that he's your friend. What should we do now? You handle it. The white-haired man had an extreme headache as well. Now, he was clearly unable to make a move. Since we're friends, let's split it 40-60. How about we form an alliance? Seeing that one of the 10 overlords was Senior Liu Chen, Lin Ling decided to compromise. Alright, 46 it is. Of course, Liu Chen agreed. He didn't care even if it was 30/70ths. However, the founding alliance belonged to the 9 provinces Fierce 10 alliance. Therefore, he had to consider the feelings of the other side. If I had known it would be so straightforward, I wouldn't have F*King come. For 6, haha, little guy, we are allies now. Seeing that Lin Ling had finally relented, the white-haired man first scolded jokingly, then said with a smile. Next, the Creation Alliance also mobilized all the experts. In this prairie, dark clouds rolled, a large number of experts arrived, all of them were martial god realm experts. The number of people had reached more than 5,000. Over 5,000 martial gods, no wonder they could become the 10 overlords. This was a real big shot. Lin Ling, is that you? Many people in the Creation Alliance knew Lin Ling, and they immediately laughed. Upon seeing those old monsters, Lin Ling hurriedly greeted them. Then, he pondered for a moment and immediately summoned all the members of the God Slayer Alliance. Brother Liu Chen, I'll show you my strength too. Facing Senior Liu Chen, Lin Ling clearly wanted to compete. After all, Senior Liu Chen had watched Lin Ling grow up. Now, Lin Ling wanted to let Senior Lu Chen know how strong he was. Did the leader call us? Furthermore, it's an extremely urgent matter. Assemble, all of you assemble. Once Lin Ling's order was given, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The outermost area of the prairie was in turmoil. Thousands of people rushed toward the prairie, and their speed was very fast, as if they were afraid that something had happened to Lin Ling. Leader, those desolate trees are about to die. Next, there will be a few golden fleece flowers. Why don't we wait a little longer? I'll wait for your mother. Don't, immediately assemble. Okay. On the other side, a large number of experts from the God Slayer Alliance rushed toward the prairie, even giving up on the golden fleece flowers that were about to fall into their hands. Come, you are the Che-Chi Alliance of the 100 Leagues. I think you're just SOSO. Don't force me. If I call my brothers, you'll only be devoured. At the same time, in another direction, the Ninth God Eye and other experts were looking at the enormous 100 Leagues. The other party was very afraid of the Ninth God Eye and had already planned to retreat. This was because they had also heard of the God Slayer Alliance's reputation. Not only were they the giants of the 100 Leagues, but they were also the giants of the upper middle tier. However, just as they were about to surrender, the Ninth God Eye received Lin Ling's message. Little ones, retreat. Under the stupefied gazes of the Alliance, the Ninth God Eye and other experts retreated like the receding tide. I was reckless before. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The Ninth God Eye even took the initiative to apologize as he left. The main reason was that he was afraid that the Che-Chi Alliance would entangle him. Although the Ninth God Eye was not afraid of him, he was afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. Moreover, this was an extremely urgent order. Every member of the God Slayer Alliance had such a token in their hands. Once this token was issued, they would come over thousands of mountains and rivers to meet. It was extremely urgent, and they couldn't even be a moment late. Nothing could compare to Lin Ling's order. They actually apologized? Leader, I don't understand. They clearly have a better chance of winning. I don't understand either. I almost knelt down and begged for mercy. The members of the Alliance were undoubtedly dumbfounded. Only the leader narrowed his eyes. That old man is also one of the leaders, but he looked so anxious. It's clear that someone is ordering them to leave immediately. What? Isn't that old man already a leader? Someone can order him around? Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Legend has it that the God Slayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. It seems that the legend is most likely true. The leader said word by word. His words caused everyone to gasp. To be able to summon so many leaders of the God Slayer Alliance, the leader behind the scenes was too domineering. At the same time, 5,000 people had gathered on the prairie. However, they did not stop there. Gradually, 8,000 people arrived. In the end, the number of people reached almost 20,000. The sky was filled with experts. They were like rolling dark clouds, causing the earth to tremble. With one order, thousands of people came to meet. Domineering, the members of the God Slayer Alliance were dumbfounded. They also saw that the 20,000 people were not weak. Many of them were half-step to martial God Realm experts, and there was no lack of martial God Realm experts. Lin Ling, these are your people. Lu Chen stared into the distance and gasped. He then looked at Lin Ling from head to toe as if he was trying to see through him. He had never expected that after not seeing Lin Ling for so many years, this kid would become a big shot. Damn. Rumor has it that the God Slayer Alliance has 5,000 elites, right? How come there are almost 20,000 of them? The white-haired man's eyes twitched violently. He then looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Now, he finally knew how terrifying this kid was. The speed at which this little brat pulled up the mountain was simply comparable to a plague. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed. Although the God Slayer Alliance's legend was spread everywhere in the ancient dragon wasteland, in reality, the God Slayer Alliance rarely displayed their full strength. This was because Lin Ling's goal was to obtain wealth, not to compete with others. If he could avoid a fight, he would resolutely avoid it. They would only fight if it affected the harvest of the golden fleece flower. This is not all. Dragon Demon, come out. To become one of the 10 overlords, since both sides were allies, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Moreover, Senior Lu Chen was Lin Ling's good friend. Lin Ling would not hide anything from him. Wow, F***K, you're hiding some guards, and they're all half-step martial gods. Seeing the countless dragon demons appear, the white-haired man was once again tongue-tied. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I think you can become one of the Jiuzhou's 10 evils. Leader. While they were still in shock, everyone else had arrived. They were all clad in divine armor, and their battle prowess was ferocious. Many of them had even exchanged for divine arts. Although their cultivation levels were not high, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. As soon as they were addressed as leader, the Great Prairie was immediately shaken. It's all right. I gathered you here because I have good news to tell you. Currently, we have formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, the Founding Alliance. These two are the leaders of the Founding Alliance. Lin Ling calmly looked at Chen Ting and the others as he spoke. His words also gave them a fright. The 10 overlords had formed an alliance. Many people felt like they were dreaming because they had never thought that they would be able to form an alliance with the 10 overlords in their lifetime. Then, they all laughed excitedly. Sure enough, following leader Lin Ling was the true way to accomplish great things. Haha, from today onwards, we are allies. When Lu Chen saw Lin Ling's God Slayer alliance, he laughed loudly. Allies. Chen Ting, the 9th God Eye, and the others immediately laughed. Without a doubt, after the God Slayer alliance formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, unless the other party was one of the 10 overlords, no one would be able to resist them. Leader, among the 100 alliances, 5 alliances have joined forces to eradicate the God Slayer alliance. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Hearing this, everyone laughed. 5 of the 100 alliances working together, do you want to die? Lin Ling, this is our alliance's first battle. Tell me, how should we deal with it? Lu Chen immediately smiled at Lin Ling. Destroy them. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd as he nodded his head boldly. Destroy them. Everyone roared loudly when they saw that Lin Ling had agreed. Lu Chen and the white-haired man glanced at each other before they took the lead and walked out of the grassland. At the same time, they said indifferently, this is our first alliance, so let us take the lead. The members of the God Slayer Alliance felt their blood boil when they heard that. Nearly 20,000 people marched out of the Great Prairie in a grandiose manner. That aura was terrifying. Heaven and earth shook, and all of the dark clouds were shattered. At this moment, outside the Great Prairie, a large number of elite experts had arrived. They were the experts of the Great Five Alliance. Haha, I've heard that the God Slayer Alliance is in the Great Prairie. They only have 5,000 elites. Compared to our Great Five Alliance, they are nothing. I've also heard that the God Slayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. Hehe, today, I want to see if that leader has 3 heads and 6 arms. The leaders of the Great Five Alliance spoke proudly, as though they had already won the battle. Someone even waved his hand and said, little ones, go and challenge them. Yes, boss. The expert who had been assigned this task was undoubtedly very excited and proud. He was representing the Great Five Alliance to challenge them. When he left this place in the future, he could use this opportunity to brag about it for the rest of his life. However, just as he approached the Great Prairie, the rolling dark clouds in front of him had already spread over. That terrifying gale was like an invisible blade that cut off several strands of his hair. Upon closer inspection, those weren't dark clouds but countless experts. Boss, it seems like I don't need to challenge them anymore. They are already here. That expert was tongue-tied as he shouted. His words caused the members of the Great Five Alliance to be somewhat startled. However, when they looked into the distance, all of them were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. Old Tai, I don't know how to count, but no matter how I look, there are more than 5,000 elites over there. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Playing tricks my ass. There are more than 5,000 elites over there. Damn it, we've been fooled. The God Slayer Alliance has more people than that. What's there to be afraid of? Without 20,000 experts, our Great Five Alliance has nothing to fear. The Great Five Alliance leaders said in a low voice. In reality, they were just trying to boost their morale. However, a sharp-eyed expert dampened his boss's enthusiasm. He said nervously, Boss, I used my special ability to count just now. Not only are there 20,000 experts over there are more than 20,000 of them. Plop, those leaders who were standing on the ground were so frightened that they fell to the ground. The growth rate of the God Slayer Alliance was too freakish. People said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days would be looked at with new eyes. However, the God Slayer Alliance had been away for 3 days and was looking at them with wide eyes. What's there to be afraid of? They are just a bunch of motley crew. Who knows, maybe there are more than 10,000 peak martial ancestor trash over there. We are all elites and can fight against 100, no, 1 against 1,000. A leader seemed to be encouraging himself as he spoke. This also caused everyone's spirits to rise. That's right, the God Slayer Alliance must be putting on an empty front. They were just putting on a strong front and were actually weak. It was useless to rely on numbers. God Slayer Alliance, you're just relying on a bunch of trash to make up the numbers. Do you think we're afraid of you? The expert who was in charge of challenging the God Slayer Alliance shouted arrogantly. However, the large group of experts in the distance did not even bother to say a word. The 2 leaders who were walking at the front were Lu Chen and the other leader. Trash? Lu Chen laughed. It's been a long time since someone called me trash. I remember, that was 90,000 years ago. The white-haired man laughed as well. They took the lead and looked as if they could hold back 10,000 men. Haha, where did this nameless general come from? When the 5 leaders saw this, they immediately laughed disdainfully. However, someone suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Chen and the white-haired man. Although they were very curious about the 2 people's backgrounds, they had seen them before. This was because they had seen the 2 of them destroy several alliances of the top 100 alliance with their own eyes. Moreover, they did not do anything. It was just a punch. They killed an alliance with 1 punch. That was how awesome they were. Oh no, they are the 10 overlords. I think they are the founding alliance. When those people came to their senses, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and sweat poured down like rain. Ah! The 5 leaders had just stood up, but they were so frightened that they fell to the ground again. They did not know what kind of experts were in the founding alliance. However, they knew that an alliance that could become the 10 overlords was definitely not simple. Damn it, who said they were a bunch of trash? How can they be weak? They have more people than us, and they even have the 10 overlords. Compared to this, I'm more angry about the bastard who suggested that we eliminate the God Slayer Alliance. The 5 leaders' faces were ashen. They had never expected that the God Slayer Alliance would become the 10 overlords without them knowing. At this moment, in the prairie, Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled. He was not worried about the battle outside. Then, he released little Kunlun and started to collect golden fleece flowers. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Making a fortune was the priority, especially with the arrival of 3 million people, who could guarantee that there were no experts among them. Perhaps even the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were here. Waha, there are 300,000 golden fleece flowers in this grassland. 10 hours later, Lin Ling finally harvested all the golden fleece flowers. Lu Chen and the rest had already dealt with the motley crew and were now gathered in the grassland. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they were so shocked that they almost bit their own mouths. 300,000, 10 hours, this was too profitable. The white-haired man was also full of admiration. Because he was a snake, he could enter the ground but could not take root. He had to search everywhere for the golden fleece flowers. Chanting, divide all the golden fleece flowers. We will go to the next place immediately. However, Lin Ling knew that now was not the time to be happy. He had to speed up the harvesting. Here, 500,000. This great swamp is a vast expanse of land, and it gave birth to 1 million people. 3 million. After the God Slayer Alliance became stronger, there was no doubt that the harvesting area had also increased. Of course, during the harvesting process, Lin Ling and the rest also encountered the 10 overlords. Regarding this, Lin Ling chose to avoid them. Confronting the 10 overlords now was obviously extremely disadvantageous and a waste of time. With regards to this decision, everyone was extremely supportive. It was better to make a fortune silently. Leader, 3 million experts have finally entered the ancient dragon wasteland. As time passed, the great reshuffle of the ancient dragon wasteland had finally arrived. Ignore them and continue to dig. Before they find us, we have to make as much money as possible. Lin Ling ignored this and continued to dig. Lu Chen and the other two leaders were also extremely excited. Lin Ling, how much? Here, there are 5 million golden fleece flowers. Haha, even if 3 million of them entered, there won't be many golden fleece flowers left for them. The entire God Slayer alliance was in high spirits. However, as the days passed, the number of experts in the ancient dragon wasteland was as high as the clouds. Especially after the Great Reshuffle, the 100 Great Alliance was absorbed by the 10 overlords. This was because, with 3 million experts here, who would dare to go against them unless they were at the level of the martial gods? Lin Ling, this is bad. The 100 Great Alliance has completely collapsed. Everyone has been absorbed by the 10 overlords. All that's left are a few scattered soldiers. However, it's only a matter of time before they're all devoured. On this day, Lu Chen also informed Lin Ling of the news he had received. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Speed up, race against time. Lin Ling still didn't allow the God Slayer alliance to clash head-on with those overlords. Instead, he was frantically harvesting. In the entire vast ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling almost scraped the ground 3 feet deep. Leader, there are experts from Storm Tower ahead. The God Slayer alliance was in charge of protecting Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Chen Ting had also sent him a message, Fengyun Tower, one of the 10 overlords. However, they were all new overlords, formed by the strongest experts of the 36 academies. Give up on the golden fleece flowers over there. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. Give up? After receiving the order, all the leaders were unwilling to give up. Currently, they weren't afraid of Fengyun Tower. Whatever the leader says, we'll give up. However, Chen Ting and the other leaders also issued a death order. The God Slayer alliance immediately headed in another direction. Lin Ling then started harvesting. Instantly, he received a shocking news. There were a total of 8 million golden fleece flowers in this area. We're rich, we're rich. Lin Ling, hurry up. I've received news that the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance and are going to unite the ancient dragon wasteland. The white-haired man came from afar and brought back another shocking news. The ancient dragon wasteland was constantly changing. The situation was fiery and deep. For the sake of God's shop, everyone was going all out. Obviously, everyone knew that although there were many golden fleece flowers, their numbers were limited. If they didn't plunder now, when would they plunder? Most importantly, the treasures in God's shop were limited. Whoever gathered the golden fleece flowers first would be able to obtain the God's treasure. As for those who were slow, even if they had gathered enough golden fleece flowers, the treasures would have been bought by others. It would be useless to keep the golden fleece flowers. The Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance. This news undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. Yes. Currently, their alliance is the strongest among the 10 overlords. The other overlords have to take a detour when they see them. What's strange is that after the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance formed an alliance, they actually didn't join forces to eliminate the other overlords. The white-haired man said in a rare serious tone. Lin Ling immediately pondered. The True Legacy Alliance was a powerful alliance formed by the experts of the True Legacy Alliance. It was because they had the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers. No wonder the Heaven Alliance had formed an alliance with them. I reckon that they also know that time is getting more and more critical. That's why they didn't eliminate the other overlords. Because attacking the other overlords would definitely waste a lot of time and would instead benefit others. Lin Ling also made some guesses. That's true. However, our God Slayer Alliance and the Creation Alliance have already disappeared from the ancient dragon wasteland. The 10 overlords thought that we had given up. We can take this opportunity to make a fortune silently. Even if the sky falls, the other overlords will hold it up. Lu Chen said immediately. Currently, as long as the God Slayer Alliance encountered the experts of the 10 overlords, they would immediately abandon the golden fleece flowers in their hands and retreat to other places. The advantage of this was that they didn't attract the attention of the 10 overlords. However, they would only lose a few golden fleece flowers. After all, if the 10 overlords knew that the God Slayer Alliance was the first to know the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers, they would probably all target the God Slayer Alliance. This would also waste a lot of Lin Ling's time. After all, the current Lin Ling could harvest tens of thousands of golden fleece flowers in a breath's time. Leader, there are people from the True Legacy Alliance approaching. While they were racing against time, a leader passed on the information. How long will it take? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned solemn. After 3 million people had arrived, the ancient dragon wasteland would be filled with people everywhere. About 2 hours or so. Alright, after 1 hour, we will retreat. Leave the rest of the golden fleece flowers behind. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. After 1 hour, he would bring everyone from the God Slayer Alliance and leave this ancient land. After 1 hour, a large number of experts also arrived. It was the combination of the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance. There were more than 100,000 people, and all of them were experts. Haha, Princess Tian, you have asked your master to find the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers. This time, you have done a great service. Within the Heaven Alliance, a young man with a high status smiled as he looked at the people from the True Legacy Alliance. He was Duan Wuhan. On the True Legacy Alliance's side, the current leader of the team was Princess Tian. She faintly smiled, waved her lily-white hand, and issued an order. Those world spiritists of the True Legacy Alliance immediately set up the Great Divine Formation. Tens of thousands of people started working swiftly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A harvest of 10 million. It's really amazing. The land under this wasteland is a world of its own. After we enter, we immediately feel like a stone sinking into the sea. However, Miaoshen's true inheritance has a god's boundary array to collect the golden fleece flowers in the deepest part of the earth. I'm afraid these methods are the methods of the dragon. Pattern Supreme Boundary Master. Duan Wuhan looked at the people of the True Inheritance Alliance with envy in his eyes. If they had known this method, they would not have wasted time fighting with the barren trees. Princess Tian, here are 18,320. Heavenly Princess, here are 36,073. After a long time, the Boundary Masters reported their results. So little? Princess Tian looked at all the harvests and could not help but feel disappointed, because there were only a total of more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. Such a number was a lot for an individual, but for an alliance, it was a drop in the bucket. So little? Duan Wuhan frowned because according to his estimation, there should be 1 million golden fleece flowers under this land. Could it be that someone beat us to it and we are eating the soup they left behind? Duan Wuhan suddenly guessed and immediately felt unhappy. Haha, you underestimate Miaoshen's true inheritance. In today's final world, besides us, who has the ability to collect such a large area? Don't worry, we just happened to come across a place with fewer golden fleece flowers. The next place will definitely collect 1 million golden fleece flowers. Princess Tian was also in a bad mood, but she quickly smiled confidently. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had already reached the other side and began to collect crazily. The spies of the God Slayer Alliance also sent back the news that the True Inheritance Alliance had only harvested a little more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. This made Lin Ling and the others laugh. The Heaven Alliance followed behind the God Slayer Alliance, so how much could their harvest be? Ignore them, let's continue to collect. Then, Lin Ling got busy again. Before he knew it, the number of golden fleece flower he owned had reached more than 30 million. Moreover, he was always on the lookout for rare treasures so that the treasures he had his eyes on would not be taken away by others. Fortunately, there were a lot of golden fleece flower in the rare treasures category. So far, people were only buying the cheaper rare treasures. Lin Ling, over here. On this day, the giant ghost led Lin Ling and the others to a new area. This was the Seismic Mountains, and the weight here had reached the level of 5,000 worlds. TSK, I've found so many places for you. This place has the strongest willpower. I estimate that the number of golden fleece flower here is astonishing. As soon as they arrived at the Seismic Mountain range, the giant ghost said excitedly. Really? Lin Ling also became excited. Could it be 10 million? Lin Ling hadn't harvested 10 million golden fleece flower in one go yet. Most of the time, he had harvested 1 million golden fleece flower. Hehe, I think there is. The giant ghost circled around Lin Ling a few times and said fiercely. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Ling felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he immediately activated Little Kunlun, Rumble. The current Lil Kunlun was no longer the same as before. This was because Lin Ling had sent his man to the divine store and bought many treasures that were suitable for Lil Kunlun. Currently, Lil Kunlun's strength was comparable to the martial god realm. It even possessed the power to seal the gift and was much more powerful than an ordinary martial god realm cultivator. The ground began to shake. A vine that was as tall as a human grew on the ground. However, under the ground, it had become a primeval forest. The area had reached millions of miles wide, countless black plants were growing and intertwining. Not to mention the golden fleece flower, even the barren trees and other things that were hidden underground were immediately killed. The vines that Little Kunlun left on the ground also shook and reported back. There were indeed many golden fleece flower in the ground. Malevolent ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and immediately released the malevolent ghost jellyfish. Countless jellyfish swam down the vines and began to crazily plunder the golden fleece flower, while Lin Ling was harvesting. On the other side of God's shop's tower, it was packed with people every day. It was as if the treasures in God's shop didn't cost money. Everyone came to buy them. However, in reality, these people were all from the 10 overlords. They had secretly taken over God's shop. They would know exactly who came to buy the treasures. Of course, it was also because of this reason that the overlords didn't want others to see through them. This led to many people coming to make fake purchases. They were just entering God's shop to take a look. This was also a smokescreen. Brother, do you have a golden fleece flower? We will buy it with royal crystals. 10 billion for one. We will buy as much as you have. On the road leading to God's shop, there were many mysterious martial artists buying golden fleece flower. Hee, I will pay 11 billion for one golden fleece flower. Do you have it? However, no one was stupid enough to hand over the golden fleece flower. After all, royal crystals could be found slowly. However, God's shop was not. Hee. Seeing that the other party wasn't fooled, those people who were buying golden fleece flower laughed and turned to ask others. Do you think we are idiots? Those people who were talking just now laughed and then went to God's shop. There are many things to buy this time. The leader said that the big treasures should be bought at the last time. Some of the treasures that are necessary should be bought now. These people walked along the platform. After passing through the stairs, they finally entered a big hall. There were many people in the hall. Many people seemed to be buying treasures, but in fact, it was just a smokescreen. This also caused the people from various forces to be very confused. Look, those people from the Death Alliance. Damn, they just came to buy treasures yesterday. Today, they are here again. Do they have so many golden fleece flower? Hee, they definitely don't have any. They are hiding the truth so that the other overlords can't guess their gains. After all, if the other overlords knew that the Death Alliance had a lot of gains, they might join forces to rob them. Yes, but the overlords on our side also think so. Whispers sounded quietly. Currently, the 10 overlords were secretly opposing each other. Each overlord wanted to devour the other's golden fleece flower. Those people who were listening to the whispers in the hall just now smiled faintly. They quietly came to the front of the shop and said with a smile. Senior, we are here to buy things. In the shop, the white-haired old man said in an extremely bad mood, what do you want to buy? Obviously, there were too many people who were trying to trick him. As a result, his patience was exhausted. If it weren't for the god's order, he would have closed the shop and told those who didn't buy anything but asked the price to get lost. Stocking, most of the treasures they wanted to buy were used to recover realm energy. There were also some fruits that could increase one's cultivation level. However, there were a lot of them. This caused the old man's expression to become even more unsightly. These people were definitely here to set off a smoke bomb. After all, the golden fleece flowers required for those treasures were extremely expensive. How could this group of people be able to take them out? Do you have any? After those people finished speaking, they immediately laughed. Yes, but do you have enough golden fleece flowers? The old man's voice became gloomy. He was on the verge of exploding. However, at this moment, the person in the lead took out his jade token and placed it on the table. The old man frowned slightly, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly after he inspected it carefully. Because there were numerous gold fleece flowers within it, and there were over 1 million of them. This meant that these people weren't here to set off a smoke bomb. Alright, wait a moment. I'll give you the treasures you need immediately. The old man's mood instantly improved. He took out all the treasures in the store and placed them into the jade tablet. Thank you. The group of people instantly laughed. They didn't check and directly turned to leave. Because they knew that this god store was opened by a god. Naturally, there wouldn't be any shortfalls. Finally, it's not those people who came to cause trouble. I hope these treasures will be sold quickly so that I can complete my task. Seeing that group of people leave, the old man smiled and said. Currently, 2/3 of the treasures in the god store had been bought. The remaining treasures were all precious. For example, the first and second categories were still unbought, however, the god had orders. Only when the fifth and fourth categories were bought out would the god store be completely closed, therefore, he still had to wait patiently for now. Senior, we're here to buy things. At this moment, a few more people came to the front of the store and spoke with smiles on their faces. The old man had come into contact with people who were sincere in buying things, so he wasn't so difficult to talk to this group of people. However, he quickly realized that this group of people was here to set off a smoke bomb. Because the things they wanted were all priceless treasures. How could this group of people be able to afford such a price? Scram. It wasn't easy for me to come across people who were sincere in buying things. It made my mood improve, but now I've encountered you bunch of troublemakers. In the end, the old man roared furiously. Senior, please calm down. We'll leave right away. The group of people were not afraid of the old man's anger. After smiling, they immediately left. Obviously, they were used to the old man's anger because they often came here to create a smokescreen. However, after the group of people left the store, they immediately frowned. That senior said that someone bought a treasure? That's strange. Currently, the various overlords are all preparing for the final golden fleece flower. It has been a long time since anyone bought treasures, especially the first 3 types of treasures. Should I inform the leader? Okay, you go and inform them. I'll follow them. That group of people immediately rushed out of the main hall and looked outside. They saw that in the distance of the platform, more than 10 figures were leaving along the steps. It must be that group of people. The leader has sent a mission, follow them immediately. Next, that group of people quietly followed the group in front of him. Tianao, I sense that someone is following us. However, that group of people were not weaklings. Each of them had a divine artifact on them and cultivated powerful theology. Therefore, they were able to detect it immediately. F*ck those bastards. The leader immediately scolded. However, the person beside him frowned and asked, what should we do now? We can't bring them over. Otherwise, we will disturb the leader's gathering. Yes. Although we are not afraid of them now, the ancient dragon wasteland is in deep trouble. If the Godslayer alliance is entangled with the 10 overlords, it will be difficult to gather any more treasures. Moreover, after 3 million people enter, the Heaven Alliance of the 10 overlords will be very powerful. If they target us, it will be difficult for us to fight them. Yes. Those people continued to speak. The leader's eyes were filled with disarray and he was hesitant. Luo Wuchang, Shuang Yanming, Zhong Jin, we will lure them away. Wu Jiang, you and the rest of the people sneak back and give the treasures to the leader. Yes. This is not good. How about I go and lure them away? Yes. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. That group of people might just be a small alliance. You guys go first, and after we've dealt with them, we'll find you guys. Yes. Okay, you must be careful. Yes. Finally, the 2 groups of people quietly separated. One group of people sneaked into the ground with the help of a divine weapon and quickly moved forward. The other group of people continued to move forward slowly, attracting the attention of those who were following them. These people don't seem to be very strong. Attack! Attack! After that, the group of people who were following them finally surfaced and blocked the path of Tianao and the rest. Which alliance are you from? Why do you have so many golden fleece flower? I will give you a chance. Tell us your alliance and I will let you join us. Attack. After blocking Tianao and the rest, a one-eyed man smiled faintly. Hee, may I know which alliance you are from? Attack. Tianao and the rest did not attack but asked about the other party's background. Listen carefully, kid. We are from Fengyun Tower. Attack. The one-eyed man in the lead said with a proud smile. Fengyun Tower, one of the 10 overlords, used to be the overlord with the most people. However, the number of people in this alliance had been greatly surpassed by the Heaven Alliance. When Tianao and the rest first arrived, Fengyun Tower almost wanted to recruit them. So you are from Fengyun Tower. Attack. Tianao's lips curled up. He knew that things were going to be troublesome. After all, if it was a small alliance, it would be easy for him to destroy it. However, if it was Fengyun Tower, it would be difficult. This alliance had a large number of people. If there was a clash, it would definitely shake the ancient dragon wasteland. At that time, the God Slayer alliance would also surface. So, what do you think? The one-eyed man spread out his hands. Although his words sounded polite, there was a hint of authority that could not be resisted. Hee, since it is Fengyun Tower, we will accept it. Tianao first smiled. After he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his strength. Close to 2,000 world speed, he instantly reached the one-eyed man and slashed out with the Tiger God's giant saber. 90% of ancestors' power. Rumble. The one-eyed man's face changed drastically and he frantically retreated. However, one of his arms was still cut off. Looking at the rest, they were no match for Tianao and the rest and were killed one by one. Divine weapon. Everyone has a divine weapon. Sir, that is the mountain-shattering tyrannical skill. It costs 20,000 golden fleece flower and they actually bought it. Unless they are the leaders of some alliance, how can they have so many golden fleece flower? Kill. Kill. Translator, Transin editor, Transin at the edge of the ancient dragon desolate land. Stop them. Kill. The one-eyed man held his broken arm and roared. He then rushed into the encirclement and ran away. Damn it, he ran away. Kill. Tianao and the rest immediately looked pale. They then killed the group of people in front of them and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the one-eyed man was running wildly. Blood was dripping from his shoulder. Leader, this is bad. That group of people is very powerful. Kill. At the same time, he sent a message back to Fengyun Tower. You have a half-step to martial god in your group. How can you not be a match for them? Kill. A voice came from the other side. They are not weak. They have many divine weapons and divine skills. I guess they are the leaders of the alliance. This is the scene that I have just recorded. Leader, look. Tisk. TSK, they're really rich. If they're the big leaders, then that's normal. What I'm most afraid of is that they're not the big leaders, which means that their alliance is not to be underestimated. Wait, I have an impression of those people. You know that I cultivate the 9 formless grand magic, so my memory is the most profound. I've seen people before, I've heard of people before. I'm sure I've seen them before. That's right. That's right, it was 2 months ago, it's that group of newcomers. TSK, amazing, the ancient dragon wasteland is a place where the weak are eliminated. This group of people has actually grown to this level. I'm sure that they definitely have a lot of golden fleece flower. Now, which direction did they run to? Chase, we must find their headquarters. Kill. Leader, they are running to the north of the poison dragon forest. Alright, inform the people over there to surround and capture them. Although our Fengyun Tower doesn't have the most people, we are still ranked second among the 10 overlords. Our people are everywhere, let's see how they can escape. Kill. After the conversation, Fengyun Tower's attention fell on Tianao and the rest. At that moment, Tianao and the rest were running wildly. Luo Wuchang was holding a whistle in his mouth. It was a divine weapon. When he blew it gently, there was a fluctuation in front of him. A large number of small objects flew back at the speed of 3,000 miles. When they landed on Luo Wuchang's body, he took a closer look and found that they were actually bees. Obviously, they were used to scout the way. After Luo Wuchang investigated a bit, he immediately said, "Tianao, not good, Fengyan Lu is targeting us, nearby, a large number of people are chasing us. Immediately turn around and don't follow Wu Jiang. Don't alert the Fengyun Tower to the Godslayer Alliance. Boss is currently harvesting and has reached a critical moment. Don't disturb him." Good. The few of them ran madly through the forest, but as soon as they disappeared, a large number of people immediately chased after them. "Bastard, you sure run fast. When we catch up to you, we'll definitely break your legs." Chase. After those people appeared, they immediately cursed angrily. The leader also had a divine weapon and was very strong. He was an expert on the heavenly stairway and was one of the new students of the 36th college. He was ranked 5th and was called Gu Xingba. He was also one of the leaders of Fengyun Tower. As one of the overlords, Fengyun Tower had many leaders. Of course, the current 10 overlords each had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there were many leaders. On the other side, when Wu Jiang returned to the area where the Godslayer Alliance was located, Chen Ting and the rest immediately surrounded him. Chen Ting frowned and asked, "Where are Tianao and the rest?" Wu Jiang immediately told them what had happened. Fengyun Tower? Damn it, how dare they challenge the Godslayer Alliance? After hearing this, Chen Wu was immediately enraged. Currently, the Godslayer Alliance was not afraid of Fengyun Tower. It could be said that other than the Heaven Alliance, the Godslayer Alliance was not afraid of any other overlords. However, the Godslayer Alliance was different from the other overlords. The Godslayer Alliance was crazily harvesting at the last moment and did not want to cause any trouble. Should we inform Lin Ling about this? Wu Jiang then looked at Chen Ting and asked. Chen Ting frowned and finally shook her head. Let's wait. It's not good to disturb Lin Ling because of Tianao and the rest. After all, the Godslayer Alliance has 30,000 people now. Good. I'll immediately gather my men and go outside to help Tianao and the rest. Go. Go. Remember, don't let the news get out. Yes. Lin Ling naturally did not know about this. He was still crazily harvesting in this area. This was because the number of golden fleece flowers in this area had exceeded his imagination. There were more than 20 million of them. This was a huge sum of money. However, as time passed, the golden fleece flowers in this area were finally harvested by Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop and continued to head to a new area. Another 10 million, next, 30 million. Finally, Lin Ling arrived at the place with the greatest harvest. It was probably the place with the most golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This place was also called a forbidden area. This was because this was the Dead Sea. The Black Sea seemed to be motionless and gave off a heart-palpitating aura. Because of this, there was basically no one in the vicinity. Lin Ling stood at the edge of the Dead Sea and frowned as he looked into the distance. The border of the ancient dragon wasteland? If Lin Ling said that he was the most familiar with the ancient dragon wasteland, no one would dare to say that he was number 2. This was because Lin Ling had already explored the entire ancient dragon wasteland. Is the dragon tribe over there? While Lin Ling was harvesting, he was also searching for the dragon tribe. As of now, this was the only place that Lin Ling had not explored. Rumble. At this moment, the motionless Dead Sea in front of him suddenly roiled. Then, a huge black dragon swam out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. However, upon closer inspection, this was not a black dragon. It was a huge vine plant. The plants in this Dead Sea were obviously even more terrifying. Calamity-destroying sunbow. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately roared and the calamity-destroying sunbow appeared in his hand. He shot it out fiercely. At this moment, although Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, compared to the others, his improvement was actually the slowest. This was because he had not bought anything on a large scale. If he did, his strength would increase by more than 10 times. After the black and white arrow was shot, Lin Ling lightly stomped his feet on the ground. Almost at the same time, little Kunlun on his left arm swam into the ground and dived into the Dead Sea. Rumble. An even more terrifying black vine suddenly exploded and occupied the entire Dead Sea in front of him. Then, it wrapped around the black dragon-like vine. Next, the black and white arrow finally reached its target and pierced through the main vine. Bang bang bang, that vine was instantly shot to death. Of course, this was mostly with the help of little Kunlun. Little Kunlun wrapped around the black dragon-like vine, making it unable to resist at all. In the end, it was killed by the arrow. Whoosh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Trial Taker. The Dead Sea's trees were even more powerful, and there were more of them. After all, no one had ever entered this place before. Clang clang clang. Although Lin Ling's strength did not increase, he had many treasures in his hands. Relying on his defense, he was not afraid of being devoured by the trees. A huge flower bud suddenly rushed out from the sea. Then, the petals closed, and like a huge mouth, it swallowed Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Soon, the flower bud exploded as if it was struck by lightning. A young man in blue armor walked out slowly with two swords in his hands. He was Lin Ling. Looking at his appearance, he was completely unscathed. Roar, Lin Ling roared into the sky. With the fusion of talents, his strength increased greatly. Slash. Slash. He slashed with the two swords in his hands. On the ground, the Dead Sea suddenly rolled, and countless plants were cut down. Then, Lin Ling shot towards the Dead Sea, sword light flashed, and the Dead Sea was stirred up into a mess. Large amounts of plant debris flew up into the sky. However, there were too many trees in the Dead Sea. They swam along the sea. Looking from the sky, it was black and constantly wriggling. It made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this, Lin Ling floated up and slowly put away the two swords. A mysterious translucent talisman suddenly appeared in his left hand. The talisman was carved with mysterious runes, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was the power of the steps of the gods. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This was the second most powerful divine weapon, the Curse of the Gods. Its power was similar to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. It was a seal. Seal. Lin Ling carefully looked at the mysterious runes in his hand. Finally, he gently patted the Dead Sea. Without a sound, the ocean of death instantly became silent. All of the desolate trees became motionless. All of the power was sealed, even the ocean of death was sealed. This part of the world was completely sealed. What a powerful curse. It's much stronger than my steps of wisdom. Lin Ling looked at the Dead Sea below him and gasped. Terrifying, it was truly a terrifying sigil. Who knew which god's masterpiece it was? It was actually able to compress the divine stairs into a curse. In the next moment, Lin Ling's right palm appeared. His soul force fused with his world essence, and even a wisp of Buddha god energy from the heavenly dragon bone entered his palm. His palm became redder and redder. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a Buddha that appeared there, mysterious and profound. Bodhi Enlightenment Divine Palace, Red Bodhi Scripture Heavenly Venerable Shu, 6 Paths of 10,000 Movement Controlling Wind and Cloud. Lin Ling slammed his palm into the ocean of death, causing the winds and clouds of the 6 paths to move. Upon closer inspection, a fiery red palm slammed down from the sky. Before it landed, the ocean of death had already exploded. Following that, a gigantic Buddha's palm appeared above the ocean. It was actually several thousand miles wide. Boom. Boom. When the crimson palm completely slammed down, all the water in the ocean of death flowed backwards. All the desolate trees below Lin Ling moved, and then everything turned into nothingness. How terrifying! He had killed countless martial gods with a single palm strike. This was indeed a top-notch divine ability of the theology category. The power of God is definitely in the 20% range. Lin Ling also became excited. This was also the first time he had tested the power of this divine ability, and the result had undoubtedly shocked him. From the looks of it, his chances of winning the battle 3 years later had greatly increased. If my heavenly dragon bone talent increases again, coupled with the increase of my soul force, the power would probably be even stronger. Lin Ling grinned. Currently, many of his techniques were very high-level divine abilities and martial arts: Step of Wisdom, Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. In addition, he still had the unactivated Tyrannical Song Sword and the True Inheritance Dark Sword. Kill. Following that, Lin Ling rushed into the ocean. The two-handed sword appeared again and killed all the remaining desolate trees. Little Kunlun was also helping. It transformed into a huge forest and its speed of killing was even faster than Lin Ling's. After a long time, little Kunlun appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder and shook its vines at Lin Ling, looking extremely happy. Your strength has also greatly increased. Thank you for this period of time. After finishing this business, we should also stop. Lin Ling stroked little Kunlun and said with a faint smile. The large area of golden fleece flower in the ancient dragon desolate land had been mostly harvested. The remaining area was about 100,000 in size and Lin Ling was no longer interested in it, therefore, he planned to immediately head to God's store after harvesting the golden fleece flower in the Dead Sea, because he also knew that the golden fleece flower had a time limit. If all the treasures in God's store were bought, then no matter how many golden fleece flowers he had, it would be useless. For example, the curse of gods from before had been bought by Lin Ling. However, if he was a bit slower, he was afraid that it would have been snatched away by others. It was a competition of whose speed was faster. Hehe, you are the third person to come to the empty spirit Dead Sea. Just as Lin Ling was about to harvest, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, smiling at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. Lin Ling couldn't help but look over and realized that the 3 people were very strong. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that these 3 people were wearing very ordinary clothes, as if they were passers-by. This also gave Lin Ling a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this kind of ordinariness before. The first person to arrive here, he looked at the shore of the Dead Sea for a long time, and finally left. The second person to arrive here, he flew across the Dead Sea's sky, but in the end, he was entangled by the endless barren trees, and he also left in the end. And you, the third person to reach this place, the person who destroyed 70% of the Dead Sea's desolate trees. However, it isn't easy for the desolate trees of the ocean of death to grow. If you kill them like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by God? The 3 of them smiled as they spoke. Their words were filled with arrogance. None of your business. However, Lin Ling also smiled and reprimanded him. What? Hearing this, the 3 people were tongue-tied. This guy actually scolded them? They couldn't help but be stunned because when a normal person saw them, they would definitely be cautious and respectful. Who would be so rude like this kid? You, are you looking for death? One of them was angry. He narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Senior brother, don't waste time with him. Teach him a lesson. The other 2 obviously couldn't hold back and wanted to attack immediately. They looked slightly older than Lin Ling, but their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's. They were comparable to the 9 states' 10 martial gods. This kind of strength, even in the final world, was an extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. A wisp of smoke suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he ignited it and burned it, forming a thick smoke that filled the air. The 3 people were about to attack Lin Ling, but after smelling the smoke, their expressions changed greatly. Damn, isn't this the Lord's tobacco? What's going on? The 3 people were in disbelief. Your senior sister, Sister Tsuehua, gave it to me. Of course, your lord, that old man Kurishin, probably also knows about this. The last stroke, previously, he was still wondering where he had seen these people's clothes before. Later on, he remembered. Wasn't this the Kurishin side? Therefore, he immediately guessed that these 3 people were the trial takers. Speaking of which, the trial takers were really elusive. The ancient dragon wasteland was in deep water and they were nowhere to be seen. He also did not know what mission the old Kurishin had arranged for them. Kurishin, that old man, you dare to insult the Lord. Junior brother, don't be rash. This guy has the Lord's tobacco. He probably knows the Lord. Just him? The 3 people were still looking at Lin Ling foolishly. That's right, I know your family's Lord. Furthermore, I've fished in your family for 3 months. Your family's Lord also ate my fish for 3 months for free. I haven't settled the score with him yet. Lin Ling chuckled and waved the tobacco in his hand. So it's one of us. May I know how to address you? The 3 people rolled their eyes. They were also shrewd people. They knew that Lin Ling must have a good relationship with the Kurishin. Otherwise, with the Kurishin's fierce attitude towards outsiders, how could he give him the tobacco? Therefore, they could not afford to offend such a person. Lin Ling, Lei Gong's trial taker. Ah. Lin Ling did not hide anything. So you're Lin Ling. I've long heard of you. Ah. The three people were stunned. For a moment, then they all burst out laughing. Their strength was obviously much stronger than Lin Ling. That was because they were trial takers who had completed more than 5 missions. As for Lin Ling, he still only had 2 missions. However, Lin Ling's speed of completing missions was very fast. Therefore, they had all heard of Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them became familiar with Lin Ling. After drinking with them, Lin Ling immediately asked about the other side of the ocean of death. However, when they mentioned this, their expressions turned serious. They told Lin Ling that the depths of the Dead Sea was on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, and there were indeed dragons there. However, the dragon clan was no small matter. If a human were to enter, they would definitely die. Lin Ling quickly nodded, but he had Lei Gong's handwritten letter in his hands, so he wasn't afraid, and when they heard that Lin Ling was going to deliver the letter, moreover, it was for Lei Gong, those 3 people didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, they looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. They held Lin Ling's arm and said, "If anything happens in the ancient dragon wasteland, burn the smoke, we will immediately come to help you." Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling was important in Lei Gong's heart. Although Lin Ling was still weak at the moment, he could not be underestimated in the future. "Thank you, brothers." Lin Ling naturally wouldn't reject this favor. Next, the 3 of them had tasks to do, so they quickly bid farewell and left. After they left, Lin Ling also released little Kunlun and began to crazily excavate the sea. The evil ghost jellyfish was like a fish in water in the ocean of death, constantly weaving in and out. This is a real treasure land. Just here alone, there are 10 million golden fleece flowers. Here, 30 million. Giant ghost, we are going to be rich, this is the biggest fortune. Under the continuous excavation, the harvest of the golden fleece flowers also increased steadily. Finally, it reached 120 million. In addition to Lin Ling's harvest, there were a total of 170 million. This made Lin Ling, who was floating on the ocean of death, completely stunned. In fact, he almost went crazy. In the following trip to God's shop, he was going to crazily loot. After a long time, Lin Ling took a deep look at the ocean of death and returned with a full load. After spending 2 hours, Lin Ling once again arrived at the God Slayer Alliance's location. At this moment, the God Slayer Alliance was clearing the remaining golden fleece flowers on the ground. When the leaders saw Lin Ling return, they were all smiling. During this period, how is the ancient dragon wasteland? Lin Ling was also in a good mood, but he still asked casually. All the 100 alliances have been absorbed and devoured. Among them, one of the 10 overlords, the land of eternal rest, suffered a huge blow. Everyone left the ancient dragon wasteland and was eliminated. The 10 overlords have become the 9 overlords. One of the 10 overlords, the Freedom Sword Alliance and the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance clashed, and both sides suffered great losses. Currently, the strongest are the Heaven Alliance and the Immortal Demon Alliance. Originally, the Immortal Demon Alliance wasn't enough to be ranked second, but I heard that the Immortal Demon Alliance exchanged for a divine fetus body. Chen Ting and the rest spoke one after another. That's a big change. But what about the Immortal Demon Alliance? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. That was the alliance that Anuer was in. Now, it was time to find her. I heard that the divine fetus body exchanged for by the Immortal Demon Alliance is extremely powerful and has the power of dual cultivation. It can greatly increase the strength of both sides. Currently, it has been snatched by the Sanctus of the Immortal Temple. Therefore, all the heroes of the major forces want to get close to the Sanctus. This is because it is said that if they are lucky, they can obtain the divine fetus body through dual cultivation with the Sanctus. Lu Chan and the white-haired man also walked over from afar with smiles on their faces. So powerful. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Dual cultivation, it had been a long time since he had dual cultivated with senior sister Yu in Lin Ling's heart, and Yu clearly belonged to him. Lin Ling had the confidence to do so, especially now that he had a strong army, rich and powerful. Among the 10 overlords, the Sky Alliance is still number 1 and the Immortal Demon Alliance is number 2. The other overlords have either retreated or are injured. I'm afraid that the ancient dragon desolate land will be divided into 3. Next, Lin Ling lamented. He knew that there must have been many battles in the ancient dragon desolate land. Who cares? Lin Ling, how's your harvest at the Death Sea? I heard that the Sky Alliance has already set their sights on the Death Sea and will be here soon. Moreover, the Sky Alliance has already noticed something. This is because every time they go to a place, their harvest is extremely small. This makes them suspect that someone has beaten them to it. The white-haired man looked at Lin Ling and said. Ha ha ha, they are too late. Speaking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud, the pitiful Sky Alliance. The entire ancient dragon desolate land had been plundered by Lin Ling. What was left for them were only leftovers. The harvest at the Death Sea is the biggest in the ancient dragon desolate land. If the Sky Alliance wants to go to the Death Sea, they will only be able to pick up a strand of hair. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a large number of golden fleece flower floated out and landed on the ground. Everyone was shocked. There were too many, densely packed. The radiance even shot up to the sky and lit up the sky. So far, I've harvested more than 170 million trees. Seeing that Lu Chan and the rest were dumbfounded, Lin Ling said with a smile. Swoosh swoosh, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 170 million, if they took 30%, that would be close to 60 million. Destroy Wind Cloud Tower. Haha, awesome. Lu Chen and the others could no longer hold back their laughter. Lin Ling also gave out all the golden fleece flowers that belonged to them, leaving 120 million for himself. No one was jealous or envious of this. Lin Ling, you must buy one of the 4 great inherited treasures. Lu Chen looked at Lin Ling expectantly. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. However, he also looked at Lu Chen and said, Old brother Lu Chen, I'm afraid I'll have to use your name to buy this treasure. I don't want too many people to know that I bought the inheritance of a god. Alright, I'll go with you then. Lu Chen thought that Lin Ling didn't want to be a thorn in someone's side. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling did not want to reveal too much. If the others knew he had bought the god's succession treasure, martial god Wendian would surely interfere with the destined battle. Lin Ling, should we continue collecting? At this moment, Chen Ting suddenly spoke softly. Lin Ling shook his head and said, there are only tens of thousands of golden fleece flower left. It takes time to collect them, so I won't collect them. Plus, we have to buy the treasures in the shop of God as soon as possible. It would be bad if someone else bought them. That, Tian Ao and the rest have been captured by Fengyun Tower. Chen Ting finally spoke. She had always been afraid of disturbing Lin Ling, so she had never mentioned this matter. When did this happen? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to disturb the leader's collection. Chen Ting immediately lowered her head and said, looking extremely wronged. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Ling also held back from scolding her. However, he also turned his gaze toward everyone from the God Slayer Alliance. Everyone's gazes were burning, and it was as if a storm was brewing. Obviously, for the sake of keeping the peace, they had fled quite a bit during this period of time. Alright, our mission is complete. It's time to vent. Remember, following me, Lin Ling, is not to be a tortoise. You can endure for a while, but it's absolutely impossible for you to endure for a lifetime. Let's go to Fengyun Pavilion. Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance. Hearing those words, everyone's spirits were shaken. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Destroy them. Lin Ling had already taken large strides forward as he enunciated each word clearly. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was really going to destroy it. One had to know that with this destruction, the God Slayer Alliance would definitely surface and face the various overlords. As for the other overlords, it wasn't a big deal. The main reason was still the Sky Alliance because it was formed from the combination of the Sky Alliance and the Elite Alliance. Moreover, it even had over 3 million experts. Once targeted by them, the God Slayer Alliance would definitely be in danger. However, as the crowd watched Lin Ling stride forward, smiles appeared on their faces. Since their leader had agreed, what else did they have to worry about? Destroy them. Everyone shouted loudly. Among them, there were many martial god realm experts. Their voices were mighty. This also stunned Lu Chen and the other expert. Then, they revealed excited smiles because they realized that even the 9 prefecture's 10 evils were shouting loudly. That little guy unified so many old monsters, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Even the 2 of us have become his subordinates. Lu Chen and the other expert looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, the suppressed anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano at this moment. Fengyun Pavilion, you provoked someone you shouldn't have. The majestic crowd rushed toward the direction of Fengyun Tower. At present, the God-Slayer Alliance's members had completely expanded from 30,000 to 60,000 elites. This time, the God-Slayer Alliance didn't hide their strength anymore. However, there were also many people in Fengyun Pavilion. Therefore, before the God-Slayer Alliance got close, they were immediately discovered. Which alliance do you belong to? This is already Fengyun Pavilion's territory. Someone looked at the sky and frowned. His voice was like thunder. There were many experts from Fengyun Pavilion nearby. At this moment, they were killing barren trees and drinking wine. When they saw the mighty crowd in the distance, they were first stunned. Then, they laughed disdainfully and said, "Those people are really a bunch of idiots. They know that this is our territory, but they still came here." However, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind blew over. Countless rays of light illuminated the area. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge effect caused by tens of thousands of people attacking at the same time. What? The experts from Fengyun Pavilion all opened their mouths wide and even began to tremble. What was going on? After that group of people arrived, they attacked them without saying anything. Moreover, it seemed like they were trying to kill them. Wasn't this completely provoking Fengyun Pavilion? Are you courting death? We are from Fengyun Pavilion. This time, there were more than 1,000 people led by a junior leader. At this moment, they were all panicking. Unfortunately, what answered them was countless powerful attacks. Rumble, the entire ground exploded and thousands of people were sent flying. Some were dead and some were injured. Those who were still alive all sat on the ground, their faces filled with shock. You are all crazy. The junior leader was still alive and he was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still did not know why the other party had attacked them. He also did not know where they came from. Rumble, however, what welcomed them was a huge black and white arrow that flew along the ground. Even a martial god would not dare to take such a powerful attack head-on. The junior leader was not weak. He was a half-step to martial god, but he did not dare to take it head-on. "Oh my god!" he shouted. He had just run 1,000 miles away when he was killed by the arrow. This. The remaining people were all scared out of their wits. They knelt down and kowtowed continuously. As for the group of experts in the distance, they had also arrived. The leader was a young man in a blue robe. He carried a huge sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. However, his face was filled with anger. "Where is Tianao?" He was Lin Ling. Those who knelt down were confused. "Tianao? What the hell is that? How dare you? What alliance are you from? Do you know the consequences of challenging us in public?" However, there were also people who thought of their own origins and immediately shouted angrily. "Consequences? We would like to know the consequences. Let me tell you, we are from the God-Slayer Alliance." The 9th God's Eye, who was standing beside Lin Ling, said coldly. "God-Slayer Alliance? Didn't this alliance run away? Why did you come back? Are you rebelling? Kneel down and admit your mistake. If you anger Fengyun Tower, all of you will die." That person was stunned for a moment and became even more furious. Of course, he had heard of the God-Slayer Alliance. It was a rapidly rising alliance. However, the God-Slayer Alliance was only arrogant in the 100 alliances. When faced with the 10 overlords, the God-Slayer Alliance was like a tortoise. Moreover, although there were rumors that the God-Slayer Alliance had formed an alliance with the Creation Alliance, it was still a rumor. "I am the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance." After all, Fengyun Tower was one of the 10 overlords. "Apologize?" Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. Previously, he already knew that Tianao and the others had been missing for quite some time. That was why Lin Ling was so furious. Obviously, Fengyun Tower wanted to know what kind of alliance Tianao and the others were in. However, after so long, Fengyun Tower did not come looking for them. This meant that Tianao and the others did not say anything at all. During this process, Lin Ling could guess that Tianao and the rest must have suffered inhumane torture. A bunch of trash. Destroy them all. Lin Ling's rage soared to the heavens as he waved his hand. Rumble. The experts behind him attacked one after another, bombarding those scum until nothing was left. To Fengyun Tower. Lin Ling immediately moved forward again. In the distance, many people who were harvesting the golden fleece flower were in disbelief when they saw this. The God Slayer Alliance was provoking Fengyun Tower, who didn't know how powerful Fengyun Tower was. In the past, it was the overlord with the most people in the ancient dragon wasteland. They immediately felt that the ancient dragon desolate land was going to be cleansed again. They just didn't know which overlord would be left behind this time. Lin Ling didn't know where Fengyun Tower's big boss was. However, he guessed that Fengyun Tower should be like the God Slayer Alliance, occupying a huge area. Then, with the main boss outside, all the big bosses were in the center. Therefore, if they followed the path ahead, they would definitely be able to find the great leader of Wind Cloud Tower, and that was indeed the case. Along the way, they encountered even more people from Wind Cloud Tower. Who allowed you to enter this area? Who are you? The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned because this was too sudden. Of course, what made them feel surprised was yet to come. Destroy it. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. He directly ordered his subordinates to attack, and that group of people was eradicated again. God Slayer Alliance. Finally, a leader appeared, and his strength was at the martial god realm. He arrived with thousands of people and glared angrily at Lin Ling. His subordinates were all well equipped and they were all half-step to martial god realm experts. Which one of you is the leader? Get the hell out here. I want to see what kind of person this leader is. We didn't destroy the God Slayer Alliance, but you're actually trying to bully us? The leader roared furiously. His aura was like a violent storm, extremely terrifying. Our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure leaped over from the front, and a giant palm slammed towards him. Rumble. The strength of this slap was incomparably terrifying. It actually directly knocked the leader to the ground, and he fell flat on his face, and the thousands of people below him were all stunned at this moment. Their leader couldn't even block a single attack from someone else. Rebel. Your God Slayer Alliance is courting death. You're pushing yourselves into the fire. The leader had a few teeth knocked out. At this moment, he crawled to his feet. His eyes were red as he cursed angrily. This was because he had been beaten to the point of losing his temper. You think you're worthy? However, this time, Lin Ling spoke. He activated the Step of Wisdom, and a crimson light burst out from his right hand. Then, he looked at the leader and slammed his palm down. Late-stage martial ancestor realm? When the leader sensed Lin Ling's attack, he instantly laughed disdainfully. However, as soon as he laughed, the Step of Wisdom sealed his strength. Then, with a single slap, he was smashed into a meat patty. Even the divine armor on his body was shattered. In the face of 20% of the divine power, the defensive divine armor of the ancestral power was simply not enough. A first-stage martial god expert had fallen here. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This scared the thousands of people so much that they all knelt down with pale faces. It should be known that they were no longer the same as when they had just arrived. Every one of them had greatly increased their strength, martial skills, and divine armor, not to mention their leader. However, even such a leader had been smashed into a meat patty with a single slap. They were convinced. They were all convinced. Join the God Slayer Alliance, and you can still live. Seeing the thousands of people kneeling on the ground, Lu Chen immediately said coldly. This was also the style of the ancient dragon wasteland. The weak would be devoured, and the strong alliance would become stronger. Join, we will join. All of them kowtowed. Let me ask you one question. Where is Tianao of the God Slayer Alliance? Lu Chen asked again. My lord, we really don't know who Tianao is. During this period, there have been many people joining Fengyun Tower. How can we remember so many people? My lord, Fengyun Tower has a leader who is extremely powerful. He has a photographic memory and can remember people he has met 10,000 years ago. He must know. Those people shouted loudly. "Lead the way." Lin Ling quietly listened to them. He knew that finding Tianao and the others was the priority now. Moreover, Lin Ling had been collecting golden fleeced flowers for a long time. Therefore, the God-Slayer Alliance had been waiting patiently. However, this time, the God-Slayer Alliance no longer needed to collect them. Therefore, let's see who is still unconvinced. Beat them until they are convinced. Demon on demon, let's devour Fengyun Tower now. What? The God-Slayer Alliance is here? While Lin Ling and the others were rushing toward Fengyun Tower, most of the leaders of Fengyun Tower also received the news. Without a doubt, they were all dumbfounded. When did the God-Slayer Alliance become so bold? Ever since the ancient dragon wasteland was completely reshuffled, the God-Slayer Alliance had disappeared without a trace. Haha, good timing. Somewhere in this area, one of the leaders sneered. I heard that the God-Slayer Alliance also has quite a number of golden fleeced flowers. Since they took the initiative to send themselves to us, they are taking advantage of us. Obviously, he still thought that his alliance was the Overlord and the God-Slayer Alliance was just 100 alliances. Guys, prepare to meet the enemy. After that, he issued an order and called for his subordinates to come. One had to admit that Fengyun Tower was indeed huge. A leader like him already had 10,000 experts under his command. Of course, when he saw more people coming from afar, his previous excitement disappeared completely. This was because the God-Slayer Alliance had more people than him and their aura was much stronger. He even saw the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, who were the founding members of the alliance. The reason why he was so clear was that he was the leader who practiced the 9 phaseless technique. He would never forget the people he had seen and heard of, and he had seen Lu Chen and the others before, so he naturally recognized them. This made him completely dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not have the time to care about this group of people who were in a daze. He looked coldly at this group of experts and shouted angrily, "Where is Tianao? Tianao?" The leader recalled Lin Ling's words and immediately remembered. Wasn't that the person he had captured not long ago? He is with the big leader. He hurriedly shouted and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He asked, "May I know who you are?" At this moment, his heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. From the position of the advisor, the blue-robed young man seemed to have a high status. However, he had never heard of such a young man. He was not as famous as Lu Chen, the 9 lanterns fish. Wind Cloud Tower had arrived. Boom, the leader's heart exploded when he heard this, and the people behind him were shocked as well. This was because they all knew that the God-Slayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. However, they had never imagined that it would actually be this young man before them. This was too unbelievable, because they thought that Lu Chen was the leader of the 9 lanterns fish, and they even guessed that the expert from the Serpent Clan was the leader. However, they never expected that the leader was actually that young man. "It's you, I've seen you before, one of the newbies 3 months ago." The leader had cultivated the 9 formless great technique, so he immediately thought of Lin Ling. At that time, he used his status as a senior to recruit the group of newcomers, and Lin Ling was among them. However, he had never imagined that the newcomer from back then had already become a newcomer. Moreover, he was the leader of one of the 10 overlords. The great leader has arrived. At this moment, a large number of experts arrived from afar. Fengyun Tower, the entire alliance had been mobilized. All of them were half-step martial god realm experts. Moreover, they possessed a large number of treasures. Moreover, there were all kinds of people. There were young people and also 10,000-year-old monsters. The total number of people was actually more than 80,000. After they arrived, they immediately looked at the God-Slayer Alliance with solemn expressions. They obviously hadn't expected the God-Slayer Alliance to be so powerful, especially since the powerhouses of the Alliance were also present. They did not dare to act rashly. "Big leader is here." Many people from the Wind Cloud Pavilion exclaimed in a low voice. Amidst the 80,000 participants, a handsome young man slowly walked out. This man was extremely handsome, but his handsomeness was different from the others. He had a kind of masculine beauty, wielding a long halberd in his hand and clad in white armor. Behind his back, there were 3 silk banners. He resembled a divine general, and his name was Xianxia. Among the 36 academies, the newcomer king was ranked 3rd, however, his current strength had long surpassed many experts of the older generation. and he was ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. This was the result of him growing up in the dragon ancient wasteland. Currently, not many people knew of his strength. Who is the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance? However, before Xianxia could say anything, someone beside him spoke up. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind and he exuded a domineering aura. He was the 5th-ranked newcomer king, Lone Star Ba. His strength had already entered the top 300 on the heavenly stairway. This was also the result of cultivating bitterly in the ancient dragon wasteland. I didn't expect the God-Slayer Alliance to have so many experts. I really underestimated you. However, you are looking for someone called Tianao, right? That Lone Star tyrant was the leader who had captured Tianao and the others. He waved his hand, bring them up. Immediately, someone brought Tianao and the others out. They were chained and their faces were dispirited. Moreover, both of their legs were broken. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their dispirited eyes instantly lit up. The God-Slayer Alliance had arrived. They were all in disbelief, looking at the miserable state of Tianao and the others. The people of God-Slayer Alliance were enraged. Haha, these guys are really stubborn. Even if they die, they won't tell us where they came from. If you guys hadn't come knocking on our door, I'm afraid we still wouldn't know that they're from the God-Slayer Alliance. Lone Star Ba said calmly as he swept his gaze over everyone in the God-Slayer Alliance. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to start a war with this alliance because both sides would suffer great losses. Everything that happened was a misunderstanding. Allow me to apologize. Our 2 hegemons will mind their own business and mind their own business. Then, Lone Star Ba said word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the experts of Fengyun Tower. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Tianao and the others with anger in his eyes. Tianao and the others were captured for no reason and even had their legs broken. Now, they wanted to leave just because of an apology? What? Do you really want to start a war with us? Lone Star Ba suddenly stopped and sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and said, let me tell you, if we really start a war, both sides will suffer great losses and the other hegemons will benefit. What he said was indeed the truth. Although the God-Slayer Alliance wasn't afraid of Fengyun Tower, the God-Slayer Alliance wouldn't be safe if they eliminated Fengyun Tower. However, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He said calmly, as long as you take 1 hit from me, I'll let you leave. What? Lone Star Ba's eyes suddenly narrowed and he couldn't help but laugh. Take 1 hit from you? Do you know who I am? You? His laughter caused the people under him to laugh as well. Lone Star Ba was now ranked in the top 300 on the stairway to heaven. He was more powerful than many of the older generation experts. That brat actually said that the other party could take 1 hit from him. After Lone Star Ba laughed, he said calmly, who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak? He's the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. What do you think? At this moment, before Lin Ling could speak, Lu Chen said calmly. Leader, Lone Star Ba and the others obviously didn't expect that the blue-robed young man to be their leader. Even the leader of Fengyun Tower frowned. He was very surprised by this matter. The God-Slayer Alliance was considered to have countless experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid. But now, the God-Slayer Alliance had chosen an ordinary-looking young man to be their leader. After Lone Star Ba recovered from his shock, he finally looked at Lin Ling. Alright, since you have said so, I'll try taking 1 hit from you. However, I have to remind you that if you get injured, don't blame me. After he finished speaking, he exploded with an imposing aura, half-step martial god realm, a 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. His ancestral power had reached the realm of 100%, as expected of the 5th rookie king. His strength was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, after he sneered, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to make a move. He took the initiative to pounce at Lin Ling. His palm appeared behind him as light condensed. Countless rays of light surged towards Lone Star Ba from the sky. On his palm, the light became more and more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a light sphere with a radius of more than 10 meters. Within the light sphere, energy surged. Great Moon Heavenly Yuan Wave. It could stimulate one's ancestral power to the peak and display the absolute might of one's talent. That was because it was absorbing the power of the moon in the universe. When the huge light sphere appeared, countless experts found it difficult to breathe. Then, they released their techniques to block the incoming energy. That was because the huge light sphere kept releasing fist-sized light darts. Ordinary half-step martial gods couldn't block them at all. As for those at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, they would be directly penetrated and die. With Lone Star Ba's strength, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial god realm old monster. Can't block it? Lone Star Ba's long hair fluttered as he revealed a disdainful smile. His cold eyes looked forward. The battle of the great leaders, all of Lone Star Tyrant's moonlight darts bounced off before they even got close. What? Lone Star Ba's eyes narrowed. That guy really had a lot of treasures on him. He was a little envious for a moment and couldn't wait to snatch those treasures. However, he soon sneered because his great lunar heavenly yuan wave was the truly terrifying existence. This guy is very strong. Chen Ting and the others narrowed their eyes as Lone Star Tyrant approached them. Chen Ting and Chen Wu were both members of the strongest circle in the Third God Hall. Therefore, based on Lone Star Tyrant's move, they knew that this person's strength was already at the top of the 3 million. That move, most likely even a martial god would not be able to block it. They couldn't help but look at Senior Liu Chen and the others. However, Senior Liu Chen and the others only had cold smiles on their faces. They didn't care at all. They knew that the armor Lin Ling was wearing was extremely powerful, able to resist 50% of the attacks of a half-martial god realm expert and 3 full-powered attacks of a first-layer martial god realm expert. Although the Great Moon Heavenly Yuan wave was powerful, it couldn't break through Lin Ling's defense. Rumble, under everyone's watchful eyes, the terrifying light wave finally struck Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling just stood there, motionless. Instead, a crimson light appeared in his palm. Boom, Lin Ling patted him lightly, causing Lone Star Tyrant's eyes to narrow. However, he also roared, "You want to hurt me? Dream on." Since he was the leader, he naturally had countless treasures. However, what Lin Ling slapped out at him was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. Bang! This palm caused Lone Star Tyrant's armor to explode. Then, blood gushed out of his body and he smashed into the ground. Looking at his legs again, they had been forcibly broken by Lin Ling. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. One of Wind Cloud Tower's leaders had been defeated. Furthermore, this leader was ranked in the top 300 on the god list. "Milord." Gu Xingba's subordinates immediately rushed over, wanting to help Gu Xingba up. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also walked forward step by step. His gaze was cold as he looked at those subordinates. With just a glance, those subordinates did not dare to help and quietly retreated. "What do you want?" The Lone Star Tyrant sat on the ground and looked at Lin Ling with red eyes. However, he was already starting to panic in his heart. Bang! Lin Ling didn't say anything. He kicked out with great force, sending Lone Star Tyrant flying like a sandbag. Along the way, he knocked down countless experts. But in the end, Lone Star Tyrant was blocked by those experts, who wanted to help him up. However, Lin Ling had already walked over again. Bang! The Wind Cloud Tower's experts suddenly felt their legs go soft. They didn't dare to support the Lone Star Tyrant anymore and retreated. On the other hand, the Lone Star Tyrant who had just been supported fell to the ground again, looking extremely miserable. "Attack my people?" At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Many people knew why Lin Ling crippled Lone Star Tyrant's legs. It was an eye for an eye. Enough. However, at this time a cold voice interrupted Lin Ling. The one who spoke was no doubt Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, Xianxia. At this moment, he was holding a halberd in his hand and his eyes were cold. Lin Ling hitting one of his men in front of him was, in fact, an insult to his dignity. "It's been a long time since someone dared to beat up my people in front of me." It was impossible for Yang Xiaolong to not come out. Because if he didn't speak, the entire Wind Cloud Tower would no longer believe him. "Now, haven't you seen it?" Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at Yang Xiaolong indifferently. He obviously knew that there would be a battle between him and Wind Cloud Tower's big leader sooner or later, because this was also a battle between leaders. "You think I'm really afraid of you?" "I'm only afraid of Lu Chen and the others." Yang Xiaolong's eyes were cold, but he also looked at Lu Chen and the other 2 leaders with fear. In fact, their Wind Cloud Tower was able to become one of the 10 overlords not because of their strength, but because of their numbers. They had gathered many experts from the 36 academies, including the new generation king and other outstanding talents. However, in a one-on-one battle, these people were no match for Lu Chen and the others. How about this, you and I fight? Whoever wins will have the right to annex the others. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke. Haha, who do you think you are? Why should I fight? Obviously, Yang Xiaolong thought that the God Extermination Alliance would send out Lu Chen for this battle. Therefore, he didn't want to fight. After speaking, he waved his hand and ordered his men to take Lone Star Tyrant away. Then, he slowly turned around. Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, is this all you've got? After I stepped on your door and crippled your subordinates' legs, you, the big leader, can only run away like a tortoise? However, at this time a figure shot towards Yang Xiaolong with a speed exceeding 2,000 worlds. A sword seemed to fall from the sky and slashed down ruthlessly. It was Lin Ling. Yang Xiaolong didn't want to fight just because he said so. Lin Ling wouldn't agree to it. At this moment, Yang Xiaolong's expression changed instantly and became extremely ugly. This big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was too much. Although they had captured Tian'ao, the God Extermination Alliance had also killed many of their men and crippled one of their big leaders. This matter should be even. However, the big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was still unwilling to give up and wanted to attack him. Tiger Halberd. However, the terrifying power behind him didn't allow Yang Xiaolong to hesitate any longer. He pointed the halberd in his hand at the sky. Rumble. The boundary essence of the martial god realm burst out crazily. This was because Yang Xiaolong was a first-level martial god realm expert, ranked third in the newcomer king competition. His strength was indeed extraordinary. In fact, Yang Xiaolong guessed that this move of his was enough to make Lin Ling retreat in the face of defeat. Bang! Bang! However, when the halberd and sword collided in the sky, they were actually evenly matched. Neither side took a step back. This caused the Fengyun Tower's people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and maintained the posture of slashing down. However, he said with contempt, I think you, ranked third in the newcomer king competition, is only SOSO. Hearing this, Yang Xiaolong's face instantly flushed red and his eyes burned like fire. Big leader. The Fengyun Tower's people were shouting. However, Yang Xiaolong roared, get out of my way. Today, no one is allowed to stop me. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the talent in his body finally erupted, forming a terrifying wave of air that rushed out. Lin Ling also used this momentum to retreat. He landed on the ground and looked at Yang Xiaolong with a smile. This guy, now is the time to fight, roar. Almost at the same time, a dazzling golden tiger soared into the sky and roared angrily in the forest. However, this wasn't the end. Another pure white, holy and flawless white lion rushed out and squatted in the sky, impenetrable by all evil. Finally, an ancient azure dragon appeared. It hovered in the sky and emitted a power that could control one's soul, the ultimate 9th grade desolate physique, the tiger, lion, and dragon saint physique. The true copy of Raging Thunder. I've finally gathered enough. An old man from Fengyun Tower exclaimed excitedly. The tiger, lion, and dragon saint physiques required one to possess the saint dragon, saint lion, and saint tiger physiques. Moreover, these three physiques were weak at the beginning. They were the fusion of the snake, cow, and dog physiques. However, as they continued to evolve, they gradually became the dragon, lion, and tiger physiques. After arriving at the ancient dragon desolate land, Yang Xiaolong purchased the blood essence of the saint dragon, saint lion, and saint tiger physiques and finally advanced to the saint physique. According to legend, one could even advance to the god realm in the end. After the three saint physiques appeared, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky, causing the clouds to change color. Senior Lu Chen, look. The leader of the God-slaying alliance approached Lu Chen and Yang Xiaolong. He frowned and said, should we make a move? Let's take a look first. However, Lu Chen shook his head. At present, he had no idea what Lin Ling's strength was. After all, ever since they formed an alliance, Lin Ling had been collecting treasures and the God-slaying alliance had dealt with his opponents. However, Lu Chen believed that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. After Yang Xiaolong activated the three saint physiques, his aura rose steadily. Then, he sensed the respectful gazes around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, the Fengyun Tower's members were even more respectful to him, the God-slaying alliance's members were even more respectful to him. He looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use your talent. The current you isn't qualified for me to use my talent." Lin Ling shook his head calmly. The moment his words came out, the Fengyun Tower's members roared, mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, as the great leader of the God-slaying alliance, had some ability. However, Yang Xiaolong was also a great leader and his strength wasn't weak. In front of Yang Xiaolong, Lin Ling actually said that he wasn't qualified. Could it be that this mysterious great leader of the God-slaying alliance thought of himself as the #1 newcomer king? Yang Xiaolong was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage and attacked Lin Ling without another word. Long Yu Ao Tian. Under his feet, an azure dragon immediately appeared, carrying him towards Lin Ling with awe-inspiring might. His speed had reached 2,500 world speed. This speed was even faster than Lin Ling's current speed. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the tyrannical song sword in his hand. Just as he tightened his grip, Yang Xiaolong's fist arrived like the roar of a holy tiger. This was the punch of a first-level martial god. However, Lin Ling's fleshly body was strong, and his 6 dantians immediately merged together. Peak ancestral power was also ruthlessly slashed out. Clang, when the fists collided, the swords were like metal colliding. The two of them were actually evenly matched. This also made everyone's pupils constrict. It was as if there was some kind of disbelief in their throats, but they could not spit it out. Yang Xiaolong maintained his punching posture, but behind him, a golden light flashed and a sword slashed at him. This was the sacred tiger's tail. Moreover, the distance was so close that no one could react in time. However, the people who could not react in time did not include Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still holding his sword, but the true inheritance dark sword flew out from the sword lock behind him. The 18 immortal swords danced back and forth, crisscrossing back and forth, and actually sped towards Yang Xiaolong's sword. Clang! Clang! The golden sword was immediately blocked by the true inheritance dark sword, and it returned to its original form. It was actually the tail of a divine tiger. Great realm lion tiger's roar. Yang Xiaolong was shocked by Lin Ling's means, but he was also furious in his heart. He wanted to fight against him without using his talent. He roared furiously, and a blinding light shot out from his mouth, and a deafening lion tiger's roar erupted. Lin Ling was very close to him. At this moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and he unleashed his full speed, quickly retreating. Even the tyrannical song sword was temporarily ignored. Return. As he drifted back, Lin Ling also let out a low roar. The 18 true inheritance dark swords flew in front of Lin Ling, and kept spinning, forming a sword shield. Bang, 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 and the light wave that Yang Xiaolong spat out hit the sword shield, and countless golden stars bloomed. So powerful, this person is a true expert swordsman. Seeing Lin Ling casually controlling the swords, many people in Fengyun Tower exclaimed. Even Yang Xiaolong was shocked. This Lin Ling really had many swords, and each sword was at the peak of ancestor power. He really didn't know how he cultivated. Boom! As he was thinking about this, the roar of the lion and tiger finally disappeared. It was blocked by the sword and shield. Then, the 18 true inheritance nether swords also dispersed. However, after dispersing, people found that the blue-robed young man, who was behind the sword and shield, had a huge bone dragon bow in his hand. The 6th arrow. What is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2. 1 is full, many are full. 3. Sin weapon staff, eagle snake, wolf dog. 4. Either dragon, god, heaven, or ghost. 5. If you fall into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Continuous, so-called seamless, ancient Sanskrit also spread out in the sky. Not good. Yang Xiaolong's pupils violently trembled. When he came to his senses, black and white intersected in his eyes. It was like an arrow that fused hell and heaven. Dragon scale. Yang Xiaolong immediately roared, and countless azure dragon scales appeared around his body, forming a small shield. Rumble. However, when the black and white arrow shot over, it pushed him thousands of miles away before exploding. Boom! Endless Buddhist light scattered, illuminating the land. the excitement of this battle between the leaders had undoubtedly far exceeded people's imaginations. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to fight Yang Xiaolong until now, and not be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Lin Ling had not used his talent. Tiger-Dragon dual form. And at this moment, Yang Xiaolong appeared in the Buddhist light. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured, his hands struck out wildly, and a dragon and tiger intertwined, roaring as they shot out. Crackle, endless thunder boomed in the sky, and the wind and clouds stirred. The dragon and tiger had drawn out the momentum of dragon and tiger. What a powerful desolate physique. It actually blocked my arrow. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped up. He stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword shot into it. He stretched out his left hand, and endless light shot out from the sky. The 18 nether swords shrunk, transforming into a huge golden sword. Clang, the two swords crossed in front of him, and Lin Ling shot out. Let's see if your dragon and tiger are more powerful than my dual swords. Everyone heard this sentence. Following that, sword beams flashed, and demonic and immortal chi intertwined with each other. They were extremely sharp. Gotcha. Under countless gazes, the dragon and tiger were cut in half by the dual swords, shocking everyone. Yang Xiaolong's eyes widened. He was a martial god, and he had a 9th grade talent. That guy had actually cut his dragon and tiger in half. Could it be that the sword in his hand had the power of a god? True raging lightning of startling heaven. Suddenly, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky. Fengyun Tower, destroyed. As for the real book he was reciting, he had bought it from the shop of gods. With the 3 saints in his body, it had the same effect as Lin Ling's talent fusion. The difference was that Lin Ling's talent fusion could fuse with anything as long as it was a high-level talent. On the other hand, the Raging Thunder True Origin could only fuse with the 3 saints. It was a divine ability that came with the 3 saint physiques. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiaolong's aura rose steadily. Ancient azure dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, a dragon armor appeared on his forehead, a tiger claw on his left arm, a lion claw on his right arm, and his legs turned into the legs of a ferocious beast. A fatal aura erupted from his body. The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned. Boom. As Yang Xiaolong took a step forward, the ground split open, and countless ancient barren mountains shot up into the sky, tumbling in the air like rice straws. As for the weaker half-step martial gods, they were sent flying into the sky. Yang Xiaolong's strength was terrifying. He was like one of the 3 holy gods from the ancient era of the gods. At this moment, he was walking step by step towards his prey, looking at Yang Xiaolong's appearance. The corners of Lin Ling's eyes curled into a cold sneer. He clearly sensed that Yang Xiaolong had cultivated some kind of ability that allowed his talent to touch the 10th grade. However, was Yang Xiaolong the only one with talent? Endless smoke emanated from Lin Ling's body, and darkness descended, black, completely black. There was even the roar of an angry dragon. Dragon? The great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance also possesses the innate talent of dragons? Hee, it's just a fake dragon. How can it compare to the great leader? The great leader has been practicing martial arts since young and has long defeated countless experts with the dragon talent. The people from Wind Cloud Tower were stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on their faces. Rumble, however, at this time ominous auras filled the sky and covered the sun. It was as if doomsday was coming. Moreover, people could faintly see jellyfish flying in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Those jellyfish were like evil spirits from the underworld. After the smoke dissipated, a monster appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? When had the elites of Storm Tower ever seen such a monster? Moreover, they could feel an enormous pressure coming towards them. That feeling was like a strong wind blowing against their faces, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, Yang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. However, just as he reacted, a black light flashed towards him. His speed had reached 2,900 world speed. The fist arrived in a split second, landing on Yang Xiaolong's chest with a loud boom. That fist actually broke through countless azure dragon scales, and even caused Yang Xiaolong's internal organs to shift. Bang bang bang, Yang Xiaolong staggered back a dozen steps. However, at this moment, the black shadow rushed over. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and blasted out again. Bang bang bang, Yang Xiaolong retreated again, his pupils were wide open. However, a vicious aura arrived in front of his eyes again. Two enormous dragon tails swept out, boom, Xianxia was sent flying, and the ground shook. Cracks appeared on the huge plate, the surroundings became even more silent. Was this the innate power of the God Slayer Alliance's great leader? The people of Wind Cloud Tower felt as if they were suffocating. Great leader! Following that, many of them roared and rushed towards the huge crater. More than a dozen leaders cooperated and finally carried Xianxia out. Looking at Xianxia again, he no longer had the majestic aura of a dragon, tiger, and lion. His azure scales were tattered, and his masculine face was distorted. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his teeth were also spat out. Then, his entire body shrunk and returned to his original form. His expression was extremely dispirited. Pooh. He raised his head to look at Lin Ling, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling's body was pitch black, and countless tentacles were dancing behind him, giving people a sense of fear, especially Xianxia. He was already trembling with fear. He didn't know why Lin Ling could beat him so easily, but he had a feeling that this monster's innate talent had reached the 10th grade. Let's go. Xianxia didn't dare to stay any longer and shouted in embarrassment. Great leader! At this moment, many people from Fengyun Tower looked at Xianxia. They knew that they had lost this battle. And this was because the founding alliance hadn't made a move yet. If the founding alliance had made a move, they would have lost even more miserably. No matter how one looked at it, the God Slayer Alliance was much stronger than Fengyun Tower. The funny thing was that they actually dared to capture people from the God Slayer Alliance. Fengyun Tower, disband. From now on, there will be no Fengyun Tower among the 10 overlords. Xianxia smiled bitterly and finally couldn't help but say this. No Fengyun Tower? The faces of the Fengyun Tower's experts darkened. All of you, join the God Slayer Alliance. Xianxia was disheartened and left with a few of his subordinates. In fact, he knew that it would be difficult for him to lead Fengyun Tower again after his defeat. Looking at Xianxia and his subordinates leaving, Lin Ling didn't chase after them. This Xianxia was a real man who kept his words. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to spare his life. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling ignored the Fengyun Tower's experts and turned around to leave. In fact, he didn't care about the Fengyun Tower's experts because the mission to collect the golden fleece flower was over. What he wanted to do now was to go to the god store to buy treasures. However, Lin Ling didn't care, but the other leaders were very concerned. They immediately took in the Fengyun Tower's experts. This time, the God Slayer Alliance's members had reached 140,000. After the Fengyun Tower's destruction, countless rumors spread in the ancient dragon wasteland. Fengyun Tower used to be one of the overlords with the most people, but they were also eliminated? Could it be the Heaven Alliance? No, it's the God Slayer Alliance. This God Slayer Alliance is too scary. They were even weaker than the 100 Worlds Alliance. I heard that the God Slayer Alliance's leader fought with the Fengyun Tower's leader. In the end, the Fengyun Tower's leader was defeated and handed over the Fengyun Tower. Moreover, the God Slayer Alliance sent out their leader, that mysterious and secretive leader. The God Slayer Alliance really has a leader behind the scenes, so powerful. Without a doubt, the 10 overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland had undergone changes. The number of overlords that remained was getting smaller and smaller. In the following days, the Heaven Alliance also attacked the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance and the Tiandi League. The Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance was completely destroyed, and another overlord fell. As for the Tiandi League, they were smarter and chose to hide. For the time being, they were still alive. The Heaven Alliance's momentum soared to the sky. Next, they attacked the Freedom Sword Alliance, almost annihilating the alliance. From the looks of it, the Heaven Alliance seemed to want to annihilate all the other alliances. This made many people speculate that the next one to be annihilated would be the God Slayer Alliance. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations buying like crazy. The leader, the 7th prince, was rumored to be a participant of the deity realm. Senior, I want to buy some treasures. At this moment, the number of people in God's shop had decreased by a lot. A mysterious person wearing a cloak quietly appeared in front of the shop. Under the cloak, there was also a handsome face. The old man in the shop frowned and was about to curse. He obviously thought that this person was here to release a smoke bomb again. However, at this moment, a bamboo pipe appeared in the mysterious person's hand and he started smoking calmly. The old man was stunned, speaking of which, he had seen people release smoke bombs before, but he had never seen someone release smoke bombs so arrogantly. When people saw him, they were all respectful. This guy was actually smoking? That's not right, the smell of this smoke is so familiar. The old man almost cursed out loud, but he immediately became suspicious. He took a deep breath of the smoke, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the Cultivation shredded tobacco? Hee, I'm here to buy some things. I heard that with shredded tobacco, everything is 50% off. Seeing that the old man had reacted, the mysterious person laughed. 50% off? No problem? Speaking of which, little friend, did you just come from the Cultivation? The old man immediately said with a smile. This also made the people who were secretly watching the shop from afar all dumbfounded. Smile. This was the first time they had seen that bad-tempered senior smile obsequiously. That's right, and the shredded tobacco was given by Sister Tsuehua. The mysterious person nodded. After hearing that it was Sister Tsuehua, the old man finally confirmed everything. Next, he displayed all the treasures. The mysterious person was Lin Ling. Now, he was finally going to make a big purchase. Divinity, buy. Lin Ling stared at the martial arts mystiques. He was going to buy a lot of them. These were prepared for you, Grandpa, and the others. Mystical treasures, I want the fruit of fortune. Buy all the immortal fruits for me too. And the demigod divine pill, I want it too. I'll buy the heart of the battle god. Lin Ling continued to calculate the prices and purchase them in a frenzy. Then, he looked at the number 1 legacy treasure. At this moment, the price of these 4 legacy treasures was finally revealed. 100 million golden fleece flower. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. He was certain that other than him, no one else could buy the entire ancient dragon desolate land. I want the inheritance treasure of fire. Lin Ling roared. Even though he had always been calm, he almost went crazy at this moment. The inheritance treasure of the gods was said to be the treasure vault of the gods. However, after the gods fell, the treasure vault was left behind. There was no need to imagine how terrifying the treasures inside were. For this reason, Lin Ling had given up on the divine embryo. That's right, I bought it at half price. This means that I can buy the god's legacy treasure for only 50 million. Then, for the rest of the golden fleece flower, I'll buy all the divine and divine weapons treasures. If there are any remaining golden fleece flowers, buy them for me as well. Lin Ling roared at the old man. The old man was shocked. If he did not know this kid, he would have thought that this kid was his enemy. However, he could understand Lin Ling's excitement. Alright, I'll pack them all up. They're all yours. Thank you, Senior. Also, can you help me hide this news? I know what you're worried about. No problem. In the end, Lin Ling returned from a rewarding journey and left God's store with a smile on his face. Idiot, he's the only one who can be so proud of making a smoke bomb. Is he crazy? He didn't buy anything and he's so happy. Maybe he can't find any golden fleece flower and he's so anxious. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people said with disdain. This was because they had been paying attention to the jade tokens in their hands and saw that there were no fewer treasures in God's store. Therefore, they guessed that this person must be a smoke bomb. Of course, Lin Ling heard their laughter. However, he was laughing even harder in his heart. After a while, these people would realize that there were no more treasures in God's store other than the first 3 items. At that time, would they cry? TSK, I heard that the Immortal Temple is planning to marry off their saintess. They'll marry her on the spot in 10 days. Wow, this is great news. I heard that the saintess has obtained the divine embryo body. Whoever dual cultivates with her will have a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. This news must be fake. The Immortal Temple belongs to the Immortal Demon Alliance. How can they let their saintess marry off so easily? You don't know about this. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Alliance and the 7th Imperial Alliance have joined forces to destroy the Immortal Demon Alliance. If the Immortal Demon Alliance does not want to be destroyed, they can only marry off their saintess. Moreover, the Immortal Demon Alliance is also very cunning. When their saintess gets married, they want to get some rewards. Therefore, they've announced that the saintess will marry whoever gives her the most precious treasure. The Immortal Demon Alliance is too cunning. That's where you're wrong. I heard that those are betrothal gifts for the saintess. In fact, a large portion of them are left for the saintess. Hee, in 10 days, something big will happen. I just don't know who will become the son-in-law. After all, that person has a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. As he walked down the stairs, Lin Ling suddenly heard a lot of discussions around him. The Immortal Temple is going to marry off Xianxia. When he heard the news, Lin Ling's heart was filled with endless killing intent. He almost wanted to throw the curse of the gods that was originally left for martial god Wen Tian to the Immortal Temple. However, when he heard the last sentence, he did not hate the Immortal Temple as much as before. This was because although the Immortal Temple had opened its mouth wide, those betrothal gifts were left for Xianxia. From this point, it could be seen that the Immortal Temple still doted on Xianxia. However, they were forced by the experts from the Heaven Alliance to make such a choice in order to protect the Immortal Temple. I didn't expect that the dignified 9 provinces' 10 evils would be reduced to such a state today. Lin Ling was also somewhat emotional. In the past, the Immortal Temple was an overlord existence. However, in the face of the experts of the final world, they still had to compromise and surrender. 10 days? Subsequently, Lin Ling's mouth outlined a confident smile. It was time to bring senior sister Yu back. Betrothal gifts? The others were not qualified enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling quickened his pace. Just as he left the stairs, a large number of people came up to him. These people had arrogant looks on their faces and looked very happy. Most importantly, the person leading them was Duan Wuhan. There was no doubt that Duan Wuhan, as the first bloodline of the Duan family, was the leader of the Duan family alliance. Young master, a great opportunity has come. If you can win the Immortal Temple Saintess, you can get a divine embryo body. Humph, the 7th prince wants to compete with the young master. He should look at himself in the mirror. Behind Duan Wuhan, several experts were flattering him. Duan Wuhan's face was calm, but the corners of his mouth quietly outlined a smile. Yes. Rumors were everywhere. Go to God's store and buy all those treasures. This time, even if I have to go bankrupt, I must buy these treasures. Subsequently, Duan Wuhan said confidently. Comparing betrothal gifts? Who was he afraid of? The 7th prince was no match for him at all. They also sped up a bit and walked past Lin Ling. However, they couldn't find Lin Ling at all, because Lin Ling had too many treasures on him. It was actually very easy to find a treasure that could conceal one's aura. Duan Wuhan? Lin Ling chuckled and strode away as well. At this moment, in God's store, there were several people making smoke bombs one after another, pretending to inquire about the price of the treasures. Let them get lost. After Duan Wuhan entered the hall, he immediately said indifferently. His subordinates immediately drove those people away. Then, Duan Wuhan smiled and walked over. After seeing the old man, he saluted. Senior, don't you know about the fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, and fruit of kindness? I heard that these 3 fruits have received the blessings of the gods, so I want to buy them. Duan Wuhan's intention was to use these precious fruits to please the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Sorry, they are sold out. However, the old man said indifferently. What? Duan Wuhan immediately looked at the jade token in his hand and suddenly found that the 3 fruits in the jade token had indeed disappeared. However, before he entered, he deliberately looked at the jade token. At that time, the 3 fruits still existed. Is there a holy flower? Duan Wuhan asked again. Sold out. Ah? Don't you know about the Red Moon Sacred Array? Sold out. No way, I just saw it before I came in. Hey, why did it suddenly disappear? Duan Wuhan was dumbfounded. Then, he frantically called out the treasures, but the old man only replied with one sentence. It was sold out. He immediately looked at the jade token in his hand, but the treasures that were still there were suddenly all gone. Is there a divine inheritance? Treasure? Duan Wuhan was on fire. He didn't believe that all the treasures were sold out. I do have that. What kind of God's legacy treasure do you want? The old man asked indifferently. In fact, Duan Wuhan was just asking. He could still afford to buy other treasures, but he couldn't afford a single hair of the 4 great gods' inheritance treasures. That was because it was 100 million golden fleece flower. He even suspected that there were more than 100 million golden fleece flowers in the ancient dragon desolate land. Well, I want the legacy of fire. Duan Wuhan casually said again. It's sold out. The old man glanced at Duan Wuhan and said indifferently. This time, Duan Wuhan's jaw almost hit the ground. Did someone really buy the inheritance of the gods? This had to be a joke, right? It was just that he had been staring at the jade token all along, but he didn't notice it at all. Could it be that this old man was lying? Impossible. No matter how arrogant the old man was, he wouldn't dare to joke about the gods. This meant that the old man was telling the truth. Most of the things that caught your eye have already been bought, but if you don't mind, you can try to buy the 6 divine embryos. There are still 5 left. At this time, the old man suggested. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited blood. If he could afford the divine embryos, why would he marry the saintess of the immortal temple? While they were talking, the ancient dragon desolate body also emitted a monstrous wave. That was because people found that the jade tokens in their hands had suddenly lost many treasures. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Rare treasures, more than half of them were gone. Who is it? Do you still want to let people live? I finally saved 1,000 golden fleece flowers to buy the blood trace demon scroll, but now it's gone. My efforts were in vain. Damn it, my swallow divine knife. Many people were about to faint from anger. Not a single one was left, but at least a mouthful of soup was left. Someone bought the legacy of the gods. Of course, the most shocking news was the first legacy of the gods. The overlords were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. They were jealous and kept guessing who bought such a treasure, because so far, among the overlords, no one had 100 million golden fleece flowers. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Find out who bought such a precious treasure. The various overlords immediately passed down their orders. Without a doubt, they all got the news that the last person was Duan Wuhan, because after he appeared, all the treasures disappeared. Duan Wuhan, you played a good move. You actually hid so many golden fleece flowers. Men, keep harassing the Duan clan's alliance during this period of time. Damn it, it's enough that this guy bought the divine inheritance. Since he bought all the divine weapons and divine arts, you, Duan Wuhan, left me with no way out, so I'll leave you with no way out. If there is a chance, teach him a lesson. Many strong people were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, at this moment, Duan Wuhan was angrier than anyone because he didn't buy the treasures he needed. Instead, he bought some trash. It must be the 7th prince. This guy is really hateful. He really couldn't think of anyone who owned such a golden fleece flower, so he guessed that it was the 7th Imperial Alliance. Without a doubt, the 7th Imperial Alliance was the scapegoat, and Duan Wuhan was the one who got shot. He had just left the god store, and a large number of strong people immediately came to make things difficult for him. This also made Duan Wuhan confused and angry. Are you all looking for death? Why are you making things difficult for me? You know what you have done. Those strong people were so angry that they had lost their minds. I know what I have done. I don't know shit. I bought a treasure, but I didn't buy what I liked. As a result, I bought a bunch of things that I didn't like. You are angry, but I want to be angry. Duan Wuhan felt even more wronged, as if he had nowhere to vent his anger. Duan Wuhan, although we don't dare to kill you, it's not difficult to teach you a lesson. Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, those strong people thought that Duan Wuhan was teasing them, and they were all mad. Then, they were too lazy to talk nonsense and directly taught him a lesson. At this moment, on the other side of the Dead Sea, Lin Ling didn't know about this. He had already found a quiet place to wait for the arrival of 10 days. Senior apprentice Sister Yu Er's divine fetus body has obviously attracted the attention of many overlords. However, they want to snatch with me. Lin Ling originally wanted to make a fortune in silence, but this matter was related to Yu. Therefore, he also threw caution to the wind. At that time, he would use endless treasures as betrothal gifts, smashing those people who attempted to escort the bride until they were too ashamed to show their faces. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that the wedding 10 days later was bound to be a sensational event. There would be countless strong people. Therefore, in these 10 days, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible, especially the human sovereign's flame, fruit of good, fruit of fortune, fruit of fate. He had already gathered enough. With the blessings of these fruits, refining the human sovereign's flame should not be difficult, and beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost floated there quietly. On that faint face, there was also a hint of expectation at this moment. Refine. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Refining the flame of the human king. In Lin Ling's dantian, the golden flame emitted endless majesty. It kept circling, dancing, and finally quietly turned into the figure of an emperor. Once this emperor appeared, everything in the world seemed to be assimilated, and Lin Ling's body naturally could not escape this fate. Oh! An extremely majestic aura rushed into Lin Ling's body, causing him to frown slightly, but at this moment, the 3 fruits floating around Lin Ling in the 3 directions of heaven, earth, and human began to burn. Mysterious words floated out, forming a scene of heaven and earth, protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the assimilation pressure had lessened. He also immediately knew that this was the power of the 3 fruits, as expected of the blessings of the gods. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to obtain these 3 fruits, and with the scene of heaven and earth evolving, Lin Ling no longer felt any pressure. He began to try to get closer to the flame of the human king. As if it had a spirit, the flame of the human king emitted circles of golden flame halos, blocking Lin Ling from getting closer. However, those flame halos had no effect on Lin Ling. This was the power of the 3 fruits. Now, you're still arrogant. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. His soul power controlled his consciousness to get closer, and then he controlled the flame of the human king to push it toward the spacetime tablet's dantian. The dantian that belonged to the spacetime tablet was originally colorful, but it gradually became golden and resplendent. A thick majesty spread out from time to time. In the end, when the flame of the human monarch completely merged with his dantian, Lin Ling's entire body burned. It was a golden flame, but it was not an ordinary golden color. It was a golden color that carried the might of an emperor. The surrounding Dead Sea was completely burning at this moment, turning into a golden color. The entire sea seemed to be controlled by Lin Ling, and this was the assimilation power of the human king's flame. According to legend, the most terrifying human king's flame could assimilate everything in the world, turning everything in the world into the human king's people. Rumble. Outside of Lin Ling's body, golden flames danced and boiled, transforming into a tall Dharma idol of a human king. This Dharma idol was also golden in color, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but it exuded an irresistible majesty. If the masters of Xianxia Hall were here at this moment, they would be trembling in fear. This was because the might emanating from the Dharma idol was already at the level of a divine embryo. According to legend, only those with divine embryos could become gods. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Divine embryo body. Lin Ling was stunned, because he realized how terrifying the power brought about by the dantian was. He was confident that he could defeat a first-layer martial god realm expert with the golden glow even without using the innate talent merge or the flesh of the godly demon. Very strong. This was the flame of the human sovereign. Then, Lin Ling looked around and realized that the ocean of death had turned into a golden ocean. Even the desolate trees in the ocean had changed, becoming dazzling with golden light. This was the power of assimilation. The human king's flame was the first flame that the human king had brought to the human race. Therefore, tens of thousands of people had submitted to it, including the ocean and the desolate trees. Rise! Lin Ling let out a low roar, his voice filled with endless majesty. Rumble! Huge waves immediately rose from the ocean of death, which was controlled by Lin Ling. It was as if the power of the ocean of death was Lin Ling's power. The human king's flame, in addition to its powerful attack, also has such a remarkable ability. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew very well how terrifying assimilation was. For example, if a wisp of Lin Ling's flame was left in a martial artist's body, the flame could immediately assimilate everything, making the martial artist submit to it. Moreover, not only the martial artist, but everything in the world could submit to it, and this was the power of assimilation. What if it wasn't assimilated? Lin Ling pointed his finger, and from the depths of his dantian, a wisp of golden flame shot out like a meteor. The golden flame quietly landed on the ground in front of him. Crackle! the ancient ground in front of him, with a radius of 10,000 miles, instantly burned. The golden flame soared into the sky, as if the human king was furious. Moreover, this flame had no sense of temperature, but anything that approached it would immediately be burned into nothingness. As expected of the human king's flame. At this moment, the giant ghost also floated back. Because the three fruits had already turned into nothingness, he no longer feared the power of the three fruits, and the way he looked at Lin Ling had also changed. It was as if the youth of the past had become a god at this moment. This was the power of a god. After the era of gods, tens of thousands of gods fell. After the era of gods, the gods that rose up became fewer and fewer. But now, there is finally a god that rose up quietly here. The giant ghost said. The giant ghost said. He could faintly see that Lin Ling would definitely become a god in the future. Lin Ling, this is the power without the fusion of talents. If you fuse them, all your talents will be led by the human king's flame, and your strength will greatly increase. The giant ghost said again. Yes. Yes. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. After the battle with martial god Wen Tian, his confidence had increased by another level. This was because he had the divine embryo. In the ancient dragon desolate land, other than in Yuer, he was the second martial artist with such talent. Demigod divine pill. Yes. However, when he thought of the fated battle, Lin Ling did not dare to slack off. He immediately took out a pill. This pill looked extremely simple and unadorned. Those who did not know would think that it was an ordinary pill. This was because this pill did not have any pill markings, nor did it have any pill light. However, Lin Ling knew that this was a true pill from the era of gods, because it was bought from the store of gods. Demigod divine pill, formed from the will of a god. In reality, it is the condensation of a god's understanding of the grand Tao. The giant ghost also looked at the divine pill. It seemed to have heard of the demigod divine pill before. In reality, this pill was formed from the will of a god. However, to form this pill, it required 30% of a god's strength, therefore, this pill was extremely rare. After all, no god was willing to give up 30% of their strength. Generally speaking, unless it was for their descendants, they would be willing to use this strength. Therefore, the giant ghost guessed that this was a pill prepared by the gods for their descendants. However, due to the sudden arrival of the calamity and the fall of many gods, this pill was not able to display its effects. In the end, it was passed down for countless generations and fell into Lin Ling's hands. The power of this pill increased the chances of ascending to godhood by 80%. Moreover, from the day of swallowing the pill, the martial artist would need to continuously devour heavenly treasures and accumulate them to increase their chances of ascending to godhood. The more they accumulated, the higher their chances of ascending to godhood. In the end, it would reach 80%. With one batch of pills, even the tribulation of gods would not descend. Without the tribulation of gods, and with an 80% chance of breaking through, this pill could be said to be a 100% chance of entering the martial god realm. The 10th day, this caused an endless amount of spiritual energy to surge into the vortex and gradually accumulate. The moment it was unsealed, this spiritual energy would become the main force to become a martial god. Upon realizing this, Lin Ling did not stop and frantically refined the Emperor Crystal. Other than the 100 million royal crystals he had left for himself, Lin Ling had used up all of his royal crystals. He had 6 stanchions, so it was 60 times more difficult for him to become a martial god than an ordinary person. One of the reasons was that Lin Ling's talent was too high. When all of the Emperor crystals were used up, Lin Ling threw a large number of treasures into the vortex. Currently, he was strong enough to fight a martial god. However, if he broke through to the martial god realm, what would his combat strength be like? Lin Ling simply did not dare to imagine. Now, I'll start to break through to the martial god realm. Once I leave the ancient dragon desolate land, I'll completely undo the pill. Lin Ling licked his lips. Next, he checked all the treasures. Murder clothes. 2 dragon balls. Wraith law. Lin Ling laughed excitedly. These treasures were prepared for his 4 great innate gifts. The ominous robe was the ominous robe of the gods. According to legend, it was worn by the butcher who was in charge of punishing. After tens of thousands of years, it had already accumulated an endless amount of ominous energy. As for the dragon balls, they were prepared for the dragon god's innate talent. As for the malevolent spirit laws, they were naturally for the malevolent spirit jellyfish's use. If I refine all of them, all of my talents will increase by 1 grade. In addition to the flame of the human king, my strength will undoubtedly increase crazily in the ancient dragon wasteland. Lin Ling hurriedly refined those treasures one by one. Unfortunately, God's store didn't have many of the treasures he needed. Otherwise, his power would have increased even more. Of course, this was enough. This was because the current Lin Ling was completely different from when he first arrived. Boom. Boom, one treasure after another was refined. First of all, the realm-swallowing beast's talent was enhanced. It reached the 6th grade, and the skin of chaos was born. This caused Lin Ling's defense to increase by another 10%. Boom. Boom. Next, the talents of the 2 dragon gods increased. The Grand Netherwind Dragon reached the 3rd grade, and the Heavenly Dragon Bone reached the 5th grade. Boom. Boom. The Devil Ghost Jellyfish had also stepped into the ranks of the 5th stage. His 4 great talents were enhanced at the same time, allowing Lin Ling's strength to increase by 20,000 boundary force. His speed also increased by 2,000 boundary force. His strength soared. If it wasn't for the fact that the human king's flame was of a different attribute and was used to increase the power of one's world essence and had nothing to do with one's physical strength, Lin Ling's strength would have risen to an even more terrifying level. After the fusion of talents, my current strength is 30,000 worlds force. TSK, my speed is also 3,000 world speed. Lin Ling felt power surging through his entire body. His strength was boundless. With a light flick of his finger, it was as if the myriad of worlds would collapse. I'm a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and spirit. Currently, my cultivation is about to reach the martial god realm. My physical strength has also reached a whole new level. As for my soul force, it's constantly improving. Once I reach the martial god realm, I'll be able to completely open my 7th dantian. Lin Ling opened his eyes, full of anticipation. Then, Lin Ling looked at the time and found that 9 days had passed unknowingly. This also surprised Lin Ling. His breakthrough this time was incomparably fast. One should know that it was impossible for others to raise their strength by such a huge amount without at least half a year or even a year. Moreover, this was considered fast. The breakthrough in strength also depends on the timing. This time, your treasures and foundation have all met the requirements, so your breakthrough is fast. The giant ghost seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and explained. However, it also revealed a rare look of anticipation. Let's see what the god's inheritance treasure is like. The god's inheritance treasure was the essence of a god's life. Perhaps everyone would be curious about what was inside it. At the mention of this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately took out the god's inheritance treasure. However, the god's inheritance treasure was extremely strange. It wasn't a treasure, nor was it a treasury. Instead, it was a series of divine runes. Fortunately, these divine runes weren't complicated. Moreover, according to the old man in the god's shop, as long as the divine runes were drawn with world essence, it was equivalent to opening the treasury. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that the treasury was actually hidden in the void. The divine runes were the key to opening the void. Immediately, Lin Ling recalled the divine runes in his heart and drew them in the sky. Rumble. The sky in front of him suddenly rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were filled with anticipation. They wondered what the treasury contained. Rumble, however, very quickly, a dull sound was heard. The crack in the void closed again, causing Lin Ling to stare. It seems like your strength isn't enough. The giant ghost suddenly guessed something and said unhappily. Then, it guessed, I estimate that you need to be at least at the martial god realm. This damn thing. Hearing this, Lin Ling was extremely unhappy. He almost wanted to ask the martial god realm seniors of the God Slayer Alliance for help. However, after thinking about it, he gave up in the end. After all, it was better to open the god's inheritance treasure himself. Forget it. There's only 1 day left. Let's prepare to go to the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then, he left the Death Sea with the giant ghost. Far away from the Death Sea, the raging golden fire was still burning. No one dared to approach it. Instead, a figure slowly walked out from the golden flames. Beside him was an evil spirit the size of a fist. It was an extremely shocking combination. Senior sister I've traveled all over the Kaiyuan River and finally found you. The young man had delicate features. He was wearing a long blue and white robe. His eyes were filled with excitement, and Yuer had gone missing in the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden lands in Qingzhou. Lin Ling had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to search for her. However, he finally found out that Yuer had been taken away by the Immortal Temple. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ordinary warrior in Qingzhou. Compared to the 9 prefectures' 10 perils, he was like a dim moth. However, moths were sometimes so stupid. They knew that they would die if they jumped into the fire, but they still did not shirk their duty. However, there were exceptions to everything. It was not impossible for a moth to be reborn and turn into a phoenix. After so many years, Lin Ling had finally turned into a phoenix. For this day, he had worked hard for a long time. Finally, he could personally bring home the girl he had known since he was young. Yu, and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. The young man gradually disappeared, walking further and further away. Although the 10th day had yet to arrive, the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland was already bustling with noise. Currently, there were not many treasures left in the divine store. Moreover, there were very few golden fleece flowers left around the wasteland. Therefore, most people did not go out. If it was not for the fact that they wanted to know which hero would be able to marry the Immortal Temple's saintess and obtain her favor, they would have left long ago. The 10th day has finally arrived. At the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland, there were many people moving forward. Slaughtering chariots. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that God's store was booked, the Overlord Alliance would still be fighting. That's right, but the battle is over. Let's end it with the marriage of the Immortal Temple's saintess. Speaking of the saintess, I've seen her before. She's so beautiful, and she has a divine fetus. Whoever dual cultivates with her might become a divine fetus. TSK, becoming an expert in one step. Look, those young masters and princes are all here. How coquettish. How could those lazy young masters who don't want to cultivate miss out on this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound? Just a bunch of toads. The passers-by were discussing with disdain towards those young masters who wanted to reach the heavens in one step. Indeed, toads want to eat swan meat. Behind the crowd, a blue-robed young man walked forward with a bodyguard. After hearing the words of the passers-by, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surprised by Yuer's popularity, but Lin Ling wasn't worried, because he knew that Yuer belonged to him. Lin Ling, following the main road, Lin Ling discovered that there was an ancient city in front of him. Although it looked simple, it was extremely prosperous. Moreover, through the conversations of passers-by, they found out that this was built by the 7th Emperor Alliance, because the leader of this alliance believed that since they were actually marrying Immortal Temple's Holy Lady, then they had to be a bit more dignified. They naturally couldn't be careless about this matter in the wilderness, although everyone knew that the 7th Emperor Alliance was purposely showing off. Having a city was better than nothing. What a grand display. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. The 7th Emperor Alliance wanted to build an ancient city to show their sincerity. Go. As for the main road leading to the ancient city, a large number of luxurious chariots galloped past. Some were pulled by fire cheilants while others were pulled by magnificent puppets. As for the chariots, they were also magnificent. Clearly, the people sitting inside were extremely noble, as if they were above the masses. Lin Ling watched the chariots pass by with a disdainful smile. These famous young masters were like nouveau riches. Did they think that they could marry Yuer just because they had a luxurious chariot? One had to know that Lin Ling could easily get tens of thousands of chariots like the ones from before. In terms of extravagance, Lin Ling would say that he was number 1, no one would dare to say they were number 2. However, Lin Ling's extravagance is present. You, get out of my way. Go. At this moment, a platinum chariot rushed over from behind. The one pulling the chariot was actually a dragon, a real dragon. However, this dragon's was its aura, it was an evil dragon, perhaps because it had been enslaved for too long. Its eyes were filled with hostility. TSK, using an evil dragon comparable to a martial god to pull his chariot, this person is quite heroic. Wow. The passers-by were startled and quickly made way. They knew that this person's background was not small. Roar. The evil dragon galloped forward, stirring up endless clouds and winds. Hey, why are you still here? Do you want to die? However, someone noticed that there were two people in front of the road who didn't give way. One was a burly man in a cloak and the other was a young man in a blue robe. Not only did the young man in blue not give way, he even stopped and frowned at the incoming dragon. Since he was in the middle of the road, one could easily imagine his fate. Using a dragon to pull a chariot. The person in the middle of the road was Lin Ling. He didn't dislike the owner of the chariot, but he could sense the unyielding spirit of the evil dragon. This evil dragon had clearly been enslaved for a long time. However, a dragon roamed the 9 heavens. A true dragon wanted to roam the 9 heavens and not be enslaved. Lin Ling had the talent of the dragon god. Seeing the dragon being enslaved, he immediately felt uncomfortable. You're courting death, get lost. At this moment, an angry shout came from the chariot. An old man pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. I am young Master Windchaser. I have a name list and I want to marry the immortal temple's saintess. A mere toad dares to block my way? After the old man's voice, another shout came. As if he was afraid that others didn't know who he was, his voice was extremely loud, a name list. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. There are many people who want to marry the immortal temple's saintess. Therefore, only those with a name list have the qualifications to go to the immortal temple. Those with a name list all have great backgrounds. An old man frowned and said. Compared to this, is that kid stupid? He's still in a daze. However, someone else spoke. This was because the blue-robed youth still didn't leave. He stood there foolishly. At this moment, many people couldn't bear to watch any longer. They thought that the blue-robed youth would be trampled into meat paste. However, at this moment, the rampaging dragon suddenly roared and stopped abruptly. It was less than 5 meters away from the youth. The strong wind blew the blue-robed youth's long hair. However, the blue-robed youth remained unmoved like a mountain. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the evil dragon in front of him indifferently. The evil dragon was also staring at Lin Ling, but its eyes, which were full of hostility, quietly changed into a look of reverence. I'll return you your freedom. Lin Ling also understood the meaning in the depths of the evil dragon's eyes. Then, his sword flashed, clang. The chains that bound the evil dragon were actually cut off by a single slash. One had to know that this was a chain that could bind the martial god. Everyone was shocked. Then, they saw the youth say indifferently, "You, leave." Roar. The dragon seemed to be very obedient to the youth. It soared into the sky like a flying dragon and immediately flew into the distance. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. The entire road immediately fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling and frowned. This was because not only did Lin Ling make the dragon stop, he even seemed to be able to command the dragon. This was somewhat inconceivable. Do you have a death wish? How dare you let go of my mount? I'll make you my mount. At this moment, a loud curse came from the luxurious war chariot, clang. However, as soon as the words were spoken, a sword slashed, rumble. The magnificent war chariot was instantly cut into 2 halves by the sword. Then, several figures in a sorry state rolled out of the war chariot. It was an extremely comical sight, cutting a chariot in half. That blue-robed youth was too arrogant. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This was because they knew that those who had a name list would definitely have an extraordinary background. Now, cutting their chariot in half was a provocation. Sir, are you all right? Sir, do you have a death wish? Soon, the old man from the battlefield helped a youth up. He then looked coldly at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. Coupled with the long sword in his hand, he looked like a lonely swordsman. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. Sir, we are people with a name list. May I ask which overlord you belong to and who is backing you? The old man said after calming the young man down. Master Tai, teach him a lesson. Oh my God, my war chariot was given to me by my brother. However, the young man was not as calm as the old man. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. I am alone. I don't have any overlord backing me. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the name list in the young man's hand. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have a name list with him. Of course, if I had one, I would have a lot of underlings. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. So arrogant even though you don't have anyone backing you? Kid, you seem to have done something you shouldn't have. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's face turned cold. The worry in his heart disappeared completely. His white hair suddenly stood up, his fangs grew out, and his face turned green. Green-faced ghost Tai Ching. Someone immediately recognized that old monster. That was a martial god expert. Bang, the old man did not say anything and immediately pounced on Lin Ling. His speed was extremely fast. From afar, he looked like an evil ghost pouncing on him. The underworld's evil ghost talent? Looking at the old man pouncing on him, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He did not expect to meet someone with the same talent as him. Boom, Lin Ling did not hold back. Countless evil ghosts flew out from his chest like jellyfish lanterns. Once this talent appeared, the evil ghost talent of the green-faced ghost was no longer affected by Lin Ling. The green-faced ghost was also shocked. An evil ghost's innate talent, he thought that his talent was very rare. Who knew that this mysterious swordsman also had it? The ghost talent has always been known for its craftiness. You underestimate me. The green-faced ghost sneered and continued to pounce on Lin Ling. However, it suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Lin Ling. A giant green-faced demon head bit at Lin Ling with a ferocious aura and glinting fangs. The terrifying attack could easily devour 80% of the half-martial gods. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's strength, he naturally noticed this change. He didn't even look behind him and continued to walk forward with large strides. Almost at the same time, the golden-white evil spirit, who had been standing behind Lin Ling, reached out with its hand. Rumble. With this grab, green lightning erupted from the green-faced ghost. However, the golden-white ghost wasn't afraid at all. Upon closer inspection, it was actually wearing a pair of gloves. Nether Thunder Gloves, TSK, this is a divine weapon-type treasure. Someone recognized the gloves and said enviously. As for the golden-white evil ghost's arm, it easily grabbed the old man's head, causing him to be unable to move at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the young man and was looking down at him. The young man had been extremely arrogant. However, after witnessing Master Tai being defeated with his own eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Give it to me. Lin Ling said calmly. Give what? The young man was anxious. However, when he saw Lin Ling looking at the list in his hand, he immediately handed it over. After Lin Ling received it, he slowly put it away. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked into the distance. This was because a large number of experts were approaching from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 10,000 of them. Of course, apart from Lin Ling, the others also noticed this change. That looks like the Natural Sword Alliance. Someone exclaimed in shock. My lord, I'm here. As for the young man who was too scared to move, he also noticed the reinforcements in the distance. He immediately acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Then, he glared at Lin Ling fiercely and said, you're dead. Today, the Natural Sword Alliance is here. Even the martial god is here. You destroyed my chariot. You're dead. At the end of his sentence, he was undoubtedly agitated. This was because he didn't expect to meet the Natural Sword Alliance. More importantly, he was a member of the Natural Sword Alliance. Sir, what do you mean by this? You let go of our mounts and destroyed our chariot. Are you provoking the Natural Sword Alliance? At this moment, a figure flew over. He held a green bamboo sword in his hand and was as graceful as an immortal. Soon, he landed on the ground. Brother! The young man from before even shouted at that person. The person nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Which overlord do you belong to? Obviously, he had also guessed that this person was so arrogant. He was afraid that he had some background. Moreover, this person was still calm when he saw the Natural Sword Alliance. Therefore, unless this person was a fool, he had absolute confidence in himself. That's right. I'm the one who let go of your mounts and destroyed your chariot. Oh right, I also stole your name list. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at him calmly and nodded. Yes, sir. He admitted it directly. However, in the eyes of the people of the Natural Sword Alliance, this nod was undoubtedly ignoring them. Arrogant, too arrogant. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was the #1 leader of the Godslayer Alliance. Therefore, he didn't need to lower his head when facing the Natural Sword Alliance. Moreover, the Natural Sword Alliance was in the wrong first. They drove the chariot recklessly. If Lin Ling wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Therefore, Lin Ling destroyed the chariot. This was already giving them face. If it had been someone else from the Godslayer Alliance, they might have even killed him. Good, good, good. So, you insist on going against the Natural Sword Alliance? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. That person was so angry that he laughed. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He even thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, Lin Ling's serious face told him that this wasn't a joke. My lord has given the order. Stop. However, just as that person was about to explode, a dignified voice suddenly sounded. Then, the crowd was separated. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked out slowly with a long sword hanging at his waist. His temperament was simple and unsophisticated. His every move gave people the feeling that he was like a green mountain and clear water. That's the Natural Sword Martial God. However, when people stared at the middle-aged man, their expressions changed drastically. The 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. They didn't expect that the matter of the immortal temple saintess would attract the 10 martial gods. The Natural Sword Martial God stopped walking quickly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Similarly, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. In an instant, an indescribable aura filled the air as if the sword auras of 2 peerless swordsmen were colliding. This invisible pressure made the experts at the peak of the martial ancestor realm feel like they were suffocating. Even the experts at the half-step martial god realm found it difficult to breathe. The people of the Natural Sword Alliance were laughing coldly at this moment. A clash between 2 swordsmen. The prestige of the 10 great martial gods was unquestionable. In fact, based on Lin Ling's previous actions, not to mention the unrestrained Sword Alliance, even the passers-by felt that Lin Ling was doomed. You stole my name list? Finally, the unrestrained Sword Martial God spoke. His voice was calm as if he was talking to a friend. However, he did recognize Lin Ling because he had witnessed how powerful Lin Ling was during the battle at the mine not long ago. In the end, he had even seen Lin Ling being taken away by the heavenly voice of God. He still remembered that he had angered a Yuan venerate martial god to death. However, he didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling actually snatched his subordinate's name list right in front of him. He had no choice but to show up. They wanted to hit me, so I wanted to teach them a lesson and collect some interest. That's why I took his name. Lin Ling nodded calmly. He knew that the unrestrained sword martial god was not angry on the surface, but in reality, a terrifying aura was surging toward him. Because the tyrannical song sword in his hand was slightly vibrating, he was provoked by the unrestrained sword martial god's sword. However, it was also because of this that tyrannical singing sword's arrogance was ignited. Even if a swordsman's strength was weaker than others, he would never be afraid of an enemy. Hee hee. The easygoing sword martial deity suddenly smiled and said, Fine, since we are acquaintances, apologize and I will let bygones be bygones. He could clearly sense that the current Lin Ling was more than twice as strong as before. Furthermore, this was only his superficial probing. He couldn't see through the depths. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed greatly. Let bygones be bygones. The unfettered sword martial god was too easy to talk to. Do you think it's possible? However, Lin Ling shook his head. Courting death. When they heard these words, not only were the people of the Free Sword Alliance cursing inwardly, even the bystanders were cursing loudly. After stealing someone else's name list, they actually dared to use such a tone to speak. Wasn't this just courting death? The unfettered sword martial god instantly frowned. He had not expected that Lin Ling would not give him any face. Have you ever seen a swordsman let go of his things after being robbed? Unrestrained sword martial god's voice became gloomy. A gentle wind started blowing in the surroundings, but when it landed on the ground, sword scars immediately appeared. That terrifying aura made everyone take a step back immediately, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Have you ever seen a swordsman surrender and admit his mistake after being provoked? but Lin Ling was tit for tat, clang. As soon as these words fell, the sword world finally erupted. The sword at the waist of the unfettered sword martial god was quietly unsheathed, and when it was only halfway out, the sharp sword light caused everyone to close their eyes, because the sword world's sharpness was too strong. In the eyes of many, this was a matchless showdown between swordsmen. Of course, it was still the blue-robed young man that caused everyone to be surprised. Never had they imagined that such a weak fellow would actually be so arrogant and not retreat in the slightest, and he even dared to compete with the sword martial god, clang, and that was indeed the case. Behind Lin Ling, the true inheritance nether swords were unsheathed. They were also halfway out. A great battle between swordsmen was about to break out. The eyes of the unfettered sword martial god flickered. Not only was he not angry, but an imperceptible light of admiration flickered in his eyes. In fact, during the battle in Fengdu City, he had already greatly admired Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had the temperament of a true swordsman. This kind of swordsman was like a sword. Then, the unfettered sword martial god thought about the matter of the heavenly sound of God, and then he thought about the mysterious aura on Lin Ling's body. Finally, he slowly withdrew his sword. "Forget it, seeing that you are still young, I will not argue with you." After the sword was withdrawn, the suffocating sword world from before instantly disappeared. "Seeing that you are old, I will spare you this time." Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and withdrew his true inheritance nether swords. Although he was currently no match for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, in terms of trump cards, he was not afraid of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, he was not afraid of the unfettered sword martial god. Haha. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the unfettered sword martial god could not help but laugh out loud. "I have learned of your sharp tongue once again. Are you going to the divine temple? If you are going the same way, let's go together." "As you wish." Lin Ling nodded his head. Then, the unfettered sword martial god walked forward with a smile and walked side by side with Lin Ling towards the ancient city. When the people saw the two figures, they were all stunned. What is going on? Especially the young man whose name was snatched away by Lin Ling. He almost rubbed his eyes out. What did he just see? He saw that guy snatching the name of the unfettered sword alliance and directly provoking the martial god. In the end, he was safe and sound. This must be fake. Previously, the martial god had already fought with that young man. However, we do not understand this kind of move. Only a true swordsman would understand. That young man in the blue robe is not simple. However, in the unfettered sword alliance, an old man said solemnly, a battle between swordsmen was different from an ordinary martial artist. Sometimes, they would only use one sword, and sometimes, they would not even use their sword, only they knew who would win and who would lose. However, that young man is quite calm. Look, he is walking together with the martial god and can actually talk cheerfully. Just based on this point alone, we can't do it. Another old man spoke up. This caused many people in the unfettered sword alliance to look forward. On the main road, Lin Ling and the unfettered sword martial god were almost putting their arms around each other's shoulders. At this moment, many young swordsmen in the unfettered sword alliance were jealous because it was a great honor to be able to walk together with the unfettered sword martial god. Hee, didn't you leave with the heavenly voice of God? Why did you come to the ancient dragon wasteland? In front of the main road, the unfettered sword martial god followed Lin Ling forward. The more they talked, the more he put down his arrogance. It was as if the young man in the blue robe beside him was not a junior but a peer. Most importantly, he realized that Lin Ling's calmness was not an act, but a pride that came from the depths of his bones. If he did not know him, he would have thought that Lin Ling was the leader of an overlord. I've been here for a long time, but I've been collecting golden fleece flower. Lin Ling curled his lips. However, I bought some treasures some time ago, so I'm finally free. Oh, you bought treasures? Not simple. I also went to buy treasures some time ago. However, all the treasures have been bought by that bastard Duan Wuhan, causing me to return empty-handed. If that guy has the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Speaking of God's shop, the unfettered sword martial god immediately cursed. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Ling's eyes twitched. Duan Wuhan? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Seeing your unfettered sword, may I know what treasures you are looking for? Star Sacred Stone. I've been using this sword for many years. The last time I clashed with the Yuan Venerate martial god, a crack was created. Therefore, I wanted to reforge it. Unfortunately, the star-sacred stone tablet was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. A wedding banquet. Here, take it. However, before the long sigh ended, Lin Ling had already thrown out a multicolored divine stone, making the unrestrained sword martial god subconsciously catch it. Then, when he took a look, his old eyes almost popped out, because if it wasn't a star divine stone, then what was it? He remembered that there was only one such treasure in the god store, and it was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. Don't ask me why, just take it. Seeing the surprised look on the unfettered sword martial god's face, Lin Ling chuckled and strode forward. This guy. The unrestrained sword martial god was stunned on the spot. Then, he smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, he should be the elder. Why was it that in front of that brat, he was more like a junior? Even the treasures were given to him as a reward. After entering the ancient city, Lin Ling discovered that the entire city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The sound of firecrackers was endless, and the streets were packed with people. I heard that the Immortal Temple's wedding banquet is about to begin. That's right, that's right. I wonder what kind of treasures will appear in this wedding ceremony. The treasures will definitely be extraordinary. After all, the betrothal gift will be the one to marry the holy maiden. Even if we can't obtain it, we can at least take a look at the treasures. Moreover, we can also take a look at the legendary holy maiden with a divine fetus. It's a feast for our eyes. Voices rang out all around, as if they were demonic voices that wanted to flip the sky. As the saying goes, there's no need to worry about things getting out of hand. Now, Lin Ling had a deep understanding of the situation. Next, he walked towards the center of the city, because he'd also found out that the so-called wedding ceremony would be held at the center of the city. Lin Ling, wait for me. The Mahasvara sword martial deity also caught up from behind. He had taken Lin Ling's treasure, so he naturally felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he also accompanied them. Of course, he was also curious about the saintess who had a divine fetus. After all, he also had a divine embryo. However, the saintess' divine embryo was different. It wasn't something she grew up with, but rather something left behind by a god. Soon after, everyone arrived at the center of the city. When they looked around, they saw that there were even more people here. The word happiness was hung everywhere. There was a huge empty space in the center, and there were many chairs on it. There were already many people sitting there, waiting for something. However, that place was not a place where ordinary people could approach. Only those with a directory could enter. Even if it was the unrestrained sword martial god, he couldn't get close to him without a name list, unless he dared to take the risk of provoking several alliances at the same time and openly provoke him. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain the name list with his strength. However, he couldn't bring himself to marry a young girl. Therefore, at present, those who could sit in the center were undoubtedly very young, and most of them were extremely handsome. They brought their followers and sat proudly on the seats. Thank you for the name list. I'll head over now. At this moment, Lin Ling said to the unrestrained sword martial god with a smile on his face. Then, he strode forward. The unrestrained sword martial god smiled wryly. He knew that the reason why Lin Ling could give him a star divine stone was because Lin Ling had the name list. However, how could a mere name list be compared to a star divine stone? He shook his head and found a place to sit at the periphery. Those were the exclusive seats of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. At this moment, over 10,000 people were seated. Master, that kid. As soon as he sat down, an old man beside the unrestrained sword martial god asked with a smile. Obviously, he was curious about what had happened before. He is not simple. The unfettered sword martial god became dignified again and said indifferently. Then, he closed his eyes and waited for the wedding to begin. His simple words immediately caused the hearts of the people of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance to rumble. This was because there were very few people who could be evaluated by the martial god in such a way. Young Master Wu Heng, look. Just as Lin Ling walked to the center, on one of the seats, an expert suddenly shouted in shock and pointed to the front. At present, there were fewer and fewer young people walking to the center, so Lin Ling was undoubtedly very conspicuous at this moment. Most importantly, he only brought one person. Compared to the other elites, he obviously had fewer attendants and guards. It's Lin Ling. Being pointed by the expert, on the seat, a young man with an extraordinary temperament narrowed his eyes. He was Duan Wuheng. Why is he here too? Duan Wuheng was extremely surprised, because in his opinion, the ancient dragon wasteland was so chaotic some time ago. Lin Ling might have died there, but now, Lin Ling had appeared again, and he had come to the wedding ceremony as well. This made him immediately feel uncomfortable. Young master, don't worry. This wedding is a competition. Those who enter here are all love rivals. Therefore, someone will stop him. The expert next to him suddenly said gloomily. His eyes were also turning nonstop. That's right. Hee, it seems that I'm too nervous. These words made Duan Wuheng stunned, and then he laughed proudly. He remembered that this was the wedding. It was a competition of talent, strength, identity, and the most important thing was the betrothal gift. Lin Ling, how could he compare to him? In fact, Lin Ling couldn't even compare to the others. His coming here was just a joke. Moreover, there was no need for him to lose his footing for an ant. Get lost. Sure enough, when Lin Ling just walked into the center, a cold voice immediately came. At the center of the crowd, many young men were looking at Lin Ling with ill intentions. They did not know Lin Ling. However, if Lin Ling entered this place, then he would be their love rival. It was normal that they did not know Lin Ling. Lin Ling was famous in the 36 colleges, but they were in the strongest circle of the Shinsan Hall. Moreover, the people behind them were not weak. Compared to the Lin Ling of the past, they were people from two different worlds. Then, a young man appeared in front of Lin Ling, with 3 guards behind him. Trash, get lost. Do you think a toad like you can eat swan meat? The young man had his hands behind his back, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. Moreover, he felt countless eyes on him, and he proudly puffed out his chest. He did not know if the saint was paying attention to this place, but he could not miss any opportunity. If there was, then the saint would be able to see his glory. Get lost? Lin Ling frowned and looked at the other party. He did not understand why the other party wanted to drive him away. Do you know where this place is? Don't you want to look at yourself in the mirror? Do you know who the saint is? Do you think you are good enough for her? The young man said again. His voice carried the dignity of a superior as he reprimanded Lin Ling. I'm from the 7th Alliance. I'm the crown prince of the great Jin dynasty. My name is Emperor Fenghua. I don't have time to know your name. I just want you to know that you should know your place. Don't think that you're on the same level as us. This wedding ceremony is not for those who have great talent, great strength, great status, and great betrothal gifts. People like you are insulting the saint and the wedding ceremony. Tianhao, Emperor Fenghua still had his hands behind his back as he looked at Lin Ling arrogantly. He knew that his words should have let this piece of trash know where this place was. Telling this trash to scram was already giving him enough face. Many of the elites present sneered when they saw His Majesty Fenghua chasing him away. Because even if His Majesty Fenghua didn't step on that person, they would. Love rivals were one of the reasons. Another reason was that most of them were from the same alliance. They were either from the Sky Alliance or the 7th Emperor Alliance. However, they had never seen the blue-robed young man before. I have a name list. Are you chasing me away? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's mockery and spoke indifferently. Huh? Emperor Fenghua laughed and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. He was mocking Lin Ling for being so thick-skinned. The name list is only one of the reasons. It doesn't mean that one has the right to compete for the position of saintess. Only the true Tianhao has the right. Emperor Fenghua said with disdain. Tianhao, I don't think you understand either. Let me explain it to you. He is a god's favored son who is above all the outstanding geniuses. Do you understand? So, you're a Tianhao. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Hearing this, Emperor Fenghua shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything more. Everyone present knew whether he was a Tianhao or not. Since he was able to appear here, he had already received the recognition of others. If he wasn't a Tianhao, then what was he? However, just as he was shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly took a step forward and threw a light punch. The speed of this punch was very slow, immediately causing Fenghua Emperor's guards to shout angrily. They wanted to attack, but Fenghua Emperor stopped them. You're courting death. His Majesty Feng Hua also threw out a palm strike. He was an outstanding half-step martial god. He was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. Boom, the two attacks collided, but in the next moment, a huge force came, causing Emperor Feng Hua to fly backwards. Crackle, some of the chairs in the distance were also sent flying by him. Duan Wuhen frowned because he knew that Emperor Feng Hua wasn't weak. He was one of the top 300 cultivators on the celestial stairway. Lin Ling is definitely going all out, Duan Wuhen said indifferently. It was not easy for him to send Emperor Feng Hua flying. He had to use his full strength. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Ling must have used his full strength. But this still made him feel very uncomfortable because the gap between him and Lin Ling still hadn't closed. Cough cough. At this moment, Emperor Feng Hua crawled to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Lin Ling furiously. This is the so-called Tianhao? Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. His words also made Emperor Feng Hua grit his teeth. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he couldn't say a word. You keep calling me trash and looking down on me, but what about you now? You can't even take a punch from me. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you think you're cheap? In my opinion, other than your powerful mouth, you're useless in all other aspects. Lin Ling said again. His tone was still calm, but it was as sharp as a sword. You. Emperor Feng Hua wanted to stand up, but he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin Ling's punch just now seemed simple. In fact, he had activated his physical strength. It had the strength of 30,000 worlds. Shut up. The more you talk, the more you'll be like a mad dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. He walked forward and said indifferently, in fact, I don't know what a Tianhao is. But please, let someone decent come. For someone like Emperor Feng Hua, it's a disgrace. Moreover, Lin Ling glanced at the Tianhao before continuing, moreover, it's a disgrace to my status. A disgrace to his status? Hearing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. There was anger in their eyes, especially Emperor Feng Hua. At this moment, he was full of shame. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Previously, he said that those who came here were all people with great talent, great strength, great background, and great betrothal gifts, but where did he get such great strength from? He couldn't even take a hit from someone else. This made his previous words feel like a slap to his own face, and it was a resounding slap to his face. Stop. However, at this moment, Emperor Feng Hua's guard attacked Lin Ling. Emperor Feng Hua's dignity was not to be humiliated. Bang, but at this moment, the platinum evil spirit appeared behind Lin Ling. He slowly lifted his cloak, revealing a creepy smile. Oh no. As soon as the smile appeared, an aura from the underworld filled the air. The guard's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Obviously, he was also shocked. However, the platinum evil spirit quickly put his hat back on and followed Lin Ling again. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had already found a seat and sat down. He picked up the wine on the table and drank. The whole process was casual, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. This also made Emperor Feng Hua's guard blush. He wanted to stand up for Emperor Feng Hua, but he was frightened by someone else's guard. Obviously, he was also embarrassed. Who is this person? Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling vaguely. They were very curious about Lin Ling. After the short confrontation, many people recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. However, even more people were curious about Lin Ling's background. Unfortunately, other than the people from the Duan family and the New Heavenly Court, most people didn't know about Lin Ling's background. What an arrogant junior. Among the Tianhao people, a soft voice drifted out, mixed with disdain. Hee, let him be proud for a while. A clown like him won't be able to shine. Humph. Shameless person. Humph. Soon, the Tianhao people didn't care about Lin Ling anymore. In their opinion, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter the eyes of the immortal temple saintess. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he immediately snorted, climbed up, and sat back down in shame. However, he also spoke a few words to the chair next to him. There was a young man with jade-like skin sitting there. His eyes were slightly closed as he quietly drank wine as if he didn't care about the matters of the world. He wore a purple dragon robe. This was the purple dragon true robe. Ordinary people were not qualified to wear it, only those with the royal aura of emperors were qualified to wear it. This meant that this person was the emperor of all the emperors, and he was also the leader of the 7th Imperial Alliance. He was called the 7th Prince. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he was also a member of the 7th Imperial Alliance. Oh? Hearing Emperor Feng Hua's voice, the 7th Prince slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were very calm, but those who met his eyes felt great waves in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at an imperial edict. However, the 7th Prince quickly retracted his gaze and looked at another Tianhao. He smiled faintly and said, Duan Wuhan, everything about this wedding is good except for the seats. Immortal Temple's great elder had arrived. The seat is too hard, not as good as the dragon throne. Just like the temperament of some people, the bones are too hard, making one feel uncomfortable. The 7th Prince swirled the wine glass in his hand and smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. Some people's temperaments, his bones were too hard. Many people immediately looked at Lin Ling quietly. The 7th Prince seemed to be talking about Lin Ling. Moreover, he used Lin Ling as a seat and sat under his buttocks. However, this seat was a little hard. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Duan Wuhan instantly understood what the 7th Prince meant and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone gradually covered their mouths and laughed. They looked at Lin Ling mockingly. This 7th Prince really kills without spilling blood. With just one sentence, he trampled Lin Ling down. Hearing the laughter, the members of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance frowned. To be able to become an emperor, one must have both strategy and martial strength. The 7th Prince was one of them. Interesting. As for Duan Wuhan, he was extremely excited at the moment. Being able to use the 7th Prince's mouth to humiliate Lin Ling had undoubtedly allowed him to vent his anger. An outsider like Lin Ling had never competed with them before, and no one knew him, so he had become a thorn in their side. However, just when he thought that Lin Ling was going to swallow his anger, a heroic laughter suddenly floated out. Everything about this wedding banquet is good, but the carpet is too thick. As soon as he spoke, the entire place fell silent. This was because they realized that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Also, Lin Ling said that the carpet was too thick. One had to know that the carpet here was made from the bark of a wild tree. Although it was a little thick, it was still extremely luxurious and expensive. For a moment, many people were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling meant. The carpet here is as shameless as someone's face. But soon, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Huh? The 7th Prince was originally drinking, but he suddenly stopped and anger quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. That was because he understood what Lin Ling meant. He was mocking him. The carpet is too thick, and then someone's skin is too thick. Could he be talking about? No, could it be that he's talking about the 7th Prince? The others reacted slower than the 7th Prince, but at this moment, they all reacted. Previously, when the 7th Prince said that the seat was too hard, he was actually mocking Lin Ling for being too arrogant. He was sitting on his butt, yet he was still so hard. However, Lin Ling returned the favor. He mocked the 7th Prince as a carpet under his feet and even said that the latter was thick-skinned. Moreover, it was a seat for sitting. However, one was a carpet for stepping on. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's description was even more accurate. It was as if he was saying that the 7th Prince was being trampled under his feet. How could he still be so thick-skinned? Interesting. Suddenly, an old monster laughed out loud, admiring Lin Ling's wisdom. He was still able to counterattack calmly under such circumstances. It was impossible for him to do so without witnessing a huge scene. The old monsters on the outer ring initially thought that Lin Ling was just a passerby, but their opinion toward Lin Ling had changed. Haha. The unrestrained sword martial god could not help but burst out laughing. Not only was the kid's bones tough, his sword sharp, even his mouth was on par with his. It was obvious that it was inappropriate to resort to violence in a place like the bridal welcoming ceremony. Therefore, the Heaven's elites were using other methods to suppress their opponents. However, Lin Ling's counterattack was brilliant. The laughter grew louder, causing the 7th Prince's face to darken. However, he was the leader after all, thus he only smiled without showing any sign of anger. A toad will always be a toad, forever looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how loud you are, you're still a toad if you can't gain the acknowledgement of the host. Saying this, he continued to drink. Of course, the people did not comment on his words. They just thought that the seventh prince was trying to show off because he did not want to lose face. This Lin Ling is so stupid to have offended the seventh prince. You should know that the seventh prince is a trial tester, and I heard that he is a 3-star trial tester. Duan Wuhan suddenly sneered. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended the seventh prince. The seventh prince was noble, powerful, and talented. Even Duan Wuhan, the first bloodline of the Duan family, did not dare to underestimate him. Lin Ling was simply courting death by clashing with him, taking a step back. Although Duan Wuhan represented the Heaven Alliance, he was only one of the leaders. He was not even the leader. On the other hand, the seventh prince was the real leader of the Seventh Imperial Alliance. Thank you for your kindness. The Immortal Temple is overwhelmed by your favor. At this moment, a loud sound of a bronze bell rang. Buddhist chants drifted in the air, causing everyone to calm down. The Immortal Temple was here. Although the Immortal Temple was a Buddhist sect, it was also an evil Buddhist sect. Therefore, their style of doing things was different from that of the Buddhist sect. Of course, the most important thing was that the saintess of the Immortal Temple had the divine fetus body. This was the reason why people came. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts slowly walked out. Not only were there people from the Immortal Temple, but there were also people from the Great Devil sect. Ironically, the Immortal Demon Alliance was formed by the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. To be called the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, their reputation must be extremely bad. However, for the divine fetus body, all the heroes regarded the 9 prefectures' 10 evils as the 9 prefectures' big forces. Therefore, everything was for the sake of benefits. Great Elder, Great Devil Elder, it's an honor to meet you. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed slightly. On the surface, they were obviously doing a very good job of being polite. Greetings, greetings. That Immortal Temple's Great Elder revealed a faint smile. His appearance was benevolent, as if he was an old monk of virtue and prestige. The impression he gave others was quite good. Young Master Wu Hen, 7th Prince, Duguijin, Crown Prince Tian Xiong. Then, the Great Elder looked at the Tianhao and continued to call out names one by one. Those whose names were called out also revealed smiles on their faces, as if their qualifications to marry the saintess had greatly increased, because, to be able to be remembered by the Great Elder, this was not a small honor. Thanks to your arrival, the Immortal Temple is honored. There were not many people who were called out by the Great Elder, only a dozen or so people. However, these people were extremely famous. Not long ago, in the battle of the ancient dragon wasteland, they had made a name for themselves. It could even be said that they had become famous in one battle. Great Elder is too polite. In the future, we will be a family. You are also my elder, so I should be the first to greet you. At this time, the 7th Prince also stood up and smiled. He was magnanimous, neither arrogant nor servile. As expected of the Emperor of Emperors, however, his words were extremely cunning. He actually treated the Great Elder as one of his own. It was as if he had already married the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Of course, people's eyes quietly flashed. From the current situation, the Great Elder called out the 7th Prince's name first. He, indeed, had the greatest chance. This also made many Tianhao's eyes flash, and their hearts filled with jealousy. Goodbye, Enuer, the saintess, they obviously would not give her up. After all, she represented the divine embryo body. Great Elder? At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the Great Elder indifferently. He never thought that he would see the Great Elder again. That year, he had met this powerhouse once. At that time, the Great Elder was like Mount Tai, and Lin Ling had no chance to get close, and now, he realized that the first elder wasn't too far away from him. This was also the result of his years of hard work. Worthy of being the thick-skinned 7th Prince. Then, Lin Ling secretly sneered. The 7th Prince's words were as if he had completely become the son-in-law of the Immortal Temple. However, the 7th Prince's calculations were good, but unfortunately, he was going to fail today. After the arrival of the Great Elder, the atmosphere gradually became lively. The powerhouses of the Great Devil sect all sat down, but they did not speak much because they also knew how terrifying the people who appeared here today were. If they joined forces, it would not be difficult to destroy the Great Devil sect. He also knew that the Immortal Temple fair handing over the saintess was actually forced by the situation. the great elder looked at everyone with a smile. Although it was forced by the situation, it was undeniable that everyone present was a heaven's wealth. If the saintess could walk together with them, it would be the saintess' blessing and the immortal temple's blessing. Among them, he was most optimistic about the seventh prince because the latter was a trial challenger. Next was Duan Wuhan. This child had awakened the Duan family's first bloodline, and his future was limitless. Oh, some people are just making up the numbers. Just as everyone was talking politely, Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled and looked in a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed his gaze and found that Duan Wuhan was looking at Lin Ling. Making up the numbers? Could it be that Duan Wuhan mocked Lin Ling as making up the numbers? No one knew him, not even the immortal temple. At this time, many people secretly laughed. The seventh prince also laughed sarcastically. How could a lowly commoner compare to him? Due to Lin Ling's sudden mention, the first elder and the great devil sex members furrowed their brows as they subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling's side. They clearly did not expect that this person would be so unsociable and become a thorn in their side. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they were all confused because they had never seen this person before. However, he had a slight impression of it, as if he had seen it somewhere before. For a moment, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. The saintess has arrived. At this moment, a voice finally rang out, causing the surroundings to instantly fall silent. Under countless gazes, a white-clothed woman with a long sword strapped to her waist slowly walked towards the central region. Upon closer inspection, this woman was extremely beautiful, like a snow lotus on an icy mountain. Her appearance was otherworldly like a fairy, and her every movement carried a wisp of celestial aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens, coupled with the legend of the divine fetus. The woman's body was shrouded in a mysterious glow. It was as if this woman's sleeves were fluttering, as if she could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. Saintess. Many people's eyes immediately narrowed. So beautiful. More people licked their lips. In their eyes, the misty rain made it seem as if a dreamlike goddess was slowly walking towards them. Saintess. The seventh prince's complexion also became dignified. His eyes were somewhat hot, and it was a kind of heat that was determined to obtain her. If the saintess was only based on her appearance, the seventh prince would not take a liking to her. However, the saintess not only had a fairy-like appearance, but also possessed a rare divine fetus, which made him extremely eager to act. Now that he had seen the saintess with his own eyes, the seventh prince discovered that in addition to these two major advantages, the saintess also had an extremely attractive temperament, which was indifference to everything in the world. However, this temperament aroused the seventh prince's possessiveness. The more indifferent she was, the more he wanted to break this rule and make this woman his woman. This was the seventh prince's domineering aura. On the other side, Duan Wuhan was also extremely excited at this moment. I didn't expect this saintess to be so beautiful. Coupled with her divine fetus body, TSK, she's mine. He, Duan Wuhan, now had the first bloodline of the Duan family. If he could get a divine fetus body, then he would be the first person in the history of the Duan family. It was even possible for him to surpass the Duan lineage martial god. The entire area, and even the entire city, quieted down because of the appearance of Xianxia. It was as if countless ordinary stars were looking at the bright moon in the sky. However, Xianxia's expression was very calm. She also knew what was going to happen today. Regarding this, she obviously refused in her heart. However, she knew that if she refused, the immortal temple would be eradicated. Although the immortal temple took her away, they treated her very well. The elders of the entire immortal temple treated her as their granddaughter. She would remember this kindness, and she would always remember it. Therefore, regarding this marriage ceremony, she did not agree, but she also did not refuse. She even kept asking herself who she really was. Why did her heart always hurt? Why did she always think of that blue-robed young man? Why, in her dusty memories, there was a place that constantly called out to her. However, when she wanted to unravel the layers of fog, she still could not see that place. All of these mysteries made her want nothing more than to tear them apart. However, the great elder of the immortal temple had once divined for her. When she wanted to know everything, the truth would be revealed today, including the things she needed to know. Everything that she wanted to know, everything would come to an end today. It was also because of this that she had come. Come and meet the seventh prince. At this moment, the great elder's voice drifted over, causing Inuer to immediately retract her absent-minded gaze and look at a handsome young man. The seventh prince was delighted. He never thought that he would be the first to be introduced. This meant that his chances were the greatest. He immediately stood up and swept his gaze over all of his love rivals with contempt. He was just about to speak. "Senior sister I'm here." However, at this moment, an untimely voice interrupted him. Next, on the other side, a blue-robed young man ignored everyone's gazes and stood up with a smile. Everyone was shocked. That blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette at all. He actually turned from guest to host. After all, the great elder had called the seventh prince first. There will be a good show to watch. However, soon, many people began to sneer inwardly, because the blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette. He would definitely be chased away by the immortal temple. Moreover, did he think that people would recognize him just because he shouted? This was simply a joke. "It's him?" The seventh prince was stunned. Then, he revealed a mocking smile. Trying to steal his spotlight? That would depend on whether or not he was qualified. However, Inuer did not see the crowd's mockery at all. Instead, she looked at the blue-robed young man not far away in surprise. At this moment, her frozen heart was moved. It began to shatter. It was him. Holding your hand and growing old together, because she'd been constantly thinking about that mysterious blue-robed young man throughout these years. Even if she still hadn't found her memories, she really missed that blue-robed young man for some unknown reason. Even though the blue-robed young man had told her everything about Inuer, it wasn't her memories. So, she returned to the temple in an attempt to find everything she had lost. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to find any memories in the end. The day of the wedding will be the day to end everything for you. She suddenly remembered what the great elder had said after the divination. Could it be because of him? Under countless gazes, Inuer moved gracefully and actually walked step by step towards the blue-robed young man. At this moment, the hearts of countless people exploded. What's going on? Isn't the holy maiden an ice beauty? Why did she run over after being seduced by someone else? You must be seeing things. Look again if you don't believe me. Screw your eyesight. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the holy maiden is indeed walking towards the blue-robed young man. Following that, numerous exclamations of shock could be heard. You've come. Inuer's speed was slow at first, but she gradually sped up. Lin Ling also walked out with a smile. His handsome face had a hint of excitement. I'm coming. No matter where you are, I'll come. In just a few steps, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Inuer. The two of them seemed to ignore everyone in the world as they looked at each other indifferently. Perhaps in their eyes, the world had already disappeared, and the only thing left was each other. It was like a marriage that spanned thousands of generations. I knew you would come today. My intuition told me on the day of the divination. Inuer was also very excited. She suddenly smiled. With this smile, the flowers dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight of this smile. The iceberg beauty also smiled. This was even rarer than snow in June. Moreover, the holy maiden was smiling for the blue-robed young man. This time, not only were the people shocked, even the heavenly tycoons were enraged. Among them, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck dumb, especially the seventh prince, who was the first to be introduced and was planning to bask in the envious gazes of everyone. However, the outcome was that the light that belonged to him had been seized away by the blue-robed young man. One had to know that he had previously mocked the blue-robed youth for being a fake, but now, he was like a toad lusting after a swan. That's enough. The seventh prince immediately roared. Shut up. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His eyes were still looking at Inuer, and gradually became gentle. You've lost weight. A soft voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Yeah, you too. Inuer nodded and looked at Lin Ling with concern. Along the way, there have been a lot of troubles. Perhaps it's because of this that you've lost weight. But in the end, I still found you. Lin Ling smiled and a blue lotus appeared in his hand. Then, he held Inuer's hand and gently placed it on her small hand. Hold it, and you'll remember everything. Inuer did not reject and allowed Lin Ling to hold her small hand. Then, she held the bright blue lotus. This lotus looked ordinary, but it emitted a gentle light that made Xianxia feel extremely comfortable. "I like it a lot." Xianxia suddenly smiled like a little girl. "Hee hee." Ling also smiled. However, he knew that this blue lotus was not simple. It was the 3 lifetimes bridge of helplessness. It could restore one's memory and unlock all seals. This rare divine flower was bought by Ling at God's store at a high price. Then, he quietly held Xianxia's hand, and the two of them seemed to have walked through thousands of centuries. Xianxia didn't react at first, but gradually, her eyes began to change because the scene around her had completely changed. She seemed to have returned to the Gu Yen sect. She even saw that stubborn youth. It was Ling. Everything was quietly returning to him at this moment. She seemed to be walking on a small road in the countryside with the youth under the warm sun. The surroundings were very peaceful, and the little flowers by the roadside were very beautiful. Gradually, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom changed, and her clan was annihilated. However, it was the youth who descended from the sky, holding her hand. When she was at her weakest, he brought her through the wind and rain. Her eyes gradually became moist, her memories were constantly recovering. Finally, it stopped at the Kaiyuan River. The youth of the past had become an indomitable expert. He stepped into the forbidden ground alone, walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally found her. And Yuer's change was obviously noticed by the Grand Elder. He immediately frowned, stared at the blue lotus, and finally sighed softly. He once divined Yuer's fate and knew that Yuer's fate would end today. Therefore, he also agreed to start this wedding ceremony. However, he never expected that the person who solved the fate was actually that youth. "It's him, I finally remember." "Yes." The first elder muttered to himself. He remembered Ling. That youth seemed to be from Qingzhou, and in the past, he was an extremely weak existence. At that time, he also met him once. He even saw Ling pestering the Saint Lady, so he also let the Saint Lady kill Ling. For this, Ling was stabbed by the Saint Lady. However, in the days after that, he found that the Saint Lady seemed to have something on her mind every day. Moreover, through continuous observation, he knew that the Saint Lady was heartbroken for that youth. This also made him secretly investigate the youth's background. He found out that the youth's background was very ordinary, and he was not worthy of the immortal temple's Saint Lady. However, now, he finally knew how terrifying that youth was. He actually rose step by step from a passerby, and even reached this place. It was easy to say, but the process was difficult. He could imagine, that young man really liked the saintess. Perhaps this is karma. Sigh. The Grand Elder sighed in his heart. Compared to his soft sigh, the heavenly heroes were furious. That was because that blue-robed youth was actually holding the Saint Lady's hand. Not only that, he actually gave her a flower. Most importantly, the Saint Lady actually accepted that flower, and she even looked very happy. This made their jealousy erupt like a volcano. In fact, many people had already prepared bright flowers, but because they could not give them away, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. "Hee hee, it's just a lousy lotus. It's a disgrace to the Saint Lady's status." Sigh. Someone who couldn't eat the grapes sneered. "That's right, that lotus doesn't have any power. It must be a cheap item." Sigh. Someone else added. Because they could not see the origin of the 3 lives 3 worlds bridge of helplessness, their words were also sour. However, for those who were watching the show, they did not see it that way. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans and selecting a son-in-law. The surrounding scene also changed because of this. In the end, they even saw that under the light of the lotus, it was already a young man and a young woman. They held hands and bathed in the warm sunlight, representing pure love. So beautiful. Finally, an old man shouted. This sentence also caused many people to nod their heads, because in their eyes, the young woman was holy and the young man was handsome. They were like a match made in heaven. Holding your hand, growing old together. Especially for some women, this scene was romantic and beautiful. They also hoped that in the future, there would be a man holding their hand under countless gazes, going through all kinds of ups and downs. The entire ancient city was undoubtedly silent. This kid, what a good method. The unrestrained sword martial god kept looking at Ling. The corners of his mouth curved into an excited smile. He clearly did not expect that Ling would be able to win the heart of the immortal temple saintess from the hands of the Tianhao. This was a ruthless slap to the faces of those Tianhao. Didn't you say that I was just making up the numbers? Didn't you say that I was a toad? Now, the saintess's hand was held by him, then who was the toad? This was not only a slap, it was a refreshing slap. The gentle light gradually disappeared, the light was gorgeous and blurry, but the young man and young woman in the light slowly grew up, and everything returned to normal in the end. However, the one who changed was Anuer, because her delicate little face was already full of tears. The tears fell on the ground like blooming flowers. Lin Ling. Under countless shocked gazes, she suddenly hugged Lin Ling and cried like a little girl. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also smiled excitedly, seeing your sister Yuer finally recovered her memories. F***ck. Seeing this, the eyes of the Tianhao were spitting fire. Alright, senior sister Yuer, you go first. At this time, Lin Ling patted Yuer's shoulder and said. This pat once again caused an uproar among the Tianhao. Everyone wanted to chop off Lin Ling's arm. No, I want to go with you. However, Yuer stubbornly shook her head. Lin Ling smiled and said confidently, we have been separated for so many years. Since we met again, let's treat it as me marrying you again. I want you to come back in glory and I want everyone to know that you are my, Lin Ling's, woman. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with a man's domineering aura and unwavering determination, and Yuer stared at the affectionate man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Although she didn't know why Lin Ling said that, she believed in Lin Ling. I'll wait for you. Yuer looked at Lin Ling reluctantly and walked over to the first elder. However, her "I'll wait for you" undoubtedly broke the hearts of countless people. It was as if they were watching a beautiful woman leave, as if they were watching a powerful divine fetus fly away and land on the blue-robed youth's body. Then, the blue-robed youth sullied it. How could they swallow this anger? First elder. Duan Wuhan immediately roared out. However, the first elder didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yuer and saw that her eyes were much clearer. He also knew that the saintess had recovered her memories. After recovering her memories, the saintess was no longer as flawless as she was in the past. This made him sigh in his heart. From the perspective of the immortal temple, he didn't want the saintess to recover her memories. This was because the saintess was flawless and untainted by the mortal world. She shouldn't have any mortal memories, but from a personal point of view, he was happy for the saintess. This was because he had been with the saintess all these years. He had carefully guided the saintess and wanted the saintess to take over the immortal temple. After a long time, even if he was unfeeling and callous like an evil Buddha, he was still moved by that kind of affection. And that was familial love. He clearly regarded Yuer as his own granddaughter. Therefore, when Duan Wuhan spoke, he didn't speak. If the saintess could be happy, he would rather the saintess follow that youth. First elder. However, Yuer nodded to the first elder. The first elder was stunned. He understood the saintess' meaning. She wanted the wedding ceremony to continue. But the first elder couldn't help but glance at Lin Ling. He knew in his heart that with Lin Ling alone, he couldn't compare to the various Tianhao. If the wedding ceremony is interrupted, those guys will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Yuer also smiled. I know, but compared to the immortal temple, you are more important. The first elder sighed and suddenly transmitted his voice. Right now, he didn't seem like an evil Buddha who killed people like scything flax. He was more like an old man who was worried about his granddaughter. Buddha also had emotions, evil also had emotions. Don't worry, I believe in him. Yuer's heart warmed. This made the first elder frown. He still doubted Lin Ling because only he knew how powerful the Tianhao present were, but since things had come to this, he could only nod. Next, the wedding ceremony will continue. When his voice was heard, the entire ancient city cheered. The people who were watching the show clearly didn't want things to end so quickly. Because they were here to broaden their horizons. They wanted to see who was more nouveau riche and could throw out a large number of divine artifacts. As for the Tianhao, they were also excited. Previously, they had thought that the duck in their mouth would fly away. Luckily, the immortal temple was sensible and knew how to behave. Then, the Tianhao looked at Lin Ling mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for being weak and powerless. Even if he won the saintess' heart, it was useless because the saintess belonged to them. Hee, in this world, strength is everything. Only the strong can be respected. That's right. The saintess doesn't understand this yet. But in the future, I believe she will understand. The so-called love is actually built on strength. That kid is so pitiful. He can only watch the beauty leave. I'm afraid after tomorrow, he will suffer a fate worse than death. Maybe he will drown his sorrows in alcohol. He might even get drunk to death. The Tianhao regained their confidence from before. Duan Wuhan and the seventh prince looked at each other and raised their wine cups, then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Although they didn't say a word, their eyes were full of mockery. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed, raised his wine cup, and drank without saying anything else. Great elder, there are many people who want to marry the saintess. Why don't you say a condition and then keep sifting through them? Let's filter out those who are just here to make up the numbers. How about that? At that moment, someone spoke up. Yes, yes, yes. Let's compare strength, talent, status, and background. No matter what, the saintess has to find a good family to be worthy of the immortal temple. The others immediately agreed. Hearing that, the great elder looked at Xianxia again. Because he knew that once he agreed, there would be no turning back. After all, if someone won in the end and it wasn't Lin Ling, Xianxia couldn't go back on her words. Otherwise, the immortal temple would be destroyed. Clover, they had the leader of an overlord with them. Taking a step back, Duan Wuhan also had a great background. He was a leader of the Heavenly Alliance and came here on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance. That guy could not be compared with others at all. Then let's do the screening. After cursing inwardly, the first elder looked at the crowd helplessly and said, Good, good, good. The Holy Maiden is a divine fetus, so anyone who wants to be a match for her must be someone with outstanding talent, right? Suddenly, someone shouted. That's right. Great talent, great status, and great background. Let's use this as a filter. As for the martial arts competition, there's no need. After all, today is a joyous day. More and more people nodded in agreement, intending to use 3 criteria to filter out the candidates. The first was naturally talent, otherwise, how could he be worthy of Xianxia? When it came to talent, all the Tianhao experts smiled confidently. Since they were able to become Tianhao experts, how could their talent be weak? You actually want to compare talents? This old man is untalented, so I'll borrow a clover to test you. At this moment, a respected senior smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A stream of light appeared and landed on the ground. Then, it quietly grew, and a fragrance quietly spread out. Clover? This is the 3 leaves old man. Many people stared at that senior and suddenly understood, this person was a martial god, famous in the final world. He was a duke and had a romantic love story with his wife. Thus, he was extremely loyal to love and would help his loved ones. The 3-leaf clover was cultivated by him. Not only could it be used to test one's talent, it could also be used to assist one's cultivation. According to legend, when one's talent reached a certain level, the 3-leaf clover would bloom. The more beautiful the flower, the higher the talent. If he could make the flower soar into the sky, that would be a beautiful and shocking thing. Alright, let's use the 3-leaf clover. Many people nodded in agreement. Today was the wedding day. In order to please the beauty, it was better to use beautiful and romantic things. The clover represented love, so it was very suitable. I'll go first. After the 3-leaf clover grew on the ground, a prideful Tianhao walked up to it. When he got close, a mysterious force rushed into the 3-leaf clover. The 3-leaf clover that was as tall as a person swayed quietly. Suddenly, a flower bud bloomed. It was about the size of a palm and was pitch black. This guy's talent is really ugly. He actually has a black flower. And it's only the size of a palm. I'm afraid it's only a 4th grade talent. Shameful. Seeing this, many people immediately laughed sarcastically. Tianhao's expression was also extremely ugly. In the end, he left the central region with his tail between his legs. Obviously, he also knew that although his identity was not bad and he had a strong background, his talent was not very good and he was eliminated. If you want the flower to bloom brilliantly, then you need to be talented. If you want the flower to bloom high enough to reach the 9 heavens, then you need to be strong. The 3 leaves old man explained with a smile. Let me. Another Tianhao had made his move. displaying his talent and strength. Bang, the clover shot out like a firework, blooming into a beautiful flower bud in the sky, shocking the entire city. Because this flower was incomparably gorgeous, it instantly moved the hearts of many girls. The flower is not bad. Unfortunately, the color is too dim. Let me do it. Another Tianhao had made his move. He was not weak and could make the flower soar to the 9 heavens. Most importantly, his flower was obviously bigger than the previous one. This Tianhao's talent had probably reached the 7th grade. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. However, the more powerful Tianhao had yet to come. This was because someone's talent had reached the 8th grade. He was like the king of flowers. After blooming, the sky was filled with brilliant light. Hee. After activating it, he immediately looked at Anuer, wanting to please the beauty. Of course, Anuer still looked at him coldly. There's no 8th grade talent. Looks like he's going to be eliminated. As time passed, many people also saw some shortcomings. They're all a bunch of insignificant people. At this time, Duan Wuhan finally walked out and displayed his talent. In the sky, an unprecedentedly huge petal bloomed. It was green. After appearing in the sky, it was incomparably huge and extremely beautiful. After the petals gradually dispersed, endless green light sprinkled down like a meteor shower. So beautiful. This scene undoubtedly shocked many people, because Duan Wuhan was also the most beautiful person to display his talent so far. This also meant that he had a higher chance of getting the saint than the previous people. Duan Wuhan is already so powerful. What if it's the 7th prince? Suddenly, someone looked at the 7th prince. The 7th prince smiled and walked forward proudly. His talent was on display. This time, countless people were also looking forward to it. Almost at the same time, the clover swayed slightly. Then, several golden dragons soared into the sky and intertwined, forming a huge golden dragon flower in the sky. This flower was so huge that it was even more magnificent than the ancient city. It could be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. Moreover, this flower represented endless nobility and glory. This was also the most gorgeous, most beautiful, and even the noblest flower to date. I'm afraid his talent has reached grade 10. Moreover, his flower can fly so high. I'm afraid his strength is not weak in the martial god realm. The Clover Elder also shouted in shock. His words made countless people's pupils tremble. The 7th prince was indeed powerful. As for the 7th prince, he had his hands behind his back. He looked elegant as he slowly walked back. Without a doubt, his blossoming immediately made the Tianhao lose their luster. He was the number 1 person now. However, the Tianhao clenched their teeth. Although they could not compare to the 7th prince, at least they had not been eliminated. After all, as long as they reached the 8th grade ultimate Desila body, they would be qualified to match the saint. There were still 2 more selections. It was too early to determine who would emerge victorious. Not bad, not bad. Next, let's proceed to the 2nd selection. Duan Wuhan's expression turned ugly as he said coldly. In terms of talent, he was inferior to the 7th prince, but he was confident that he could turn the tables in the next 2 selections. Then let's prepare for the 2nd selection. Seeing the restless looks of the crowd, the great elder could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hold on, I don't think I've displayed my talent yet. The moment the voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Following that, everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Lin Ling. This time, the Tianhao were stunned. This was because from the beginning, they had not expected Lin Ling to display any talent. Forget it. I estimate that you are at most a 3rd grade talent. A Tianhao said disdainfully. The spectators outside were also getting impatient. That guy was not a famous Tianhao, so he was wasting his time. A 3rd grade talent? That does seem to be the case. Translator, Transin editor, Transin 100 flowers kill. Ha ha ha. Laughter could not help but ring out. That guy was here to embarrass himself. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling was indeed a 3rd grade talent, so there was no need for him to deny it. However, did he only have one type of talent? Let him show off. Everyone has a chance. The great elder looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disappointment. but he also secretly spoke up for Lin Ling. The great elder is benevolent. That kind of brat will only embarrass himself. I doubt if he can make the three-leaf clover bloom. Seeing that the great elder had agreed, the Tianhao did not dare to object. However, after sitting down, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. Haha, must you embarrass yourself? The seventh prince was drinking wine, but his words were full of contempt. Obviously, he did not think that Lin Ling was his opponent. How could Lin Ling's flowers be as beautiful and noble as his? However, he did not intend to stop Lin Ling. In fact, he even supported Lin Ling to take the test. Because only by taking the test could he let Lin Ling know how lowly he was. Lin Ling? As for Duan Wuhan, he also revealed a sarcastic smile. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very powerful and was not as simple as it seemed. However, he also knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he could not compare to him and Duan Wuhan. This was also the reason why he did not speak up before. He was too lazy to talk about Lin Ling's talent. Anyway, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling also walked out step by step. His face was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Many people secretly scolded Lin Ling for being shameless and pestering the saintess. On the contrary, and Yuer looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Beside her, the great elder wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed. Now, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. At that time, the saintess would have to marry someone else. His heart ached when he saw the saintess washing her face with tears every day. Brat, work harder. If you can't do it, just say that your old injury is acting up today and you are not allowed to use your realm essence. I will guarantee that you will enter the second round. In the end, the great elder could not help but secretly send a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he looked at the elder with disdain and sent a message. Get lost. Hearing this, the great elder was stunned. There were only countless words of concern in his heart. Help you get struck by lightning out of kindness? Although he knew that Lin Ling would be eliminated sooner or later in the next 2 rounds, he still gave him a chance, a hope, but the brat ask him? When my flowers bloom, 100 flowers kill flowers. Just as the great elder was about to fly into a rage, Lin Ling's voice floated over again, leaving the great elder dumbfounded. What? How could a third-grade talent be so arrogant? 100 flower kill? Kill your sister. He could no longer bear to see this. As for Lin Ling, he had already stopped in front of the three-leaf clover. He closed his eyes and was preparing his Dantian's talent. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling did not even have the strength to make the three-leaf clover bloom. Haha. People could not help but laugh, but at this moment, the flower finally bloomed. It was very dim and tiny. Although it was rushing towards the sky, it was like the light of a star. This was because this was Lin Ling's lightning Dantian. It was the weakest. This brat doesn't even have an ultimate desolate body, right? Many people rubbed their eyes. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt, but at this moment, the three-leaf clover swayed once again. A new petal bloomed and rushed towards the sky. These 2 talents? All the laughter from before froze. It's only a third-grade ultimate desolate body. Although some people were surprised, they still spoke with disdain. However, was that all they were surprised about? Before the green petal reached the sky, the three-leaf clover swayed once again. A resplendent flower bud appeared and rose into the sky again. Previously, it was the supreme nether wind dragon. This time, it was the heavenly dragon talent. It was a 5th-grade talent. The central region suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. 3 talents, even the 7th prince furrowed his brows. He never expected that this guy would be so capable. Pong, at this moment, the three-leaf clover swayed again, another flower soared into the sky. This was the realm-devouring beast, Pong. However, this was not the end. Following that, the 5th flower bloomed. This flower was not only huge, but it was also extremely strange. It was colorful. After it rushed into the sky, 5 petals appeared in the sky. They were slowly blooming, scattering endless brilliance. The entire city fell silent. Those who mocked Lin Ling previously trembled. This was because this was the blooming of 5 flowers. Furthermore, these flowers were of different colors. After they bloomed in the sky, they formed a beautiful and flawless scene. This was the only case of 5 flowers blooming so far. Good, good, good. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I never thought I would be able to see 5 flowers blooming in my lifetime. The 3-leaf clover was the most excited. It was rare to see someone with 5 talents. Until now, he had only seen a martial artist with 3 talents. Pa, pa, pa. The sky was beautiful and gorgeous, like fireworks blooming. The ground was silent. Countless people looked up at the sky, afraid that they would miss the most beautiful scene in their lives. The first elder's body trembled. He looked at the sky in disbelief. He was more excited than anyone else, and Yuer smiled. Her smile was beautiful and moved because she knew that this was a flower that Lin Ling had given her. Beautiful. She muttered to herself. There was no flower in this world that could compare to a flower given by a lover. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's shock. It was the 7th prince. He drank his wine and said disdainfully, "They are just ordinary flowers. So what if they bloom?" He was obviously mocking Lin Ling for his low talent level. Although he had many talents, they were just ordinary flowers. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned to look at the 7th prince without saying a word. "In front of my golden dragon flower, yours is just an ordinary flower. You are just a toad." The 7th prince also looked at Lin Ling, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling did not understand the meaning of his words. "If one day, you realize that yours is an ordinary flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are a toad," Lin Ling said calmly. "Haha, do you think that is possible?" Hearing this, the 7th prince laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. It was a joke. Bang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling gently stomped his foot on the ground. The 3-leaf clover swayed crazily, golden light shot into the sky, endless imperial might. It was as if the human king had descended. Rumble, a bright shooting star rushed into the sky. Then, it bloomed, sprinkling down the world's most beautiful bud. It was brilliant and lit up the sky. This flower was so big that it occupied the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This was the divine fetus, the flame of the human king. When my flower blooms, hundreds of flowers will die. At this moment, it was fully displayed and shocked the world. Rumble, a deafening sound rang in the sky. The sky was filled with divine flowers. It was beautiful and romantic. It was completely reflected in everyone's eyes. Shock, her heart began to ripple. Even though she was pure and indifferent to fame and fortune, she was truly moved at this moment. This was because that was the flower her man had prepared for her. It was also the flower for his proposal. Her man had once said that he would marry her again today. And now, her man had done it. He had done it with all his heart. In this life, to have a man who would protect her like this, what was there to complain about in life? Looking around, the entire place was silent. Everyone was attracted by the gorgeous scene in the sky. It was as if a huge silence had descended. No one opened their mouths or spoke. This was because all of this was too shocking. Especially the 7th prince and Duan Wuhan. They remained silent for a long time. 10,000 whys floated in their hearts. That was because the final golden flower, judging from its appearance and height, was actually twice as large and proud as the 7th prince's flower, and the 7th prince's golden dragon flower was a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. Could it be that the resplendent golden light and the huge flower formed by the golden flames was a divine fetus? However, the immortal temple had only bought one of the 6 divine fetus in God's shop. Confused, they immediately became confused. In fact, even Elder 3 Leaves found it hard to be certain. He only knew that on the surface, the huge flower formed by the golden flames was indeed more beautiful and bigger than the 7th prince's golden dragon flower. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, even if Lin Ling's final flower was not a divine fetus, just the 6 blooming flowers in the sky, forming the scene of the 5 flowers holding the moon, was enough to shock the world. This was because 6 different talents were blooming at the same time. It's fake. F***K, it's definitely fake. In the silence, Duan Wuhan finally let out a sharp cry. To him, everything was too fake. This was because he had once lost to Lin Ling, so he knew Lin Ling's strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not reached such heights. Furthermore, even if Lin Ling's strength had greatly improved over this period of time, it was impossible for him to improve by such a large margin. Are you saying that my three-leaf clover is fake? Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, the 3 leaves old man's face turned ugly. This was because his 3 leaves represented pure love, and he couldn't bear to be questioned by others. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan found it somewhat difficult to refute because he was not sure. But if Lin Ling had a divine embryo, he would not believe it at all. A divine fetus, this was an innate talent that could allow one to become a god. How could a mere Lin Ling have the qualifications to obtain it? It should be known that even Duan Wuhan, as the #1 bloodline of the Duan clan, didn't have the opportunity to obtain it. What qualifications did Lin Ling have? Regardless of whether it's true or not, for now, the flower he displayed is the most beautiful. Isn't that enough? But right at this moment, the voice of the temple's grand elder suddenly drifted over, and it actually carried a wisp of praise, and such words made people nod their heads repeatedly. Today was a wedding ceremony, not a test of strength. Therefore, as long as one had a certain level of talent and could make the proposal more beautiful and romantic than the others, that was enough. The way I see it, this young friend should be #1 in the selection of talent. Seeing that no one spoke, the grand elder of the immortal temple suddenly laughed. His eyes also looked at Lin Ling, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly became thicker. Previously, he was still afraid that Lin Ling would go and lose face. He was even afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated, so he secretly helped Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had told him to get lost. At that time, he was so angry that his beard was blown up. What a junior who did not know what was good for him, but now, he almost hugged Lin Ling and kissed him a few times. This guy really did not disappoint. He is #1. Hearing the grand elder's words, the Tianhao felt disbelief and anger. What was unbelievable was that this unknown existence had actually made the 3-leaf clover release such a divine scene. What was angry was that the young man was above all of them. However, before they could release their unwillingness, many voices of agreement had already sounded around the ancient city. If we talk about the beauty of the flower, that person deserves to be #1. Yes. Yes, beauty without losing nobility, vulgarity without losing mystery. The 6 blooming flowers each have their own characteristics. It is indeed rare. He is #1, I concede. Yes. Even some experts from the Overlord Alliance were nodding their heads at this moment. This made the Tianhao clench their teeth, and none of them spoke. Duan Wuhan also angrily sat back down. When he looked at the 7th prince again, he was undoubtedly more furious than Duan Wuhan. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling, however, Lin Ling was still looking at the sky. When it gradually dimmed, he turned and walked back to his seat. If at some point you realize that you are the flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are the toad. Yes. However, a soft voice, filled with disdain and domineeringness, drifted out. Hearing this, the 7th prince was stunned, and his heart exploded. Previously, he had mocked Lin Ling as a flower and a toad, but now, his golden dragon flower paled in comparison to Lin Ling's. Then, who was the toad? Lin Ling's words were like a fatal sword that pierced deeply into the 7th prince's heart, causing him to lose all face and suffer the greatest humiliation, and he was a participant of the trial. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Amazing, this person actually stomped the 7th prince down. How domineering. Everyone immediately sensed the 7th prince's cold aura, and they were all shocked. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions became complicated. Until now, they still did not know who this mysterious young man was. It felt as if this young man had appeared out of nowhere, as if he had come from another world. Moreover, this mysterious aura was not faked. This was because the young man's confidence came from the bottom of his heart. The aura of a person in a superior position unknowingly spread out, and he was unfazed by anything. This aura of a person in a superior position, if one carefully sensed it, was even stronger than the 7th prince's. Divine fetus? Does he really have a divine fetus? That's hard to say. Only the 3 leaves elder knows. After all, he was the one who cultivated the 3 leaves grass. A divine fetus is no small matter. I just don't know if it's innate or acquired. If it's innate, then it's even more terrifying. Many old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years whispered to each other. The difference between innate and acquired was huge, just like the difference between acquired divine weapons and innate divine weapons. Innate was the divine fetus of the era of gods, and was blessed by the heavens. Acquired was a divine fetus that was continuously cultivated by oneself. In today's world, there were many people who had acquired divine fetus, such as the 9 provinces' 10 martial gods, but those who had innate divine fetus were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, such as the current immortal temple saintess. Of course, this did not mean that acquired divine fetus was inferior to innate divine fetus, but among acquired divine fetus, at least 99% of them could not advance to innate divine fetus. It's Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Comparing Status. For example, an old man hidden in the crowd recognized Lin Ling. He was the first leader of the Place of Eternal Rest. Wan Yenshishir was killed in the past, so the first leader of the Place of Eternal Rest was determined to kill Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to have grown to such a level. As for the Duan family and the people of the New Heavenly Courts, they naturally knew about Lin Ling. They also did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. They always thought that in the ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling would be eliminated by the merciless waves like duckweed. Alright, next is the competition of status and background. In my opinion, these two are about the same. Why don't we do it together? At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Everyone immediately looked over and realized that it was the 7th prince who spoke. At this moment, everyone could see that the 7th prince was a little impatient. Moreover, he proposed to raise the last 2 selections at the same time. This meant that he planned to turn the tables and eliminate all the Tianhao families. An invisible pressure quietly permeated the air. The Tianhao families immediately gritted their teeth. Although they never thought that they were a match for the 7th prince, they still felt that they were lucky. However, now, this feeling of luck was weakening. I'll go first. Under that huge pressure, a Tianhao family suddenly stood up. Although he was confident that he was not as good as the 7th prince, he would not wait to be captured. Obviously, although Lin Ling had taken first place previously, the Tianhao family still did not think that he was a match for the 7th prince. I'm from Ling Tian Academy, the 12th strongest circle in the entire Divine 3 halls, the 332nd on the stairway to heaven, and the 6 talisman god paladins. My father is the Duke of Heavenly Yu in the Black Flying City, one of the 36 main cities in the world. With my status, strength, and reputation, I'm definitely qualified to marry the Celestial Temple's holy maiden. The Tianhao family stood up and said proudly. The son of a duke. Everyone immediately started discussing. Such an identity was indeed extraordinary, especially the 320th on the stairway to heaven. This was a golden signboard. Disgraceful. But very quickly, another Tianhao stood up and looked at everyone with disdain. He even looked past Lin Ling. Then, his gaze turned into a desire to battle, and finally, disdain. I'm from Wu Wei Academy, which is ranked 2nd among the 36 academies. I'm ranked 9th in the most powerful circle. I'm ranked 303rd on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. I'm the holy knight of the 7 talisman gods. My father is the governor of the 72 secondary cities. That's why I'm worthy of the saintess. Also, I'm one of the leaders of the Heavenly Alliance. This person's status was clearly higher than the previous person. Get out of here. Then, Tianhao shouted angrily at that person. That person gritted his teeth and sat back down in shame. Following that, a large number of heavenly magnates started shouting. Some of them were sons of main cities, while others were leaders. All in all, the fact that these Tianhao cultivators were here meant that they had extraordinary backgrounds. Lin Ling, I'll go first. Use your ears and listen carefully. Let me tell you, although you won in the previous competition of talent, you'll definitely lose in the following one. At this moment, a majestic voice interrupted the competition of all the heavenly magnates. This also attracted everyone's attention. This time, it was Duan Wuhan who spoke. He slowly walked out and walked toward Lin Ling step by step. This? Interesting. Many people were stunned for a moment, and then revealed mocking smiles. They obviously knew that Duan Wuhan intended to use his powerful status to crush Lin Ling and make him speechless and ashamed. I'm Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan's footsteps finally stopped. He first looked at An Yuer, then stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to crush Lin Ling face to face and make Lin Ling feel inferior. The number one bloodline of the Duan family will definitely surpass the Duan Meridian martial god in the future. What Duan Meridian martial god? Lin Ling, do you know? He's one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou. Duan Wuhan shouted sternly. However, Lin Ling's eyes were half closed as he calmly drank his wine. Seeing this, Duan Wuhan did not have any anger. Instead, he felt happy because he knew that Lin Ling could not refute him. I'm a master of the E-Garden, ranked 36th in the strongest circle of the Shinsan Hall, and 291st on the Stairway Heaven. Duan Wuhan's voice was louder and louder, hearing this. The people of the Duan family immediately laughed and felt proud of Duan Wuhan. The onlookers gasped. They obviously knew Duan Wuhan. He was a genius who had awakened the number one bloodline of the Duan family. Many seniors in the final world were optimistic about him, but no one thought that Duan Wuhan would rush to the 200th place on the Stairway Heaven in such a short period of time. This speed was too fast. Duan Wuhan glanced at the crowd and saw the awe in everyone's eyes. His arrogance soared to the sky. Then he looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, and I'm one of the leaders of the Heaven Alliance. I can summon 3 million heroes. Lin Ling, are you afraid? Are you feeling inferior? At this moment, the rolling momentum also spread out, as if to drown Lin Ling. This was also Duan Wuhan's revenge, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, Lin Ling was like a small boat in the storm. He seemed to be silent, but he drifted with the waves and was not drowned. He was still drinking wine. As for the inferiority in Duan Wuhan's words, it was simply not there. So calm. Ordinary people who knew of Duan Wuhan's origin and such proud achievements would inevitably have thoughts of resistance, but they could not resist. In the end, they could only feel inferior and decadent. However, the blue-robed young man was not shocked even if the sky collapsed. From beginning to end, he did not even open his eyes. However, perhaps his heart is already decadent, but he is just using drinking to cover up his emotions. People were talking about it. But more people could see that Duan Wuhan was not only showing off his proud identity and achievements, but he was also targeting Lin Ling. That kind of feeling was as if he wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Could it be that Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling had a secret that no one knew? No matter how much you say, no matter how proud you are, in my eyes, you are just a defeated opponent. E-Garden ate feces, you know this better than me. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth, but he was still drinking wine. However, his words were more than thousands of words from Duan Wuhan. Because no matter how Duan Wuhan showed his identity and achievements, there was one fact that could not be changed, and that was that he was a defeated opponent. In the Battle of E-Garden, in the Battle of Tong Tian Tower, Duan Wuhan lost to Lin Ling. This was a result that could not be erased. Lin Ling's words were very ordinary to others, but to Duan Wuhan, it was like a sword piercing his heart. You. Duan Wuhan stepped back, and his face changed greatly. The shame that had been hidden in his heart rippled at this moment. That huge feces pit, you ate it very well. A battle between dragons and tigers, a cesspool. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited. One had to know that for countless nights, he had tried to forget that shameful thing, and he had done very well. Where he fell, he climbed up. That shame had been forgotten and suppressed by him. However, this was only temporary, because after being mentioned by Lin Ling, it was as if the scar that had just healed had been torn open again. Bang! Duan Wuhan took another step back, his body continued to tremble. This change had undoubtedly shocked everyone, because this result was too strange. Lin Ling hadn't announced his identity, or perhaps he didn't have an identity at all. However, his words were more effective than any impressive battle record. He had defeated Duan Wuhan and forced him to retreat. His heart of martial arts seemed to have become unstable, terrifying, really terrifying. People's impression of Lin Ling had also changed. It became self-confident, calm, untamed, and unruly. Duan Wuhan, you've lost face. At this moment, the seventh prince suddenly spat out a sentence, causing Duan Wuhan to glare fiercely at Lin Ling. However, he also retreated in dejection. He knew in his heart that before he could completely wash away the shame, all his proud achievements were just a joke to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how powerful a defeated opponent was, he was still a defeated opponent. I said, let's compete in identity and background. Come on. At this moment, the seventh prince also stood up and swept his eyes across the crowd. I don't want to introduce my identity too much. You only need to know that I'm the leader of the 7th Alliance, the top 200 on the heavenly stairway. Next, let's compete in background. The 7th prince regarded himself as the leader of the crowd, and had already decided on the next selection. He did not even bother to introduce himself. However, 80% of the people present knew who he was. Although Duan Wuhan's alliance was more powerful, the Sky Alliance, he was just a leader of the Sky Alliance. Although the 7th Alliance could not be compared to the Sky Alliance, the 7th prince was still the leader. In terms of alliance, Duan Wuhan was obviously more powerful, but in terms of identity, the 7th prince was actually more outstanding. This was also an imperial talent, just like the purple dragon robe he wore. It was the image of the monarch of all monarchs. The so-called competition of background is also a competition of betrothal gifts. Immortal Temple's Holy Lady has a divine core body, only heavenly deity treasures are worthy of her. Step by step, the 7th prince stepped forward and looked at Xianxia. His domineering eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. Men, bring me the 9th heaven phoenix robe. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout. In the sky, the cry of a phoenix resounded. An old woman arrived with the 9 heavens phoenix robe shimmering with golden light, causing the phantom of a 9-colored divine phoenix to float in the sky. This was an 8th grade divine artifact. This is the 7th prince's betrothal gift? Many people gasped because the 9 heavens phoenix robe was made from the feathers of 9 different phoenixes. It was extremely rare, especially after the 6th phoenixes. The next 3 phoenixes were even harder to find. If this 9 heavens phoenix robe was placed in the shop of God, it would cost 3 million golden fleece flower. The 7th prince is marrying the holy maiden. Is this all you've got? However, at this moment, someone shouted loudly and confronted the 7th prince. It was a Tianhao. Mine is a rare treasure, the sky-shaking bell fruit. Anyone who consumes it will greatly increase their strength within 2 hours. They will be able to kill any half-step martial god and can even fight against an early-stage martial god. It is worth 5 million golden fleece flower. Yours is only a divine weapon. How can it compare to my rare treasure? The Tianhao stood up like a divine general. His body emitted boundless energy. Haha, it is merely a sky-shaking bell fruit. The 7th prince walked towards Xianxia step by step with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely calm. Men, bring me the heaven-earth dark yellow exquisite flower. This flower is worth 8 million golden fleece flower. It contains the power of the universe and can destroy heaven and earth. Men, bring me another divine treasure, the Empress Earth flying rainbow formation diagram. This diagram is extremely rare and suitable for martial artists of any attribute. If you cultivate with this diagram, you can increase the ancestral power of all attributes. It's worth 9 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me a half-step king divine pill. This pill can make you a martial god with a 50% chance. The 7th prince spoke one sentence after another, dominating the world. Meanwhile, the Tianhao stood up and confronted the 7th prince, but they were all killed without leaving a single armor behind. Every time they brought up a treasure, the 7th prince would calmly fight back and suppress them with a treasure. Tycoon, this was a true tycoon, as expected of the 7th Emperor Alliance's leader, although many of the people present were Tianhao of the 7th Emperor Alliance and knew that the 7th prince was definitely not simple. They did not expect him to have accumulated so many golden fleece flowers. Could it be that he is the one who bought the divine inheritance treasure in the end? Even the old monsters in the ancient city were shocked. Then, they saw that all the Tianhao were defeated by the 7th prince. They could not fight back at all. This was because those heavens conquerors only had 1 treasure, and the more powerful ones only had 2. However, the 7th prince had almost 10 treasures. Of course, no one would easily give away the immortal temple saintess divine body. Haha. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Duan Wuhan quietly stood up. Like all the Tianhao, he would not give up until the last moment. The 7th prince is indeed domineering. 3 godly weapons, 3 godly arts, and 3 rare treasures. The total value of all of them adds up to 20 million gold coins. Duan Wuhan said indifferently. What? You are not convinced? The 7th prince stopped and turned to look at Duan Wuhan with disdain in his eyes. I am not convinced. You are not the only one with treasures. Duan Wuhan also showed his fangs. Come, give me a martial breakthrough divine pill. This pill has a 10% chance of producing divine power. It is worth 8 million. It is a rare treasure. Men, present the third-ranked divine art martial art, the Empyrean Fairy Divine Art. This divine art is a method to become a god. The world origin profound chi cultivated is comparable to the power of ancestors. It is worth 10 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me the jade maiden ice garment. This garment is made from 9,999 different types of ice. When the Great Tribulation descends, the wearer can resist 30% of it. It's worth 12 million gold fleece flower. These are my betrothal gifts to the saintess. How is it? Is it enough? At the end of his words, Duan Wuhan opened his hands and hugged the sky as if he was a king. The entire ancient city was also exploding. This was because Duan Wuhan's treasures could be said to be priceless. Even a martial god would go crazy for them, and 30 million golden fleece flower flowers. No one knew how Duan Wuhan got them, but one thing was for sure, the Duan family was definitely supporting it, and such a betrothal gift was enough to suppress the crowd and marry the saintess. Who will get the treasure? Haha, Duan Wuhan is not that stupid. As long as the saintess marries him, won't the saintess treasure also be his? Now, let's see how the seventh prince will fight with Duan Wuhan. Many people began to whisper. They looked at the central region where the treasure light soared into the sky. Each of them licked their lips and were extremely envious. Moreover, this trip had opened their eyes. They knew that they had not come in vain. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, in the central region, all kinds of colors soared into the sky, dazzling everyone. However, the seventh prince's expression was still calm. He looked indifferently at Duan Wuhan and said, Duan Wuhan, do you really want to fight with me? Seventh prince, if it were anything else, I can give way. However, if it's someone I love, I will never give way. The saintess is the love of my life. If I miss her, I will be in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Duan Wuhan nodded and looked affectionately at Anuer as he said. Haha, that's nice to hear, but do you think you can beat me? The seventh prince said again. His words made Duan Wuhan's expression change. He had already taken out a treasure worth 30 million gold fleece flower. Did the seventh prince still have other treasures? However, whatever he was worried about, it came. The fruit of immortality, a rare treasure. One is worth 20 million gold fleece flower, and the great void golden phoenix body is worth 25 million gold fleece flower. The owner will have two great talents. Most importantly, this is the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince sneered disdainfully. He opened his hands. In his left hand was a grey fruit, and in his right hand was a golden light. In that light, there was a phoenix cry, the fruit of immortality, a fruit that could make a martial god expert immortal. This represented a life. In the 9 states, it was enough for martial god experts to fight for it. Looking at the great void golden phoenix body, this was the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. It was simply an existence that could let an ordinary warrior achieve the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince's move was terrifying. Adding it up, he had taken out 65 million gold fleece flower. Bang! Looking at the seventh prince in disbelief, Duan Wuhan's heart immediately roared. His complexion changed greatly, and he was so shocked that he took a step back. Obviously, he did not expect the seventh prince to be so generous as to take out 65 million golden fleece flower. So what? You still want to fight me? Seeing Duan Wuhan's appearance, the seventh prince smiled disdainfully, but his voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. Under the heavens, who can fight against me? The seventh prince looked at all the heavenly magnates. They immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Who else but me? At this moment, the seventh prince fully demonstrated the meaning of these 4 words. Who could compete with the seventh prince? There was no one. All of the heavenly elites, including Duan Wuhan, had gloomy complexions. They knew that the divine embryo body had already left them. When they thought about how the saintess had fallen into the hands of the seventh prince, they felt as if their hearts were being cut apart by a knife. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. Numerous exclamations of surprise continued to resound. This guy is really domineering. The Sword of Freedom martial god said solemnly. Then, he stared at the treasures of the seventh prince and subconsciously licked his lips, because those treasures were so precious that even he was moved. If the seventh prince did not have a strong background, he might have snatched them. Next, he also looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He knew that Lin Ling was probably very dispirited at this moment. After all, in terms of status and background, Lin Ling was defeated. He could only watch the beauty leave with his own eyes. However, since the start of the status competition, people had subconsciously ignored Lin Ling again. The main reason was that compared to those famous people, Lin Ling did not have a strong background. Naturally, he would not have the golden fleece flower to buy any treasures. The Sword of Freedom martial god also began to search for Lin Ling. However, when he looked carefully, his eyes could not help but twitch fiercely. This was because when the heavenly tycoons were fighting for the treasures, Lin Ling had somehow arrived beside Xianxia. Furthermore, the two of them were whispering and chatting happily. It was as if they were watching a clown competing with each other. Kami, this kid. Damn. The Sword of Freedom martial god was dumbfounded. That kid is too bold. Of course, after the seventh prince crushed all the heavenly tycoons, the crowd also shifted their attention to Xianxia. In their opinion, Xianxia should be tempted by the treasures too. However, the moment they saw it, they were all dumbfounded. That was because the shameless young man had appeared beside Xianxia again. He was holding the saintess' hand and helping her put on a set of blue armor. Most importantly, the saintess did not reject his offer. Speaking of which, does that kid even know the rules of the bridal escort ceremony? Everyone's heart was pounding. They knew that the kid was definitely going to receive the wrath of the heavenly tycoons, especially the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince smiled proudly. After defeating all the heavenly tycoons, he turned around and looked at the saintess with a smile. As expected, he was enraged too. How dare you? Roar. A furious roar burst out from his mouth. His boundary force rumbled as if he was going to kill Lin Ling. The roar attracted everyone's attention to Lin Ling. The entire ancient city fell silent. The rules of the bridal escort ceremony were to select the participants. Currently, the seventh prince was the winner. According to the rules, he should be the one to hold the saintess' hand and bring her home, not the kid who disobeyed the rules. Idiot. Ah. Duan Wuhan was startled too. He then laughed coldly. He assumed that Lin Ling had lost his mind. He must have lost his mind and forcibly held the saintess' hand because he knew he was no match for the seventh prince. However, could that change the outcome? It was obviously impossible. Do you know what you're doing? The saintess is mine. Roar. The seventh prince took a big step forward and shouted angrily. His voice finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and Xianxia. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. Previously, he had seen them fighting and ignored him again. Therefore, he was too lazy to care about them. Let them fight. He, Lin Ling, was going to catch up with senior sister Yu. Now that everyone was looking at him, Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to make a move. A domineering aura quietly emanated from his body. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he said indifferently, "I've never understood. The Holy Maiden and I love each other, and we're in love with each other. Why do you want to separate us, and even organize this wedding ceremony? Isn't this the same as breaking up a pair of lovebirds? Could it be that all couples in this world were like this? They loved each other but couldn't be together because of reality?" The voice drifted out like an invisible wind. The seventh prince was stunned. He didn't get angry again. Instead, he laughed. It was a mocking laugh. The crowd was also stunned. Then, they all laughed disdainfully. This is my moment. In this world, strength was everything. If one wanted to be with the person they loved, then one needed to have the corresponding strength and status. As for the blue-robed young man, he obviously didn't. He even said these words because he knew he was going to lose, so he found these excuses in an attempt to use love to cover up his incompetence. You're trash and you're blaming others. How can a trash like you talk about love? Many people began to curse. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear them. He continued indifferently, "You don't like her at all. You're only interested in her divine body. What's ironic is that this group of toads are righteously saying that they love her and are moved by her." Toad? Hearing this, the Tianhao clan was enraged. This useless guy didn't even have a single treasure. He was weak and useless. How dare he call them toads? Haha, you can hide it all you want, you pauper. The seventh prince could not help but laugh out loud, his eyes full of contempt. The blue-robed youth wanted to marry the holy maiden empty-handed. This was simply a joke to him. He believed that no one would agree. On the contrary, everyone felt even more disdain towards the blue-robed youth. What are you laughing at? Do you know where she came from? Do you know her birthday? Do you know what she likes? You don't know anything. You think you can move her heart with some treasures. Lin Ling said indifferently when he saw the seventh prince laughing. I don't know anything, but I have a treasure. The seventh prince was still smiling, but his aura was overbearing. There was only one reason: I'm richer than you, I'm more capable, and I have a higher status. That's enough. A so-called poor loser like you still wants to fight over a woman with me? You really don't know your limits. That's right. Treasures are enough. Do you have any? You can only take out one set of armor? How embarrassing. Many Tianhao clan members also laughed mockingly. Although they had lost, at least they had treasures that were much better than Lin Ling's. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head. A bunch of filthy people. No wonder so many couples in the world have been separated. It was originally pure love, but it has been polluted by these things. All that is left is profit. Therefore, it is even more impossible for me to hand over the saintess. I want to protect her for the rest of my life. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, the surrounding voices suddenly became much softer. In the crowd, the Three Leaves elder suddenly laughed. Compared to the treasures, he suddenly liked the youth's sincerity. The great elder also laughed. He knew that if the holy maiden were to marry the seventh prince, it would not bring her happiness. She would only be used. However, if she were to marry that brat, it would be true happiness. Of course, there weren't many people who had such thoughts. On the contrary, more people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not hand over the holy maiden? Just him? Haha. However, just as the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling suddenly laughed as well. A heroic, domineering, and magnanimous aura emanated from him. It was as if he had vented all the gloominess in his heart. I know that you filthy people will never understand. Therefore, I do not intend to take the holy maiden away by force. Because, I, Lin Ling, cannot do it. More importantly, I want the whole world to know that the holy maiden is my woman. Lin Ling took a step forward and enunciated each word clearly. His long hair and blue robes fluttered wildly. Many people frowned. Actually, let me tell you. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. It is not to prove how great I am, but to let my wife, Inuer, return home openly. Why have I been waiting for a long time? Because I want to take the holy maiden away in front of all of you. I want you to know that filthy people like you will never have the right to take my wife away. Shameless people like you can only watch from afar. How ironic. More importantly, I want to tell you that this moment is my moment. Lin Ling roared loudly. His powerful aura shook the ancient dragon wasteland, causing the wind and clouds to surge. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Come, bring the betrothal gifts. Following Lin Ling's loud shout, his entire person seemed to rise infinitely. He looked down upon the heavens, his head touching the sky, and his feet stepping on the ground. With his command, thousands of troops came to meet him. The army was pressing in. The God Extermination Alliance had arrived. From all directions of the ancient city, a vast and mighty crowd slowly walked over. In their hands was an item. Treasure light soared into the sky, and spiritual energy gushed out. 100,000 people, each with a treasure. At this moment, no one was unmoved. 10,000 silkworms golden alms bowl, divine wood alms bowl, purple bamboo basket, lone dragon zen skill, scarlet jade skill, soul-absorbing bottle, 7 treasures amethyst warship, 6 true essence gourd, red desire pouch, 9 heavens primordial young ruler, laser ruler. When those people came closer, an old man spoke in shock. The divine weapons category had obviously been bought out. Entangling sacred steps, boundless tyrannical art, bone-eroding dragon finger, ferocious tiger demon fist, burning city dragon spear art, ice silkworm demon transformation, flying swallow Buddha killing technique. Those Tianhao all sat on the ground in fright. Their Faces pale as they muttered to themselves, the divine weapons were brought out again. Immortal fruit, Fengyun immortal fruit, Lin Ling vine fruit, scarlet flame immortal fruit, blue spirit fruit, ice spirit fruit, 3-leaf golden Ganoderma, elixir of the North Sea, 9-leaf Ganoderma. Another old monster roared in horror. Although that group of people did not buy out the rare treasures category, they had already bought more than 60% of them. Could it be that that group of people are the ones who caused the commotion in God's shop? Everyone held their breaths, and their hearts roared. There was even a moment when many powerful martial artists almost took action to snatch the items. However, they also saw that those 100,000 people were all experts with terrifying auras. In the end, they did not dare to act rashly. That is one of the remaining overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland, the God-slaying alliance. Finally, the leader of the overlords said each word. The entire city was in an uproar. The God-slaying alliance was one of the most mysterious overlords. It was said that they had countless leaders and experts, including the former overlords, the Genesis Alliance and the Serpent Clan. The God-slaying alliance was also a miracle in the ancient dragon wasteland, because they were the representatives of the overlords who grew from weak to overlords. In the end, they even destroyed Fengyun Tower. They had been hiding in the ancient dragon wasteland, but no one dared to underestimate them, not even the Seventh Emperor Alliance. But now, this terrifying overlord had finally surfaced. Greetings, great leader. While everyone was still in shock, all the members of the God-Slayer Alliance suddenly stopped in the sky above the ancient city. Then, they let out a loud roar that shook the 9 heavens. Great leader, this time, everyone was shocked. They followed the gaze of the God-slaying alliance and fixed their eyes on a young man in a blue robe, and he was the young man beside the saintess. It's him. Yes. The shocked gazes of everyone silently transformed into disbelief, and their expressions were extremely complicated. There was terror, surprise, dejection, and disappointment. End of chapter 39-37. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.